On the way, the man told the guy that he could see he had brought his luggage with him, which meant he wanted to check in today. He noted that he had just arrived and had been transferred for work. In the morning, he would have to report his arrival, and of everything he could find, this apartment was the best in terms of value for money. After a while, the man said that they had arrived, and the guy looked and noticed that the building looked quite old. His companion told him not to worry, because the apartment was fully furnished and completely clean, and the monthly rent was only $800. He asked him to trust the real estate agent and he would be satisfied. The guy agreed, saying that the main thing was that it was suitable for living. After all, he only needed the apartment for a few months. The man slammed the front door behind him, and judging by his expression, it was clear that things were not so simple. When they arrived at the right floor together, the guy said he could leave the keys and let him go, but the realtor said he was quick and would leave him to rest as soon as possible. The interlocutor noted that he had also worked hard, despite the late hour, and saw him out. The man said that he would bring the lease agreement in the morning. After that, he wished him a good night's rest, and the guy remarked that he should come early, because he still needed to report to his superiors. Finally, the realtor closed the door to the apartment behind him, and immediately after doing so, he smiled slyly because he knew that everything was perfect. At last, he was happy, and in the end, the room was rented out. The end of the month was approaching, and he had already thought he would not receive his bonus. It was good that it was already late at night, otherwise those old women could have ruined everything. Probably no one told this guy that this room was haunted. It also turns out that there are a bunch of old lunatics here. The man walked down the road and wondered how such things could exist in their world. And as he descended the stairs, some sinister hands appeared out of nowhere and reached for him. At that moment, the guy who rented this room jumped on the bed to relax. This man was already feeling very tired, and so his eyes began to close. Soon after, it started raining heavily outside, and the window of his room was open. Since his bed was close to the window, rain began to fall on his face. At first, the guy didn't pay any attention to it, but then he felt it, and began to toss and turn on the bed. He moved a little to the other side so that the water would not fall on him. Just as this man was sleeping peacefully in bed, a monster appeared in his room and approached him. After that, the rain began to pour even harder, and a rose appeared, creating a very ominous atmosphere. In the new room right in front of the sleeping man stood a huge monster with hair flying in all directions. The realtor heard someone asking him to wake up, and suddenly a woman approached and told the boy that he couldn't wake the sleeping man, and to watch how it should be done. After that, she hit him on the head with her hand, and the man woke up with a start. In a panic, he looked at the person in front of him, and it was an old woman who looked scary. The man was very frightened by this and began to scream, begging them not to kill him. The old woman noticed that my boy was looking because he was no longer asleep. The man told Mrs. Margaret not to stand so close, or she might scare someone to death. He then said that he was in pain and did not understand who was in front of him. The man also asked what was going on here. The man in the raincoat took notes and said he understood the situation. It turns out that the man was escorting this tenant, and he does not know who knocked him down the stairs. The interlocutor said that unfortunately, there were no video surveillance systems in this old building, otherwise he would have looked at them. Suddenly, his facial expression changed, and he became very frightened, so he asked Mrs. Margaret why she was looking at him like that. The old woman was indeed looking at him maliciously, and did not take her eyes off him. She asked if he was being greedy, because she had told him that there were evil spirits in this apartment. So she didn't understand why he continued to bring people there. His companion asked what century she was living in and told her not to be so superstitious, adding that even if she told his tenant about it, he wouldn't care. The old woman remarked, "Are you really saying that with a straight face? You destroyed that man a long time ago?" The realtor asked what she was talking about. What murder? The crowd on the street said it was murder, that the guy died inside that haunted apartment. There was no need to guess, because they said the cause of death was a recurrence of heart disease. While the crowd of onlookers stood at the entrance, a guy who sensed demonic energy approached. There was also a distinct feeling of breathing, but no one else could sense it. The hero noticed this huge building and thought it would be really difficult. But then he put his hands together and began to smooth out some seals. Then the power he possessed appeared in one of his eyes, and when it manifested, the main character was able to see the energy of people literally through the building. The walls did not interfere with him at all, and the guy could clearly see where the people were and where the dead were. The main character thought that this was too difficult to share, and he was not interested in it. And while he was looking at the knowledge and thinking about it, he felt someone behind him. He turned his attention there and saw a boy who noticed that his brother, judging by his movements, was a Naruto fan. The protagonist screamed in horror that he was licking his snot, but the boy continued to say that if we were talking about ninjutsu seals, he also knew something. After that, he became more confident and told his interlocutor not to blink. The discouraged hero stood next to him, waving his hands. Soon he thought that this kid really seemed to be cool. If this continued a little longer, he would really beat him up. Soon the boy stopped waving his arms and then spat forward, splashing water. Then he turned his attention to the hero and asked if he liked it. But at that very moment, to his great regret, there was no one there. The boy then realized what had happened and shouted that his lollipop was gone. It turned out that he had to do something, because he wanted to eat it with his neighbor at the desk. The hero was on the roof with the lollipop and said that it was an annoying little devil, and that what he had just used was not ninjutsu. The power he used and possessed was called the Art of Tao. The 3 dead guys who came earlier couldn't find him. Another one sat here for 5 whole days and also saw nothing. But even the Golden Dream guy found nothing unusual. So in the end, most likely, that creature will only appear if the entire building is demolished. It seems that we will have to rack our brains to come up with a way to catch it and only then do everything. Once the guy finds it, he'll give it a good beating. The Taoist technique allows one to see the hidden. It has extremely powerful reconnaissance and additional capabilities. It colors the souls in the observation area. Ordinary people are blue, the dead are white, and those who, like the main character, are red, are evil souls. And here one person was running. As he ran past the river, he saw a box there that was making strange noises. The man looked closely at it and saw that it was sealed, but the sounds continued to come from it. So he became quite alarmed, not understanding what it was. Immediately after that, he picked up his pace to get away from the place as quickly as possible. Soon the man was back in his apartment and went to bed. But during the night, his light sleep was interrupted by strange sounds that he heard, similar to those coming from the box near the river. When the man got up, he saw the box standing right above him on the bed. This frightened him greatly, and his body began to shake. The mysterious box then opened by itself and began to emit a strange green energy. It was the spirit of some creature that had attacked the man. The next day, after lunch at the Yuan real estate office, the man sat and thought that the guy had died of a heart attack, but it wasn't his fault. Why ask him to leave a statement when his day had essentially been wasted because of this? He thought he was an unlucky person. The productivity bonus for this month was simply beyond his reach, when suddenly a girl came in and greeted him. The man turned around and, delighted, greeted her too, then noticed that she had come to the place to buy and rent apartments. But before he could even finish the sentence, he saw the girl in front of him and immediately blushed. She was very beautiful and said she wanted to rent an apartment with ghosts. The man continued to stare at her and said that of course he would do it, when he suddenly realized what she was asking for. So he said that a person had died in this apartment last night, and the girl said that she had heard that, but he asked her why she still wanted it. The woman smiled sweetly and said that it was because she wanted to broadcast it. Of course, the realtor was stunned by this, and concluded that modern girls love money more than their own lives. Soon they arrived there, and the girl thanked him and asked for the keys. He agreed and said that he would not go upstairs, telling her to take care of herself. Finally, she arrived on the top floor and wondered if this was the very bedroom where the man had died. In any case, that was all she cared about for now, and she would fill her stomach with noodles. While the girl was eating, she wondered who could have made it, because it was so delicious. A few moments later, an ominous, mysterious hand appeared from under the table, reaching straight for her feet. At that moment, it seemed that the attack was inevitable, but suddenly the girl thought of something. So she quickly pulled her legs under the chair she was sitting on, and the creature missed its strike. She quickly got up from her seat and said that she had almost forgotten about it. Of course, since the girl was alone in this sinister room, she should be afraid. Despite this, she took out a poster and noticed that it was the current rising star of music. It was this man whom she had hung on the door and who would become her talisman. Another portrait was hung on the window to ward off all evil. While the girl was standing and admiring the portrait, the lights went out. So she looked up and wondered why it had suddenly gotten so dark. At the same time, she heard strange noises coming from the closet behind her. She became a little wary and asked who was there, but at the same time she moved closer. Then she tried to get something out of her closet and noticed that she had items that could scare away the intruder. The new resident looked into the open crack in the closet and told the evil spirit to leave. A moment later, a green light appeared, which made her wary. It turned out to be the eyes of a huge monster hiding in the closet in front of the girl. Then the girl calmly remarked that this was where the creature was hiding. That's why she abruptly opened the door in front of her to get a better look at it. And when she did, she noticed that now it was its turn to shine. She then opened her backpack and pointed it directly at the closet, and two eyes lit up from inside. After that, a huge raven appeared and flew out at high speed. This creature looked very sinister, and it was clear that it was ready to attack the entity in the closet. When this happened, the girl immediately closed the closet door and held it shut. Soon she heard a voice saying to let it out and let it leave, ordering her to open the damn door. The girl did not do so, and a few seconds later there was an explosion that blew the door off its hinges. It threw her back a short distance, but fortunately, she was able to stay on her feet, and then opened her backpack. Then she shouted one of the 8 trigrams symbolizing the earth, telling it to return to the backpack. The raven flew in immediately after that, and the zipper closed by itself, and the girl said that it was her beloved raven with black claws. She could make any demon reveal its true form, so why didn't it hurry up and get its ass out of the cramped closet? The huge monster immediately threw open the door and burst out. When he stopped in front of the man, he shouted that he would eat her alive. Then the creature opened its huge mouth, which contained a large number of teeth ready to kill its victim. The girl struck and closed the mouth with a single movement of her hand, then asked if he still thought he was tough. Continuing to strike, she declared that all his yelling and screaming would only make things worse. After all, if he did that, he would scare away all the other neighbors. The girl delivered the final blow and noticed that she couldn't move properly with these 2 meatballs on her body. The monster was stunned by this and asked who she was. The girl said that he looked just as he thought he would, using such childish methods to intimidate people. He was 100% sure that the monster was just a low-level spirit with no real power, which was also one of the reasons why he couldn't see its true form underneath. Then the main character involved the girl, made some magical movements, and told the monster to disappear. A capsule appeared in front of him, into which the form that was on his body was directed. Of course, the creature was stunned, because now the man in front of him had revealed his true form. The guy said he was from the suburb of Hungershan, and was a champion demon hunter, and his name was David. The demon was surprised because he understood that this place could be translated as the Demon City Department. The hero said that since he could hide his demonic aura, he thought that the demon was a spirit of lust, and it was shameful that he had to disguise himself as a dirty girl. He didn't notice him through his golden gaze, and it seemed that his ability to hide was much better than that of this guy. However, his true power was indeed weak, so he could finish off this creature with just 1 finger. The demon smiled, and then said that he should try to find him. After that, the entity tried to hide again, but when it started to do so, it felt hellish pain. The creature did not understand what had happened, and asked why. David asked if it was asking why it couldn't hide, and if so, he would say again that the raven could force any demon or spirit to reveal its true form. That's why the demon couldn't do anything. Before the guy could finish speaking, the entity rushed to the door. The creature thought that it must not be caught under any circumstances, because it had to wait for her return. She should be back soon, and rightly so. The moment the demon touched the door, he felt hellish pain again and screamed. David said that he would not be able to escape from this place, because there was a talisman behind the poster. Also, this creature turned out to be much weaker than he had previously thought. Because of the simplest talisman, it truly revealed its true form. The guy was surprised when he saw this, not realizing that it was really just a petty creature. Kun's backpack is used to store things and has a separate dimension inside it. The Nan spirit is made with spatial skills and synthetic skin, and can be used on people and spirits, and it also has the ability to copy people's appearances. And so it turns out that a huge monster turned into a small demon, which was very frightened. The hero crouched down because of it, and tapping it with his finger, noticed that this little creature was no longer so brave, and that there were no spirits in this world that he could not handle. The creature, with tears in its eyes, continued to say that it simply could not leave because she had not yet returned. David asked what else she was like. Did he really intimidate them to wait for her return? The demon said that it was true that they lived in ancient times, but many of them were weak and timid by nature. The creature said that they had been recruited by an organization, and because of their cooperation with humans, their kin began to mercilessly kill them. He himself was one of the survivors, and when he was seriously wounded, he hid in a closet. David said he asked how she was waiting, and the creature continued that after awakening, the world had changed. People had acquired new technologies and did not want to sleep at night, so they were very noisy. He hid in the closet until his grandmother found him. The old woman took him in, and then one day she fell to the ground, so he is waiting for her to return. She left not long ago and has not returned since. The hero realized that she had died and covered the demon's mouth, telling him to stop being so dramatic. The creature is annoying, and the first thing to do is scan it. After turning on the app, he told it to stand still and not move, and the creature asked what it was. Surely a demon scanner. The scan revealed that it was a Tang Wen, an extinct species of creature. The creature was frightened by the voice, and the system reported that it had become extinct around the time of the Beijiang era, the cause being the hunting of other demons. David noticed that the reward for this mission was 200 premium points, but it would be interesting to collect it. It turns out he hit the jackpot, because the extinct demonic spirit is worth much more on the black market. The creature was stunned and thought that the black market was a terrible place. So the demon began to cry and, frightened, begged to be let go. The hero picked it up and noticed that, although it was expensive, he would not sell it, and besides, his grandmother would not return. Nevertheless, from today onwards, he would never be alone, frightened, or helpless again, because the hero would protect him, and his name would henceforth be Richard. The demon was upset about this because he realized that he now had a name. The main character asked if he would accept the name he had given him, to which his interlocutor replied, yes. David then used a magical item and directed it straight at the demon. Because of this, the creature began to pull him inside, and it screamed loudly. Richard screamed to be let out, because he knew that people could not be trusted, as they were all liars. The hero smiled and said that everything was ready, then hid his magical item in his pocket. Then he looked at the system, which told him to report on the status of the mission. The guy noticed that it was time to leave, and pressed that the mission had failed. He was a little hungry, and decided to go with you to look for something tasty. The settings screamed that he should hurry up, because the old man had dug up some treasures, and someone heard that they were antiques, but the thing weighed at least 500 kilograms, so it wasn't easy to pull it out on your own. Someone asked what it was because it didn't look like anything valuable, but rather like an old barrel in which he kept cucumbers. A man nearby said that it was probably just an antique, and another added that it was most likely a vessel filled with alcohol. But he knew that they would only know for sure when they opened it, and the worker warned him to be careful, because it gave off an aura. The old man, of course, was a little wary, but he came closer because he was curious about what was inside. Looking at the lid, he asked what was written on top, as it looked like some kind of marks left by dogs. He didn't bother to figure it out and slowly opened the lid, then dropped it on the ground. Instantly, the seal that had been wound around it was erased and flew away. The old man stopped near the barrel and did nothing, so the workers asked what was inside. The man did not answer them, so they asked if he was deaf, and someone said that they should come closer and see what was there. At that very moment, a huge amount of blood appeared near the barrel, flowing from the old man. Whatever was inside the barrel burst out and killed the man. Tanwan creatures live hidden in swamps deep in the forest, and use the spiritual energy of plants as food. They are difficult to detect because of their camouflage. An embroidered cage is a tool used to catch ordinary demonic creatures, and one of two conditions must be met to imprison a demon. The girl was riding her motorcycle in the rainy weather and thought she was late. At the same time, she couldn't understand why it was raining right now. She had tried too hard to get this job, and in just 5 more minutes, she would have been there. So nothing could slow her down at that moment, and she only accelerated. Of course, it was quite fortunate for her that the road was empty today. In the end, if she hurried, she might be able to make it. A few moments later, she felt something happen right in front of her. As a result, there was an accident, as if the girl had cut into something and flown off to the side. As a result, the motorcycle flew in one direction, and the girl rolled in another. Fortunately for her, she remained conscious and wondered if she had crashed into something. However, as the girl could clearly see, there was definitely nothing there. With some difficulty, she lifted her head and saw and heard that there was a trail in the water, and it was clear that some kind of creature was heading in her direction. The water was flowing down, and she could see the silhouette of the demon in it. The next morning, the woman told Anastasia to wake up. The girl did not respond for a long time, and she knocked on the door, trying to open it. Finally, getting angry, she opened it and then noticed how late it was and that she was still asleep. Now she couldn't understand what good the girl was, whom she had talked about before the move, getting up every day and coming home late. It was unclear what her father had taught her, because she had many relatives she could go to, and the woman really did not understand why she had latched onto them. It turns out that Anastasia has no shame or conscience to behave this way in front of them. Shortly after that, the door slammed shut, and the girl realized that she had left, and all this time she had not been sleeping. She also thought that it seemed unlikely that she would be able to stay here for long, so she would have to ask another aunt if she had a spare room where they could stay. But despite this, there was still a little left, and she would collect enough to find this woman. And when Anastasia found her, she would immediately make her regret everything she had done to them. After that, she mentally begged her father to hear her, Israel, and bless her with wealth. The woman said that the man should stop staring and eat his eggs quickly while they were still hot, and also asked why he wouldn't talk to the girl. A lot of time had passed since she moved in, and she was going to stay with them because of work, but it had already dragged on for 6 months. The man said that she was his niece, and if he didn't take care of her, who would? The woman remarked that this would be true if she didn't have any money. But despite this, she should have saved at least a little from all the work she does. She soon realized that they would finish talking about her, because they were annoying her, so she told the man to go to work after breakfast, and she would go to the store. A few minutes later, the front door closed, and the man was left alone. He then turned to Anastasia and told her to leave, since his wife had already left. The girl came out of her room and wished her uncle good morning, swearing to him that she had not been trying to avoid his wife. He said he believed her, but that she must be going through menopause, so she shouldn't take it to heart, and that she should go wash up and sit down to breakfast. Anastasia then went into the bathroom and began to wash herself slowly. Just then, a man approached, stopped by the door, and watched. He looked at the girl bending over and at her figure, smiling slyly. Shortly after that, Anastasia felt someone behind her, so she became alert and then asked if it was her aunt. The man smiled and apologized, saying that he had knocked on the door but had not heard a response, and that he had come here for dental floss after a meal. The girl said she would have been scared to death if he had approached her like that at night, and the man said he would be more careful next time. The young girl noticed that he had taken the floss and reached for it to give it to her. But the uncle leaned closer to her and noticed that her hand was still wet, so he would take it himself. He also said that her wet hair smelled quite nice. He also remembered the time when he played with her when she was younger. Then the old man looked at her and noticed that she had grown up so quickly. He accidentally picked up her phone and saw that she had over 500,000 in her account. The young girl comes home late at night and must be involved in all sorts of indecent activities. In the end, if she needs money, he can give it to her, but only if she listens to him. Anastasia was stunned and realized that she had thought he was the best of all her relatives. So she couldn't have imagined that her uncle was a wolf in sheep's clothing, and when she got angry, she hit him with her knee. The old man fell to the ground from the blow, and her interlocutor remarked that he was just trash. As a result, she would have to look for new housing again. Soon, Anastasia was walking through the streets of the town and heard her stomach growling, so she thought she should have breakfast before leaving. There, the girl noticed a family sitting at a table and looking intently at her. The woman told her daughter to eat a bite and be a good girl, but the little girl said she didn't want to, and that her dad should just play with her. This made Anastasia sad, and she thought, to hell with all this, I still have to work hard today to earn money. Her task for today was to earn 1,000 yuan. From 9 in the morning, the girl was on a shoot, and took photos as a beginner model, earning 300 yuan. After lunch that same day, she ran down the road and ate on the go. She hurried to the cafe where she worked as a waitress and told people to enjoy their food, and in the end she received 200 yuan and 3 hearts, plus an additional 150. In the evening, she asked her uncle to watch her things for a while. He told her to put them here, saying he would just change the oil, and asked how long she would be sorting parcels. The interlocutor said that she would do so until she had earned enough money, then left on a motorcycle and said goodbye. The old man told her to be careful, and his subordinates remarked to the gentleman that the girl was so nice. But why was she working as a delivery person? The uncle said that Anastasia was not only doing this, she also worked in 3 other places. Although he did not know what made her work so hard, he could say with certainty that she definitely loved writing. That's why delivering stuff is like a way for her to relieve stress. At night, Anastasia went to a street called Lantien to make another delivery. At that moment, the main character was there, wondering what else he should try. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a motorcycle passing by and saw that it was this girl. Just a few moments later, the thing on his belt started spinning. Of course, David realized that this was not good, and opened it to see what had happened. When he saw that the compass needle had started spinning as if it were crazy, he was simply stunned. The guy understood perfectly well that these were red threads coming from him. Then he paid attention to where they were going, and realized that this was indeed a bad sign. And this was exactly what his teacher had meant when the boy was younger. The target of this bad fate and all the threads that led to it turned out to be Anastasia. Looking at her, the hero understood that the girl's death was inevitable, and that it was simply impossible to save her. The black compass can detect people, objects, or demonic spirits, and it can also read good or bad fate. David saw that there were indeed many people here, and therefore it would be difficult to find her. Everyone in this world truly has their own destiny, and he cannot help even if he wants to. Suddenly, the hero's phone started ringing, and he received a notification. The guy picked it up and looked at it, wondering why the reward for this mission was so high. It was an urgent mission of rank A. It said that the guy had an exclusive opportunity to be the first to accept it, and asked if he agreed to take on this mission. The hero was surprised that the mission was ranked A, and thought that today was truly a wonderful day. After that, he smiled slyly, anticipating what would happen next. At the very construction site where some strange object had been found, there was commotion and people were shouting that they should hurry up because they were somewhere around here. One of the men asked who had spread the word and why they were all rushing here, to which his interlocutor replied that if he was here, why couldn't they be too? Then it was announced that there was only an urn here, and someone asked where Old Man Zhuang and the others were. The man who was there at the time noticed that there was something lying in front of the large urn. When he looked closer, he was dismayed and thought, could it be boots and workers' uniforms? Then everyone came over and asked if it was what they had dug up. At the same time, it was unclear where they themselves were and why their uniforms were lying there. Suddenly, a sound came from the barrel in the center, and bubbles rose to the surface. The worker heard it, and said that it seemed like there was something inside. They came closer because of this, and said that something else was floating to the top. First, a head appeared, and then a bright flash shot up into the air. A creature appeared high in the sky, and the workers did not understand what it was. When one of them looked closely, he saw something terrifying that frightened him greatly. Soon, the creature that was above landed back on the barrel, and it was clear that it was a demon. When all the workers realized that it was some kind of terrifying creature, they all began to scatter and ask what the hell it was. Of course, the demon saw that its victims were running away and used its power. Because of this, the men's bodies began to stop, and they were struck by its power. Then, as if they were tied with chains, they all began to return at great speed. All this happened not only near the strange barrel where the monster was sitting, but throughout the entire construction site. And so, a huge number of workers who had gathered here formed a large cluster near the monster. The creature remained in the same place and held all the people with its power. In addition, the demon immediately sucked all the life energy out of its victims. The bodies of the people gradually began to dry out, and soon a dark liquid that resembled blood began to pour out of them. And at the very moment when the pressure in their bodies exceeded the maximum, they literally burst into pieces, while the demon continued to suck out their energy. And when all the people were gone, the creature jumped off its barrel straight down. And with the accumulated strength that this monster had, its body began to evolve. Some kind of tissue that resembled human muscles formed on the monster's thin arms. This tissue began to cover its entire body, and now its skeleton was almost invisible. A large amount of energy was released around it, and soon it grew huge hair and a long bony tail. A large bone mask also appeared, covering its head, and the demon's transformation was complete as it absorbed all the power. The spirit-suppressing stakes are an item used by ancient inhabitants in the past to exorcise spirits, and a demon struck by these stakes is no longer capable of doing evil. The destroyer of the dead is a spirit born of a monstrous amount of hatred and anger that consumes human souls. A mummy, an evolved dead man who has accumulated hatred for several thousand years, has an indestructible body and the ability to detect spiritual power. Soon the creature looked at its body and did not understand who it was and why it had turned into this. Suddenly a drop fell right on his hand, and memories flooded back to him. The last thing he saw in his life was the rain pouring down and two people standing above him. Soon, they grabbed the man by the legs and began to drag him in an unknown direction. Then they used copper stakes and drove them straight into his hands. Then they left the man to die in the rain, and he tried to save himself somehow. In the crowd of all these people was a little girl who smiled maliciously at the situation. Remembering all this, the creature looked at its body again and felt sad. Anger also filled the monster's body, and it screamed very loudly. Soon, these very slow coalies began to glow and cause immense pain. Because of their actions, the demon's blood gushed out, and he began to moan in pain. The stakes severely limited its abilities and sucked out its life force. Soon, the creature was almost powerless and fell to the ground. Then the monster tried to get up a little, and thought that these copper stakes seemed to be preventing it from absorbing energy. Suddenly, it became alert, sensing danger and realizing that something was approaching. So it decided to use its power and employed its foresight skill. Because of this, a wave of its energy began to spread around it to create an even larger radius. The person he sensed was quite a distance away, and it took time to sense him. The one approaching this monster was the main character, who was running quite fast. He even used his skill, but he still didn't understand who it was. But even so, his instincts were literally screaming at him to run away from this place. So the creature, using its last ounce of strength, got up and began to head in an unknown direction. The demon realized that his whole body was numb, and he didn't even have the strength to move. All his abilities most likely simply sealed by these stakes. Until he found the man himself, he could not die here. Indeed, over all these years, he had experienced tremendous pain and suffering. Then the monster leapt high into the sky and thought he would return all this to the man who had made him suffer. Because of the immense anger he felt in his head, the only thing he could think of was killing him. Even if it took 1,000 or tens of thousands of years, he would still find him. At that moment, when the monster was near the road, he saw a bright light at the last moment. After that, there was a violent collision with a girl riding a motorcycle. The skill of foresight is a special visual skill possessed by mummies, allowing them to detect souls and recognize spiritual forces at great distances from the object. The motorcycle's engine continued to run, causing the wheel to spin, which caught the monster's attention. The mummy thought it was a bright light, and that something had ambushed him. Could it be that it was not a hunter trying to catch him after all? Ahead was a woman, and she seemed to be one of those who had ambushed it, although she also appeared to have suffered serious injuries. Suddenly, the creature sensed a strong energy above, so it looked up and thought that this person with powerful spiritual strength must be close by, and had probably come specifically for it. Considering its current state, the demon thought that it was no match for him, and therefore it had no other choice. The creature headed straight for Anastasia, who raised her head at that moment. At that very moment, she saw the monster in front of her, even though ordinary people cannot see demonic beings. Therefore, she decided that it was all a figment of her imagination due to her trauma. Soon, her last strength left her, and she closed her eyes. But the demonic creature extended its tentacles. They gradually touched the victim's body and enveloped it completely. After that, each tentacle began to gradually sink into the girl's skin, one after another. This sinister force traveled through her skin straight to her heart and blood vessels, destroying them. Then the blood itself was completely infected by all this, and it got to the point where the DNA was affected. The girl's eyes soon opened, but it was no longer her, but the demonic creature inside her. It continued to rain heavily on the street, and the main character arrived at the scene of the crime. He was very out of breath, because he had been running as fast as he could the whole time. But the moment David looked at the vessel, he realized that he was probably too late, because there were no signs of life at the construction site. He was shocked that so many people had been killed in such a short time, and he had to hurry and find him as quickly as possible. The magic compass on the guy's belt began to shake and make noises again. At the same time, Anastasia's body began to move forward along the wet road. But at that moment, she was no longer herself, because the demon had used its power and possessed her body. The demonic creature was walking down the road when suddenly a cat appeared next to it. When they approached each other, their eyes met. The cat stopped immediately and carefully analyzed the person in front of it with its eyes. At that moment, when ordinary people's eyes should have seen a girl, the creature saw a demonic monster. And when they didn't pass each other, the cat thought that it had finally found a good meal after a whole century of wandering. Moreover, the girl in front of it did not look strong, and perhaps it would take advantage of this opportunity. After that, a transformation took place, and the creature thought about the rumors, and whether they were true. If he believed all the words he had heard, his spiritual power would grow if he absorbed her. Therefore, after the transformation, the huge magical beast turned into a monster and attacked the girl. But then the demon inside the girl's body sensed danger and turned toward him. After that, it pointed its finger and used its power to cut the attacker in half, and the pillar, which was several dozen meters away, was cut in half. The demonic creature, which was a cat, was also cut in half. The entity inside the girl's body thought that this spirit was clearly weaker than him, but it had suddenly become so strong that it was incomprehensible how it dared to raise its finger at him. Of course, it knew from the beginning that using a human body would make it appear quite weak, but it turned out that his strength had completely returned, and thanks to merging with this girl's body, he even got rid of those damn copper stakes. Right now, the demonic creature needed to find more people to test this new body. So, after thinking for a moment, he crouched down and prepared to jump. And after that, it gathered a huge amount of strength, where the logical creature jumped up, and only the remnants of strength remained, covering the ground. In the air, the monster in Anastasia's body realized that there was a huge city ahead. So he headed there and soon, stopping, jumped right onto the roof of a house. At the same time, a huge crowd of people was walking below, doing something in a flurry of activity. The creature saw all this progress that had happened to humanity and thought about how long it had been locked up. It turns out that there are so many towers, and the people in this city are also so defenseless. Probably, there are quite a few descendants of the inhabitants of the village that destroyed it. Therefore, the demonic creature shouted very loudly that it would make sure they all died. And after that, it began to use its power again, which came from its mouth. At first, the people below began to suffocate, not understanding what was happening, and then this green power sucked the life energy out of them. The radius of this attack was truly enormous, because not only people from neighboring houses, but literally from the entire neighborhood were affected by it. A huge amount of power and life energy was directed towards the demonic creature. And so, in the very city where all this was happening, a state of emergency was declared. The girl stood near a huge screen and watched what was happening. This place was the Demon Hunter's department and control room. Soon, she looked at the employees and asked if she really had to deal with this, and if her promotion would be guaranteed. This girl is the commander of the Demon Hunter's department, and her name is Lucy. She soon wondered if David had accidentally taken on this task, but if so, it was unclear where the hell he was. It turns out that now he definitely won't have time to do anything. Only people from their world will be able to do something in this situation. Suddenly, she noticed a subordinate who was running quite fast and addressing the commander. The girl noticed that the data showed that there were less than 3 minutes left before the destruction of all the inhabitants of the Lanshan district. Of all the high-octane individuals, only David was nearby, and he was chosen for this mission. But with his current location, he would not be able to make it in time. Lucy told her to ask Jeremy from the control department for help, and given the location of the incident, 2 guards could be sent there. The subordinate was stunned and asked if she should really ask Jeremy. The demonic creature inside Anastasia's body continued to feed on essences. After a while, the monster sensed danger and stopped doing so. A red mark appeared on the roof of the house where it was located, symbolizing danger. A pillar of red energy rose up, and a silhouette began to appear at the bottom of the mark. Soon, 2 creatures appeared there, one of them huge and the other slightly smaller. They noticed the demon on the roof and asked if he was alone here. It turned out that they had been summoned here just for him, and wasn't that a bit much? The smaller one warned him to be careful, because according to intelligence, the object was not so simple. He hadn't seen anything like this in over 100 years, but it was just a girl, so it looked and seemed a little strange. The big hunter said he would check her out and asked his 3 brothers to do the same. Then he made a sharp lunge and was ready to strike with his hand. But the demonic creature easily anticipated this attack and was ready to repel it. Therefore, the monster in Anastasia's body jumped up and easily struck the attacker with its knee. Because of this, the big hunter was defeated very easily. The one who came with him remained motionless on the roof and analyzed the situation before him. The demonic creature headed straight for him and stopped nearby. Then it smiled and told its companion that he looked much stronger than the previous one. And when the demon raised his head and looked at his opponent, he was frightened and jumped back several dozen meters. Then the creature's mouth opened, and the entities it had devoured began to emerge from it. At the same time, Anastasia began to come to her senses and saw a bright light in front of her. She didn't understand why it was so bright. Did someone set off fireworks right in front of her? Her left eye returned to normal, and her pupil also took on its original shape, but she felt as if her body was burning and couldn't understand why she couldn't move. So she realized that something was definitely wrong with her, and the demonic creature thought that this was bad because the girl was still conscious. She wondered why her mind was under someone else's control, and the demon realized that the chances of escape were dwindling, and his powers had only just been restored, so it would not be easy. The one who remained on the roof asked if she had literally released all the souls she had captured, but what was this demon planning? Was that what his brother was thinking about? At that moment, he came to his senses and said that he had taken that knee strike into account, his body analyzing its initial speed and force. Her speed was lower than his brother's, and if the defense went down, he was done for. The third brother didn't listen to all this and said that he would go and check it out. The demonic creature understood that it needed more souls, because it wanted to kill everyone who stood in its way. Therefore, the creature wanted to prevent the woman from interfering, and tried to take complete control of her body. When the demon saw that an attack was being prepared against it, it immediately used an ancient attack called Frozen Hell. Because of this power, a huge block of ice appeared right in front of him, protecting him. But after the third brother's attack, the ice began to crack and crumble. The demonic creature was irritated by this, and rising up, began to scream. At the same time, it said that no one in this life would ever catch it again. And then the opponent in front of him jumped to the other side, preparing to defend himself. While he was doing this, the seventh brother approached from behind and was ready to strike. The demonic creature could not dodge this attack and was struck by it, flying far away as a result. The third brother prepared himself and then used his power, noticing that this was an ancient attack. In the sky directly above the demonic creature, a green energy appeared, from which spikes were visible. The demon, of course, saw this attack and realized that it could strike him, so he prepared to use his protective spell. And so, the attack of the ancients, made by one of the brothers, struck the place where the demon was. The spikes created by the attacker hit the target and remained there. But it wasn't that simple, because the demonic creature used its defensive technique and was alive, and also declared that all this was simply ridiculous. The hunter in front of her noticed that her defense was at level 1, but this skill of a sturdy capsule was worthy of respect. Soon, the demon that was in the girl's body appeared and began to smile. He asked if, with such abilities, his opponent still thought he could defeat him. One of the brothers turned to the other and, using his power, declared that it was time to catch her. As a result, the demonic creature began to feel that it could not move. After that, he saw that he was right in the middle of some pentagram, which was called the Seal of the Ancients and the Heavenly Branches. Even his consciousness began to distort at that moment, and he was losing his strength. That is why this demonic creature soon fell to the ground and lost the ability to move. Big Brother noticed that he could hold it for about 2 minutes. He had heard that only those who had committed terrible crimes or had great grievances could become like this. He was referring to mummies, which can become like this after a couple of 100 years. But what had happened to this demon throughout its life? The interlocutor stated that this demon must have been cultivating for about 2,000 years if the heavenly branches could only restrain it for 2 minutes. But if they stopped holding it back, they would all be in danger, unconsciously of course. But it could enter self-defense mode. Taking action against them in such a short time is commendable, and now there is not the slightest chance of catching her. The strong capsule is a unique skill for protecting humans from demons. After using it, the body becomes very strong, and if one loses consciousness, automatic protection kicks in. Su Wei is a guard from the city responsible for prisons, as well as for major issues concerning both the human world and the spirit world. The guards soon arrived and asked the headquarters to report on the situation. One of them stated that, although it was not their fault, the souls of the people had been released at that moment. The interlocutor asked how it was not their fault, and how long it would take for the souls to return to their bodies. The guard said that in this situation it was impossible, because they might not return. Lucy asked what he meant by that. The man said that the demon was still under their control, but they couldn't kill it, so there was no way for the souls to return to their bodies. This was because the demon had locked itself in a strong capsule, and there was no way to kill it while the seal existed. They could only hold back this creature for 2 minutes, and when the time was up, even if they threw all their strength at it, they would not be able to destroy it. This battle will be very long, and if the souls in the sky do not return to their bodies as quickly as possible, the consequences will be catastrophic. After hearing the report, the commander was stunned and wondered what to do next. She then asked her interlocutor if there were really no other options. Her interlocutor thought for a second, and then said that there was another option. The girl immediately asked what that option was, and the guard said that he was referring to exile. The commander was even more shocked and wondered if he was really talking about expulsion. Her subordinate was also stunned, and wondered if this meant that the situation was really urgent. She had once heard something similar from her colleagues. That somewhere there was a mystical jade seal hidden in a tower, and using a huge number of ancient spirits, people could subjugate and control them. And this place is also called the Third World, but if the guard really wants to know who, he has to ask permission from his superiors. In that case, if the captain gets permission from his superiors, everything will be very bad, Lucy said, telling him to proceed. The subordinate did not expect this, and told the commander that she had not yet reported this to her superior. The woman said that too many lives were at stake, and there was no time for that, so she would take full responsibility for the mission. The guard asked if he could get his confirmation back, and whether he should still begin the ritual to expel the demon. The commander said she gave her permission and told them to proceed, so the guard immediately began to assemble the seals. After that, a huge amount of energy appeared behind him, spreading in circles around the area. Then he gradually began to speak words in a language that no one could understand, except himself. Shortly after all the words were spoken, a bright flash of light illuminated the roof where they were standing. The clouds in the sky began to scatter in different directions, and a pillar of light appeared from there. At about the same time, the main character was on the outskirts of the city and saw all this. He had a compass in his hands, and thought that the demon's trail had reappeared, similar to the settings, and that it coincided with his current direction. All the red threads that emanated from the compass were pointing there, and the guy noticed that if it was a coincidence, he didn't think so. The most terrifying one, who had performed the exorcism, looked up and waited to see what would happen. From the very place where the breach appeared in the sky, the head of a huge monster appeared. This creature was from the third world and had come here to exorcise the demon. Opening its mouth wide, the huge monster directed a beam of energy toward the demonic creature. Due to the power it directed there, the demon's protective technique began to fall apart. The creature itself was unconscious at that moment, and therefore began to rise without resistance. The main character was already near the spot, and red threads began to stretch toward the demon. David saw this clearly, and wondered how powerful the demon was if it had come to the point of exorcism. Moreover, it was unclear to him why the threads had led him to this particular demon. If all this had happened, it seemed that the guy had already seen this girl before. He began to remember when this had happened, and recalled the moment when he saw the girl and his compass signaled that she was in danger. So the guy was a little discouraged because he realized that he remembered her right away. It turned out that she was the same girl who had been riding a motorcycle on the pedestrian street. David realized that the situation was critical at that moment, and used the power of his golden eye. He scanned the girl's essence and realized that her human soul was mixed with the soul of a demon. In other words, she was half human. The hero rushed towards her, thinking that it was interesting, because such an opportunity does not come along often. So it turns out that he also wants to have fun in this third world. The commander, his subordinate, and the guard saw this and were stunned, thinking, has this idiot completely lost his mind? At the same time, the main character was beaming with happiness and ready to enter that world. The creature continued to pull everything in its path toward itself, including the guy. So soon, most of his body was already there at 00 and 42 seconds. When only his leg remained in the present world, it was 1 minute and 28 seconds. After that, it wanted the guy, submerged him completely, and it was already 2 minutes and 9 seconds. Time continued to pass at a normal speed, and when it was 4 minutes and 52 seconds, the guy's hand emerged. The commander's subordinate watched in horror and declared that he had fallen inside. She then asked Lucy if she should ask Jeremy to release David, to which her interlocutor replied that, of course, the third world was under Jeremy's control. But despite this, she could only expel the demonic spirits, and this was not a place that could be visited just like that. No one has ever gotten out of there, and it is unknown what consequences his actions will lead to. The woman said that if this guy got out of there alive, she would personally kill him with her own hands. It turns out that this thick-headed scoundrel David never listened to her. The subordinate was saddened by this situation, and wondered if David would be able to return from there. While the commander was practicing how she would beat her subordinate and swearing at him, the girl looked at the screen. She saw something strange, and it caught her attention quite strongly. And then, in the third world, the world of fantasy known as Fantian, a heavenly door opened. The creatures on Earth saw this and thought, could this door really be open? One of the demons thought that the day had finally come, because he had been waiting for this moment for so long. All these years, he had hunted at least 3 demons a day, and he had trained hard for this day, so he headed straight for the heavenly gate. The creature thought that once it got out of there, it would immediately go in search of prey, and then take revenge on those old farts. When the demon was almost at the gates, he said that this was freedom, and soon he would truly be free. But his dream was not destined to come true, for soon he felt an explosion, in which he was caught. After that, a bright flash of light illuminated everything, and all the creature's flesh was burned to the bone. At the last moment, he thought that freedom was almost within his grasp, but the destructive power of this world is truly great. Fortunately, as long as he has a regenerative organ, he will be able to slowly return to his former form, and if not this time, then the problem will be solved, because he will continue training. He will return, because with his abilities, everything will work out, and one day, he will become the demon who can escape from this world, suddenly touching a human being. And it turned out to be the main character, who closed his eyes, which appeared on his cheek. Soon he landed on some hill and thought, what the hell is this? Some kind of fly. Despite the fact that the landing was quite rapid, he stood on his feet and thought that the girl must be somewhere nearby. David looked around a little and wondered if he should be here. Of course, he should have looked around this place more carefully and found her, but how boring that would have been. While the guy was standing there thinking about everything, a huge boar-like monster appeared right behind him and ran towards him. The creature said it wanted to see what kind of demon had been sent here this time, but it didn't expect to find people here. It turned out that it hadn't eaten in quite a long time, and here it had found such a delicacy. Despite the situation, David was glad to see this creature and asked the girl who had fallen in front of him if she knew where she was. Anastasia landed not where the hero expected. The demonic appearance of the creature that had possessed her began to fade, and the girl came to her senses. When she realized that she was all right, she immediately got up and noticed that she would not be able to deliver the order on time. But then she suddenly realized that she was in a completely unfamiliar place and asked where she was. Then she remembered that she had to deliver the food, and then she crashed into something strange, and soon she woke up again and saw some fireworks. The thought of injuries came to the girl's mind, and she realized that because of the accident, she should have had wounds, although her body still ached, but there were no injuries at all. Anastasia also couldn't understand who could have brought her here. For some reason, she couldn't remember a place like this in the city of Lanshan. The girl stood there and wondered where she had ended up when the creature from above attacked her and was ready to eat her right then and there. The demonic coven ran and asked his older brother if he should tell him or not, and his brother told him to speak. The creature was beaten, and the main character wrote on it. It declared that the people who had come into this world were treasures, and since he said that she was also human, most likely when they got there, the demons behind them would tear the girl to pieces. And the most important thing in this situation was that they could end up the same way, because a huge number of monsters were now chasing them. David was calm at the same time and noticed that he was not spreading panic. It turned out that somewhere around here there should be a road to the mountain. Anastasia remained in the same place, and a monster was about to attack her. And just when it was about to devour the girl, she noticed it. Then she turned around quite sharply and quickly and jumped in the other direction. Because of this, the creature's attack was unsuccessful, and it simply crashed into the ground. Anastasia jumped to the side and stopped there to figure out the whole situation. Although her mind was still clouded, and she did not understand how she ended up here. By the way, it was completely unclear what had just happened. In order to understand what had happened, the girl turned to the side and saw a strange monster with a snake's head. She was stunned and asked what the hell this was because it was just disgusting. In a panic, Anastasia started to run away and realized that this creature had just tried to eat her. The demonic creature saw this and did not want to let go of its prey, so it jumped right in front of her. The girl fell to the ground and began to stare intently at the monster's back. It turned out that this creature had a color that could hypnotize its prey. Therefore, the girl stared intently at several circles that exuded a certain power. At the same time, Anastasia couldn't move, and memories of the past appeared before her eyes. One of her memories was when she cried after falling off her bike. The little girl cried, and her mother asked her what had happened and if she was in a lot of pain. She should blame her father for not helping her, but he asked her not to cry, telling her to get up, and this time she rode much longer. The girl shouted that he didn't love their daughter at all, and he replied that there were many ways to express love, and that one day she would learn to defend herself. His favorite little girl is indeed a girl, and no one loves her more. His interlocutor asked if she was really in second place, even though she loved the girl much more. The man replied that they were both his beloved little ones, and his beloved declared that in any case, she loved Anastasia more. Watching them argue about who loves her more, the girl laughed involuntarily. But after a while, her father fell ill. And at that very moment, the girl cried for the second time in her life. After that, her mother became the pillar of their family, working hard all day to earn money. She also took care of her father at night and paid for expensive medications. 3 years later, the girl's father's illness receded, and he continued to work, and her mother finally did not have to work so much. The little girl did not cry with her mother that time because she wanted to show that she had grown up and become strong enough to support them in the future. But all this joy did not last long, and her father fell ill again. After that, her strong and cheerful mother never laughed again. But at the same time, when she smiled again, another man appeared in her life. One day, the woman told Anastasia to go with her mother. After all, if they continued like this, her father would torment them to death. The little girl cried and said she didn't want to, because her father needed them, and she wanted to stay with him. The girl tried to persuade her father to stop her mother. She begged him to convince her not to leave them, because she would work harder in the future, and save money to cure his illness. That was the third time the girl cried, and 2 years after her mother left, her father died, and that was the last time Anastasia cried. She hates her mother, and she never even admired my father. Fortunately, Dad had many brothers and sisters, so she always had a place to stay. After living with several relatives for over a year, staying with those uncles and aunts who treated her well, she realized that they didn't like her. After several discussions, she finally went to her mother. And when they met again, she said words that the girl would never forget for the rest of her life. Desao is a dynamic spirit, and he can survive both on land and in water. He has an eye pattern that can create hallucinations and bring back painful memories. The little girl heard from her relatives that her mother's company had gone bankrupt because of her current husband, so she moved to the village to hide from the debt collectors. The woman looked thinner than the last time they met, and she must have suffered a lot. Looking at her now, Anastasia did not feel the hatred in her heart, and she even missed her. Still, the little girl didn't want anything special, she just wanted to hear her voice. She also felt regret that she had abandoned them and wanted the woman to hug her and let her cry in her arms. But her mother told her only one thing, that the little girl should leave, because she had no money for her. And after these words, which she said to her own daughter, the girl can no longer remember her face. Shortly after saying this, the woman turned around and slowly walked away, leaving her daughter behind. Anastasia does not know why she felt so hurt and sad at that moment, even though she could not cry. The only thing she felt in her heart at that moment was a stabbing pain. Finally, after that, the little girl understood that in the adult world, the only thing more important than love and affection is money. So from that day on, she decided to work to save a lot of money. Anastasia firmly decided that one day she would make that woman regret leaving them. And that same day, in that very place, she swore that from that moment on, she would never cry again. She started working when she turned 15 and was strong enough to do so. It was all for the money. Even if her relatives looked at her with contempt, she came to their house with a defiant look. She also learned to defend herself, because quite a few perverts harassed her. She often had to work 10 hours straight, so she ate only 1 loaf of bread a day. Every time she looked at her bank balance, despite her fatigue and suffering, it made her very happy. But one day she remembered her former self and wondered if it was all worth it. After all, even if she earned a lot of money and even if she made that woman regret it, what would happen next? Anastasia remained alone. She had no relatives, no friends, and even her dreams were gone. Therefore, standing before this terrible monster, the girl did not understand the meaning of her life. In the end, It turns out that even if she disappears from this world, no one will even remember her. So, with tears in her eyes, Anastasia realized that she no longer cared whether she lived or died. But the demonic creature, after realizing that it had discouraged and neutralized the girl, was ready to kill her. But unfortunately for it, it did not succeed, because at the last moment it received a powerful blow. The one who struck the blow was the main character, who had come here to save the girl. And when he did so, he stopped and turned his attention to the girl, so that their eyes did not meet. Anastasia was surprised by what was happening, and David, with a smile on his face, noticed that everything was fine because she was still alive. After that, the hero declared that he had rushed to save her and bring her home. The girl continued to sit there, not understanding the situation, and was discouraged that someone was worried about her. Soon she became very sad, and so she began to cry and scream. David was surprised, and asked why she was crying again, while the demonic boar thought he would take advantage of the opportunity and run away. The gates high in the sky were still open. The hero looked at them closely, and for some reason had a distinct feeling that they were getting smaller and smaller. After that, he turned to the pig that was running away and asked when the portal would close. His interlocutor became very alert, and then said that it would close around noon. David said that was great, because 2 minutes was more than enough for him, and the monster that had attacked the girl slowly began to rise. The main character paid attention to it, and the creature again used its hypnotic power on his back. The boar noticed this, and thought that everything was fine, because he had been caught, and the tiger's eye pattern on his back was causing hallucinations. Now he would remember the most painful and frightening moments of his life, and as a result, he would lose the will to fight and simply wait to be eaten alive. When the monster tried to swallow the guy, he hit him hard and asked what he was trying to do. After that, he easily sent him flying and shouted that he shouldn't breathe his stinking breath on anyone's face, because it was disgusting, and it would be better if he died. The demonic boar couldn't believe his eyes, and thought that the old man had even a hint of sad memories or some kind of fears. Soon, a large number of footsteps began to be heard behind the guy, getting closer and closer. The main character paid attention to them and saw that they were all demonic creatures that were chasing him. Soon David noticed the girl standing behind him, not moving. Then he smiled, as if some maniac hadn't noticed that it was time for him to have some fun. The guy cracked his knuckles, and blue energy appeared, covering him. After that, there was an explosion, and a bright autumn flash lit up the sky. David said that this skill was too destructive for the human world, and its use there was limited. But here, in this world, he could do whatever he wanted. The skill of borrowing thunder, one of the 4 thunder seals on David's body, can transform the form of thunder, which gives this seal many possibilities for use. Touching his left hand to his right side, the guy began to create magic balls like this one. He created 3 balls, and soon after aimed them at the monsters and shot them straight at them. The first demonic creature that came under attack didn't even have time to react before the balls were already near it. When they collided with it, there was a huge explosion that struck the monster. But the attack didn't stop there and spread further to the monsters ahead. The range of this attack was truly enormous, spreading several dozen meters forward. And in just a few moments, the entire crowd of demonic creatures was struck down, and they lay on the ground. The main character saw this and stopped his attack, realizing that it was too easy. After that, he smiled sweetly at Anastasia, and said that it was time for them to go back. The girl, of course, was amazed, because she did not understand what was happening in this place and in this world. David came closer to her and smiling remarked that if you looked closely, she was actually very pretty. Then the guy picked the girl up, and she, frightened, asked what he was doing, and the hero said that she should hold on to him tightly. Then he began to prepare for the jump, and the wind rose around him due to his strength. Then the guy jumped up with the girl in his arms, and they began to rush into the sky at great speed. Anastasia was frightened and screamed that it was too high, so she held him tighter, and David asked her not to hold him so tightly. The boar remained on the ground, and was stunned, realizing that the guy had simply pushed off from the ground, and immediately used the floating step technique. In general, when people use these movements, they can receive spiritual energy through the runes in their bodies, which allows them to apply these techniques. It is already remarkable if a person can use such techniques, but he also used 2 different attributes, the thunder technique and the wind technique. Moreover, it turns out that he was able to use the technique without using runes, so the demonic creature does not understand who he is. At the same time, somewhere in the surrounding world, the creature continued to watch David. But it was not alone. There were several of them there. One of them, who had large horns, asked to be sent to watch him. But the leader of the group said he wouldn't allow it, that no one could leave Darren, even if the process was almost complete. Nearby, several creatures guarded the entrance to one of the huge caves. Inside, there was something important, and a bright golden light shone from deep within. This light came from a creature inside a protective capsule. The head of the huge monster that had appeared from the third world was still in the human world. Lucy, the commander's subordinate, looked at the screen and saw something strange. The main character appeared there with the girl and said that she would strangle him. When Anastasia's body was back in the human world, she felt her consciousness clouded, and the demon began to try to take control of her eyes again. Everyone below, as well as the people from headquarters, saw that the hero and the girl had escaped from the monster's jaws. Moreover, it turned out that when David left that place, the monster's huge mouth closed. The sky began to fill with thick clouds again, and the huge creature disappeared from view. The hero landed on the roof of the building with Anastasia in his arms, where several guards were standing. One of them, upon seeing the demon, immediately grabbed his weapon, preparing for battle. The one who created the seal declared that David was an idiot, because he had not only driven the monster away, so they did not understand why he had brought it back here. The guy got angry and shouted at them, asking how they dared to yell at him after what he had done for them. While he was distracted for a few seconds, he noticed the girl, and saw that she had grown horns. her face had changed quite a bit, and it was clear that her eyes had also changed from their previous appearance. Immediately after David saw this, he struck her directly on the bony part of her face with his hand. Because of this action, he easily destroyed the mask and prevented the girl's transformation. Anastasia's body lost consciousness again and lay motionless on the ground. One of the guards saw this and was surprised, because they had put so much effort into restraining this demon, and he had simply knocked him out with one blow. The hero grabbed the girl and noticed that the guard looked at her and saw that she was now human. His companion understood that she really looked like a human and had been one before. The older brother told his brother that they should leave, since this only concerned humans, and they had no right to interfere. The interlocutor approached him and noted that this was indeed not their problem, and now, perhaps, he would ask his brother to treat them to wine. But at the last moment, he was curious to know how this youngster knew that she was human. The third brother said that there was a technique that allowed one to study any soul, a mysterious and unique technique of the secret Tao. But it turns out that it is quite difficult to obtain at such a young age, which he has. And after these words, they left this world. The main character, horrified, noticed Anastasia and said that she was drooling. At that very moment, a drone flew up to David, and the commander's voice could be heard from it, and she was very angry. Lucy said she was giving him 3 minutes to return to headquarters. Otherwise, he knew what would happen to him. The guy was embarrassed and said that he would listen and obey, but asked his sister to calm down, because he would leave the reports a little later. The people in the office noticed the girl's body, which looked normal. Shortly after the main character brought her to the office, sensors were attached to the girl and she was given an oxygen mask. The scientists who examined the girl's body said that she had abnormal brain waves, normal blood pressure, and a normal heartbeat. The man looked at the girl and said that the system had determined that all souls had returned to their bodies. At the same time, they managed to calm the sea in time, and at the moment, there have been no accidents in this region. However, they found out that more than 100 people had died at the construction site before that. After hearing the report, the commander said that she understood everything and told her subordinate that he could leave, to which he replied that he understood. Lucy stated that more than 100 people had died, and, becoming angry, began to shout that the guy had accepted this request, and so many people had died. Angry, she grabbed him, and David told his sister that he had done everything in his power, but she said that the situation could have been much worse. If he hadn't accepted the mission, the consequences would have been unimaginable, but don't think she'll forgive him just like that. The hero said that it was already an A-rank mission. Although it could easily have been a C-rank mission, considering everything that had happened, he rushed to accept the request immediately, but it seemed that the demon sensed his approach. After all, that creature quickly ran away and must have met that girl when she was trying to escape, and also merged with her for some reason. The main character soon added that there was something else suspicious. It was unclear why those two defenders did not say that half of her soul was human. After all, with their power, they should have had no difficulty telling from her spiritual energy that she was human. Fortunately, the guy has the golden eye of the underworld, and without it, this chick would have already been expelled. He is also truly the champion of demon hunting in this city. The commander was very angry because of his pride, and her subordinate tried to stop her. After that, the main character changed his expression, and becoming a little more serious, noted that she was either a human or a demon. He believes that everything will depend on how scientists define these concepts. One of the researchers used a syringe and wanted to inject it into Anastasia's arm, but at that moment, when he tried to do so, nothing happened because the needle bent. Soon, this man noticed that he had already switched to the largest needle they had, but he still couldn't insert it. Another researcher used a drill and noticed that the one who had given it to him. After obtaining the blood, it was announced that, apart from abnormal brainwaves and other data that needed to be analyzed, everything was within the normal range for an ordinary person. The blood was successfully obtained, and when asked if the commander wanted to check it right away, she said that of course she did. After that, all the information about the person appeared on the main screen near which they were standing. The woman noticed that it was all really strange, because it was no different from the blood of a normal person. But literally a few seconds later, her face changed because she saw something strange. At the same time, the DNA of her blood appeared on the screen, mixed with the DNA of a demon. The research assistant who was checking all this under a microscope also became alert and saw that the blood had started to move. The last image you saw was the main character and the commander, as well as the moving blood. Our woman asked what was going on and asked them to answer if they could hear her. The scientist shouted that the blood they were examining had mutated, probably because it had been away from the body for too long. Lucy demanded that they show her what they were seeing immediately, and the subordinate said he would comply. He then switched the camera from his glasses, and when the commander saw it, she was stunned, because the workplace was completely destroyed. The woman said that just one drop of blood was so powerful, but as the brainwave analysis progressed, the employee asked for just a minute. Soon, he noticed that the results were ready. Most of the indicators were normal, but there were several unknown electrical signals that belonged to the mummy. When compared with the reaction of the blood taken from her, a preliminary assessment shows that the girl's body is no different from that of a normal person while she is conscious. However, when the mummy's brainwaves take over her body, it turns into a demonic one. Thus, from all this, it can be concluded that this is a body in which both a human and a demon exist. The woman was stunned, and David noticed that he was curious as to why the two defenders couldn't tell that she was human. So it wasn't obsession after all, but complete fusion at the cellular level, but now it's unclear how it works at all. Lucy smiled and said David's name. He noticed that she could hit or scold him, but she shouldn't talk in that tone or smile like that because it was scary. The commander said that the power of a single drop of this girl's blood shocked her, but he managed to knock her unconscious with just one blow, and he is simply amazing. David noticed that his sister was not praising him. She continued to say that now the girl was a mixture of human and demon, and he also knew that Team Ghost did not allow this. The presence of demons is unacceptable, not to mention that she is a ticking S-class bomb. The rules say that demons must be kept in the world of defenders, but half of her is human. The main character became alert and asked her to wait, wondering if she was thinking about that very thing. Lucy noticed that he was quick-witted, and before the higher-ups made a decision, she believed that the girl would be in safe hands under his supervision. David noted that this was no longer funny. Before leaving the mountain, he promised the master that he would not have any relationships with girls, and that even living together was forbidden. The commander asked if he really meant that she would have to take responsibility for her, and not to forget that she would decide whether he could stay here or not. The new hero was stunned, and realized that his position was precarious. But his interlocutor told him not to worry, as she would find a way to calm his master down. Or maybe he wanted to return to that mountain and continue training. The guy said he thought a man should be responsible for his actions. So, since he had accepted this request, he would take full responsibility for its fulfillment. Lucy said that was good, then turned to Katie and her subordinate and asked what was required of her. Her interlocutor said that she would ask her to take the girl outside and make sure that people from other departments did not see her. Katie was a little tense about this, but said she understood. While the girl was talking on the phone, the woman noted that as far as David was concerned, he should remember two things. First, no one should talk about being in the third world. And second, he should stay close to this girl 24/7. The next time the woman called him to headquarters, he should bring her with him. The guy said he understood everything. Lucy added that that was all for now and to wait until Katie contacted him. The hero thanked her and slowly began to walk away. But on the way, he wondered why he now felt that he was the one with problems. The subordinate turned to the commander, but the woman interrupted her and said that she knew what she wanted to say. Everything would be fine with this child. The power he demonstrated on ordinary missions was insignificant. To tell the truth, it was only 10% of his true power. Katie said that the commander was thinking too much about it, because she was just worried that the next time he took over the girl's body, David might accidentally kill her. My interlocutor said we should go, because senior management was still waiting for their report. It turns out that they still have to clean up all the mess that David caused. At that moment, the guy was on his way home and sneezed because he was being remembered. He also realized that it looked like he was in for some really tough days ahead. Indeed, it was all very sad, as red threads began to spread from the guy. There were quite a lot of these threads, and they spread further and further. In the end, they spread throughout the city where the hero was located. They also headed towards the outskirts of the city, and went beyond its limits. And very far from this place was a high mountain, towards which the entire stream was heading. Almost at the highest point of this mountain was a temple, towards which these threads were heading. At the same time, there was a circle on the wall with various symbols engraved on it, and almost each of these symbols had its own thread leading to it. A few moments later, one of the threads broke, and the ones following it also began to crack. In the room where this strange circle was located, a man was sitting astride a turtle. When he saw what was happening, he was stunned, and wondered if the threads had broken. After a while, Commander Lucy started making phone calls. She called the very man who was on top of the mountain. He picked up the phone and called her Lucy. He also asked why she had suddenly decided to call him, and the woman became very angry after hearing this. She started yelling that if this old man was going to keep joking around, she wouldn't care what happened to his student. The man asked if she meant to say that David had left and exited the third world, and now he would live with a girl possessed by a mummy. Wasn't that so? The commander was stunned and asked how he found out about it. The man said that if he couldn't even find out about this, he wouldn't let him leave the mountain. After all, he was the leader of the most powerful sect of secret Taoists, and his name was James. His interlocutor was very angry about this and immediately hung up the phone. The man thought that it was really great that her temperament and personality remained the same even after entering the system. The turtle named Sam said that he had been serving the organization for 5 generations, including himself. But wasn't the man afraid that the guy would cause trouble in the future? It is unclear why he does not intervene. James noted that everyone has their own destiny, and no one can control it, so Sam should not worry about it. After all, he is quite happy with what is happening and suggests going for a walk today and admiring the moon. The turtle noticed that several red threads of bad omens had broken, which meant that there was an opportunity to make a prediction. The interlocutor said that it was still too early to talk about it. But at the same time, all this really shows that David has a chance. And now, together with the turtle, they went to the edge of the mountain and looked at the moon. Anastasia was somewhere deep in her consciousness at that moment, and white particles formed her body. After a while, she woke up and did not understand where she was. Rising slightly, she wanted to understand the situation and asked what was going on. But when she touched her head, she saw that her hand looked very strange. At the same time, there was another creature standing behind her. Of course, the girl sensed it and turned around to see who it was. There she saw the mummy creature that had taken over her body. The girl immediately wondered if it was a human being, but she had a feeling that she had seen it somewhere before. Soon, Anastasia began to think about it and realized that it was the same figure from the moment she crashed her motorcycle. The demonic creature, which had not moved until that moment, suddenly began to move its limbs. At that moment, the girl felt as if there had been an explosion in her mind. Immediately after that, she regained consciousness and opened her eyes. At that moment, Anastasia was in the main character's apartment. She was also quite frightened and wondered if it had all been just a terrible dream. After a few moments, the girl began to look around the room she found herself in and was curious about where she was. The most frightening thing she discovered at that moment was that someone had changed her clothes. Now she only felt a sense of freshness and comfort, and that confused her. Then she looked at her chest and realized that someone had taken off her underwear. But what embarrassed Anastasia even more was that even her panties had been removed. So she wondered if she had really crashed into a ghost today, and, in any case, she was in someone's house. so she needed to think about it first. The girl thought that she had been in an accident and crashed into the monster she had seen in her dream, and then she saw fireworks, and after the release, a disgusting monster was chasing her. Then a young man who appeared from the sky defeated it and carried it away to heaven, which also reminded her of some terrible memories. But does he really exist? Or was it all because she was trying too hard to stay strong? But perhaps this time she hoped so much that someone would protect her that her mind invented a person. The guy she saw there was strong and had a pretty warm smile. If someone like him had been there with her, he could have protected her. Suddenly, the front door to her room creaked and caught her attention. Anastasia looked at the door and saw a half-naked guy there who asked if she was awake. The girl was very embarrassed by this and thought that he really existed, but it was he who had taken off her underwear, although she could not imagine that he would turn out to be one of those people. Because of this, she grabbed the pillow that was on the bed and threw it right at the guy. David got angry and shouted that she was the one causing trouble, and couldn't she see that he was brushing his teeth? Anastasia didn't miss her chance and blinded her opponent, hitting him and calling him a pervert. At the same time, the girl thought she would cause him severe pain, but the guy didn't even move. She also hit her foot very hard, and the hero asked her what she was doing. After all, he had saved her out of the kindness of his heart, and she dared to attack him. Anastasia yelled that he was a pervert and asked who gave him permission to take off her clothes. At that moment, she wondered if the guy was made of steel, because it hurt a lot. David said that she was completely wet and could catch a cold, so she took a bath at the same time. The girl became even more embarrassed and angry, and asked what he was talking about. Had he bathed her too? The hero noted that the master had told him that only married couples could bathe together, and it was obvious that he hadn't bathed her. After that, the guy turned his attention to the front door and told him to leave. Anastasia turned her attention to the door and was stunned to see a monster come out of it. Pointing to the demonic creature, he noticed that this was who had bathed her and asked if she understood. After seeing this creature, the girl immediately hid behind the bed. Then, with tears in her eyes, she asked if this monster had touched her body. When the demonic creature heard this, tears welled up in its eyes. After that, it literally became disappointed and began to sob, while the girl was stunned and wondered if it was really crying. David said that she might look huge, but if you calculate her age by human standards, she is only a 5-year-old girl. So she needed to hurry up and apologize. Anastasia was shocked and immediately apologized. The hero continued, saying that she may look that way, but among demons, she is considered one of the tamed ones. His interlocutor was surprised and asked what other demons he was talking about. The guy continued to say that humans and demons exist in this world, but ordinary people like her don't know it. Moreover, one of them was inside her body. This information shocked the girl even more, and she did not understand what demon in her body he was talking about. David noticed that this was a big hassle, and asked the demon if she could explain it to her herself. The creature came closer, and Anastasia said she was sorry that it had turned out that way, but her companion said that it was okay, because she was the one who had scared her. After that, she asked what the girl wanted to know, and she would tell her everything she needed to know, and her companion asked why she was in this guy's house. The demon noted that the ghost company had ordered David to take her away, and the girl was curious about what kind of ghost company it was. The interlocutor said that the ghost company had a very complicated relationship with demons, and she would tell her everything from the beginning, to which the girl agreed. The creature said that they, like demons, had lived in this world since ancient times, but most of the evil demons treated humans as food. In the beginning, humans lacked the ability to fight evil demons, so they continued to be eaten. Many years later, people with outstanding abilities appeared, and they stood out and fought bravely against the demons. Organizations were created and called sects. Each sect took on the responsibility of protecting people, and from that moment on, they gained more and more abilities. However, this also meant that human rulers began to fear the powers of demons, and for this reason, the Taoists were persecuted. After some time, the demons invaded without warning, and, through their combined efforts, unleashed a great war. At that moment, the Taoists lacked the strength to fight back. As a last resort, the founder of the secret Taoists sealed most of the demons inside a jade seal. The artifact he used was called the Supreme Seal, and after this incident, the remaining demons signed a treaty called the Truce. They agreed to coexist harmoniously with humans, and later a ghost company was created to manage the demons living in the human world, as well as demons that could harm humans, and that's the end of the story. Anastasia mentioned the demon that, according to her, was inside her, but her interlocutor said she'd better ask David about it. So they both turned their attention to the hero, who was standing next to them. The guy used the power of his eye and noticed that she was just in time, because it was time to do some real work. The girl looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about, but the main character smiled slyly and told her to lie down on the bed. Anastasia was taken aback by the suggestion and asked what he meant. David said he had no idea how many times the demon had taken over her mind, but there was much more demonic aura in her body than there had been last time. So, to put it simply, if left unattended, her consciousness would be consumed by the demon inside her. Anastasia thought that the demons he was talking about were probably the monster that appeared in her dreams, but she wondered what he would do to her. The girl saw the movement of his hands and asked what the gesture meant and if he was going to cast some kind of spell on her. But the hero smiled and said that he had no chance to use this technique at all, so he would take this opportunity to practice a little. Immediately after that, with a sharp movement, he used his power and touched the girl's forehead. This threw her back onto the bed as if a shot had been fired. It was a mental journey called independence. The demonic creature on the bed was surprised by what was happening, so she turned to the owner and wanted to ask what had happened to the girl. But at that very moment, she noticed that the guy's eyes were closed, and he was literally falling forward. After that, he landed on the bed in free fall and stunned his interlocutor with this. The demon thought that she had never seen this technique before, and the guy had fainted, but he should be fine, although with their current situation, maybe not. David was next to Anastasia, and it looked like he was hugging her, so the girl thought they looked like a couple. A few moments after what happened, Anastasia opened her eyes and realized she was somewhere else. She wondered if she had returned to that same dream again, because she felt so weak and couldn't move at all. Suddenly, she heard a voice telling her that it was not a dream at all. The main character was there, and he told her that it was her subconscious. Anastasia was surprised and asked why he was there, and how he knew what she was thinking. The hero said that it was because his consciousness was higher than hers, which is why he knew everything she was thinking and could sense what she was feeling. By the way, there is a reason why she cannot move. It was because her consciousness was gradually beginning to dissipate. Anastasia looked around and wondered if these white streaks of light were her consciousness. After that, she wondered what would happen when her shining form completely disappeared. David said that what she feared would happen, because her consciousness would disappear forever. In other words, she would simply die. But the girl shouldn't worry, because he would be there until he got rid of this guy before she disappeared. Then the main character turned his head in the other direction, where the demon was. The guy said that even the thought of fighting with his consciousness was already thrilling him. The demonic creature remained unconscious the whole time. But the moment David started to get closer, it came to its senses and opened its eyes. Of course, the guy saw this, and noticed that it seemed like he had regained his own consciousness after all. After that, it smiled and said that if that was the case, then it proposed a fight. The creature noted that it could be that he was indeed just a normal consciousness. But even if that was the case, he could still say that the guy had grabbed him. It turned out that his interlocutor had definitely revealed the creature's location and did not want to let him go. David said he'd had enough of talking and asked if he was going to fight or not. The demonic creature became angry and declared that Sean must have sent him there. He should just tell him where he was now, or the creature would eat him. The hero was angry and said that if it continued to say strange things, he would simply hit it. The moment he said that, he saw a blow coming at him. The creature in front of him literally instantly kneed him in the head. The body of his opponent was indeed strong, and the demon felt it with his leg. After that, he decided to attack with his hand and delivered a fairly strong blow right to the head. Because of this, the main character's consciousness was slightly scattered. But his opponent continued to watch him and was ready to deliver another blow. But just before doing so, he sensed something. He then jumped away from the main character quite sharply and felt that his instincts were telling him to run away from there right now. He was quite a distance away and didn't understand what was wrong with this guy. If his instincts were telling him to attack all this time, then was this guy really that strong? David became very angry at that moment and told the creature that he should not hit anyone in the face. The demonic creature understood that the man in front of him looked normal, but it was still unclear why his very existence caused the demon to feel threatened. The hero began to use his technique and noticed that, as expected of an S rank, he really managed to hurt the guy. It turned out that his attacks were indeed strong, but now it was David's turn to attack. His opponent noticed that the man might indeed be strong, but it seemed he had forgotten something. He forgot that this subconscious still belonged to him, so in the blink of an eye, the creature was right behind the guy. The creature then grabbed the guy by the neck and began to strangle him, also stating that this clown was created from his desire for revenge. It turned out that he was completely invulnerable, and the guy would not be able to escape from his grip. The real body said that the guy's consciousness was indeed strong, but he could still harm him. Besides, things are not so simple in his mind, because he can still do something. Namely, he says that he can create a real number of versions of himself, which is why he did all this. Of course, although their speed cannot compare to the main body, they are almost as strong as it is. As a result, it turns out that a blow from any of them is not enough to turn the guy's consciousness to dust. The demonic creature declared that the guy had indeed come to the wrong place and ordered his clones to attack him. It turns out that he is invincible here, and therefore the guy has no chance. The main character was a little stunned by what was happening, and saw a large number of clones heading in his direction. It seemed that the whole crowd was about to pounce on him and tear him apart, so he should have panicked. But David was completely calm and didn't even move a finger. He then stated that his opponent only had clones, which was very old-fashioned and lame. Immediately after saying this, he used his power and broke free from the monster's grip. Then David landed on the ground and was ready to fight the rest of the clones. And the moment he was on the ground, he smiled slyly, and his body began to deform. Soon, his eyes and mouth opened wide, and energy could be seen flowing out of them. There was so much energy that an explosion occurred, illuminating everything around for several dozen meters. After seeing all this, the demonic creature was stunned and wondered if this was the guy's true form of consciousness. David said that he pretended to be weak, hoping that he would use some perfect technique. The monster even hit him, and if that was all he could show him, then it was simplicity. And he was hoping to have a good fight. The demonic creature realized that this was very dangerous for him, and ordered all his clones to return to their positions. They all immediately rushed towards the main body to merge with it. Of course, the main character noticed this and didn't want them to reach it, so he attacked them. Where he was discouraged by what was happening and thought, could they really be completely destroyed? David happened to be near him and noticed that such a pathetic clone wanted to destroy him or something. It also turns out that he had recently called himself invincible. After that, he used her huge hand, not noticing that the creature was allowing him to teach him a lesson. The hero struck him with just one finger, and remarked that he would teach him a lesson about what it really meant to be invincible. The helpless body of his opponent fell down, and David began his transformation again. The guy made his body look like a monster's body in order to approach him. When the hero got closer, you saw that his opponent's consciousness was already recovering, and it was very strong. Sean, whom the demon had mentioned, must have been his enemy while he was alive, but it was unclear what this creature had gone through in its life for things to turn out this way. Anastasia remained in the same place as always, feeling invigorated. She then turned her attention to her limbs and noticed that her body was fine again. The hero approached her and said that the war had imagined some kind of vessel, and now it was time to seal that guy inside. The girl was confused and asked what vessel and what else to seal. She did not understand what he was talking about. David said that it was her consciousness, and only she could create something to contain this creature. Anything would work, and the hero had little time left. Anastasia then wondered what she should do. Perhaps she would create a bag and seal him inside it, or maybe in a necklace, or perhaps in rings. The hero shouted that he wasn't asking what she wanted to buy, and since she couldn't see that half of his body had already disappeared, the girl understood everything. Behind David, the thing she had used to lock up the demon appeared, and the guy looked at it. But when he saw it, he was discouraged and asked what it was. The main character was surprised because there was a huge lipstick there. The demonic creature was on top, and only its head and hands were visible. Soon after, the girl wondered if it could really stop this creature. Then her consciousness disappeared from that place, and the demon was hiding behind the huge lipstick. Anastasia soon felt their coldness, but she also thought, is it raining? She was freezing, and her body felt so heavy. In addition, she felt a sharp pain, and soon the girl saw blood and wondered what it was, whether it belonged to her. Then she heard some laughter and wondered whose it was. A man appeared and she asked who he was. He had no eyes, and soon he apologized to Arnold. A few moments later, Anastasia regained consciousness and saw the main character in front of her. The girl was frightened and began to scream loudly, then asked what he was going to do to her. David said that she was unconscious and kept muttering about something, so he wanted to get closer and check if there was any demonic energy left in her. Anastasia said that if he was telling the truth, then could he get off her, and asked him to do so. The guy said that he had sealed the demon inside her for now, so she shouldn't worry and should get some good rest today. His companion asked if he was still inside her, but what had happened. The hero replied that, to put it simply, the monster ran away, and he chased after it, and then he found her and somehow merged with her. Then he used her body to cause trouble, and they took him to the ghost company's headquarters. But since she was human and not completely a demon, they sent her to him. Until they find a way to get rid of the demon inside the girl, she will stay here with him. Anastasia was very embarrassed by this, and also indignant, shouting at him for saying such things. It turns out that he is actually holding her captive, and besides, how can she stay in a stranger's house, especially when he is a guy? Who knows if he was telling the truth, not to mention the bathing incident. David was about to kiss her, and his face was so close to hers. The hero asked what she meant by a kiss. Demon said she thought she meant a kiss on the lips, when a man and a woman join their lips and show their love that way. David asked how she knew that, and she said she learned it from watching TV. The hero added that she was too young, so she shouldn't be watching such strange things. Anastasia was very upset about this, and asked if he was trying to pretend he didn't know. The main character said he had no idea what she was talking about. When you put your lips on someone else's lips, you get saliva in your mouth, and that's just disgusting. The girl looked at him and, judging by the expression on his face, she understood that he was not lying. But now, could it be that this guy is what they call a complete idiot? The hero turned away and said that he was tired today, so they would talk tomorrow, and she could sleep here for now. His master once said something wise, but the girl interrupted him and asked what he would do if she left. David continued to repeat his master's words that a man should never raise his hand to a woman, so if she wanted to leave, he would not stop her. But he cautioned that if she wasn't with him, the guy in her body could show up at any moment. So it turns out that only the main character can guarantee her safety. David also added that she shouldn't wander around, because there are many demons here. But it's not his problem if she gets scared of them. Anastasia understood that there was nothing she could do, because she had nowhere to go, and this guy had saved her life. Still, he didn't seem like a serious person, but he was a good man. The girl thought that maybe it was because she was very tired, but it was easier for her to sleep here than in all those relatives' houses where she had lived before. After that, Anastasia closed her eyes and was ready to fall asleep. Something started moving on her back and making a strange sound. Soon after, a sharp tail appeared from under the blanket, looking up. After a while, Anastasia opened her eyes again and was conscious. The moment she got up, she realized that it was already morning. Still, she felt sad and realized that she still couldn't believe what had happened last night. Did she really have to stay with this guy from now on? And that thing was still inside her body, so she didn't know what to do. Suddenly, something in her room caught her attention. This frightened Anastasia so much that she started screaming loudly so that it could be heard from far away. Anastasia and the demon came into the room, and he asked what had happened, why she was screaming at this hour. She was indeed too loud, and suddenly they noticed something strange. The girl stood by the window and said that she hadn't noticed it last night, but the view of the new city center was simply beautiful. Anastasia admired the view, and thought that this place was simply wonderful. The building they were in was the king of buildings in the northern city district. The girl said that she was dreaming, because the house was located on a square and was very large, consisting of 4 luxurious residential buildings and the tallest building in the country. The top floor is 121, and it reaches a height of 600 meters. This place set the record for the most luxurious residence in the country, so it is known as number 1. The hero wondered if she was their agent, because so much had happened yesterday, and this was the only thing that shocked her. He thought that the girl was making noise so early because she had something behind her, and the demon added that she did have something behind her. Anastasia looked back and saw that she had a tail. This frightened her very much, and she did not understand how this could have happened. She screamed, asking what it was and why this thing was on her butt. The hero asked his companion if it looked pretty cool, and she noticed that it did, yes. Suddenly, the guy turned his attention to the side because he sensed danger, and he saw a tail moving toward him. It was attacking David, but he easily managed to dodge it, so that same bone tail flew forward and seemed to no longer pose a threat. but suddenly it changed direction at one of the joints, so it rushed towards the main character again and attacked him, and this went on for some time. David continued to twist and turn in various pirouettes, dodging the attacks from the tail, but it writhed in different ways and was ready to attack him. After that, the guy rushed towards Anastasia, and the demon tried to stop him. It was really dangerous because that bone was heading straight for his back. At the last moment before the attack, the hero dodged and jumped down, and the tail headed for the girl's head. Of course, it did not hurt her, and stopped just a few centimeters from her head. The main character noticed this, and said that it looked quite interesting. A short time later, David threw a soda can into the air and the tail cut it into pieces. Anastasia did the same and wondered if she could control the tail. The guy got excited and said it was amazing, because now he wanted one too. The girl asked why he was so happy. She didn't understand why she had a tail. Hadn't he sealed that monster away? David ordered the demon next to him to attack her because he wanted to test how powerful this thing was. His companion turned to him and asked if it wasn't dangerous. The hero told her not to worry and just go for it. The demonic creature began to use its power and said it would do as he said. Anastasia, of course, became wary because of this, realizing that she was about to be attacked. The demon's hair was directed at her, and she apologized to her opponent. The girl saw that an attack was coming and didn't know what to do. But somehow, her bone tail, which was in front of her, began to repel all these attacks. No matter how much the hair twisted and no matter how many there were, the attacks were repelled. The demon was surprised by this and thought that her opponent's tail had deflected the attacks. Soon, the hero said that this was enough, and that it turned out to be even more powerful than he had previously thought. He noticed that Anastasia's tail was comparable in power to a B-rank demon, and that she could control it, but it could also protect her in case of danger at its own will. He thinks that the tail attacked him because the girl was frightened by the surprise, so he thought she was in danger and attacked the strongest person nearby. Immediately after that, David clapped his hands near the girl's face. The tail began to move, and the guy smiled and told her to look. Then he attacked the guy, and he grabbed him and said that was exactly how it was. Still, it was just unbelievable, because even after sealing the demon's consciousness, she could still use its abilities. The girl was angry and noticed that he was so ugly that people would take her for a monster in this form. David asked if she really thought he was scary, and the girl replied that she did. After that, the guy said that he didn't understand her at all, because her tail was so cool. And besides, last time she seemed to have a rock that she could hide. He told her to concentrate and try to make her tail smaller, and the girl asked if it would really work, but said that in any case, it wouldn't hurt to try. After that, Anastasia closed her eyes and began to concentrate, saying that the tail should shrink. Soon, she opened her eyes and felt that something had happened. She then looked at her tail and declared that it had worked. David congratulated her and said that he had to get back to work, so she should be a good girl and stay there. He had never encountered such a case before. A human and a demon merged together. Now they could only observe the situation, and the girl tried to stop him. The hero asked if he was being unclear, because he had no idea how to extract the demon from her. Anastasia smiled and said that she wasn't talking about that, because she wanted to work with the ghost. David was very surprised by what he had just heard, and realized that it was clear to him that she simply wanted to die. The girl got angry and shouted that he shouldn't underestimate her. But while she was shouting this, the hero's phone started ringing. He picked it up and looked at it, then said that enough was enough because he had to work. Suddenly, the guy looked more closely at the screen, and his expression changed for the worse. The commander had sent a message saying that the company had decided to temporarily suspend all of his missions. So he should stay at home, watch over the girl, and wait for news. The demon saw that her master's expression had changed, and asked if everything was all right. The main character sadly showed her the message, and said that he was now unemployed. Anastasia then remarked that perhaps she could help him. David glared at her angrily and told her to stop, because she was only making the situation worse. After all, it was because of her that he had lost his job. His companion pointed out that his mission at the moment was to make sure nothing happened to her, which was why they had removed him from other duties. Of course, this meant that he could not take on any missions from the company. But despite this, it turns out that they can still carry out personal tasks. The hero was initially stunned by this, but then, with a crazy smile on his face, he realized that she was right. Then his smirk turned into a serious expression, and he asked what they meant. Anastasia said that she would be responsible for finding jobs, but they would fight demons together and split the profits 70% to him and 30% to her. The girl offered to cooperate and continued to look at him with a sweet smile. Then she held out her hand and said that her name was Anastasia, and she was looking forward to working with him. The hero looked at her in surprise, but then shook her hand and said that his name was David, and that he was also looking forward to it. The guy hoped that she would not cause him any unnecessary problems. Of course, this was not what Anastasia expected, and she was a little surprised. David turned away and said that for many people, catching demons means putting their lives on the line. So she shouldn't think that, just because she's capable, she'll be competent enough for the ghost company. It turns out that the world is 1,000 times scarier than she could ever imagine, but for him, it's just a game. No wonder he was the best demon hunter in town. The girl was stunned, and wondered if he had said all this just to show off in front of her. But he continued, saying that she should know that for people like him and her, staying in one place and waiting for orders is deadly boring. If she had enough skills to handle the job, then so be it. He would cooperate with her. The girl said that was a deal. At night, in one of the huge valleys of the Shlea, several young men, one of whom said that this was a restricted area on the outskirts of the city. Therefore, perhaps they should not have come here. His companion asked if he was afraid, because this was their secret base. He brought him here only because they were friends, but if he was afraid, he could go home. The boy said he would go with them anyway. Soon they all reached a building, and the boy said that this was their secret base. The boys stopped near a huge building, and the front door was boarded up. The leader smiled and said that he would now explain all the rules, and that the boy should close his eyes while they all hid. After that, he would count to 100 and see if he could find them, and if he could, he would become a member of their group. The boy said he understood everything. After a while, the boy stood near the huge building with his eyes closed and counted from 1 to 100. Soon he finally finished and, looking fearfully at the front door, said he was going in. After that, plucking up his courage, the boy ran inside, and only darkness could be heard from there. The other children were not inside, but were hiding behind a tree and smiling. The oldest of them remarked that this boy was just a fool, because if he found out that they had abandoned him there, he would surely wet his pants. The boy with glasses asked if they were sure it was right to leave him there alone. His companion told him not to worry, that there was only one road leading from there to the city, and he would find his way. The boy said that his father was a member of a consortium of 4 large companies, and that if something went wrong, it would be bad. The boss said that the boy with glasses was talking too much today, and another boy said that it was true, that it was just a little prank, and that nothing bad would happen. The first boy noticed the status because his father's company had fired the boy's father, and after that he was still trying to be friends with him. He then said that he could bet that the boy was describing himself out of fear, and his interlocutor smiled and said as if he were admitting it. The same boy who entered the building and went looking for his so-called friends made his way through the building. It was quite dark there, so he used a small flashlight, thinking he had checked the first floor from top to bottom. So he hoped they were all hiding on the second floor, and this house was so scary, it was unclear how they used it as a secret base. He mentally begged his comrades not to scare him, because if he wet himself out of fear, they would definitely tell the whole class about it. Suddenly, the boy noticed something in the distance, and, looking closely, thought he had found one of them. But when he looked closer, he realized that he didn't look familiar to him. So he got scared and thought, could it be a little girl there, but why was she there? Suddenly he saw the silhouette move, and then he heard a voice telling him to leave. The same girl who had been standing motionless a few seconds ago rushed toward him at great speed. She stopped right in front of his face and shouted at him to leave immediately. Naturally, the boy was very frightened by what was happening, and began to run out of the building screaming. On the way, he started crying and with tears in his eyes, turned around to see if the girl was still there. But then he became even more frightened when he saw that no one was there. Immediately after that, he heard a voice somewhere near him begging him to play with her. The boy turned his attention forward and saw some kind of creature that told him to play with it. The hero found himself in some strange world and acquired new attire, ready to attack. Immediately after that, he fired and hit his opponent. But it turned out that it was just a game that David was playing at home. He turned to Anastasia and noticed that she had been sitting in front of the monitor all day, but she still hadn't finished. If things continued at this pace, it was unclear whether they would get any work done at all. The girl continued to click on the keyboard and soon announced that everything was ready. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a sound coming from the front door. Anastasia glanced at the guy, and he was still sitting in the same place, so she realized that he hadn't even noticed the doorbell. And now he was acting as if he really lived there. Therefore, the girl had no choice but to go and open the door to see who had arrived. When she opened it, she was surprised to see a girl standing there. Anastasia hesitated for a moment and asked who she was. The girl smiled and said that she had brought her things, but that the motorcycle was now at the repair shop. After what the girl had just heard, she was stunned and couldn't believe her ears. So she asked if she was really that 5-year-old girl. Her interlocutor said that this was indeed the case, and apologized for not introducing herself at the time. She then said that her name was Yatun, but that she could call her Sophia. Anastasia thought that this simply couldn't be true, because it couldn't be true. No way. The girl remembered the huge green monster that had been a girl, and now she saw a beautiful little girl in front of her. Sophia said she was happy because now she could spend more time with her, but the girl thought it must be some kind of dream, because she couldn't be a child. Besides, looking at her chest, she didn't understand if she was really only 5 years old. Soon they went inside, and Anastasia realized that she understood everything, because she said that she wore human skin, although it sounded a bit harsh. The demon said that everything was not as bad as it seemed because she could not wear real human skin. She had a small black ball called a spirit bag, and when she pressed it, it enveloped her body, and she looked like a human. It turns out that it was David who chose this bag with an image for her. My interlocutor was surprised and asked if it was really him. After that, she got angry, threw something at him, and remarked that he was incorrigible, because how could he give such an outfit to a 5-year-old girl? He must be completely insane. David shouted that she was being rude because, after all, she was in his house, but she continued to hit and yell at him. The woman noticed that he had disappeared, dared to say something, and called him a pervert. The girl was only 5 years old, and he had chosen this image and considered it appropriate. And the hero said, "What's the problem? His master said that people like it. Sophia wants people to like her, and besides, this bag of spirit was hard to get, although he has no idea what is attractive about these 2 pieces of hanging skin." Anastasia looked at him in surprise and thought he was some kind of idiot. Was he really that stupid, or was he just pretending? Then she noticed her little companion and realized that people are not as kind as she thinks. Let her remember that boys will like her, but she can't let them touch her. Sophia looked at her and realized that she understood what she was saying. If she were human, her appearance would be her disadvantage. But she was a demon, and she didn't care what people did to her, as long as they liked her. It turns out that she is a liar, because if they knew what she really looked like, they would find her repulsive. Anastasia realized that all this sounded rather sad, so she approached the girl and touched her with her hands. Then she said that Sophia was a good little girl, and even though they are demons, she deserves to be treated with kindness and respect. After the little girl heard all this, tears appeared in her eyes. The girl saw this and realized that she had probably gone too far. but she didn't scold her and apologized for it. The little girl said that she was just like David, because they were both kind people. This was because they both said the same words to her. In one of the huge villas, the butler came to the boss and told him that the caretaker had notified them, and they had found 3 children who were with the young gentleman. However, there was something else, and the interlocutor noticed that he should continue. He went on to say that they had combed through the mansion they had talked about, but the boy had not been found there. The geolocation on his phone indicated that he was still in the house. As a result, they used thermal imaging cameras to search for him, but they couldn't even find a mouse. Even so, it seems that the boy continues to move around the house. The boss asked if he thought it was the work of demons, and if so, to contact the company. In any case, he should offer a large reward and request the best demon hunter. At that moment, the man cried bitterly and told his subordinate to bring his boy home. Anastasia said she was bored, so she opened a discussion on the internet about paranormal phenomena, where many people write about their experiences with encounters. They encounter mystical events and talk about how much it disturbs them, and some of the stories are more frightening than many books. So it seems that this is where the people who really need their help are. The main character asked if she was saying that she had found them a job. The girl said that she had written down the ones that seemed most plausible, and that it was too late now, so she would check them tomorrow as soon as she woke up. David said that she would go downhill if she continued to sit at home doing nothing, and he only agreed to her proposal because she promised to find a job. However, the guy was not very patient, and if she didn't have a job tomorrow, he would have no reason to deal with her. The hero didn't understand why she wanted to catch demons with him, and insisted on joining the ghost company. Anastasia said that in her current situation, she couldn't work, and besides, he couldn't sit at home forever and look after her. She would have the opportunity to earn money while he catches demons, and their cooperation would be fruitful for both of them. She thought that the most important thing was that the company would pay good money, judging by the size of the building, and he was really strong, so working together would ensure their financial security. The main character seriously said that catching demons was an unsafe occupation, but was she really ready to risk everything for a few bills? The girl confidently remarked that it didn't even matter to her what happened, because all she needed was money. David was surprised by this, but realized that his master was right. It turned out that all the girls in the city were willing to do anything for money. Anastasia shouted that it didn't matter if there was work tomorrow. He wasn't going anywhere, and neither he nor she could back down. After that, the hero said that he was going to bed and expected good news from her tomorrow. The girl became a little wary after that and thought that everything should go well, probably. In the end, she went to bed, realizing that tomorrow she would have to find a client. Perhaps this was the chance she had been waiting for, and she needed to take advantage of it. Then the girl turned her attention to where the photograph was standing. It showed his wife and family, and Anastasia thought that she would meet her very soon. The girl got out of bed and silently asked her father in heaven to pray for her, that she would find a client today. After that, she got fully dressed and left the room. But when she opened the door, she was quite surprised to see David standing there. The guy said that she had surprised him because it was still early in the morning and they already had clients. They were downstairs waiting for them, so they should go. After that, they went downstairs together and headed straight for the men who were waiting for them. After the main character saw them, he noticed that it was just wonderful, and that they would probably have fun. Anastasia was wary when she saw these people, because they exuded some kind of terrible demonic energy. The men opened the door and said that their boss wanted to meet them at his residence, so they invited them to come along. They looked quite menacing, but politely asked them to sit down. The girl was scared because of this, and she wondered why she felt like they were being led to certain death. Soon, they didn't sit down in their seats, and the car drove straight to the residence of that very customer. Anastasia looked closely at the men in front of her and remained wary. The main character noticed this and asked if she felt it too. Then he smiled and asked if she felt that they were demons. His companion said that she knew it, because there were 2 ghostly figures behind them, but she thought it was just an optical illusion. David said that his vision technique allowed him to identify demons based on the color of their spiritual energy, but she said she could see their true essence. And perhaps it was all because of the demon inside her body. So there is a possibility that he will help her get into the ghost company. After a while, the car finally arrived at its destination, and everyone got out. The hero said that the door was huge, and wondered if dinosaurs lived there. He scanned the place with his equipment while they were driving, and the spiritual energy of the inhabitants here was at least A rank. Still, it was overkill if the guards had been sent to bring them there. He then asked them when they planned to attack them. But together with the girl, they saw that the guards had started to change clothes and asked what they were doing. The guards apologized and said that they didn't want to damage their clothes, because they were quite expensive, so there was no misunderstanding, they explained. It turns out that the girl and the guy had entered private property, and now they were attacking them. This location had been chosen solely to avoid breaking the law. The girl asked what this was all about, and David said that, except in extreme cases involving legally registered demons, it is a crime to attack a person. But despite this, they found a loophole in the rules in order to fight him. The man said that if they could make their boss admit defeat within 5 minutes, they would allow them to see him. Anastasia was then asked to step aside for her own safety. The girl quickly began to run away, and the creatures transformed into their true form. And soon it turned out that they were huge wolves. After seeing their true form, the main character smiled, and his opponents began to move towards him. One of the demonic creatures rushed towards the hero quite briskly, and he managed to jump out of the way at the last moment. He smiled again and said that he was indeed fast. David began to move upward in order to jump away from his opponent for as long as possible. But another creature was waiting for him in the sky, and so the guy was caught between them. Of course, he saw their attack at the last moment, and the girl watched it all from below. Anastasia was alarmed by the situation and shouted at the guy to take care of himself. When David was in the sky, he said that he had previously thought that his legs alone would be enough to defeat them. But he added that it seemed he had underestimated them, so he should fight. So after that, the guy raised his hands, which had been in his pockets the whole time. And literally a few seconds later, there was a huge explosion in the air, causing rocks to fly in all directions. Anastasia was stunned by what was happening and tried to dodge the debris. After that, she looked up, not understanding what was happening there. The main character, in turn, continued to fight the monsters, striking them in turn. The girl wondered what had happened and didn't know what to do. All she could see in the sky was a huge stream of energy spreading in different directions, and because of this, she couldn't see anything. David, using his tremendous speed, managed to fight off both monsters at the same time. Soon, he grabbed both opponents with his hands and declared that he no longer wanted to fight them. Then, at tremendous speed, he slammed the creatures' heads together and told them to calm down. The creatures were terrified by what was happening, as they had not expected such a sudden attack. Finally, Anastasia was able to see something in the sky, but it shocked her. Just a few seconds after the battle subsided, one of the creatures landed right next to her. The demon landed with such tremendous speed that it pierced the ground and stuck into it. The girl wondered what had happened, because she heard an explosion, and then something flew off to the side. While she was distracted by what had happened behind her, another explosion sounded. It was the main character, who had landed another creature at tremendous speed with his hand. Then he climbed onto the monster's chest and asked how they liked the fight, and if they would admit defeat. One of the creatures began to climb with its last ounce of strength. It declared that they were mercury wolves and would never admit defeat as long as there was a chance of victory, so they proposed to continue the battle. The main character declared that he was indeed a brave man, and that it seemed he would have to fight seriously. Just as David was about to attack the mercury wolves, they felt a chill run down their spines. The ordinary blow that the guy was about to deliver filled them with fear. And all this happened because he looked powerful enough. But not just powerful enough to destroy an entire city. The creature had already imagined this scene in its mind and was therefore very frightened. Then the wolf immediately declared that he admitted defeat, and Anastasia realized that the fight had lasted less than 5 seconds. And now this bloodthirsty monster was obediently wagging its tail, so the girl didn't understand what was going on. But damn it, she missed it. The girl saw that the other creature did the same, then declared that if his brother had surrendered, he would also admit defeat. Soon, the guards declared that they had heard about the guy's incredible strength and were willing to risk their lives to keep the battle going for 5 minutes. If they succeeded in this, it would bring honor and respect to their race. But they were naive and did not last longer than 5 seconds. So he apologized to the main character for their recklessness, while Anastasia begged them to put their pants back on. A few minutes after the incident, the huge entrance gate swung open and the hero declared that he was bored after a few blows and had already read their strength. The girl asked if that was all, and the guy replied that after that, it was no longer interesting to fight. He then asked how many blows she had noticed, and the girl replied that she had noticed one, but the hero pointed out that he had struck him twice. The wolf asked if his tribesman felt something strange, because he had struck him, but the blow had not hit him. It turned out that at that moment there was an invisible wall between them that protected the guy. The guard thought he had imagined it, which was rather strange, because his clothes were also in perfect order. His companion remarked that if the rumors he had heard were true, then this guy was a mysterious monster. Anastasia asked how he had achieved such strength, since he was still so young. Could it be that his master had taught him such cool techniques? Together they walked along a road lined with grass, and in that grass sat a creature watching them. Soon, the girl said that she had something to confess, and the hero told her to speak. She said that she simply couldn't find this client. The hero was angry and asked her what she was talking about and where this employer came from. Anastasia said she had no idea, but he had already promised her that if there was work today, they would cooperate with him, and there was no turning back. The boss was told that the guests had arrived, and he said to let them in. There was a guy standing near the table who asked if David had really defeated the mercury wolves in 5 seconds. His sword tells him that he wants to taste his blood, and he asked if he could hear him. The hero and the girl were discouraged and thought it was stupid. David wondered if it was serious. If his sword could really talk, then let it say something else. The girl thought he was an idiot because he wanted to fight him. The masked man said that the 2 scars on his face and the mercury wolves were his doing. On top of that, it turned out that he had defeated them in 2 seconds. A fly flew over the man's head, and he noticed it. Then, using his weapon, he made a sharp movement and killed it. He did it so well that the insect was cut into pieces. After that, the interlocutor noticed that he was interested, but wondered whether his sword or the guy's fists would be faster. The main character continued to stand still and did not move, and his opponent struck him. After that, he used a skill called Flying Fish Dawn, and because of this, many cuts appeared there. But literally a few moments later, this masked man with a weapon in his hands flew out of the window onto the street. He did it so fast that he couldn't stop right away. When the guy fell to the ground, he thought that the hero didn't even flinch when he rushed towards him, also came out unarmed, and then the blow happened. The man, who was still on the ground, noticed that someone was approaching him. The hero said that he hated rude people like that man, because he had attacked him for no reason. The boss clapped his hands and remarked that the guy was indeed #1 in the ghost company. After all, he was able to defeat their strongest bodyguard in an instant, and the job would definitely be his. The man said that his son had disappeared in an old mansion, and the ghost company had sent people to investigate last night. Of course, it turns out that they found nothing there, but the man is sure that the boy is there, if it is the work of a demon, and even the company could not cope. So he must be incredibly strong, and the man asks the guy to help him find his son, because money is no problem. The hero is excited because he is incredibly strong, and the girl is excited because money is not a problem. David said that it all sounds cool, and he accepts the offer. Anastasia said that they will definitely find his son. Suddenly, the man who was supposed to give them the job changed his expression dramatically. The girl also looked to the side and saw a boy standing there, but she was stunned by this because she saw demonic power in him. The boy moved rather slowly, and his pupils revealed that they were empty. After a while, the old man asked what was wrong with his precious son, because he seemed like a vegetable. David said that he looked frightened and wondered what he had seen there, and his father begged his dear son to wake up. Anastasia then said that it was as if the boy's soul was above him, and that it seemed to be in great pain. The hero smiled at this and said that the mummy's eyes were no worse than his. The old man got up and asked if his boy was possessed, and if so, he asked to save him. The main character said that the boy had lost his soul, and if they did not find it before midnight, he would die. The man grabbed the boy by the leg and noticed that his mother had died early and that he had no one else but the boy. He would give them anything if they would just help. Anastasia soon noticed something and began to approach the boy. She said that he had something in his right ear, some kind of red thing. The main character immediately ran up and asked the girl to step back. After that, he put seals on his hands and performed a technique called moments to dispel spirits. Literally a few seconds later, some kind of creature began to emerge from his ear. Then the creature jumped out so quickly that the hero barely had time to notice it. After that, he used his tremendous speed, but was unable to catch the creature. David was stunned by this, because he thought he had struck it, but it managed to escape. Still, it was truly amazing to him, and he caught a glimpse of the creature out of the corner of his eye. The hero then jumped out of the room to catch up. He soon declared that this creature was quite nimble, and he already liked it for that reason. So it turns out that he tried to catch up with it for some time, but his attempts were in vain. The guy with the sword in his hand saw this and said that this was his chance to show his abilities, so he used his fishing skill called Moonlight. The main character felt the radius of this attack, which was rapidly spreading around the area. Just as he was trying to catch up with the creature, the swordsman appeared out of nowhere and delivered the final blow. It all happened so quickly and sharply that the creature was cut into several pieces. The masked man then smiled and declared that his sword was still faster. Then a girl and a man ran up and asked if they had caught it and what it was. The guy asked how he thought he lost last time because he was too reckless and should fight again. Besides, wasn't it a cool move? David noticed that the green spiritual energy looked familiar, and his interlocutor continued to say that it didn't matter what the target was, if it was within the radius of damage, it would die. After that, he looked at the hero's hand and asked what the hell was going on, why he had turned him into a black bean. The hero understood that this was a combat retreat technique, but wasn't it the technique used by one of the branches of the secret Taoists? But that couldn't be, because that sect had been exterminated long ago. On one of the roofs of a huge building was a greenhouse with plants, where a man was sitting who noticed that one of his beans was damaged. If they were able to force his combat servant to reveal himself, then one of them must be from the Maoshan sect. So this man is afraid that they will meet soon. The masked man said that a face like his should only be shown to a strong opponent, that he is a freelancer, and that they should be as careful as possible about revealing their identities. But his sword says that heroes are worthy of this, and he is an independent warrior named Ricardo. The man said that he was not obliged to find his son's soul, and Ricardo was angry and said that the guy should have turned around and looked at him before leaving. The girl said that the guy said he was on his own, as if he were a Taoist, and the guy said that people like him had awakened their own spiritual energy. They possessed so-called superpowers like in video games. Each of them had a source of spiritual energy, and perhaps he would tell the girl more someday. She said she would behave herself, and the hero wondered what would happen if it was the work of the Fangxian sect. They are ready to jeopardize the honor of their master with their despicable actions, so they should be taught a lesson. The girl asked why they needed to go there at night, since it was 4 hours until dawn. David said that those who are good at hiding, like the guy, are most noticeable at night. Therefore, he said that they should go in, because the sooner they finished, the sooner they could go back to their beds. Anastasia looked closely at the huge building in front of her and became alert. Her eyes began to change shape at that moment, and a demonic power appeared, and at that moment she heard a voice telling her not to go inside. She became wary and did not understand who had said it, but control of her right eye was no longer hers. And from that moment on, all the girl heard were words telling her not to go in. Anastasia clutched her head, and did not understand if the demon inside her body had already awakened. Suddenly, she realized that something had happened, and the image before her eyes began to blur. Shortly after that, her right eye changed back to its normal human form. But now she didn't understand where she was, because it was a strange place. Soon the girl saw an urn, and wondered if she was back in her subconscious. Literally a few moments later, a hand appeared from that very urn, as well as a creature. Anastasia became very alarmed and saw a dried-up corpse crawl out of it. At that moment, she was very scared, and stared intently at the creature in front of her. The copper stakes that had been driven into the creature's body began to dissolve little by little. The girl saw something paranormal and frightening in front of her, so she was scared. The body of the creature in front of her began to be covered with skin, and soon it looked like a boy who was begging not to go there because he didn't want to be locked up again. He had no face, but he kept saying that he didn't want to be locked up. Anastasia saw a picture in her subconscious of him in the barrel, submerged in it. It was the prolonged loneliness of this creature, sitting alone and crying. Soon the girl returned to the real world and did not understand why she was crying now. She was kneeling, and David approached her, asking why she was crying. If she was afraid, he said, she should just not go in there. Anastasia said that wasn't true, because she felt like she had been in her own subconscious just now. It was there that she saw a dried-up body that had turned into a faceless child. She felt that it had been kept in the urn for a long time, and she could sense its fear, pain, and loneliness. Of course, she doesn't know why, but she wants to cry even now. The main character did not understand why he felt uncomfortable when he saw her in such a state. Then he turned around and said that it was most likely the mummy's memory, that they had merged together, so it was natural for memories to manifest themselves. Anastasia shouted for him to wait because the creature had forbidden her to enter the house. David became alert and asked what she had seen. She said she hadn't seen anything and didn't know if it was because of the mummy, but just standing on the threshold of this house was incredibly scary. The guy wondered how the monster knew to run away, since it had not only better eyesight, but also better sensitivity than him. David told the girl not to be afraid, because he was with her, and if she felt danger, she should stand behind him. Anastasia remembered him, and remembered his words that she shouldn't be afraid because he was with her. She also remembered his words that when she sensed danger, she should immediately stand behind him, and when he said he was glad she was alive. She also remembered the moment when David said that he had come to save her. Anastasia understood that, of course, he might be a narcissistic, selfish, and petty scoundrel. But despite this, his words made her feel safe, so she asked him to wait because she was afraid of the dark. David said he didn't want to leave, his hands itching to fight someone, and his companion asked if he could slow down because she was really scared. When Anastasia first entered the building, something happened with her first step. A strange, ominous energy formed around her. The girl felt as if someone was watching them, and the atmosphere had also changed. Then she turned to the main character and asked him to come over for a minute. Anastasia went outside, and just as she thought, it happened. The main character also came closer to her after that. After that, they saw together that the building they were standing next to was floating in the air with a huge piece of land. The girl wondered if they were really in the air because they had literally just been on the ground. But David said that it was simply impossible to fly into the air in such a short period of time. So most likely, it turned out that they had entered another dimension. His companion paid attention to him, and the guy began to insert some kind of seals. Not understanding what was happening, she asked what he was going to do. David used a rune suppression skill called Borrowed Thunder, and declared that he would destroy this dimension with his own power. A few moments later, he made 3 magic balls, and sent them into the air. It was an attack with destructive power called Triple Glacial Bolts of Euphoria. Despite the enormous power that hung in the air, nothing happened, and the attack simply dissipated. Anastasia then noticed that it seemed to have failed after all. The guy asked if it really didn't work, or if it was just something strange. The girl looked at him and seemed to think that it had hurt his pride. His companion said that it was, of course, strange that his attacks had not worked, but how then had their client's child been able to get out of there? The main character turned to leave and said that they should go, because they would find out how it happened when they found the spellcaster who created it. And so, together, they entered a huge room with a fresco painted on the wall. David asked what was going on, because he could not see any spiritual or demonic energy. It seemed that this demon was also good at hiding itself. The girl was walking behind him, and suddenly some fingers appeared right out of the ground near her feet. But the hero continued on his way, and the guy asked if she felt anything, and the girl replied that she did not. She asked if it was true that they would not be able to return if they did not find him, and at that moment, a hand with a mouth appeared near her head. Then the creature came very close and licked her cheek with its tongue. Anastasia was very frightened by this and screamed, and the creature hid. The hero noticed her and asked why she was screaming, and then the same hand appeared near his back. A few moments later, he saw the guy lose his concentration and knock the creature away. But this attack was not destined to succeed, because the guy easily repelled it and grabbed the creature. David immediately turned around and looked at what was in his hand, and there was another hand. Because of this, he threw away this demonic entity and shouted that it was simply disgusting. A few moments later, a voice echoed throughout the room, saying that these people seemed to be stronger than him. Then it continued, bending over and stating that it had been a long time since he had touched a girl, and that they were all so delicious. The main character was annoyed and shouted that it was enough talking, and that they should get their asses over here. And then, from the wall with the drawing, hands began to appear, as well as something resembling a head. The guy and the girl turned their attention there and waited for the creature to appear. And when the head of this demonic creature appeared, it told the guy to leave the girl alone, and maybe it would spare him. David was already very angry at that moment, and asked Anastasia to step back. It turned out that the demonic energy of this thing in front of them was 5 times stronger than the mummy inside her body. The demonic entity that had been in the wall all along began to attack, pulling its limbs out of the wall. The main character smiled and said that it seemed like this job wasn't a waste of time after all, and that he finally had a worthy opponent. Soon, the head of the huge monster was right in front of the guy, and he stopped without attacking. The demon said that his opponent looked calm. He then added that he assumed it was the ghost company that had sent him here, but the hero said that it was time to stop wasting time, because they were in a hurry, so they should fight quickly. The creature asked why he was in such a hurry, because the boss had finally sent people here, and it would be a shame if it all ended so quickly. Using his hands to negotiate, the demon asked if they wanted to play a little game. David became even more angry and remarked that this chatterbox was starting to annoy him even more. Shortly after that, the demonic creature's hand appeared from the girl's cheek. But there was not just one hand, there were several, and they immediately attacked the guy. Yes, so it was done in order to grab him and hold him. The creature told the hero not to try to escape using brute force, because if he touched anything, his hands could grow from that very spot. So if he destroyed his limbs, the girl would also suffer because of it. But who knows, maybe she would die from blood loss. David asked if Anastasia was okay, and if she felt any strange sensations in her body. She replied that she didn't, but the guy was tied up. The main character thought that if she didn't feel anything, then that was good. The demonic creature moved closer to the guy, and advised him to take care of himself first. Immediately after that, using its limbs, which were around the hero, it began to squeeze them harder and harder. Anastasia was stunned because she couldn't do anything about it, and the limbs continued to grow out of her cheek. The main character then began to scream loudly, and the girl was worried about him. The creature said that he had lied about the girl getting hurt, because if he had such an ability, he would have attacked them long ago, and people are truly emotional beings. He added that he had forgotten to tell the guy that the longer he was enveloped in his body, the stronger the pressure would become. Now that same boy was most likely experiencing incredible pain, and perhaps that would finally shut him up. Anastasia was quite angry about this, and could no longer control herself. The demonic creature reached out his hand to her and said it was time for them to have some fun, but she easily dodged its attack to the side. After that, the limbs that had come out of her cheek began to tear off one after another. When the demon saw this, he was stunned, because he did not expect her to be able to tear them off. Also, the place that had been struck on her cheek began to heal when she used some kind of power. The demonic creature did not understand why her aura had changed so unexpectedly, so thoughts began to creep in that she might be a monster. And at the same time, while it was thinking about all this, the girl did not stop and began to attack it. Using her enormous demonic power, she struck the creature directly on the head. Of course, it was an attack he did not expect, so he easily dodged it. The monster hit the wall from which it had emerged and remained there for some time. Anastasia approached David and noticed that she couldn't believe he would lose consciousness from something like that, although there was nothing wrong with that, as long as he remained unconscious. Now, she was using the demonic power hidden within her to protect him. The demonic creature became very angry and, calling her trash, declared that her end was near. Immediately after these words, limbs began to appear from various points in the building, and the demon declared that he was actually quite interested now. At the moment, it wanted to know how long she could hold out against it. Anastasia thought that since she had decided to join the ghost, there was no point in staying behind David. It turned out that her body was no longer what it used to be, and now it could even fight. However, it also meant that the demonic energy of this monster was 5 times stronger than hers, so she would not be able to win in a one-on-one battle. All the girl can do at the moment is circle around him. Of course, there is a chance that she will be able to hold out until David wakes up. After a very short pause, the demonic creature began its attack, using its limbs. Anastasia saw that an attack was coming and thought she could handle it. But after a few moments, she was surprised because she didn't understand why her tail wasn't appearing. The demonic creature had already almost touched her and was ready to attack. But in the end, it failed, because when its limbs approached the girl, a gust of wind appeared and scattered them. Anastasia was surprised and did not understand where these gusts of wind came from. As a result, the demonic creature's arms, which were supposed to attack her, simply flew off in different directions. At that moment, the main character approached the girl and noticed that she was indeed doing quite well. But it turned out that it wasn't his style to be protected by a girl. She looked at the guy and happily announced that he had woken up. David asked if she really thought this weakling could knock him out, since he was just pretending, but she shouted that he was a liar. The guy asked if she wanted to work for a ghost company, and it could be considered a little test from him. Besides, didn't her tail appear on its own in case of danger? The girl hesitated, and the hero continued, asking if she knew why it hadn't appeared. It turns out that when the parental hand grew out of her face, he asked her how she felt, and she replied that she didn't feel anything strange, and then it dawned on him. As it turned out, this thing wasn't that powerful. Emitting false demonic energy to appear more impressive was all it could do. So most likely it was a D-rank demon, the lowest of all. After that, the main character prepared for an attack and used a borrowed wind technique. Using it, he flew up, ready to launch his attack. The demonic creature, which remained in the wall, became a little wary because of this. The hero smiled slyly and asked him if he wanted to see what spiritual energy looked like. After that, the demon was attacked, and he thought that this guy was just a stupid child, but just looking at him made it difficult to breathe. Although, is it really possible for a human to possess such strong spiritual energy? The demon can no longer bear it and is about to vomit. A few moments later, some kind of air appeared from various parts of his body. David watched in amazement as the creature's head fell off and dried up beyond recognition. Anastasia came over to look at it, and the hero said that they had tried so hard, but it turned out to be just a gatekeeper. He wanted to ask it for useful information, but the creature was unconscious. The girl looked at the face that appeared from under the mask and said how ugly it was. It turned out that he wouldn't even be able to run away if he woke up. David said that they should move on, because if he was guarding this door, then his master was most likely upstairs. Suddenly, the demonic creature woke up and asked if he was looking for his boss. But if so, then he was just a stupid child who didn't know his place. The main character became very angry when he heard all this, and asked what he had just said, whether he had been pretending to be dead all this time. He then declared that he suddenly felt a strong desire to kick his ass. The interlocutor smiled and thought that he was really easy to provoke, but his goal was his companion. When Anastasia turned around to see what would happen between David and that creature, a door appeared behind her, and limbs came out of it. The monster tried to grab the girl and thought that it would be easy to take her if the guy wasn't with her. At that moment, when the main character was distracted by the creature in front of him, he heard the girl screaming behind him. He turned around and asked what had happened this time, why she was screaming. But at the same time when the guy turned around, he saw nothing. Because of this, the hero was, of course, stunned, and asked where she had gone, and the monster also disappeared. Anastasia found herself in some other place and asked where she was. The creature's limbs were near her. In order to figure out what had happened, the girl started shouting the guy's name. But since he did not answer her, she walked along the corridor. In one of the rooms of this huge building, where the hero and the girl were, there were quite a lot of soft toys. These were not just any toys. Their eyes glowed, and a large creature sat in front of them. The demon with limbs returned to this room and told the boss that he had caught the girl as he had asked, then asked what he should do with her. The large dark demonic creature sat and ate a large amount of food that was in front of it. And then, after stuffing food into its mouth, it decided to let her walk free for now. After all, she would remain with him forever. At that moment, Anastasia was walking down a dark corridor, thinking that she had parted ways with David. It was a huge building, strange indeed, but it was unclear what all these rooms were for. The very demon they had fought did everything to separate them, but it was unclear for what purpose. While the girl was thinking about this, some kind of creature appeared above her in the corridor. Anastasia noticed it out of the corner of her eye and looked up to get a better look. But there was no one there, so she wondered if she had just imagined that someone was staring at her. Suddenly, she heard children laughing ahead in the hallway, and when she looked up, she saw some children. So she wondered if other children were here too. She immediately ran up to them and tried to stop them to help, but she was stunned when she saw that they simply walked through the wall. This made Anastasia wonder if they were souls. She was very frightened and upset that the souls of children were here. But at the same time, if we're talking about souls, aren't they here to find the soul of that very boy? So there might be various clues behind the door of the hotel where she was staying. Plucking up a little courage, Anastasia approached the door and threw it open. But she saw nothing there, because it was just an empty room with quite a lot of furniture. Of course, the girl was surprised by this and wondered where the children could have gone. At the same time, there was a jar on the table, and Anastasia approached it to see what was there. She asked what it was because it looked like there was something inside. Soon after she got a little closer and looked inside, she saw that there was a dog in there. This frightened the girl very much, so she fell to the floor and started screaming. Anastasia did not understand why there was a stuffed dog there because it was so disgusting. On top of that, a strange smell began to appear in the room, and she noticed it. In the room, which still looked quite normal, she saw various traces of blood. At the same time, David continued to search for his companion and attacked any demons he could find. At the same time, he did not understand where she could have gone, and why there was so much evil here. Anastasia thought that just a second ago, the room had looked extremely clean and tidy. That's why she didn't understand where these strange colored splashes, resembling blood, had come from all over the room. In order to better understand the situation, the girl approached the bed, which had the most splashes. There, in the very center, she noticed a human silhouette. Even though she only took a small breath, she could smell a hint of metal, so maybe it really was blood. Perhaps she could not only see souls, but also long-gone bloodstains. After that, Anastasia looked up and thought that it looked like a family portrait, and that it must be the previous owners of this mansion. Next to that man is most likely his wife and child, but why was the canvas cut? Could it be that the figure on the bed is the child from the painting? This place frightens the girl, and as she suspected, someone was killed here. At the same time, there are traces of blood on the floor, as if the child had been dragged. The trail led somewhere in an unknown direction, so the girl was curious to see where it led. Since she had received such obvious clues, she wondered what awaited her at the other end. Most likely, it was a child's room, but there were practically no fingerprints here. Only on the floor itself is there a small pool of blood. Anastasia wondered if the child had been attacked in this room, and then dragged to the parents' bedroom. Most likely, the child was killed on the bed, given how much blood there was, and it should be assumed that the killer had a weapon such as a knife, which he used to stab the child. It is unclear what enemies this family had, that they would be capable of killing an innocent child so brutally, or perhaps the killer was not human at all. After a moment's thought, the girl noticed a cabinet with a book on it. When Anastasia opened it, she saw quite a few children's drawings. In these drawings, you could see pictures of a man attacking a woman, and some kind of secret about her father. The girl did not understand what made him behave this way, and even kill his own pet, probably the dog whose corpse she had seen earlier in the vessel. But she doubted that her father had killed his own child, and besides, why would he put the key in the dog's mouth? Of course, it was unclear what the secret was, but she needed to figure it out. Anastasia opened one of the cabinets and saw a knife with traces of blood on it, which meant that it was probably the murder weapon. Of course, this was useful information, but was the key really in the dog's stomach? She never thought she would have to do something like this while hunting demons. However, none of that mattered now. If she wanted to work for the ghost company, she had to do it, and she mentally apologized to the dog. After that, the flask containing the animal's corpse was smashed to smithereens, and the girl swore she would never do anything like that again. At the same time, she hoped that this would help her find the child's soul as soon as possible. Soon, Anastasia did so, and decided that when she succeeded, David would be shocked, but it was unclear why this key. Suddenly, she remembered that she had definitely seen a safe in this room. After that, the heroine approached it, and opened it with the key, as she had thought. It fit, so she took out some kind of thing and thought, could the secret be this notebook? The girl looked at the cover, and there were many words written on it about what should be killed. On page 1, the man wrote that it was the worst money of his life. The workers took everything from the workshop, and he wanted the girl to have a secure life, but now it was impossible. The man went on to say that the best things that had happened to him were his wife and the birth of his child, that only his wife could help him, and that they had decided to settle in a mansion outside the city. He followed the advice, and his life got better. The mansion is close to nature, and there are lots of kids there, so it would be nice to live like this for the rest of his life. The next page said that his wife was not like that, because a letter had arrived saying that she and the servant were trying to kill him, but the man did not believe it and wanted to fire the servant. A month passed, and his relationship with his wife got even worse. He was tormented by hallucinations, headaches, and nightmares, and he started thinking that his daughter didn't look like him at all. It went on to say that some black thing kept smiling at him, so he killed the dog, and the child threw a tantrum that almost made his head explode. The next page said that he had killed his wife and child, and made it so that now they couldn't even meet in spirit form. The villain's soul would be locked in this damn mansion forever, and he could finally die in peace. The girl was stunned when she read all this. A few moments later, she threw up right on the floor. Anastasia thought that when she cut up the bodies, The dogs didn't even come close to making her feel this sick. It turned out that the owner of the house was possessed, but how could he have killed his own wife and child so brutally? The girl's thoughts were interrupted by the creaking of a closet, whose door opened by itself. And after that happened, a rather frightening and dark energy began to emanate from it. Anastasia, alarmed, turned toward it, realizing that the wardrobe had opened by itself. It was most likely her father or the vengeful spirit of the child, but whatever it was, she had a bad feeling about it. If the girl's tail did not appear, it meant that she could handle it herself, so there was a high probability that it was the demon who had created this dimension. So at that very moment, it was already interesting to find out what it was. Since the door stopped opening, the girl thought that she would have to find out everything herself. Suddenly, she withdrew her hand and thought that everything was going too smoothly, because the child's soul had led her to this room, where she found many clues. And the closet had unexpectedly opened by itself. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed like someone was leading her by the nose, and on top of that, this demon was able to create fake demonic energy. So perhaps the demons here could hide their presence, and after all, such scenes were often shown in movies. Anastasia is more vulnerable than David. She is still alive only because she is cautious, but she has begun to neglect this quality. So, most likely, it turns out that it is not worth opening, because right now the most important thing is to find David and complete their mission. If she falls for the demon's scheme, she will not only become useless, but also an extra burden, while at the same time, something began to appear from under the ground behind her. Soon, the girl heard a voice asking her to help and save it. The spirit kept saying that the girl was the only one who could help it. Anastasia paid attention to it, and saw that it was a little girl floating in the air. She asked her not to be afraid, because if she wanted to kill her, she would have done so long ago. The heroine was stunned by this, and asked if she was really that child. Her companion said that she had brought her here so that she could learn her story, and perhaps she would believe her if she did her a favor. In gratitude, she could tell the girl the secret of this mansion, because if the girl was not mistaken, they had come for the boy in the cap. Anastasia was surprised and asked if she really knew where the child's soul was. The little girl said that if she could tear that old piece of paper off her body, she would tell her everything she knew. Her interlocutor asked about her body, and the little girl said that it was in the closet. Of course, the heroine was very scared at that moment, but she went to the door to open it. When she opened it, she was stunned and couldn't understand how a man could do such a thing to his own daughter, because it was inhuman. Judging by the diary entries, her mother hardly seemed like the type of person capable of intrigue. Inside the closet was a dried-up corpse with an inscription nailed to its forehead. Anastasia couldn't change it, and it drove the girl's father crazy since he had done such a thing. At that moment, the heroine saw memories of the creature that was inside her, and she could see how it was locked up. The man tried to get out of the barrel they had put him in, but they wouldn't let him, and then they laughed very loudly. Soon after, Anastasia's eyes were taken over by a male creature. At the same time, the girl was already holding the inscription in her hands and tore it off her head. The little girl who had been begging for help was freed from the curse at that moment. The dark silhouette that remained on her face changed to the normal face of a little girl. Then she cried and thanked them for freeing her, saying that now she would be able to meet her parents in paradise. Her companion did not answer her, so the little girl asked what had happened. At the same time, a demon took possession of the body and declared that he was not amiss. After that, he paused for a few seconds and said that his name was Arnold. Then the bone tail reappeared and attacked the girl's body from behind. Then the demonic creature said that he was extremely curious to know who had the courage to lock him up again. David asked why these things were so afraid, but no one could tell him anything useful. There was a barrier on the second floor and he couldn't get there, even though he had basically finished on the first floor. If his sister Lucy found out that he had let the girl out of the apartment and found a job, and also lost her, everything would be bad. Now he was sitting on a huge mountain of demons. It was night outside, and there was a very heavy downpour. A man was running down the road with a small child in his arms who was crying very loudly. He was running towards a huge temple that was right in front of him on the road. The man ran inside the building, and then laid the boy down on the ground. Finally, he glanced at him, and then hurriedly left the room he was in. Slamming the front door behind him, he left the child alone. But in that very room, there was a huge hole, from which a large number of red eyes could be seen. They stared intently at the child lying on the ground, and it turned out that they were large rats. They were all very hungry, so they immediately rushed at the child below. At that moment, a large number of souls were flying around in this huge mansion. Arnold cut open the baby in front of him and declared that she was finally free. The little girl thought, could this be the creature that the rat wanted to keep? He must be a demon inside this girl's body. Arnold looked closely at his interlocutor from the state and felt it. The little girl said fearfully that they were alike because they were both lonely children. The demonic creature was surprised at that moment, because it suddenly felt some kind of pressure. His companion said that the rat was angry because he had scattered her soul, so before she disappeared, she asked him to listen to her carefully. It turns out that he can control the space inside the mansion, and all attacks against him are useless, so it is simply impossible to destroy him in this place. In other words, at the moment he is simply invulnerable. But even so, there is a way to defeat him, and suddenly something strange appeared behind the little girl at that moment. The little girl continued to say that once she saw something, and suddenly hands appeared from that space and grabbed her. They covered her mouth so that the girl couldn't say anything. After that, her body was pulled right into the circle that had appeared behind her. Arnold watched the situation closely and realized that the portal was still open. So, it seemed that it had been left there just for him, and that's why he jumped in. And soon, the demon in the girl's body moved to the space where the boss was. After that, he got angry and asked if this creature really wanted to lock him up here. His interlocutor said that it didn't matter that the girl had destroyed her soul, he would simply devour her, and then they could be together. But before this little girl died, she would have to play with him. Arnold told him to let the girl go, otherwise he would beat all the nonsense out of him so that he would spit her back out. The creature, which resembled a rat, said that he hated it when people were rude to him. So if she didn't obey, he would have no choice but to eat her. The demon in Anastasia's body just smiled at this and told him to try it. Immediately after that, Arnold rushed towards the creature that was his opponent. The rat asked if the girl hadn't said anything. After all, it turned out that he was God in this world. The creature began to attack with its fingers, twisting the girl's leg. Arnold noticed that something had happened to his body and turned his attention to it. After that, the body collapsed to the ground, and only a scream of unbearable pain could be heard. The boy immediately began to say that he was very sorry, but she had left him no choice, and therefore she should be more obedient. Since she didn't want to stay and keep him company, he had no choice but to break her legs, so he asked if she still wanted to leave. He made all these demons stay here not so they could play with her. All this was done because they helped the creature enter people's homes and take what he wants. But that boy in the cap who came to him yesterday, just like them, feels lonely, and everyone will find happiness only if they stick together. The creature continued to say that it had food and things to play with the boy, but he said that all he wanted was to go home, and asked it to let him go. The creature swallowed a little of his soul and released the boy. As soon as the girl entered the space he had created, he already knew about her, no matter how well she hid. As for the mummy, he had heard that eating his flesh would increase his demonic power, so how about leaving his legs behind, and he would let him go. Arnold began to gradually come to his senses and get to his feet. He then declared that if this rat-like creature wanted his limbs, it could take them. At the same time, he used his four-eye skill, and said that he was worried that the creature would be too dead to take them. The demon realized that the woman had noticed the bloodstains in the room after she subconsciously used 4 eyes, but it didn't work in the mansion. As a result, this demon's spatial abilities may hinder him, but he can still use them. Arnold is overconfident, and it is necessary to check if there are any hidden demons. The boy said that there was no need for that, and that there were no other demons here that could hide themselves. He asked if he would still keep him company. This only angered the mummy, who said that he would only need one hand to kill him. The demonic creature that was his opponent used its power, damaged its arm, and asked if it was really that arm. Arnold then felt a sharp pain and began to scream. The master of this place said that his interlocutor should stop being stubborn, because killing him now was as easy as killing an ant. Now he just needed to surrender, because no one could win in this space. Soon the boy asked if he really wouldn't say yes. It seemed that the mummy could tolerate pain quite well, and it was interesting to see if he would endure it if the creature damaged his internal organs. After that, the master of the space did it, and blood gushed from the girl's mouth. The blood splattered on the rat, and she declared that it was mean after all, because she had stained him. Arnold coughed up blood and said that the creature was finished. His interlocutor pretended not to hear and asked what she had said because he couldn't hear her. The mummy shouted that he was not going to repeat his words to the dead man. Immediately after that, the blood that was on the rat's body began to move to the side. The boy looked closely and saw that it was forming a kind of bloodstream. It was Arnold's attack called the six-fold combo explosion, and as a result, a huge explosion thundered near the creature. The demonic creature in Anastasia's body continued to sit in place and watched closely to see what had happened. The upper part of the giant rat's body was damaged, and children's souls began to pour out of it. There were just a huge number of them. Arnold thought that these were probably the souls he had been feeding on all this time. The opponent should have perished in the space around the demon, but the entire mansion was still within the barrier. Was it really impossible to escape from here, even if this thing was killed? The little girl who had been freed said that she had already seen its true form, and that it was a black demon. The reason the creature looked the way it did now was that the black demon had eaten the child and many rats at the same time. The child's bones and body are on the 3rd floor, and if he finds them, he will be able to completely destroy the rat. Suddenly, the demon's true form appeared and attacked the girl's body. The creature then wondered why they were all trying to abandon it. The mysterious black demon used its multiple heads to grab the children and told them not to even think about leaving this place. After that, the demon used its attack and attacked Arnold again, causing him to bleed. The mummy thought that it was completely impossible to search for the real form together, as he could no longer move until his internal organs were in better condition. So perhaps it would all end before he found the child's body. The last of his strength left Arnold's body, and he fell to the ground. At the same time, someone broke through the floor from below. It was such a powerful blow that a huge explosion thundered, and the shockwave threw the girl's body aside. The demonic creature realized that a huge explosion had occurred, but it was unclear what was happening. At the same time, the main character flew up to the 2nd floor and asked why the barrier above had suddenly disappeared. David then looked around and asked if he had hit something. Anastasia's body landed somewhere off to the side due to the shockwave. The main character came closer and noticed that she was there, where she had been all along. Then the guy noticed her body, and saw that her arms and legs were twisted in different directions. David was very angry at the sight before him and asked who had done this to her. A dark demon began to emerge from the huge hole in the floor, and admitted that he had done it. After that, he said that the guy had come to him himself. So if that was the case, then he would break his limbs and crush his insides. The demonic creature became very angry and, using his power, tried to crush the guy completely. At that moment, the rat squeezed his hand very hard to make it very painful. But when he looked ahead, he saw that the main character's body was unharmed, and only some barriers appeared in the air. The creature couldn't believe its eyes and wondered if there was really no reaction, and it was unclear how this could have happened at all. At that very moment, David had already used his power, and it was clear that streams of his energy were spreading throughout his body, so he asked if this creature had done all this. After that, the guy slowly turned to his opponent, and it was clear that his eyes were already using his power. The hero pointed his hand directly at the demon, as if trying to shoot from his finger. Then he directed a huge stream of his power towards his opponent. When this bullet of energy reached the demon's head, it was very small. But upon colliding with it, a large amount of political energy was released, and the radius of this attack increased several dozen times. David stated that the creature would be unable to move for 5 minutes, and would be continuously struck by lightning. Then the guy looked at the girl's body, and noticed that now it was her turn. But he addressed her not as Anastasia, but as a mummy. The demonic creature that had taken over this place continued to writhe in pain, while the main character stood and looked at Arnold. Then the hero noticed that his interlocutor's consciousness was sealed. Moreover, he would not be able to come out of this state anytime soon, so he wanted him to tell him how he did it. His interlocutor stated that now was not the time for chatter, because the demon behind him was impossible to kill. If he wanted to destroy this place, he would have to find the body he was using, and the guy should hurry, because the creature here was invincible. David said that the guy in front of him was a demon who had killed hundreds of people, and did he really think he would believe his words? There was no such thing as a creature that was 100% invincible, but if there was, it could only be David. The demon's eyes began to change slightly, and it was clear that the girl was trying to take control. Anastasia regained consciousness, and shouted that he should stop being stubborn and do as he had been told before. After all, as soon as the demon recovered, it would definitely run away. And if that happened, the main character wouldn't be able to do anything, no matter how much strength he had, so he had to hurry while there was no barrier around. David said he understood everything, and then used the power of his left eye. That skill is called the Eye of the Underworld, and with it, he scanned the entire area around him. For several seconds in a row, he carefully examined everything around him in order to find the boy. Soon, the boy's gaze focused on the top, and he realized that what he needed was above him. So immediately after that, he jumped up there sharply. Anastasia heard a voice thanking the lady. She was surprised, and wondered if the mummy had thanked her and called her a lady. Meanwhile, the main character continued to break through to the top and fell through the floor. Then she looked around and realized that it must be the body she was talking about. There, on a piece of cloth, lay the body of a baby, of which only bones remained. David looked at it sadly and asked it to rest in peace. The demonic creature that ruled this place felt its soul fading away. Soon after, its entire body began to disintegrate and turn into a green substance. The main character jumped down and ordered the prisoner to return. Then the head of the demonic creature flew away from the main body. In its final moments, the demon thought it had been too careless, believing the guy to be an ordinary Taoist, so it thought its instincts would not work. From the moment the people entered the mansion, he realized that there was a mummy inside the girl's body. As for the guy on the other side, he couldn't tell who he was at all. This man's spiritual energy was so strong that he couldn't tell what he was. In a few moments, the creature's head had almost completely evaporated, but its huge body turned into a dark lump of demonic energy. David looked at all this and wondered if this thing was still alive. Another soul of the boy who had been killed appeared from the demon's body. Anastasia looked at him and saw that the child had started to cry. But from the open mouth of this child's soul appeared a girl, and the boy they were looking for. The main character looked at all this and said that the child's soul was with her. Since she had managed to escape from the big demon, she should soon reach heaven. The baby cried and said that he did not want to disappear until he saw his mother. His soul was stuck in the depths of his consciousness, and he could not control the body of this monster. He used the souls and bodies of those rats to become strong, but the baby had no freedom in his body. Now that he had become truly free, he wanted to see his mother, after which he would return the boy's soul, which was next to him, to the guy. David said that everyone has their own path, and he advises them to ascend as quickly as possible. He tries to bargain with them, using these human souls, which means he does not trust them. Even if they agree to his terms, these souls will disappear in a few hours, and it is simply impossible to find his mother in such a short time. Besides, at this point, no one can know for sure if she is still alive. The child was sad and shouted that he didn't care, because he wanted to see his mother. Otherwise, no one would be able to leave this place. The guy said that he was really difficult to deal with, and that he didn't get along well with children. Anastasia asked if he had destroyed his body, why the child's soul had not disappeared, and how he knew how to use spatial techniques. David said that it was the child's evil soul, and he thought that the boy had been hosting this big thing for so long that he had assimilated with it. So if the guy is not mistaken, then this demon is a parasite, the girl asked. In what sense a parasite? In response, the hero said that he doesn't really know its characteristics, but there is a signal on the phone, so he can check it. The guy showed that it was a much demon that was capable of creating a separate parallel space the size of a mousetrap, devouring souls and strengthening its abilities. It can create large paranormal spaces, and entry into them is possible at will. The demon cannot be killed when it is inside. In addition, it is capable of harming targets within a 10-meter radius. If the creature is wounded and loses consciousness, the space becomes unstable and opens a path to the outside world. David then said that knowing this information does not help them much. In addition, the spatial abilities that the child had just used were much stronger here than outside the room, so there was an idea. The girl said that as long as they were outside his attacks and couldn't destroy this technique, if he didn't agree to his request, they would be stuck here forever. The main character smiled and told her not to panic, because there was definitely a way out. Besides, he hadn't even used his full power when they were outside, his companion asked. But why was that? The guy replied that if he had used his full power, she could have died. Anastasia said that it turned out that during their first job, she not only didn't help, but also dragged him down. David pointed out that this was not the case. If you looked at the details, she had actually helped him by luring out the parasite and destroying the space. Even if she hadn't been there, he still wouldn't have been able to use his full power, and if he hadn't been lucky, he would have destroyed the child's soul. His technique had 7 parts, and she had already seen the euphoria and conclusion, most of these techniques being destructive wide-range attacks. For this reason, before leaving the mountain, he promised his master that he would not use parts 2 through 7, so he still cannot use them in this situation. But he could try a pure physical attack, which is a metal iron technique, allowing him to see what only his master had seen before. A few seconds later, a huge amount of energy covered the boy's body. The soul of the girl who had recently been saved became very alarmed when she saw this. She told the child that he should let them go, because he himself knew that the man could really be dangerous, and all this fuss would not help him. The interlocutor said that he knew she was as pathetic as he was, but at least her parents were there for her. But his father had abandoned him here to feed the rats, and his soul had been captured by a monster. After his mother saw that the boy was gone, she must have been very worried, and waited for him to return. That's why anyone who prevents her from seeing her son will simply die. The little girl understood that all this was bad, because the malice that was in him turned him into a demon. The girl wanted to stay and talk to him, but the boy told her not to interfere. After all, she couldn't understand how he felt, because she had a good father, and the boy didn't. The child had inherited both memories and demons, and he knew that her father had been a good man because the monster had captured him first. The demon was brought here by the boy's father, and then, after it became attached to her father, he became suspicious of everything and killed the girl. The demon's intention was to turn this place into a haunted house, so that no one would dare to come here, and then he would find a home for himself. The reason the demon forced its host to commit murder was that an adult could control himself, and did not obey its control. After that, he chose a baby because the child's mind was not yet fully developed. Over time, the baby gained consciousness, but by that point, the demon had completely taken control of him. The girl thanked her interlocutor for telling her all this. She hugged him and said that she knew there must have been a reason why her father did what he did, and the baby helped her understand the situation. The little girl knew what had happened to the baby's mother, but she couldn't tell him about it. This was because, sometime after her father killed her, she woke up and discovered something. Her body was her soul, so she was terrified, and some mysterious force wrapped around the bedroom prevented her from leaving. No matter what she did, she couldn't get out, and then she found her own body and a strange piece of paper on it. That's why the girl immediately wanted to tear it off, because she was so scared. It seemed to her that the reason she was in this situation was somehow connected with this piece of paper, that it was this piece of paper that was keeping her in this trap. Over time, the little girl realized that, apart from her own consciousness, she had lost all her emotions. She no longer felt fear, did not cry, and almost forgot who she was. At the same time, a feeling different from loneliness became increasingly apparent, and this terrible feeling that overwhelmed her whole body was anger. When the girl's mind was filled with a thirst for blood, her thoughts were interrupted by a child's cry. She thought she was hallucinating, but then there was a loud noise in the street. The girl couldn't hear what was happening, but she saw something terrible before her eyes. The woman asked why the man was hiding their son. Was he trying to blackmail her? In order to prevent her from telling the authorities, it would be better for him to give himself up, because karma would catch up with him anyway, the man shouted, asking if she had gone mad. He said that what happened to the gentleman and his family had nothing to do with him, but the girl said she saw the fake letter he wrote. She grew up with her, so she knows very well what kind of person she is, and it is unclear why he is trying to quarrel with them, as these people do not have many relatives. The woman knows that he was watching their mansion, and now that they are both dead, does he really think he can take it for himself? The man shouted that he should stop provoking him because the gentleman had gone mad and killed his entire family, and what did that have to do with him? The woman said that the secret was watching him. He went to your witch's house and took her incense burner. She didn't think too much about it because she couldn't believe it. But after the gentleman used it, he went mad, and there must be some kind of shamanism involved. The man shouted at her to stop making a fuss over nothing. Does she really think the police will believe her? The girl asked if he was still trying to justify himself, then let him explain why he buried the bodies under that tree after the gentleman killed himself. Wasn't he trying all this time to hide the fact that they were both dead? Copying the gentleman's handwriting and transferring ownership of the mansion to himself? He even deceived the students' parents, telling them that they had run away because they were being chased. It is unclear how this man is going to explain himself when the police find all these bodies. These people treated them so well all this time, so the man is simply inhuman. Her interlocutor angrily grabbed a stone and hit the woman, and a terrible thirst for blood enveloped the little girl's body and consciousness. From that moment on, she decided to suppress it within herself. After the man buried the bodies, he left the mansion and never came out again. The man went inside and was stunned to see a huge rat sitting on the floor. But he was even more surprised when the creature turned toward him. It had the head of a child and the body of a huge monster. The demonic creature called this man Dad, and asked him to play with it. The man tried to run away, but soon his body was completely torn apart by this creature. Those two people must have been his parents, but now the boy would never be alone again. The child sensed something strange, and the souls of these children began to scatter. The main character was near them at the same time and was heading there. Soon he sensed that something was happening ahead, so he dimmed his energy a little. Anastasia noticed this, and wondered if it was the illusion technique, because the children she had seen before must have been from the technique the girl had used. The boy fell under this illusion, and now he saw that he was in his mother's arms, so he was very happy. The next image that appeared before his eyes was of him and his family sitting at the table. The girl who had created this illusion from the outside watched the boy smile. This made her smile too, because she understood that she was feeling pleasant emotions. After that, she turned her attention to the main character and thanked them for freeing her. Then she turned to Anastasia and asked her to help her thank this kind gentleman who was inside her. He could feel all the pain and loneliness she had experienced over the past few years, which is why he wanted to destroy her soul. The boy who was next to her asked his mother for a little something to eat. The girl said that in any case, she was grateful to these guys, and she hoped that one day they would meet the people they missed so much somewhere in heaven. After that, the children's souls disappeared, and the entire vast place began to come out from under the spell. Then the estate where they were finally returned to its former place. The main character did not understand what was happening at all, because the barrier collapsed before he did anything, and besides, it was unclear who the girl was. It turns out that on top of all this, she also left behind the soul of a child. The hero used a sphere, inside which he placed the boy's soul. He then said that it seemed he didn't know much, and Anastasia said that everything was confusing, and even she couldn't fully understand what had happened. David said that she should not forget about it, and asked if she was in pain. She replied that it did not hurt much, but she could not stand up. The hero approached and picked her up. The girl was embarrassed and asked what he was doing, why he had suddenly picked her up, and he asked if she was really going to crawl home. Anastasia said that if there were real spirits in this world, then reincarnation must exist, and asked where the two children had gone. To the underworld? Would they be able to meet their relatives who had passed away? David said that as long as demons did not exist in this world, there were no gods. As far as he knew, there was no underworld and no reincarnation. His interlocutor said that if that was the case, then she had one more question. Pora was confused and asked why he got angry when he saw that she was hurt. David looked at her in surprise and said, "Isn't it obvious? He had promised to protect her, and she ended up in this state. If word got out that he couldn't even protect her, he would become a scapegoat." Anastasia thought it was because he was worried about her and got angry. The hero noticed this and asked why she suddenly blushed, wondering if she was hot. When they returned, the hero said that he had freed the child's soul and that he needed to recover after sleeping. The man thanked him for this and said that he would transfer the money soon. Anastasia's wounds were treated, so the guy picked her up and said they should get the car ready because they were going back. The old man asked them to wait because he had another task for them, if they were interested. David looked at him, and the old man said that they should help find out where it came from and handed him the dark bean. Many years ago, all kinds of warriors with different abilities appeared among humans during their war with demons, and over time, people formed their own sects. All Taoists had their own powerful attacks, and the most famous among the 5 racist sects were the secret Taoists, secret magicians, secret creators, secret observers, and secret brokers. Among the secret Taoists, the most special and powerful sects were divided, namely Maoshan and Fangshan. The former specialized in close combat and loved to use weapons. They were most skilled in the techniques of wind, lightning, fire, and metal that they cultivated. Fangxian focused on divination and cultivated their essence. While thirsting for knowledge, they rarely participated in operations to destroy demons. For some reason, the Fangshan sect did not participate in the destruction of demons, and began to engage in politics, becoming strategists for generations of kings. The power and prestige they gained did not last long, as success came with the first large-scale battle between humans and demons, known as the Battle of Zhulu. The Taoists struggled to cope with the endless waves of demons that attacked the city. At the very last second, the Fanzi sect sent all its members into battle. Unfortunately, the sect was destroyed, and with all the information about their warriors that was available, the man said he understood everything, and that his subordinates could now leave. He went on to say that the Ghost Company database stated that the Fangxian sect had been destroyed long ago. In that case, he couldn't understand what that tiny black bean was doing in his son's ear. The hero said that it was a secret technique of the Fangshan sect called the bean emptying technique. It turns plants into souls, which only very powerful warriors can do, and this technique has never been passed on to people outside the sect. All this means that the other party is definitely a Fangxian warrior who managed to survive. The man said he knew it was rather rude of him, but he wanted to know something. It would be good if they could tell him how this black bean is used. The hero thought for a few seconds, then said that it was used for espionage. To put it simply, someone was watching the old man, and as for the reasons, the guy thought it had something to do with his business. On the way here, the hero was told what had happened at the mansion. The owner of the black beans has nothing to do with the child's disappearance. David is not interested in his relationships, but they seem to be from the same group and use the bean retreat technique. So it's obvious that this man is an outstanding Fangxian warrior, and yet he did something so despicable that the guy is going to lure him out. After a while, he picked up Anastasia and left the estate. The old man watched them and remarked to his bodyguard that he hadn't said a word since they arrived, so this wasn't like him. So he asked if he had been asleep the whole time they were here. When there was no answer, the man shouted the same phrase again and woke the swordsman. Ricardo woke up and asked if they had already left. Of course, it's true that there is always someone better. So it seemed he would have to train harder. Otherwise, he would become too confident in himself. This guy who works for them is #1 in the city when it comes to catching demons. But that's only because Ricardo isn't in the Ghost Company. After that, he turned to his boss and said he wanted to quit. After all, he doesn't want to be a bodyguard. He wants to join the Ghost Company. This man was a lazy bum, so the old man was surprised and asked if he understood what he was giving up. At night, the whole city where the events took place was lit up with bright lights. And on one of the streets, a guy was walking across a pedestrian crossing. He was told not to underestimate the target this time, because apparently, he did not exist in this world. Their database couldn't find it, and the only thing they could confirm was that the target knew how to use spiritual energy. Of course, they prepared in the harbor and got a boat ready for him. After completing his mission, he had to leave the city immediately. This man was a supporter and so-called mercenary, and his name was Bill. When he heard the instructions, he realized that he understood everything. A man was sitting in the room and said that he was finally making his move. His subordinate said that their target was the strategist of the Guangxi Financial Group. And he must be quite extraordinary, so can they really trust the mercenary they hired? The boss said there was no need to worry so much, because he was the best in his field. His target was an ordinary strategist, and so far he had managed to complete his missions without being noticed. Once, he single-handedly destroyed an entire terrorist organization, and the most frightening thing about him was that he used only one bullet to do so. On top of that, he escaped from the scene of the crime and left no traces behind. After killing this strategist, the man is very curious to see how the Kwangsai Financial Group will fight him. Bill looked at the moon and thought that this was his 112th assignment. He had never failed a mission before. In order to successfully complete the mission, the most important thing for the assassin is intelligence. So this job is a huge test for him. After all, at the moment, the mercenary has almost no information about the other side. He, in turn, has been watching his target for just over a month. It is quite difficult to understand his behavior. The current target is truly a man of mystery. He only goes to his house, and that is his home, as well as the Kwangsai Financial Group, so he has no personal life at all. Apart from reading, this man has no interests or hobbies. He does not use electronic devices, and he does not even have a cell phone. The most curious thing about him is that he sleeps only 1 hour a day. Right now, he looked up from his reading and glanced at his watch. The mercenary understood that his instincts were telling him that this man knew about him, and the feeling of unease that the guy was experiencing went against all his principles. Bill had unreliable information, but he still decided to kill him tonight. His target continued to sit at home, and when the guy got ready to attack, he smiled. Immediately after that, a bullet flew out of the rifle toward the house. It flew quite a distance, and the man it was aimed at saw it clearly, but he didn't even flinch, even when his window was shattered. The bullet was heading closer to his head, and it was clear that it was flying straight toward its target. The moment it reached the cigarette smoke, it began to evaporate. Being almost a few millimeters from the victim's head, it completely disappeared. Bill was discouraged by this, and wondered if his bullet had simply evaporated. The man who had been targeted smiled slyly and raised his hand. The mercenary noticed this and realized that he really did know the guy was there, but when he figured it out, literally a few seconds later, this man felt as if a huge eye had appeared above him, watching him. A cold sweat immediately ran down his body, and the guy thought, could something really be watching him? A little frightened, he pulled a weapon from his sleeve and pointed it in that direction. But when he saw what was watching him, he was disconcerted. The mercenary couldn't understand what these things were, because he hadn't noticed them when he climbed up here. Was it possible that they had been hiding in the shadows all this time? There were so many of these strange creatures that the guy doubted they were meant solely for observation. But if they all wanted to attack the guy, they would have done so long ago. And so, with little information, Bill decided to strike first and fired at the creatures, knowing that the targets were too small. Based on the frequency with which they flap their wings, they are capable of moving very quickly, so if you shoot at them, the chances of hitting them are actually very slim. First, he needed to limit their movement, so Bill used a bullet technique, and a large net flew straight at the creatures. However, the creatures were so nimble that they avoided the net and headed straight for the main body. Without stopping for a second, each creature attacked him. So after a few moments, the mercenary's body was pierced as if by bullets. Bill's body fell from a great height, and he thought they were faster than his bullets. All these things didn't hurt him enough to kill them, but they scratched him slightly, so it's unclear if they're just messing with him. The man who remained in his tower apologized for wounding him so badly. He asked the mercenary to return home and rest there for a few days. He also asked him to help deliver a message to his boss, speaking to the mercenary through a creature that was near his face. The message said in a harsh tone that if the guy bothered him again, he would find his boss himself. Bill was stunned by this, and after a few seconds, he saw that the creature had turned into a red bean. After that, the guy used his weapon to hook onto the building. He understood that the information he had was that the target was capable of instantly erasing a bullet. The mercenary did not know what methods he used, but somehow he knew the location and time of the operation, which the guy had chosen at random. He also managed to turn the red beans into living creatures that were incredibly strong and could cause harm. This happened on April 23rd, Bill's most humiliating day. The mercenary promised that someday he would repay the debt to compensate for the humiliation he had caused him to suffer. The man crossed out the date and thought that nothing else should happen this month. Suddenly he noticed his hand and the pencil he was writing with. Then he noticed on the piece of paper that the day after tomorrow would be a lucky day for him. Still, he was curious about what would happen. It was a warrior named Fanxiang, who specialized in strategy and was called Henry. The man wondered what he would find there. The hero was standing near the front door of the apartment and shouting at Sophia to open the door. The girl asked him to stop, smiling, saying that it tickled, and then said that she would open the door now. Anastasia asked who she was talking to, and the front door opened, and the demon wished her a safe return. At the same time, Richard was sitting on her chest. When he saw the main character, he immediately jumped on his face and shouted joyfully that the master had returned. David asked his interlocutor why she had let him go, and Sophia replied that he couldn't get into the room and really wanted to see his master. The guy said he would beat the demon if he continued to do so, and the girl was worried about Anastasia, and said that with her arm and leg. His companion told her not to worry, because she was no longer in pain, and then asked how many demons there were. The girl thought for a moment, and then said that there were about 100 of them here. Richard was very happy, and continued to sit on his master's neck. Literally a few moments later, his pupils changed, and became like those of a cat. At that very moment, a red mark appeared in the room, from which something was supposed to come out. The heroine saw the portal and asked what it was. Sophia looked and said that it was a teleportation ion gate connected to another world by a yellow path. It seemed that the lords were already here again. The interlocutor was surprised and asked what other world there was and what kind of guests they had. The demon stated that for Mr. David they were indeed guests, but not for them, the demons. After all, for them, they are kings. Richard was surprised and noticed that it felt like something terrible was approaching, so he didn't understand what the lady was doing. Sophia said that he should not worry, because they were kings of demons and would not harm him. Anastasia said that she was completely confused and asked if someone was approaching. The demon said that she had already told her the story of the ghost company. Only some of the demons remained in the human world, but she did not say where most of them had gone, and that place was called the Second World, the City of Demons, Lantin. These creatures have the most power in that world and are called the Five Seekers. They showered the demons with love and care and are kings before whom one must kneel. It also turns out that seeing them is a great honor. After that, the demons knelt down and someone began to appear from the portal. Anastasia turned her attention there and saw 5 small creatures. She was stunned and asked if these little ones were really the kings of the demonic world. In reality, the kings of the demon city of Lanting had arrived here, and there were 5 of them. The girl thought that she could see the true forms of demons before, or at least tell how strong their spiritual power was. Take, for example, those 2 mercury wolves. Previously, she could see ghostly figures resembling wolves and sense how strong their spiritual energy was. But with these creatures, like David, she couldn't feel how strong their spiritual energy was at all. Their energy exists like air, which only frightens the girl even more. The hero noticed them and asked if they were really here. He would play and then go to sleep, but they can do whatever they want, Anastasia thought. This is the king of demons. Can he really treat them so informally? The creature said that she apologized for the disturbance, and the girl wondered if they were really the kings of demons, since they didn't seem very impressive. Then the creature turned to Sophia and noted that they had met again, so she could get up. The girl thanked the 5 gentlemen. Then the interlocutor told the girl to give them those things. At night, near some abandoned factory, the sound of a truck could be heard. The vehicle was heading into a huge hangar, where it was already being awaited. There were several men there, and the leader asked if the cargo had already been checked. The interlocutor said that it had, and that everything was in order. The man then said that in that case he wanted to take a look at it, so they came closer. The subordinate said that she seemed emotionally unstable, so he had to check it. Suddenly, loud footsteps could be heard in the huge cargo bed of the truck. Then some creature began banging against the sides and trying to get out. A few moments later, the rear door swung open. The boss and his subordinate stood behind and looked inside. The cargo area was completely dark, and only a few glowing red eyes were visible. A few seconds later, the head of a huge demonic creature appeared out of the darkness. Then the door and the back of the truck were completely destroyed. The creature that had just been inside jumped behind the men. As a result, the huge demon hung directly over the people, and the subordinate protected his master. Tears welled up in the boss's eyes, and he noticed that it was very similar to what was written in the records, which was amazing because it really existed. Before them at that very moment was not just a demonic creature, but a demonic deity. The girl asked why he had kidnapped her because apparently this was not the city center, but the outskirts. In the end, the ghost company wouldn't even know if she ate him, and the bodyguard said that they both had snake-like qualities, and that technically he should call her his senior. Rumor has it that people call her the mother of all demons. But apart from her ability to reproduce many demons, her combat rating is below rank A. But if she attacks, the guy will fight her to the end. His body transformed at that moment, and his true demonic form was visible. The boss stepped forward and said that everything should be discussed, because fighting would not benefit anyone. He brought her here because he needed a small favor. The man asks for help in giving the demon a new life, and immediately after that, he would not only let her go, but also give her enough money to live on for the rest of her life. The woman became interested and asked if he had gone mad, as this directly contradicted the truce that the ghost company had concluded. She would be banished back to the demon city of Lanton while he was arrested. The man said she shouldn't worry about it, and asked if she knew who he was. He then introduced himself and said that he was the son of the owner of the Shangyu Financial Group, and that his name was Oliver. He was also sure that his interlocutor was aware that half of the ghost company's expenses were covered by 4 financial groups, and he wondered if the company could do anything to him. After hearing this, the demonic deity jumped up, thinking that they were demon hunters from the black market and wanting to scare them away. But these people are from a financial group, so she can't afford to get involved in their dark dealings. It seems she will have to lie low once she finds her son. And then the roof of the huge hangar they were in was pierced by a creature. Oliver shouted after her not to leave, because her son was in their hands. The woman heard him and came back, asking what he had said. The man thought that the boy still had a chance to survive. Several men were running around one of the city blocks, and one of them asked how things were going. They told him they couldn't find the boy because he was too fast. The first man ordered them to continue the search, because if the master found out that they had lost him, he would torture them to death. After the child heard that his pursuers had gone in the other direction, he began to run very fast along the road. He thought about how a bunch of strangers had invaded his home, and then his mother had pushed him off the balcony when they caught her. The boy was helpless, and could do nothing but run away. His mother told him about the ghost company, and how they could help demons with identification cards like theirs. But it was unclear whether they could really trust these people who had forced them to sign these contracts. The child was very sad and cried, not knowing what to do next, nor did he know who would save his mother. At the same time, the main character continued to do nothing and just picked his nose. Sophia brought the box and noticed that it was what they wanted from her. She immediately began to open it, and the 5 creatures looked intently at it. They lined up and waited to see what would appear from inside. Anastasia wondered if that meant they were there to take something away. Since they are demon kings, there must be something very important to them in this box. Of course, it is possible that it is some kind of powerful weapon or a rather valuable item. It was unclear what could be inside, but the creatures took these items and headed upstairs. It turned out that these were devices they could play with. Someone said that they would lose this round, and someone else said not to be upset. The creatures expressed completely different emotions and were ready to take different positions. The leader of them told David that Georg had come with them. They were going to the ghost company to help with something. He missed him very much. And didn't the guy want to say hello to him? After hearing this, the main character began to tremble. Then he smiled and said that it was okay, because his sister Lucy wouldn't let him leave the house. His companion touched the door handle and remarked that if that was really the case, then so be it. Anastasia saw them all enter the room and wondered if they had come just to play together, as the Demon Kings probably had nothing else to do. Sophia said that they had a lot to do every day and that they treated coming here as a vacation. The girl asked if it was a vacation, then why did they come to David's house? Her little friend said it was because they knew his master very well. Besides, the 5 Seekers also like him. Anastasia said she had never been to the 2nd floor and asked if the rest of the 100 demons were upstairs. He said that there were 3 rooms upstairs. There was a regular bedroom for the Seekers, followed by a room for the other demons, and then David's training room. The girl asked if there really was a room that could accommodate more than 100 demons and a training room. Sophia said that there was an alternate space inside, and that Mr. Georg, whom the Seekers had just mentioned, was the one who had created it for David. The little girl wanted to see him again because he was so handsome. Her companion asked if he was the hero's friend, and the demon said that he was the strongest in terms of space and technology. The parallel space of the City of Demons was created by him, the leader of the city, which is located in the City of Demons Lantern. Anastasia asked if he really created the parallel space himself, but how big is this City of Demons? The little interlocutor said that it was a parallel space, so it was about the same size as the human world. The girl was stunned, and the demon asked what was wrong. The heroine said that she had received too much information over the past few days. Her brain couldn't process it all anymore. The existence of demons was shocking enough, and to think that there were 2 more frightening worlds. David stood up and said that these guys were talking too much. He then turned to Anastasia and said that he needed to talk to her about something important. For her, this was basic knowledge she needed to join the Ghost Company. Somewhere in the headquarters of the Ghost Company in the Lutsk branch, there was a commander. She stood near a huge screen and waited for the meeting. Soon, the woman turned her attention to the side and noticed that someone had entered. Lucy turned to her interlocutor and asked if he had finally arrived. The guy smiled and moved closer, asking what orders Miss Lucy had for him. This was the leader of the city of Zihui, the City of Demons Lanting, Georg. The commander said that the number of accidents was rapidly increasing in various cities. They had to do something about it, because sooner or later the citizens would learn about the existence of demons. Therefore, the woman wanted him to help them create a special demonic tool. Of course, there was something else, because they could go into more detail once the leader of the secret Taoists, James, arrived. The interlocutor noted that if the master had left the mountain, it meant that something grand was about to happen. James looked at the moon and remarked to Sam that they were saving a lot of energy on this trip, but weren't they moving too slowly? The turtle said that he was already old, so he couldn't fly very fast anyway, and believed that the man had been summoned by a ghost because something grand was happening. His companion said that no one knew, and that he hadn't seen Lucy in a long time. Still, it was a pretty good opportunity to see her. Sam asked if he really didn't want to see David at all. Instead, they were on the roof of the plane, and the man said that if it was about his student, he would soon return to the mountain to find him. The boy was in the same neighborhood where he had been before, and thought that people couldn't be trusted because his mother had trusted people too often and had been caught. Demons like them, who live with identity cards, cannot attack people, even if their lives are in danger. Since the Ghost Company had signed such a contract, it was obvious that they were indifferent to them, and now the only one who can save his mother at this moment is himself. The boy got angry, and thought that if even a hair on her body was harmed, he would kill them all. After that, he looked ahead, and his facial expression changed. There he saw a girl walking between the pier and eating ice cream. She also noticed the boy, and immediately turned her attention away. There was one of many surveillance cameras hanging there, watching this neighborhood. When the girl noticed that the camera had turned toward them, she immediately dropped her purchases on the ground. Then she grabbed the boy, who looked like a demon, and claimed that he was running after her. The moment the camera turned back to where he had been, only a bag remained. The stranger said that it would be bad if the surveillance cameras spotted the boy, and he was surprised and asked who she was. His companion said, "Didn't his parents tell him that there are over 1 million cameras installed throughout the city of Ghost Company? That he is a demon and could be discovered?" The moment the system realized that he had revealed himself as a demon, he would be sent back to the demon city of Lanting. The boy asked if she was a demon too. The girl did not answer, and said that he was lucky that she had stumbled upon him. She then revealed that she was from the Ghost Company, stunning the boy. He immediately became wary and jumped far away. Then he got angry, and said that if she was a ghost, she shouldn't pretend to be here to help him, because the boy didn't care anymore. Katie said that he must be mistaken about the company, and asked him to take her to his parents. The little boy said that he only had his mother, but that she had also been taken away by people. The girl asked what he was talking about, whether she had really been captured by people. She told him to tell her the time and place, and she would report it to headquarters right away. The boy shouted that she should stop pretending to be a good person. She must have come here to catch him, and he wasn't as stupid as his mother to believe everything some person said. Let the girl not think that she had become afraid of her just because she was from the Ghost Company, but she was just a human being and should not underestimate the demon. His companion asked if he really didn't trust the Ghost Company. If that was the case, then she wouldn't ask for backup. Then she swears to Katie on her position as deputy commander of the Ghost Company. She swears that she will definitely save this boy's mother. She then said that they should go, because first they would go to his home. The boy asked her to wait, and asked why she was helping him. She said she didn't understand why he had misconceptions about the Ghost Company. But there was something the girl had to tell him. because there was more to it than just helping to maintain peace between humans and demons. The main goal of their company was to protect demons. The boy was surprised and thought that her gaze told him she was not lying. After that, he lowered his gaze and returned to his human form. Suddenly, he sensed a strange energy ahead and asked the girl what she was doing. She materialized a vehicle and asked him to get in. The boy was stunned and asked where the motorcycle came from. Soon after, they were speeding down the road together. The boy sat in the back and enjoyed the ride. Katya asked why he hated the ghost company. The boy was a little embarrassed, but then said it was because many of the terms of the truce were unfair to demons. The girl believed that his mother did not resist when she was captured. She was a good mother because if she had resisted, she would have gotten into trouble too. The boy may think this is unfair, but has he ever considered that there are not only many bad people in this world, but also a lot of bad demons? Without this trait, many demons would try to find a loophole and take advantage of it, and it is these creatures that pose a huge threat to people who cannot fight back. It makes it difficult to keep the secret about demons when humanity starts to panic about this discovery, and the girl thinks that most people will not want to coexist with them. Meanwhile, what happened to his mother sometimes happens to others as well. Boys should not forget that half the reason for their existence is to protect demons. That is precisely why Katie loves this job, so she asks him to trust her, because she will definitely save his mother. The boy smelled what it was and shouted for the girl to turn left. Katie told him to hold on tight. After that, the girl made a sharp maneuver with the vehicle, turning left. Then she asked if her little passenger had found the people who had his mother. The demon said that it wasn't that simple, but his nose had always been very sensitive, and the smell of his mother was coming from right here. Katie told him to hold on tight because she was going to speed up. The boy said that now he believed her 100%, and would repay her if she managed to save his mother. The girl smiled and said that was all she wanted to hear from him. After that, she picked up speed, and together they raced down the road following the scent. After a while, the vehicle arrived at an abandoned factory, and the boy said he could smell his mother in this place. Katie said that this was Ukraine, and it was one of the places where demon hunters made their deals. The boy went ahead and told her to stay behind, because he would protect her and not harm anyone, as they would run away as soon as he saved his mother. His companion approached him and stroked his head, noting that he must not use violence, no matter where he was. She stepped forward and said that she had promised to save his mother, so she would do it no matter what. Besides, perhaps now she really was just a clerk. But despite that, she used to be one of the employees of the department responsible for capturing demons. The deputy commander of the ghost company, Katie, took out her sword and was ready for battle. She said that if anything happened, she would always be there for him, and the boy smiled and said that was good. Together, they headed inside the factory, and Katie said that they should save his mother. The boy continued to say that he could clearly smell her inside the factory. His companion asked if he was sure about that, because it seemed like there was no one there. She could only smell diesel fuel inside, and it was very strong, so she thought there must have been a large truck there. There was also a huge hole in the ceiling, so she asked if it was possible that his mother had already escaped. The demon did not answer, and she looked at him and saw that the boy was sniffing the floor. He had covered quite a large area and noticed that his mother's scent was coming from under the ground. So, most likely, there must be a secret door here. The girl came closer and told him to step back a little. She also asked him to stand as far away from that place as possible. He was a little surprised, but agreed. Katie touched the spot where they had been standing all this time and exuded a kind of green, acrid smoke from her hands. It filled the entire space near the supposed door. So she suggested they go down together and see what was below. After a while, they headed for the elevator car, and soon the elevator arrived, emitting the appropriate signal. Katie said it was quite a long descent, so she asked if the boy was okay. He looked ahead and said there was something there. There was a man in front of him who noticed that he was already bored, and he no longer thought that anyone alive would get there so quickly. The girl said she was from the ghost company, and asked for help in returning the child to his mother. If he refused, she would arrest him on the grounds that he was an accomplice to the demon's abduction. The man asked if she was going to arrest him with a sword alone. He answers only to the young master, and there is an order that he gave him. Katie paid attention to the creature in front of her, and he said that all outsiders should be killed. Then he created clones that looked like himself. He declared that if she managed to survive at least until he finished smoking this cigarette, he might consider letting her go. A large number of clones of this creature rushed straight down the corridor. The deputy director of the company understood that she would have to fight them, so she used her weapon and applied enormous force. Because of this, the girl easily repelled the first wave of opponents with one blow. Then, performing various pirouettes, she moved around the room and killed the creatures in front of her. Katie made this swift attack so quickly that she was soon near the main body. At the same time, she did not want to stop and was ready to deliver the final blow. The creature guarding this place was stunned when it saw the girl's leg. The deputy commander of the ghost company struck it with tremendous force and drove it into the door behind it. The opponent then collapsed to the ground, and the cigarette in his mouth also fell. He remained unconscious, and the openness that had been there a few seconds ago was gone. Katie then said that smoking was indeed harmful, and that the boy should not learn bad habits from this uncle. The boy was simply disconcerted by what had just happened in front of him, and said that he understood everything. Soon they were walking down the hallway together, and the girl asked him his name. The demon said she could call him Damien. At the same time, Oliver's bodyguard was standing near the screen and saw them walking. The girl and her little partner made their way through the huge room, which contained various installations. Damien tried to sharpen his sense of smell even more, and catch a whiff of his mother. Then he sensed something and said he could smell his mother. She was in the far room in front of them. Katie told him to stay close to her because there were guards there, and she was sure there would be even more inside. The boy agreed. A few seconds after he said that, something rushed past them and grabbed him. The kidnapper turned out to be the gentleman's bodyguard, who was in his true form. Of course, the deputy commander of the company noticed this and used her power to pull her hand out, so her limb traveled a long distance and touched the boy's hand. After that, she easily took him away from the kidnapper and pulled him toward her. The demonic creature that had kidnapped him stopped, then said that he had just been informed that they had lost the child, and no one thought that he would come to them himself. The boy then said that the girl was human, yet she could stretch her arm so far, which was unexpected. Katie immediately said that on behalf of the ghost company, she was calling on him to give up and return the child's mother. But the demon shouted that he didn't care who she was, and that she couldn't leave until the young gentleman had finished his investigation. The girl immediately prepared to defend herself, as she sensed that an attack was coming. The creature jumped up to make its attack more unpredictable. The opponents began to deliver quite strong and accurate blows from the air, but the girl easily deflected them with her sword. These attacks were instantaneous, but Katie still managed to parry them. And then, a few moments later, unpredictably, she was ready to attack it. The demonic creature looked at her with its eyes and sensed danger. That's why the guy flew to the side, and the girl used a hyacinth skill called Slash. The bodyguard couldn't believe that she attacked him the moment he landed. This girl's reaction was faster than that of a normal person. The energy of the sword, which we formed with our own spiritual energy, could have struck him while he was in the air. But despite this, she deliberately missed this opportunity and instead struck the ground. The demon stated that he must say he was slightly annoyed that he was being underestimated. Katie touched the weapon and noticed that this sword was known as the Black Iris, made of black meteorite iron, and no matter what armor her opponent wore, it would not help. The girl did not want to cause him pain or take his life, and suggested that he stop resisting. The demon said he had heard something about black and white meteorite iron, and did not expect to see it here. Nevertheless, his armor is considered one of the strongest among all demons. He is even curious to know whether the girl's sword is sharper or his armor is stronger. Katie, after looking at him, became embarrassed and immediately turned her head away. After that, she said that this was a battle after all, so she didn't understand why he had undressed and asked him to get dressed again. The demonic creature told her to stay out of his way and show him her blade. Her companion remarked that he believed he would not give up until she defeated him. But in that case, she could only pray that it wouldn't kill him. Katie gathered a large amount of energy and began to spin very quickly. Then this attack was directed at her opponent at breakneck speed, and he noticed it. Suddenly, he said that nothing had happened, and he didn't understand if she was just putting on some kind of show here. A few moments later, the girl's attack ended and she stopped. Then she said that she had used a devilish trap technique called a flower cut. The demonic creature saw green slashes flying towards it. A few seconds after the incident, the attack reached its target and smoke rose from it. The deputy commander of the ghost company tied her hair back and said she hoped he wasn't badly hurt. After that, she turned to Damien and said that they should go, because it should be safe inside. The boy was shocked by what was happening, but still agreed with her, realizing that the girl was really good, having made a motorcycle appear out of nowhere. Then she discovered a hidden passage, and she was not only a good fighter, but also knew how to extend her arm and enlarge her weapon. The boy became curious about who she really was. Suddenly, the image before his eyes began to blur and distort. Damien was surprised by this and wondered why his vision had deteriorated. He turned to his companion and wanted to say something, but didn't have time because he fell unconscious. The girl noticed that something had happened to the boy and asked what was wrong. But the answer to this question was given by her opponent, who appeared out of the smoke and noticed that the boy had been poisoned. He did not know how sharp the girl's blade was, but its energy, created by her spiritual energy, could not harm him. Katie was discouraged by what was happening and wondered how this was possible, how he could have remained unharmed. Suddenly, she felt her pupils shrink sharply. The image before her eyes began to blur, and her interlocutor told her not to be surprised, because she had also been poisoned. Now her vision was blurred, and soon it would weaken and she would feel tightness in her chest. Then her body would go numb until she lost all her fighting ability. The swordsman didn't even feel anything when his poisonous sting pierced her. The moment he grabbed the child, he had enough time to inject the toxin into their bodies. The girl realized that this situation looked very bad for her, and noticed that it was despicable. The demonic creature continued to say that the poison he used was the least deadly and slowest acting. Of course, she would not die from it. Its job was simply to keep anyone from entering the laboratory. Once the experiment was over, it would release her. Now he would inject another toxin that would make her forget everything that had happened that evening. Katie noticed that her opponent had approached her and was already ready to take her away in this taxi. So she used her power to retreat, and a huge cloud of smoke appeared right in front of the demon. A few moments after the smoke cleared, the bodyguard was in shock because he realized that they had disappeared. He realized that, for the first time ever, his prey had slipped away from him, but he didn't understand who she was. The demon remained in the same place, not knowing what to do. But something was moving near one of his limbs, and it was the girl who had used her power to grab the boy. She realized that she was losing consciousness and needed to get to that place before she fell, and that this man was the only one who could save this child's mother. Anastasia asked if he was talking about her intuition, and David said that was right. She had done well in the old house, and if it weren't for her, the mission would not have been completed. It was all because the guy in her body could see things that the hero couldn't detect. For example, the spirit of the bean. If it weren't for her, the guy wouldn't have known that warriors of the Fancy sect still exist in this world. David sealed the mummy's consciousness for tonight. She reappeared, and it seems that it's not so simple, but it's okay because the girl is safe with him. Then he smiled and said that they had to come up with a plan for this mummy. If the girl wanted to join the ghost company, she had to have at least some intuition. Just like with different demonic categories, there are 4 main demonic categories in the world: spirits, fairies, monsters, and gods. Most spirits are born from obsession and resentment when people die. Ordinary people cannot see them, and they only move around at night or in dark places. Fairies are born when plants and inanimate beings absorb the spiritual energy of other living organisms over a long period of time. They move around day and night. Monsters are born when animals independently cultivate spiritual energy, and they move around day and night. Divine beings appeared even before humans. They possess enormous destructive power, and also move around day and night. Anastasia noticed that there are actually different types of demons, which is good, but what is spiritual energy? Today, he said that girls have it too. The guy said that all living beings have this energy, and she can think of it as some kind of mysterious force. For humans, it is spiritual energy, and for demons, it is demonic. Literally everyone in the world is born with spiritual energy, but it is not active, as if locked inside a chest at that moment. But then one fine day, the chest suddenly opens, and that is when a person becomes endowed with superhuman abilities. However, the spiritual energy of most people is not activated unless they practice cultivation. Of course, a very small percentage of people are born with active energy. They are the ones who have superpowers, just like in the movies. At the same time, the hero said that they are called wanderers. Anastasia noticed that she really remembers how that red-haired scoundrel called himself a wanderer. David said that they don't usually join the ghost company. Some prefer to be bodyguards for rich people. In order to avoid being labeled as outcasts, most of them hide their superpowers. Capturing spirits is important and secretive work, and headquarters will not allow just anyone to join their ranks. So, if a person is not a Taoist and wants to join the ghost company, they must be recommended by another Taoist. But girls shouldn't worry because his master can recommend her. He then wanted to proudly talk about his master, but felt something on his shoulder. Anastasia, who had been listening to him all this time, fell asleep and lay down on him. The guy was a little surprised by this and didn't know what to do. Then he noticed someone in the far corner of the room. Sophia took a picture of them, and David yelled that he would do it. The happy girl ran away from there and laughed, saying what a great couple they were, but it was time for her to go to sleep. The hero was a little discouraged by this and wondered why he suddenly had this strange feeling. It was like the feeling he had when he saw her crying in the old house tonight. He had never felt this way before, and it was no wonder that the master wanted David to stay away from women, but it was all really strange. The guy used his eye to look at his heart, and there he saw that it wasn't working as usual. He realized that his heart was beating differently than usual, and that was strange. After that, the hero pushed the girl who was lying on his shoulder away, and she fell onto the sofa. So he was a little embarrassed, and wondered if he was suffering from a deficiency of chi. But that couldn't be, because he always practiced internal alchemy, and he was definitely completely healthy. Suddenly, someone knocked on the front door of the apartment, and the guy asked who it was in the middle of the night, but he immediately went to the door to see who it was. When the hero opened the door, he was surprised to see a familiar face in front of him. It was the deputy commander. The girl was not in the best condition, so David asked Katie what had happened to her. She only managed to say the guy's name before her eyes rolled back. She fell unconscious, and the guy asked what had happened, wondering if his sister Lucy had made her drink again. But when the main character looked ahead, he was surprised and didn't understand what else was going on. Right in front of him in the hallway, he saw a boy who was also lying unconscious on the floor. The guard told the gentleman that the intruder was from the company and a ghost, and that she had managed to escape. So at the moment they couldn't stay here because it was dangerous. He informed the second experimental base and said they should leave immediately. At the same time, they were standing together near some kind of device that had two tanks, one of which contained a deity and the other a girl. A few minutes later, a notification appeared on the monitor screen stating that it was a successful gene match. After Oliver saw this, he broke into a crazy smile and laughed for a long time. The bodyguard looked at this and was a little surprised because it all looked strange. But the guy kept laughing and stood near one of the tanks with the deity. After that, he smiled and noticed that he had found a way to bring the person in the upper tank back to life. There was a girl there who was connected to various devices, and her name was Jennifer. 2 days after the incident, Anastasia said that she had been unconscious for 2 days and asked if they could take her to the hospital. The guy said that her pulse was normal, but she was unconscious. The girl said that she was part of the group and that he should inform the team. The hero asked if she didn't understand that Katie had come here because she didn't want them to know. The deputy commander finally opened her eyes, and Anastasia announced that she had woken up. Katie said that she understood everything, that 2 days had passed, and the kidnapper had already escaped. David noted that she was brave to go there without telling her sister Lucy. Her companion said that at that time, the boy did not trust the company, so she promised him that she would save him herself, and that it was an emergency. The hero said that he would help, and there was no question about that, but it would take some time to find his mother. Damien said that he had a really good sense of smell, so he could try. David asked if he could really find his mother just by smell, and the woman replied that it was possible since that was how he had found the base. The boy climbed onto the windowsill, and the girl asked him to be careful. The demon began to use his keen sense of smell to recognize the smells in the area. The demonic deity, who was his mother, was still in the laboratory where experiments were being conducted on her. The smell emanated from that laboratory and spread through the ventilation shaft. Further on, rather massive fans blew air from the street into the room, and then smaller fans drew various smells out into the street. This air system was at the top of the mountain, so the smells spread throughout the city. Even the huge house where the main character lived could smell it all. Damien tried for a long time to catch the smell of his mother. Soon he smelled a familiar scent and immediately shouted that he had found his mother. The hero then turned to the boy and told the little fox cub to come down. He told him to go and have dinner, and that the guy would be back soon, while already using a rune suppression skill called Borrowed Wind. Oliver remained in the laboratory and watched Jennifer's condition closely. He then turned to the control panel and, addressing the console, asked it to provide an analysis of the degree of success. The system reported that the transfer of genetic brain structure data was 30%. also a low success rate and security carrier. After that, it was announced that the transfer of genetic brain structure data was 65% successful, and the carrier was in danger. And soon it was said that the transfer of genetic brain structure data was 100% successful, with a 99.9% success rate and an extremely low chance of survival for the carrier. Oliver said that the data transfer should be at the maximum level and ordered it to be carried out. The bodyguard told the gentleman that the ghost company knew that they had kidnapped the demon with his ID. And if the company found out that they had used her in an experiment, this man's father could be dragged into it. The man said that his subordinate was indeed talking too much today. Even if he was forced to go against the entire ghost company or find tens of thousands more demons, he would bring Jennifer back. The guy really didn't understand the love between a man and a woman. Tubes were connected to the demonic deity, through which a green liquid flowed. Soon they began to swell significantly, and the woman's body began to move on its own. Her body also overflowed, and the liquid began to try to escape from there. The girl who was in the upper tank remained there. Just 2 years ago, she was sitting there, beaten, and being held by some man. He said that if she didn't pay them back, they would have to sell her to a nightclub. Of course, it's a shame that she doesn't use her looks to make money. He doesn't understand this, because the girl spent all the money on her father's treatment, but he died anyway. So why did she borrow the money if she knew he couldn't be cured? Suddenly, one of these scoundrels noticed someone standing and watching them. After that, he called the guy a jerk and asked him what he was staring at, telling him to mind his own business. Oliver raised his hands and told them not to pay any attention to him, that he walked here every day and was just a passerby, so they should continue. Still, he really enjoyed watching people beg for forgiveness or help. And today he was in luck, because he was about to see a good show right in front of him. The man looked at her and didn't understand what was wrong with this girl, because her expression hadn't changed since the beginning, so maybe she was mentally challenged. The man who was beating her smiled and noticed that it was a passerby who enjoyed entertainment. Immediately after that, he got up from his seat and hit the man, telling him not to think that he wouldn't touch him just because he had a bodyguard. The guy who came with this man was already ready to start a fight, but the boss gestured for him not to do anything. The man continued to glare maliciously, not understanding what he was doing. Oliver smiled and realized that this was what pain felt like, and what a wonderful feeling it was. Almost immediately, he swung his leg and prepared to attack. He kicked his opponent so hard and so fast in the head that the man didn't even have time to understand what was happening. And in a split second, the man's body flew several meters backward. The thug's subordinate immediately ran up to him and asked if he was okay, boss. Immediately after that, he called Oliver a bastard and asked if he knew who they were. The man took a coin and threw it at them, then said he was sorry, as he thought he heard a skull crack and it looked like he would spend the rest of his life as a vegetable. So they could exchange this gold coin at the bank for 30 million, but that was for hospital expenses. The man looked at her and said that it was a gold coin from the Guangxi company, then apologized and told him to pretend that nothing had happened. Oliver shouted that this money also included everything the girl owed them, and the man said he understood and that she was completely at his disposal. The man said that the sidekick he had taught him was quite clever, so he would take him to some fun place tonight. The girl got up and asked him to wait. She thanked him for paying back her debt. She went on to say that she had nothing, but she could offer herself, and the man could ask her to do anything. Oliver thought she was an interesting girl and asked if he could ask her to do anything. And so, that very night, they went to the Huangyi Company Hotel. Jennifer went to the bathroom, where she was supposed to wash her body thoroughly. And when she did, she looked closely at herself in the mirror. Then, after making sure everything was in order, she slowly began to leave the bathroom. Oliver noticed her and told her to come to him if she had completely washed her body. He then asked if he understood correctly that she had said she was ready to do anything. Then the man smiled slyly and told her to take off her towel. Without a moment's hesitation, Jennifer obeyed his command, and the towel fell away. Oliver looked into her eyes and saw no emotion when she took off the towel, so he was not amused. Immediately after that, he got up from his seat and came closer. For a few seconds, he just watched her, and then he grabbed her arm quite sharply. Immediately after that, the man threw her onto the bed, head down. But at the same time, when he saw her back, he was simply dismayed. After all, there were a huge number of abrasions on the lower part of her body, as well as marks from blows. It was on that very night that the man saw the scars on her back from borrowing money from loan sharks to save her alcoholic father. She grew up without a mother, with a cruel alcoholic father, Oliver thought at that moment. Is that all that made her who she is now? At the same time, he didn't even know why, but since then he had developed a special feeling for her, a strong desire to protect her. The man became more and more interested in her. They went shopping together, and he found it very interesting. Or, just like traveling around the world together. Jennifer, however, never showed any interest in anything. It was as if she were just a puppet at that time, without even a soul of her own. This girl was different from all the women he had met before, those women who could pretend to be anyone just to get what they wanted. But what they were all crazy about meant nothing to Jennifer at all. Still, it was the first time Oliver had ever felt so worthless in front of a woman. He wasn't sure, but he had to find something that would interest her, no matter the cost. But even after a year of unsuccessful attempts, Jennifer remained the same, as if she were a puppet. So the man told her to forget about it all, that he'd had enough, that he didn't want to get involved in it anymore, so he decided to let her go. But when Oliver told her all this and was about to leave, the girl stopped him by grabbing his hand. He turned around in surprise, not understanding what she wanted from him. Jennifer started crying at that moment, finally realizing that she had someone by her side, which is why she begged him not to leave her. The moment the man saw her so defenseless and sad, he realized something, because it turned out that he had unconsciously fallen in love with her a long time ago. His initial desire to protect her erupted like a volcano, and his mind simply went out of control. Oliver hugged the girl and said he could promise never to leave her. But there was one condition. Then he became embarrassed and looked away, declaring that she should be his girlfriend. As soon as she heard these words, she pushed him away. She then moved a short distance away and turned her back to him, leaving the guy confused about what had happened. Jennifer was a little confused and embarrassed by what she had heard. Then, with a bright smile on her face, she said that they would start dating tomorrow. Immediately after she said this, a truck appeared and hit her. Remembering this, Oliver realized that he had already lost her once, so this time no one would be able to stop him from saving her. Shortly after this, a huge explosion went off right in the ventilation shaft above. The bodyguard heard the noise and realized that something bad had happened. Oliver and he looked up and saw sand falling from the ceiling. The demon realized that something was above, but whether this company was a ghost was completely unclear at that moment, as it was unclear how they had found this place so quickly. A cloud of dust rose from the room behind the door. The bodyguard instantly ran out of the room and headed toward the intruder who had gotten in there. Of course, he understood perfectly well that the walls of this building were protected from rocket fire, but what could have broken through them? When the creature appeared in the room, it saw a huge cloud of dust and a large hole in the ceiling. It was in this cloud of dust that he saw the guy who was asking who had kidnapped the little child's mother, saying that they should bring her back, or he would beat them up so badly that even their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. They needed to do it quickly because the guy had to get home for dinner. When David said this, the bodyguard was already behind him, ready to strike. At the same time, Oliver ordered the console to bring the guy out. The system obeyed him, and soon some kind of mechanism began to emerge from under the ground. A beaten man was tied to the platform, and the man noticed that he had found the driver of the truck. He made up a story to try to escape from what he had done. Soon the girl would be reborn, and she would need human blood to stabilize her newborn body. That's why he told Jennifer to enjoy it after her birth. The man stood and looked ahead, while the body of the demonic deity contained a greater number of female specimens. The main character remained in the same place, but was attacked by a demon ready to strike. When the creature tried to pierce the intruder's skin to inject poison into him, the tip of its finger was broken. The bodyguard was very surprised, because its sting broke before it even touched his skin. A few moments later, the main character turned his attention to the attacker and slapped him hard. The blow was so strong that the creature fell straight to the ground, and David wondered what the hell it had just tried to do. The demon thought he wanted to knock him out with his stinger, but who would have thought that he would be hit in the face before he could do anything? In truth, he was a first-class demon, and this kid had easily hit him. On top of that, it turned out that he was frighteningly strong, and the hero noticed this creature and asked if he was the one who had kidnapped the child's mother. The bodyguard thought that he probably wouldn't be able to face this man head-on, so he would have to drain his energy. Because of this, he began to emit some kind of smell, and the hero asked what it was, wondering if he had farted. But the green haze that the creature was emitting continued to spread more and more. The demonic creature jumped aside and thought that he didn't want to take his life. But this man in front of him is an unusual opponent, so he has no choice but to use his strongest poison. Upon contact with this poisonous gas, the skin will swell and the body will become stiff and paralyzed. Even a small breath will suffice. The victim's internal organs will rot and decay, and the burning pain will be like swallowing molten iron. The poison cannot be neutralized, and even God cannot save the victim. The gas will fill the room in a few seconds, and his opponent will not be able to escape. Shortly after he loses his ability to fight, the demon will extract the poison from his body, and then find a way to lock him up. While the creature was thinking about this, you suddenly noticed something strange ahead. The huge cloud of poison that filled the room seemed to be rising straight up like a tornado. The demon remained in the room and watched to see what was happening. At that moment, he couldn't understand why the gas had suddenly started to be sucked out. The hero used a seal suppression skill called Borrowed Wind, and said that if he wanted to fight, he should fight properly and stop showing off. David practices internal alchemy, and this poison cannot harm him in any way. But no sooner had he said this than he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Immediately after that, a large stream of food that was in his body came out. And in the end, it turned out that it did have a slight effect, and the guy shouted that he was a scoundrel, that this gas was some kind of laxative. If he really wants to fight, you have to do it face to face, because if he has to run to the toilet, he'll use your face as toilet paper. The demon was surprised because his poisonous storm only caused this man to have an upset stomach. It turned out that his opponent could control the wind, so he must be one of the secret Taoists, which meant that he would have to use all his power. The demonic creature began to transform its body in order to reveal its true form. After that, several limbs with mouths appeared from its back, ready to attack. The bodyguard, at the moment when it did all this, immediately rushed into the attack. The main character remained in the same place, and saw that this attack was indeed swift. The demonic creature jumped up a few meters in front of the guy. Then one of the protruding limbs opened its mouth, and strange green needles appeared from it. The second limb also joined in the attack, so there were a huge number of these needles. The main characters continued to stand calmly, not even moving their eyes. One of the huge number of needles heading towards him was already a few millimeters from his eye. But when it moved further, it collided with something and deformed its shape. The barrage of these projectiles continued to strike, but the guy's body was unharmed, as it was protected by some invisible force. His opponent was surprised, because he knew that these needles could even destroy armored vehicles. But they didn't even scratch this man. And while he was thinking about all this, the main character did not hesitate and was already next to him. David then struck his opponent quite hard and drove him into the ground again. Then he landed on the ground and was a little discouraged by what he saw. The creature remained on the ground, and the guy wondered if he had died by accident. Oliver saw what happened on the screen and called on the phone, asking his interlocutor if he was asleep. He had a little problem there and needed someone's help. The sooner he did it, the better. And the main character was already looking at the camera. Henry was at home in his apartment and told the gentleman that he understood everything and was already on his way. Then the man looked at his notebook and saw that today was his lucky day. That's why he smiled and noticed what a happy event would happen tonight. And he was curious. Oliver promised you that he would never leave you, but only on one condition. He hesitated a little, then asked her to be his girlfriend. Jennifer immediately pushed him away, and he didn't understand what had happened. Then he looked in surprise as she stepped aside and smiled sweetly. So when the man saw this, he smiled too, realizing that everything was fine. But in reality, the girl was smiling slyly, having waited a whole year for him to finally fall in love with her. To make sure everything went smoothly, she turned around and told her new lover that tomorrow would be their first day together. The very same truck that would later beat her up was already speeding down the road. When the driver saw Jennifer, he thought, "This creature is the one who got me into this mess." At that moment, the man thought that she should die immediately by his own hand. He also remembered the time when they were together and smiled carefree at each other. Of course, now this man was badly beaten and remembered what had happened then. The system announced that everyone should be careful, as the incubator life form was in serious danger. The hoses connected to the divine being began to disconnect, and liquid flowed out of them. The system continued to report the danger, and suddenly a hand emerged from the creature's abdominal cavity. The main character was in the next room at the time, and thought that the guy was most likely an A-rank demon. His employer must be someone important to be able to hire someone of such high rank. So today really promised to be a very good day for him. David headed enthusiastically toward the room where the woman was supposed to be held. Suddenly, something began to emerge from the ground right in front of him and rose straight up. It turned out to be one of the limbs of the demonic creature the guy had just been fighting. This huge thing, controlled by the demon with a sharp movement, attacked David. After the smoke from the blow cleared a little, the silhouette of the guy was visible. The main character smiled and said that, of course, he was a little cautious, but it was in fact not bad. Suddenly, the demon's main body began to emerge from the ground. David looked over and saw a huge demonic snake in front of him. His opponent shouted that as long as he could move, the guy wouldn't take a step beyond that door. The hero immediately stood up and said that he would like to continue the game, but despite this, his goal was to save someone, so it was better to end everything quickly. Besides, it turned out that he was a little hungry, so he jumped up sharply. Then, without pausing for a second, he delivered a powerful blow with his hand directly to the monster's head. The head of the huge snake flew to the side, and then he looked closely at the guy. Seeing him, he thought, surely he doesn't have a scratch on him after my powerful blow. The guard did not want to stop his attacks either, and using his tail, struck the hero directly in the stomach. David's body instantly flew in the other direction after this blow. As he flew towards the wall, he couldn't do anything about the direction of his fall, so his opponent decided to finish him off. So the demonic creature aimed its tail at the guy and pinned him right to the wall. Soon, the attacks continued, but there was one place where the main character was, and his yellow power appeared. The creature said that he was a hook snake and a Class A demon, and that the protective power of his armor was the best of the best, so the guy would never be able to harm him. The main characters said that his defense was quite interesting, but his vision was, of course, mediocre. A few days ago, he encountered 2 Class A Mercury Wolves, and if they were lower Class A, then he was at least middle Class A. David used a seal suppression skill called Borrowed Gold, and said that it would be rude not to fight him seriously. Therefore, immediately after saying those words, he used the Borrowed Gold skill called Mystified Form. The hero raised his leg and kicked off the slippers he was wearing. Mystified Form in spirit is the alchemy of secret Taoists. Gold created with spiritual energy, which sticks to any living or inanimate form. All this is done only to turn it into a destructive force. The hero applied this attack to the slipper and grabbed it. Immediately after that, he instantly pushed off from the air and headed towards his opponent. The demonic creature was annoyed and asked if he was really using the slipper as a weapon, since he had already looked down on it enough. David did not answer him and delivered a powerful blow with the same slipper. As soon as the slipper touched the hook snake, it felt as if a giant meteorite had hit it on the head. The attack was so swift that the huge snake-like creature was immediately pinned to the ground. Moments before the attack, the room they were in looked quite normal. But when the demonic creature landed on the ground after the attack, the entire floor was destroyed. The huge snake was lying near the debris, and the hero landed right on top of it. The guy then said that he wasn't looking down on the creature from above using his slippers, but that he would have died if the hero had stuck gold to his fist. Shortly after that, David headed for that wall, and it flew out at tremendous speed. When he entered the room, he asked who had kidnapped the little child's mother, telling them to get their ass over there. The hero looked inside the room and noticed that he was in big trouble. Somewhere in the city, the system reported that the bike was locked and asked him to pick up his personal belongings. Henry was sitting on this bike near the park, looked at the time, and realized he was late. At the same time, the man hoped that the person who had called him was okay. He was also eagerly awaiting that wonderful meeting that was to take place in the future. The girls looked at the table and asked if Anastasia had really prepared all this. She said it was nothing special, because they could learn to cook if they did it often. She used to live with relatives, so she did everything herself. Katie said the food was as delicious as it looked, and asked the boy why he wasn't eating. Sophia said it was delicious, and that she could eat 20 bowls of rice in the evening. The boy sat sadly and asked if his older brother could really save his mother, because he thought there were quite a lot of people among the kidnappers. The girls told him not to worry, that the hunters in our company were divided into 4 ranks from strongest to weakest, from rank A to rank D. The demons said that for each rank there are 3 more categories, for example, the highest rank A, the middle rank A, and the lowest rank A. It turns out that there are only 10 rank A officers in the entire state of Lucian, and of all these people, only 3 are of the highest rank. To defeat a Class C demon, at least 5 Class A officers are required, but 1 officer of the highest rank can handle it alone. Of those 3 highest-ranking officers, David is the strongest and has the most demons captured under his belt. He is truly the best, and at least the girl does not think that there are demons in this world that can defeat him. Damien was excited and said that it was cool and that his older brother was so good. If that's the case, then his mother will definitely come back soon. Anastasia understood that David was indeed very strong, but he was too easily provoked, and since he was strong, he probably didn't like to use his head when doing his tasks. So the girl hoped that this time everything would go smoothly and he would save the child's mother. Although for some reason she had a bad feeling about it. The hero knew that Katie had said that the child's mother had been captured for some kind of experiment, and now he was facing the only demon tied to the laboratory table. They tried to save him, but his demonic energy words, and there is also a human man with a dried-up essence, and next to him on the floor is the corpse of some other demon. David turned to Oliver, who was sitting on the ground with a gun in his hands, and asked what the hell had happened here. Was that thing on the lab table the mother of the child he had kidnapped? The hero noticed the man in front of him and was a little shocked. After all, he was smiling and crying at the same time, so the guy wondered if he was crazy. Literally 5 minutes ago, a demon's hand emerged from the belly of the demonic deity. The man who was standing there was thrown back by the blast wave. As a result, he hit the glass flask near which Jennifer was standing. The man looked ahead and saw a large number of demonic creatures falling to the ground. There were quite a few of them, but it seemed that none of them were moving. In the end, the system reported that the incubation was successful. The test subject's vital signs were at 99%, but the brain was still unconscious. 1% of the subject's vital signs and consciousness were complete. The incubation object was in danger, so the system asked Oliver if he wanted to save her. He smiled and replied that they should save her. Therefore, the system immediately began to perform surgery on the demonic deity in order to save her. The man watched intently as the demons appeared there, and one of them began to rise. He smiled and turned to Jennifer, but suddenly the joyful expression on his face changed to a sad one. The demonic creature smiled back at him and remarked that she didn't know he was so fond of her. The driver of the vehicle, who had been in the laboratory all this time, watched in horror at what was happening. The creature, which had only recently come into being, began to move toward him. She reached out her hand to the man and asked him what he was doing there, then asked if he was the one who had hit her with his truck. Jennifer used her power and literally touched his head with her fingertip. The man immediately lost consciousness, and it was clear that his soul had left his body. The demon tasted it and asked if this was what was called a human soul. Her facial expression changed to a more frightening one, and she remarked that it was incredibly delicious. Despite everything, she smiled and said she wanted to try more human souls. Immediately after that, souls began to emerge from the individuals who had also undergone incubation. Jennifer sucked them out with her power and filled herself with energy. Soon, she headed in the other direction, and noticed that after eating so many souls, she felt like she had an endless source of power. This male body was also not bad, because the girl feels that she is now very strong. In reality, only she and the man were the masters of this place. Jennifer walked straight up to Oliver and looked at him intently. Her companion was a little surprised by the situation, and noticed that she had just been born, so he didn't understand how she knew who he was, and who she was. The demonic creature said that she was Jennifer, and also thought that it would be much more fun if she told the truth about how they would dry him up. In fact, it was she who hired those 2 thugs during their first meeting, and she had been watching him for a long time, because he was the son of a tycoon, and had everything. But probably, he had everything except love, as she understood, which was funny because his mother died when he was little, or perhaps because his brothers had achieved more than he had, causing his father to neglect him as a child. The girl studied everything about him, but her research never revealed anything. She couldn't understand that he lacked love, because he was actually a stranger, and she had the ability to read minds. Jennifer is a con artist who cheats idiots like him out of their money. She then asked if he really thought he had found true love. The person behind him thought so too, and as a result, he ended up driving a truck. In real life, the man is calm and carefree, so it is quite easy to deceive him. And now that he knows the reason and the whole truth about the situation, he might die. At the same time, Oliver was simply discouraged and did not understand what to do, and the demon tried to touch his head. But when she tried to kill this man, nothing happened, because she heard a voice in her head saying that he was the master. Soon, the creature began to scream loudly because her head hurt. Her companion began to take something out of his pocket and shouted that she was just mocking him. In desperation, tears welled up in his eyes, and the man shouted that this girl was not Jennifer. Immediately after that, he took out his revolver and fired several shots. This pierced the stomach of the creature in front of him. The attack was so sudden that the demon didn't even have time to react. So the body of this creature, which called itself Jennifer, fell to the ground. Oliver saw all this clearly, and looking closely, noticed that the girl was still moving. This surprised him greatly, so he slowly began to approach her. The man did this cautiously because he did not understand what had actually happened. But he was disconcerted when he saw that Jennifer was still conscious and saying that he was the master. Oliver panicked and shouted that it must be some kind of witchcraft. After all, he had just killed a monster that was babbling nonsense to him. The demonic creature turned to him and told her master that she didn't have much time left. But she begged him to listen to her, apologizing for lying, but that wasn't her goal. And this whole situation happened only because she had a split personality. At first, that personality appeared in order to protect her. The girl remembered how the man hit her and yelled that she had been outside all day, and that this was all the money she had. It turned out that it wasn't even enough to buy him snacks, so he grabbed a belt and yelled at the girl to lie still. Jennifer rolled over onto her stomach and did not resist at all when she was beaten. As a result, she had huge abrasions on her back, as well as bloody marks from the belt. After that, her father said that she would not get any food that evening, and if she did not find the money by the next day, he swore he would beat her half to death. The little girl looked on sadly, and as she grew up, she did some research and learned that split personality arises from childhood trauma. This form of defense mechanism, which manifests itself in the process of growing up, is associated with an unhealthy environment, separation, and lack of support. There is also another belief that as a result of prolonged emotional suppression and inability to cope with reality, the brain activates a defense mechanism. As a result, it creates another personality to protect the main one, and that is when it appears. That same night, when the father beat the girl for not bringing money, he slept peacefully in his room. The little girl, who already had a split personality, watched him sleep through a crack in the door. By the time she came to her senses, she realized that she had already left her father, and at that moment she was already living 100 times better than before. After Jennifer learned about the other personality, she said she would protect her and not let anyone hurt her, and also said she would make them the richest woman in the world. But the girl herself did not know that when she talked about wealth, she meant divorcing people for money. She can read people's minds, so she can easily make a man fall in love with her. She was also extremely intelligent. She became a new person after deceiving someone, because her personality was so strong that the girl became just a puppet. She didn't like it when men touched her, and she hated it even more. But the real Jennifer didn't have the strength to fight the other me. Her personality made her realize that there are ghosts in this world, but there is no God she can turn to for salvation, so she wanted to die. Then Oliver appeared and showed her that God really exists. Whatever his intentions were, he was the only one who didn't touch her, and he was willing to stay by her side. He was truly a good person, and she really wanted to tell him that. But she couldn't break free from the control of the other, so she couldn't get a word out of her head, and when the man hugged her that day, she felt warmth instead of conflict for the first time. Perhaps because of the other personality's ability, she felt that he was missing something in his heart, and it was the same thing she was missing. Perhaps that was why he attracted her. She didn't know what love was, but at that moment she thought that Oliver had been wounded many times, but had become the hero who saved her. The master's feelings for her are due to her personality. She knows that he has a strong desire to possess everything, and that is how he fell into her trap. Jennifer is half a liar and has a ruthless personality inside, so she no longer deserves to be with him. Oliver cried and said that nevertheless, he still liked her, and that she was the one who made him feel this way. His companion smiled and said that it seemed that God really did exist, so she wanted to say that she wanted to meet him again in the next life. But the girl did not have time to finish her words, and her body became lifeless. Her companion cried and tried to reach out to Jennifer, but realized that she was dead. He continued to stare at her body, and he was so sad that he cried like a child. Soon, Oliver fell to his knees and cried out in despair. David said that the demon on the floor had large open wounds, and that the bullets in the gun were probably custom-made. This product can only be manufactured by a weapons company that supplies weapons and equipment to the Ghost Company, so he asks who he is. His interlocutor asked if he was really from the Ghost Company, which meant that he might know something about reincarnation. David stated that as far as he knew, reincarnation did not exist, and asked if he could answer his question first. Oliver was simply dismayed when he heard that reincarnation does not exist. In despair, he began to say that he had failed to protect Jennifer, and had even killed her. After that, he began to laugh like a madman, because he no longer understood what was happening. The main character looked at him and was surprised by what was happening. Then he turned to run away and said that this guy was crazy, and that he'd better just ask the Ghost Company to deal with this mess. In theory, the demon in the middle of the operation is the mother of this child, but that doesn't matter, and he will take her back first. Suddenly, the system reported that the rescue operation had failed, and there were no signs of life from the victim. When the hero heard this, he looked at the woman and realized that he was completely screwed. Then he thought for a second, and realized that he could do something. Immediately after that, he made several seals and used his superior eye skill. Then he smiled, realizing that this action should help. Now he had to report this to the Ghost Company. Oliver grabbed his weapon and held it to his chest. A few moments later, the main characters heard a loud shot. He was surprised and turned around to see what the hell was going on. But there he saw that the guy who had been sitting in despair all this time had shot himself in the heart and killed himself. Soon, Oliver felt the image before his eyes begin to blur, and he was dying. The next place he saw was an endless beach and the ocean, near which he was standing. He didn't understand what was happening, and suddenly he heard a girl addressing the owner. Looking ahead, the man saw Jennifer, who was wearing a white beach dress. She was smiling and saying that God really exists. So after a while, they took each other's hands and began to walk carefree along the beach into the sunset. The lovers smiled at each other, and the atmosphere was truly peaceful. In the real world, Jennifer and Oliver were lying on the ground without any vital signs, smiling. Here, their bodies were far apart, but in another world, they were walking carefree along the beach. At that very moment, there was a spiral on the man's arm that ran through his veins. It was this very weapon that the bodyguard who appeared in the room used, not thinking that his master would kill himself for the sake of a woman. The sting of this demonic creature is capable of creating illusions, and at least he will die in a beautiful dream. The main character noticed him and said that his master was dead, but did he still want to fight? The demon offered his move and did not answer, so David said that he was talking to him. The interlocutor picked up his master and noticed that he was dead, so now he could not find him guilty and asked to be allowed to take the body home. Suddenly, the guy turned his attention to the side because he noticed someone there. It was Henry, who turned to Fred and said he was sorry for being late. Immediately after that, they passed each other, and the guard didn't say a word to me. The guy thought that when the man joined the company, he thought there was something wrong with him. The gentleman had died, and he was acting as if nothing had happened. Henry then said that he had done a good job and asked to be allowed to take care of the rest. Fred thought that this man had never done anything, but every time he saw him, he shuddered. The main character saw that someone else had appeared and asked who he was. The man said his name was Henry, and asked if he would keep what had happened a secret. David asked what kind of parents would give their child such a strange name. The strategist said that he worked as an advisor at the Kwanhai company, and if rumors about what had happened here spread, it could damage the company's reputation. The guy asked what would happen if he refused, and his interlocutor said that he could name his price, saying that they had the same teacher. So how about giving him a break? The main character remembered the situation with the beans, and asked if it was really the same teacher, if he was a bean scatterer. Henry looked at it and said that it was indeed so, because he was the successor to the fancy sect. David smiled and said that was great, because he had just received an order in his name. He then asked him to answer 3 questions, and said he would not tell the ghost company about today's incident. First, why did he put a combat bean in the ear of the son of the CEO of the Wang Group? Second, the Fangsan sect had been destroyed, but who was his teacher? The last question was whether he had heard that their wars specialized in internal alchemy and astrology, and that they were also good fighters. Therefore, the young man was curious if it was true that they were so good, so he wanted to verify everything. His interlocutor noted that the reason for the first question was simple. Each of the 4 major financial groups has its own market, and it is difficult to avoid conflicts of interest. As an advisor, he helps his boss make more profit. To keep an eye not only on the Wang group, but also on other groups, in order to avoid detection, he placed a bean in the boy's body. Wang is a busy man, but he loves his son. So the boy is always with him, even at various important meetings. As for the second question, he can only say that their sect was indeed destroyed, but he cannot say where he came from. As for the last question, he knows a little about fighting, and as for whether he is good at it or not, it is difficult to say. David noticed that their old master created magic, not to use it in such a cunning way, so he really wants to punish him instead. But he has other things to take care of at home, and if he takes him out in 2 minutes, a group of ghosts will come here to take care of him. If the man can hold out for 2 minutes, he won't tell anyone what happened here, so he asks if he accepts the challenge he has given him. Henry said he almost forgot that you can't fight within the same sect, but if he doesn't accept the challenge, the guy will notify the ghost company, and his job will be done. It also turns out that everything has a cause and effect, so fate itself brought them here today. The spirit of the mung beans that found him may be the cause, and the guy's encounter with him may be the consequence, but the hero didn't understand what the hell he was trying to say. The interlocutor said that he had received a prediction a few days ago, and that today was a lucky day. If he wanted the result to be achieved, he had to let everything take its course. So he accepted the challenge, but told the guy not to try to defeat him within 2 minutes, because didn't he think he was underestimating the Fanzi sect? David said that they would find out too much chatter during the fight, and if he disappeared, he could get up and talk to him after 2 minutes. Besides not telling the ghost company, he can do whatever he asks if it's within his capabilities. And he can also predict the future, so he asks to be allowed to do it for him. Then the hero made an obscene gesture to his opponent, and remarked that this night would be fatal for him. Then he turned on the stopwatch on his phone, and the countdown began. The guy wasted no time and immediately rushed into the attack. A few moments later, he was in the air, hanging directly above his opponent. Henry was also ready for a fight and used his seals. The moment he opened his eyes, symbols were visible there. The man began to mutter some words in order to use his technique. The hero, with a smile on his face, headed towards him to attack, and the man used a skill called Star Orbit. Therefore, he easily blocked David's punch with his bare open palm. It was as if the guy had hit a wall, which spread the force of the blow to the sides. Then he noticed that a large amount of energy, which was released, went behind his back. The space around the opponents also changed. David realized that he had hit his palm and hadn't seen his movements, so it was unclear how he could have pulled off such a feat. Moreover, it was unclear how his opponent was able to suddenly distance himself from him like that. When the hero looked up, he still didn't understand what had happened and why it had suddenly become so dark. At the same time, the place where they were standing hadn't changed. A huge dome made of some kind of technology had simply appeared above them. The guy realized that the man had used a hand seal and must have cast some kind of spell. As for his abilities, it seemed that he was able to teleport freely inside this dome. If the guy looked closely, he would surely be able to find some kind of loophole in the technology. Henry continued to pass out and raised his hand as if trying to strike. David noticed this and realized that it was a strange gesture, but it was unclear what this man was doing. The strategist continued to smile and literally struck from a great distance. He did this about 10 meters away from his opponent, but in a moment he was literally next to the guy. Immediately after his swift attack was successful, he moved back the same distance. David then realized that the man had not teleported, but could change his location at will. Henry had no intention of stopping, so he prepared to attack and raised his leg. After a few moments, he was already in the air directly above the main character. He then struck him, but David was still able to block the attack with his hand. The guy realized that he could do more than that. He could even teleport himself. Soon he was stunned, because he saw that his opponent was here 1 second and gone the next. Then the man appeared on the other side and attacked the unprotected part with his foot. David then flew to the side to regroup a little. The strategist said that after his blow, there was not a scratch on him. Therefore, if he understood correctly, his opponent had a golden light mantra, and of course, he did not expect such a young man to master this technique. It seems that the man underestimated him after all, as the hero stood aside and began to use his power. Then David smiled brightly and realized that it was he who had underestimated his opponent. After that, the guy used a seal suppression skill called Borrowed Thunder. After seeing this, the strategist was shocked. Could this guy really know 2 runic sealing techniques? Mastering 1 runic sealing technique in a lifetime is already considered impressive for a secret Taoist, but the guy summoned thunder at will. Moreover, he did not even use a runic seal as an intermediary, so it was unclear how this guy was able to achieve such a level of cultivation. David smiled brightly and said that his body was surrounded by my thunder, which was precisely why. Now they would see how he could approach him. Henry smiled and remarked that the Maotian sect was indeed full of talent, so he was quite eager to predict his fate. The hero said that he should stop talking nonsense, because his prediction was not accurate at all. It was all about it being a lucky day, and if the guy hadn't been so lenient with him, he would already be dead. Then the guy asked if he thought he could defeat him just by jumping around. His opponent remarked that he seemed to have forgotten the agreement, because he would win if he could just hold out for 2 minutes. David realized that it was definitely true that he was unable to approach him, but a person could use their strength to prevent him from catching them. If the strategist did that, the guy would definitely lose, so he thought there was no other way, and hoped that he wouldn't get into trouble because of it. The man paid attention to his opponent's techniques and was shocked when he saw them. After all, the main character began to use a technique that created 3 balls, and Henry wondered if it was a triple ice bolt. The strategist then said that the guy was full of surprises and even knew the destructive technique of runic bolts. However, he was confident that he would be able to hit him with this attack. Immediately after these words, the opponent began to move quite quickly across the entire area of the dome. The main character smiled and asked why his opponent thought he was going to use this technique on him. Immediately after saying this, he raised his hands and fired his weapon. And then the very dome in which they were located began to tear apart from the inside due to the unbearable power. It held for just a few moments, and then a tremendous force tore it apart from within, and another force scattered it to pieces. The 3 runic bolts that David had made flew rapidly out of the shaft above, straight into the sky. The boy sat in the room and told his opponents that they were finished if they dared to go against him, then said that it was bad, because there were 4 healthy guys in the bushes. Then he asked if they were trying to play dirty. But it turns out that they underestimate the junior who is playing with them. After that, the boy began to use the abilities of a deadly wave, carnage, unstoppability, complete destruction, and incomparability. But while he was doing this and concentrating on the game, he heard a strange noise. The boy immediately went out onto the balcony to see what had happened. When he saw it, he turned to his mother and asked her to come over because there was some kind of super lightning in the sky, shooting up from the ground. The woman came over and said that it was just lightning. What was so strange about it? But her son said that it had disappeared, and that was amazing. The electronic device he was holding informed her that he had been killed. His mother realized that he had been playing games all this time and became angry. She then began to discipline the boy and pointed out that she had told him to do his homework, but he was playing with toys instead. Henry looked up and saw that the roof of the building had been destroyed. He said it was a beautiful sight, but if the attack had been aimed at him, he would have died or been seriously injured. David said he shouldn't worry, because he wasn't that ruthless. He had simply destroyed his opponent's dome. Now, they would see how he would dodge his attacks without his power. The main character wasn't going to waste any time, and immediately launched an attack. The man noticed this and folded his seals again, muttering some kind of spell. David was within the range of this attack, and it was aimed specifically at him. After what happened, the guy felt that something was wrong with his body, and threads began to emanate from him. This attack was called the form of rebirth. The hero noticed what was coming out of his limbs and body, and saw that it was white threads. Immediately after that, he looked up to see where they were coming from. Above him was a strange magic circle that held the guy in place, making him look like a puppet on strings. David understood that whatever technique his opponent used, he had the golden light mantra to protect him, so they would see what his opponent could do. The hero then began to attack the man quite sharply, but the man constantly dodged his attacks with ease. The guy thought that he was definitely faster than his opponent, but it was unclear why he couldn't hit him. Most likely, it had something to do with that thing above the guy's head. Henry continued to smile and watched to see what David would do next. With the power of his eyes and the technique he used, he knew what would happen in the next second. The image that appeared before his eyes suggested that the guy would use his technique with the help of seals. At the same time, the strategist was quite curious as to what technique he would use at this moment. However, he should not lose his concentration or vigilance at this moment. The stopwatch on the phone continued to run, and it was 1 minute and 0 seconds. Henry then used his smoking pipe for his next attack. The man created a large amount of smoke, which he used to envelop the guy. The main character covered his face so as not to inhale the smoke and wondered if it was poisonous. He didn't have time to move, because he saw that his opponent was above him. The guy then realized that this was just a ploy to escape. The strategist really wasn't going to attack him, but simply moved further away. The hero said that all he could do was run and hide, so he asked to be attacked head-on, but the man said he wouldn't even consider it. David, after hearing this, became very angry, because he understood that it was all a trick. After that, Henry looked at his opponent with his eyes to see what he would do. Then he actually attacked the guy with his hand. The main character noticed that a red bean was flying towards him at great speed. To repel this attack, he used a skill called Ice Bolt. The bean, which was approaching at a fairly high speed, began its transformation. That's why the strategist used his bean retreat technique, which was called the soul of the red bean. The hero let it come closer so that he could easily repel it with his technique. When the excited bean almost reached his body, he used thunder and attacked it. The residual electrical energy flew into the sky, and the bean flew in the other direction. David realized that this was the bean retreat technique. The man fighting him was cunning and knew that it had no effect on him, so he used it to redirect his counterattack. But it was unclear where this confidence in using the ice bolt came from. Henry mentioned this technique and noted that it would be problematic if he were his nephew. Most likely, his plan was to use the ice bolt, which would form a seal and increase it to the limit. And when he was inside, her boyfriend would reduce the seal, forcing him to fight him. The hero noticed that he knew he was using the bolt after all. This means that the thing above his head can predict his actions, but it seems that he is unable to foresee the trajectory of the attack. The man was surprised by these words and realized that things were not so simple. Indeed, the small ice bolt that the main character used from the sky was heading downwards. Henry noticed it and realized he had made a mistake. David, however, continued to smile and, using his seal, applied the split bolt technique. Then the ball that was formed from the technique began to spin along its trajectory. It literally turned into some kind of dragon, and this technique was called the double glacial bolt. It was a variation called the shadow eel arrow, and it was this technique, created with the help of gram power, that was directed at the man. As Henry watched the attack flying rapidly toward him from above, he lost his concentration. The hero noticed all this, and decided to take advantage of the situation, so he rushed at him with his fists, and declared that he had been caught. Immediately after this swift attack, only a few drops of blood were visible. The blood splattered on the phone screen, which was on the ground, and continued to run the stopwatch. Of the 2 minutes that the main character had declared for this fight, 27 seconds remained. At the same time, the main character was stunned by what was happening, because it was he who had been wounded. Henry stated that he was not particularly talented, and was only able to learn one rune technique. Gold appeared on his hands and body, forming claws, and the man said that this was the golden rune technique. The main character's attack with the help of dragons formed from the thunder technique was also defeated. The strategist said that his double ice bolt was not difficult to break, but at the same time, he is not as good as the guy, because he cannot do it without using a medium or applying a seal. These gloves he uses are his medium for the golden rune technique, and there are also seals on their inner side. The hero touched his wound and noticed that he had scratched him, and he had been giving in to him all this time because they were from the same sect. But most likely, it turns out that there is no need for that at the moment. A considerable amount of energy was released at that moment, and Henry felt it on his own skin. When he looked ahead, he literally saw with his own eyes a huge, ferocious monster staring at him. The man was a little panicked and thought that he had probably awakened the monster. Since he was a very cautious person, he immediately backed away to keep his distance. Henry had always thought that the triple bolt was his opponent's limit, but he didn't expect him to know this technique as well. At the same time, David used a quadruple ice bolt, a technique called the God of Shadow Roses. A huge amount of dark energy was released around him, and the man couldn't understand how the guy had achieved such power at his age, because it was beyond human comprehension. Perhaps it was worth reading his blood while it was still fresh. So Henry stuck his finger in his mouth and tasted the blood, and also used the technique of blood divination. Blood divination is a secret technique of the secret racists of the fancy sect. Divination is done by tasting blood, and it can predict a person's life path. By showing his future, as well as fragments of his past, the strategist learned his opponent's life path, and realized that he was the one who could help him. At the same time, Henry continued to retreat from the main character in order to keep his distance. Soon, David caught up with him and found himself behind him, preparing for a swift attack. Using his skill, the man understood that his opponent was now attacking him from the right. But then a surprise awaited him, because he realized that there were now 2 directions. Of course, a triple bolt is a fast technique, but he would probably be able to hold out. Suddenly, Henry looked back and thought, could there be another one behind him? It turned out that this man had changed 3 different directions of attack in a matter of seconds. In the end, it was really bad for him, because there were 6 directions of attack in total. With the God of Thunder, David is very fast, so there is no point in even trying to predict all his actions. After a few seconds, the main character still managed to strike his opponent. 6 attacks reached the man in literally the blink of an eye. Of course, David did not stop there, and soon struck his opponent directly on the chin with his left hand. Due to the enormous force he exerted, a large stream of thunder headed straight for the sky, while the floor on which they were fighting immediately collapsed and turned into rubble. The man's body flew into the sky at tremendous speed from this swift and destructive attack. From the outside, it looked like a comet heading not from the sky to the ground, but from the ground to the sky. The force of the blow that Henry experienced was so strong that he pierced the clouds with his body. Only drops of blood and the residual energy of the thunder god followed him. Finally, after a few moments, the body hung in the air and began to gradually fall down. The strategist smiled brightly and thought that his opponent's frightening power and life force were wonderful, so his lifelong dream could finally come true. The main character did not recover in his attacks, and also flew up into the sky to continue. Henry thought that he was his benefactor. David spun around very quickly in the sky, and it was as if a stormy tornado had appeared there. After that, he struck his opponent again with his enormous strength, and the opponent flew rapidly downward. Now it looked as if a comet or some kind of meteorite was falling straight to the ground from space. Henry instantly landed and destroyed a huge amount of soil beneath him. A few seconds later, David also landed among the debris. The guy said that the thing above his head had disappeared, and that his opponent was most likely unconscious. Thank God they were cut off from the world in this place, and if the master found out about this, he would be in big trouble. The hero understood perfectly well that he had gone a little too far at that moment, but the man was protected by the golden light mantra, which meant he must be alive. When the dust, which had risen in quite a large amount, dispersed, the guy didn't see something. There on the ground was the strategist who had used his golden armor. The guy approached him and said that he was the first person to wound him, and he thought that there were only advisors in the Fangshan sect, but his opponent was a good adversary. In addition, the hero had underestimated him, and did not think that he would master the technique of golden runes so well, because the golden mantra is difficult to break through, but not for the technique of golden runes. He then asked if he understood correctly that the golden barrier on his back had depleted his spiritual energy, and he would give him credit for protecting his back and neck. After all, the hero would have been in trouble if his opponent had died, so he apologized for being too rude to him. Then the guy noticed how the strategist's hand began to move, and he clenched it into a fist. So he shouted that his spiritual energy was depleted and asked him not to move. Perhaps his back and neck were unharmed, but his internal organs would certainly not thank him after such a strong blow. Immediately after saying these words, Henry began to cough up blood very violently. David was discouraged and did not understand why it was only his pain that was stirring him up. His interlocutor continued to cough and began to get up, and the guy shouted that if his opponent died, he would be sent back to the mountains. So, was he trying to blackmail him? He must know that there are other jobs out there, so there's no need to kill himself for his boss. But after getting up, the man said that what happened here no longer mattered. After all, the reason he fought so fiercely was because of David. The main character immediately became alert and realized that he was having déjà vu, because this expression on his face reminded him of someone. Then Henry smiled and said that the 2 minutes were up, so the guy had lost. David heard a signal from his phone and shouted that it was his cell phone, which he had almost forgotten about. His opponent continued talking. Then the guy said that if he could stand on his feet after 2 minutes, he would do anything for him. He could even tell the ghost company about what happened here. But Henry had one request, and he came closer and asked to be allowed to become his partner. The heroine became alarmed by this and shouted at the man not to stand so close, then asked if he knew that he was acting very strangely. At first, he told the guy not to say anything to the company about what had happened, but now he's doing the exact opposite, just like his partners want him to. Could he have a concussion? Henry said he was completely fine, and that the company seemed to have a team of demon hunters, so he could help him. He could keep all the profits for himself. The hero was surprised because isn't it for the high salary that people become advisors? And now he is offering free help? Besides, the man still doesn't work for the company, as he plans to cooperate. Henry smiled, and said that it was not a problem, because he was the last of the Fangshin sect, so it would not be difficult for him to become an officer of the ghost company. He asked if he was right in thinking that the entrance exam, which takes place once every 3 years, would begin very soon. The main character thought that this was all bad, because this man had finally lost his mind. Then the strategist noticed that he seemed to have put the guy in an awkward position. But then what about the deal? Before that, he used his blood for divination and told him about what had been bothering him all these years, and the guy would let him join the team. David said that it was time to stop talking nonsense and leave these tricks for naive losers, because even if he hid everything from the company, they would find out sooner or later. So the strategist had better worry about how he was going to report to his boss, because the guy wasn't going to waste his time, as he had a child waiting for him at home. The interlocutor smiled and asked if he really didn't believe in the power of the Fanzi sect's divination. He went on to say that the guys were turning 20 this year, and that he had been living in Lujan for 2 years. He had previously lived in Kunwei, which is about 200 kilometers away, and was also an heir to the Maoshin sect, hoping that he had correctly divided Kunwei into 200 kilometers. He then continued that the guy had lived on Mount Fengzhou until he turned 18, and recently he had let a girl doomed to a difficult fate into his house, but was able to solve her problem. The hero was surprised and thought, could he really see himself? Are the Fangshin warriors really as good as his master said? Henry asked if he had no doubts over the years about the possibility of mastering 2 rune techniques and having such a high level of cultivation. And most importantly, had he ever thought about his birth? When the heroine heard these words, she immediately looked at him intently, because she understood that this was disturbing. The strategist continued, saying that he would share some information about the young man's birth. And just as he was about to do so, blood gushed from his mouth again, and he began to cough violently. He then leaned over and lay down on David's shoulder, saying that he would be fine after a few days of rest. When the man leaned closer to the boy's ear, he began to tell him about his secret. He slowly uttered the words about the secret he had seen through blood divination, and all these words simply stunned the young man. Then the strategist said that they were truly meant to meet. With his last ounce of strength, he said that he lived on the top floor of the building where the young man lived. The main character immediately used the borrowed wind technique and rushed into the sky. At the same time, his thoughts were vague, and he wondered if what this man had said was true. David grabbed his recent opponent, and they rushed to his house. At the same time, some creatures were watching them, and one of them said that this man was indeed something special. They were demonic creatures who had seen the fight that had just taken place, and the demon with wings realized that it was clear why the master had ordered them to watch. It was no wonder he was the best officer in the ghost company with his abilities. Even all of them in the 11th earthly branch would not be able to defeat him. The interlocutor stated that he thought this man had shown only part of his own strength. The second demon began to squeal and asked why they were standing there. They needed to leave immediately, because if the guy noticed them, they would be dead. The first creature told him to stay where he was. At that moment, his instincts told him something else was going on. Something was beginning to emerge from under the rubble of the laboratory, which was hidden deep underground. It was a creature that had broken through the concrete walls with its tentacles. In the end, it turned out to be only the serpentine form of a demonic creature, and it was Jennifer. The demon was completely healthy at that moment, and smiled because it could continue to exist. Its strength was gradually returning, and it was clear that there were no wounds left on its body. The creature began to speak, speaking on behalf of the man, because it was the one Jennifer had talked about. He said that he did not know that there was a way to be reborn. Moreover, it now seemed that its power had increased significantly, and it thought that being shot immediately after returning to life was a hidden blessing. It also appears that Jennifer's weak personality, which had existed, was no longer involved in this matter. We should thank that guy, because before he was just a sub-personality inside Jennifer, but now he is the only one who controls this body. So she will always seal this girl's personality inside herself. The demon thought that he was also a woman, like her main personality, but in the end, he turned into a male monster. In fact, It was quite a pleasant feeling, because he liked being a man. Suddenly, the creature became alert, noticing something behind him. It so happened that behind him appeared the two creatures who had been watching the fight between the main character and Henry all this time. The demon that had taken possession of Jennifer's body asked who they were. The interlocutor said that he was a demon created from the demon of a mother and a human being, which was the same thing. Although he currently only has a B rank, he has quite high potential for personal growth, and it also turns out that he has 9 lives. His abilities increase with each rebirth, and looking at his potential for development in his final life, he can reach great heights. So it turns out that in the end, he will be able to reach the rank of an S-rank demon. The creature was surprised by this, and asked who they were. One of the demons asked to introduce himself. He is a goat-eyed demon of rank C, and next to him is a rat-eared demon of rank B. His main skill is reconnaissance, and he can see all living organisms within a radius of 100 kilometers, while his companion's skills are good for eavesdropping and analyzing demonic energy. As a result, he not only hears voices from afar, but can also determine the strengths and weaknesses of organisms near him. Their target was supposed to be a human, but they accidentally discovered this demon. It just so happened that their earthly branch was short-handed, so they want to recruit him. They told him all this in order to gain his trust. The creature had just been reborn as a demon and needed a place to stay. The snake asked if they really wanted to win his trust with just a few words. What a stupid joke that was. So, with a sly smile, he asked what would happen if he refused their offer. The beautiful ear said that his interlocutor knew about their abilities, so he would therefore be considered their enemy. Jennifer's second personality started laughing and said that it was hilarious. If what these guys said was true, then with their B and C ranks, they were just minor scouts in their organization. So do they really think they can defeat him after that? At the moment, it seems that the demon is quite eager to test his new power. The winged creature that had just been there suddenly disappeared. Zmei didn't understand what had happened and was surprised by it. For some reason, at that very moment, his head began to tilt to the side, and the image began to blur. Rat Ear used his claws and attacked the victim in front of him. He then said that the scout was enough to kill this creature, but the head of the demon, who was Jennifer's second personality, fell off and lay on the ground. After that, the soul of the demonic creature that was in his head emerged. When it rose slightly, it exploded and scattered into pieces, and then the pupil of the head lying on the ground began to move, and life appeared in it. Rat Ear came closer and noticed that the speed of this creature's rebirth was much faster than last time. If he agreed to join them, they would put his head back in place. But if he resisted, the creature would throw his head into the ocean. Of course, the demon understood perfectly well that his current situation was bad, so he said that he understood everything. Shortly thereafter, his head was brought to his body, and he attempted to attach it to his torso using small threads. The demon said that as soon as the snake recovered, they would take him to their king, so that he could join the 11 earthly branches after the trial. Suddenly the demon, who had a huge eye, became alert and saw something strange. He began to move toward his companion at great speed and told the rat's ear that he was being cautious. At that moment, John, who had previously been the girl's personality, attacked the creature from behind. The demonic bat said that there seemed to be no need to take this guy to their king. Soon, a large number of spikes were stuck in the ground, and they belonged to a goat's eye. Jennifer's second personality stated that the two scouts had killed him twice, one by one, which could mean that their boss must be stronger than them. John then asked them to tell him what rank he now belonged to according to their rating. The demonic creature he held in his hands said heavily that he was now rank A. The demon said that rank S was still higher, but now he could be considered a real monster, so he decided to join them. But his interlocutor had to at least tell him the name of his boss first. The rat ear said that their king's name was Owen. John said that if that was his name, it didn't sound like the name of a monster. The main character returned home and was asked what had happened to his face. The guy told the little child to come closer. Then he apologized and said that when he arrived, his mother was already dead. But at the same time, he told the boy not to be sad, because this thing was in his mother's stomach. In addition, he scanned this thing, using his skill of the underworld eye. Inside, there was an image of his mother, and fortunately, she knew the technique of reincarnation. Damien would have to protect her until she came out of this shell. The boy was sad and cried, but when he sniffed, he noticed that it was his mother's scent. So he thanked his older brother, and said that he would protect his mother no matter what. Anastasia told David that she would warm up something for him to eat, but the boy replied that he wasn't hungry, so he would go straight to bed. Katie was surprised by this, so she reassured the boy and told him not to worry. She would ask headquarters to assign guards to the boy, so he shouldn't cry because they would help him take care of his mother. Anastasia wondered why she was seeing the boy so serious for the first time, but what had happened there? After David went up to his room, he quickly locked it from the inside. His face looked discouraged, and he was sad, so he thought about the master. The bloody clothes and the strategist's gloves were placed on the table. He went to the bathroom immediately after arriving home. A considerable amount of blood had been washed off his body after he fought David. There was also a huge, cross-shaped wound on his chest at that moment, under his pectoral muscles. Immediately after Henry left the bathroom, he took one of the shells from the closet and tied his hair back. Then the man went into the room where there was an altar with offerings and a pillow. He bowed down and began to pray, telling his master that today he had met his benefactor, a man who had the fate of the emperor himself. If he served this young man well, he would be able to fulfill his master's last wish. Henry stood in front of a portrait of a wise man sitting and meditating. At about the same time, the main character was in his room, staring intently at the ceiling. He couldn't concentrate or relax, so he was very angry. He got up on his bed and thought that this annoyed him greatly, although in the end, he thought that his master would have no reason to lie to him. But even this man, who had told him the secret, had no reason to lie. If what he had said was true, then why would the master lie about his birth? David thought that instead of worrying about it tomorrow, he should get a clear answer from the guy upstairs. Then the hero went back to bed and decided that he would deal with it later and get some sleep. A short time after these reflections, the guy finally fell asleep. After that, he began to dream about how the master was sitting by the pond and fishing. A little boy approached him and spoke to him, but the old man was asleep at the time. The boy was quite persistent, so the man woke up and asked what had happened. Then he turned his attention to his apprentice, and the hero asked if he could eat the huge boar he was holding in his hands. The old man shouted at him and threw it back onto the mountain. The boy asked why, saying it looked delicious. James didn't realize that if he ate it, who would take care of the piglets? David sat down next to his teacher and addressed him, but the old man was angry and told him to leave. But the hero was persistent and asked if that meant his parents also lived on the mountain. The master was in an awkward position, and therefore said that he had found him near a Taoist temple when he was still very small. Perhaps his parents had some difficulties, which is why they left him with him. Of course, the man tried to look for them, but to no avail. The boy got angry and said that he understood everything. James told him not to be upset, and that life there was more complicated than he thought, so perhaps they had been forced to give him away. Besides, wasn't he happy with him? David then broke into a bright smile and said that since he had been given to the master, he was now his father. The old man looked at him in surprise at first, then smiled because he was pleased. So he called him a silly boy and remarked that he had raised him, so of course he was his father. So the hero declared that from now on he would call him Dad, but the man said that it was nonsense and that he should just call him Master. Georg said that the project plan had finally come together, and that he would do everything in his power to help, but asked if he was allowed to participate in the research and development of demonic weapons. Lucy told him not to worry about the higher-ups, that she would take care of it, and that he should just do what he had to do. He was now the best at manipulating space in the demon world, and his interlocutor said that he understood everything and was flattered by it. The commander said that he should head to the weapons company a little later, as they were responsible for researching and developing demonic tools. The company specializes in developing weapons for hunting demons, and maintains an online system for coordinating hunters. Georg said he had always wanted to meet them. Lucy noted that they would be happy to accept his team and the name of the project, Spiritual Reality. Suddenly, a man's voice came from the entrance, remarking that Spiritual Reality was indeed a good name. Those present turned their attention there, and there was James. He noticed how many years, how many winters they had not seen his little busty dragon. And the ninth master was also here, so it seemed that this time the ghost company had gotten itself into a big mess. George bowed before him and declared that he was paying his respects to the nobleman, but the leader of the 4 Taoist sects said that there was no one else here, so he should leave the formalities behind. But his interlocutor noted that there was no caste and no order, although James didn't care. He approached the woman and called her a little busty dragon again, asking if she had missed him. The commander was very angry about this, and said that she had told him not to call her that. Immediately after that, she used the pistols in her hands and demanded that he show at least a little decency. Then she fired several dozen shots, emptying her magazines. The bullets flew quite fast, but soon began to slow down and almost stopped completely. James used his power to stop them, and told her to behave more quietly. Then he asked if the situation had really gotten out of control. Lucy said at that moment that this incident was a threat not only to the company and the ghost. After all, it could threaten the entire human world. George was alarmed, because he understood that this would mean the collapse of everything. The master threw the bullets he was holding in his hands onto the ground, and they scattered. He then asked his interlocutor to tell him what was so dangerous that it threatened the human world. The woman said that it would be about the third world, namely the Seal of Paradise, but she wanted to discuss the details right now. Suddenly, Georg interrupted her and said that the commander had said enough. Lucy and James looked at him in surprise, not understanding what had happened. The demon said he didn't have the authority to be part of the conversation about the Heavenly Seal, so he asked them to stop there. The arms company needed his help, so he was heading there. Lucy told him not to worry about the rules, but who knows, maybe he would be able to help them. The interlocutor said that this was not the case at all, because rules are extremely important for demons living in the human world. A nobleman had arrived, so he was sure that this man was capable of resolving any crisis situation. James said that after all, there were so many worries here, because it was much easier for him in the Taoist temple. But his commander interrupted him and told him to stop grumbling, because they had to go. She wants to show him something that the top brass is already waiting for her report on. The elevator was descending at tremendous speed, and the system reported that it was 9,800 meters underground. The scan was in progress, and the identity of the commander of the Ghost Company's branch in Lujan, Lucy, was confirmed, as was the identity of the leader of the secret Taoists, James. The elevator opened immediately after that, and the system activated the lighting. Soon, the huge room was fully lit, and the people who had arrived began to head towards the center. There was a board with various characters drawn on it, and James asked his companion to tell him what was going on. Lucy pointed out that, as he already knew, the core energy of the Heavenly Seal was created from spiritual energy and the founder of the secret Taoists. Real-time monitoring showed that the energy level had always remained unchanged. But 3 days after David's intrusion, something happened. After he visited the heavenly upside-down world, the energy level dropped by 0.001, but quickly returned to its original value. The man is the only one who has the right to check the Heavenly Seal, so the top leadership instructed her to bring him here. James noticed that something still seemed strange. The power of their founding master was infinite, and the basic energy should not change over time. But this case had nothing to do with little David. The Heavenly Seal was used to seal demons, and the little boy was able to get out because he was identified as a human. At that moment, this girl was also identified as a human, so we had to leave with him. In any case, Such a powerful tool as the Paradise Seal would not change because of them. In the end, the master won't know what caused the changes until he sees for himself. He went to the center and told Lucy to stay where she was, because she was human, but the power of the seal still had some effect on her. Soon, the old man stopped right next to a large number of hieroglyphs and looked at them. Then he began to put various things into it so that he could use its power. And then a huge amount of energy began to emanate from his body and spread throughout the area. James began to use this power and moved his fingers in a circle, using it. Finally, after he had done all the manipulations, he ordered them to rise up. Some of the cells with hieroglyphs on them began to move slightly. After that, some of them began to rise one after another, one above the other. Literally, after a short time, huge columns appeared, stretching almost to the ceiling. One of them continued to grow until it hit the top. Then, using force, a square-shaped piece began to move downward. The cell then descended a little lower, and a very bright light shone at its tip. Lucy remained at a considerable distance, but she still felt the energy. The woman thought about how monstrous spiritual energy was, because it was difficult for her to even breathe, even though it was very far away. And then, right before her eyes, it pulled her out, and she saw the legendary heavenly seal that had appeared from the cell. James began to slowly climb the columns, which extended one after another directly toward the heavenly seal. Soon he had climbed to the top and stopped to prepare himself. Then the master served several seals and used his eyes of the underworld. What the man saw there excited him a little. Immediately after that, he turned to Lucy and said that it was time for her to inform the royal leader, that is, the commander-in-chief of all demon hunters. Of course, the girl was very alarmed and asked what had happened. James said that someone was trying to break through the seal in the heavenly upside-down world, that he had already created a small crack, and that, fortunately, the seal had restored itself. The commander was stunned and wondered if a demon could really make a crack in the defense created by the heavenly seal. The old man told the woman to tell the royal leader that the company in all 12 states needed to be notified to be on alert, and that he would stay behind to reinforce the seal. Demons gathered near one of the huge mountains in an unknown upside-down world. All these events took place in a huge cave that stretched far into the interior. There, some kind of orange protection had been destroyed to resemble a crystal. A creature that had been sitting inside all this time emerged from it. It had no head, but it approached as if it were the edge, and declared that the target had swallowed the bait, so his friends were already outside. Finally, the time for interesting events had come, and this creature would pull the other demons out of here within 2 days. It promised that it would definitely do so, and there were quite a few creatures downstairs that were very strong. The weather outside was quite sunny, and Henry continued to stay on the top floor of his room. As always, he sat on a chair in his greenhouse, but there was already a chair prepared for another person. Using his powers, the man sensed that someone had entered his apartment, and therefore announced that he was there. He didn't even turn around, but asked the guy to sit down, and the main character came up to him and asked if he had left the door open for him. David noticed that he wanted to get to the point quickly, and wanted to say why he was there, but he was interrupted. Henry asked us to wait because his phone was ringing and he needed to answer it. The caller called him a Fangsian warrior and said that he had finally turned on his phone, so the director had been looking for him everywhere. The man interrupted him and said he was sorry, but from now on, he would no longer be working for the Kwangzi group, so they should not try to contact him anymore. He then threw his phone up in the air and ordered one of his subordinates to throw it away. The farther the better, as red beans began to carry his device away. The strategist noticed that he basically didn't use any devices except mobile phones, and his boss only contacted him in emergencies, with only 2 numbers saved in his phone. One belonged to his boss and the other to his son, but either way he wouldn't need it now. All this was because from now on, he and David were partners. The hero did not engage in pleasantries and asked why he was needed. His interlocutor noted that it was all because of something that some people chase their whole lives. There was a chance that the man would be able to get close to it with the help of his partner's tax. Of course, he knows perfectly well that he came because of what Henry said yesterday. His ability to foresee allows him to obtain only fragments of information. So he apologizes, because he won't be able to give the guy a complete description of his past, but perhaps he will learn more in his next foresight. The hero asked when the next foresight would be, when he would give him a drop of blood, and asked him to do it right now, right here. The interlocutor smiled and said that he couldn't do that, repeating the word partner from last night. After all, if he wanted more information, he needed something first. By this, he meant that he needed to gain David's trust. So they had to become real partners. The guy was outraged and remarked that this was stupid and predictable, and he thought that the Fanzi sect was really cool. The injuries from yesterday's attacks won't heal for a couple of days, so the man should rest, and if things get really bad, he should go to the hospital. But when Henry recovers, the guy will contact him if there is a task. The strategist smiled after hearing these words, because he understood that they would meet again soon. The main character thought that since the master had hidden his past from him, he would have no choice but to trust this guy and do as much as he could himself. A man approached one of the abandoned factories located on the outskirts of the city. At the same time, he asked himself what he was doing here, because he was tired as a dog and would have to spend the night here. After that, he drank the alcoholic beverage he had in his hands. Then something strange in front of him caught his attention. There were 2 strange objects floating in the air and rotating around their axis. The man who noticed this said that he had mixed something with alcohol this time. Immediately after that, these strange objects rose into the air and spun around. In the end, they turned out to be huge, and the old man approached them. He noticed that it was interesting because they looked real, and he could even see a girl now. A few moments after the man found himself armed with destruction, blood began to flow from his eyes. The bottle of alcohol fell to the ground, and the man's head was crushed, as were his limbs. At the last moment, he screamed very loudly because he was in terrible pain from his limbs being twisted and his bones being broken. It turned out that these were some objects that resembled speakers, and with their power, they squeezed the victim inside them, and he became very thin. And then, in the final stage of this rapid attack, the two objects collided with each other. These strange objects were controlled by a demonic creature that stood to the side. The demon was pleased with the situation, and noticed that even in such an isolated area, there were people living there, so it seemed that they would have to continue their search for a new place. Soon, the creature turned its attention upward, because it saw something strange. Then it heard a voice saying that this creature liked how they solved problems here. The monster first looked closely to see who they were, and then blushed, because he was terrified. John hung from the bat's leg and told the creature not to be so upset, because he was just a new member of their team. The demon told the rat's ear that they had really disgraced themselves, because he couldn't believe that a newcomer had beaten him up. It was just a cat spirit, and he had indeed informed His Majesty about it. John said that this creature was very fond of chatting for a shorty, and he was also curious about how strong his gongs were, so he asked if he wanted to fight him, which annoyed his interlocutor. He went on to say that if His Majesty hadn't said he wanted to see him, he would have killed him long ago. The demonic cat spirit creature thought that he was becoming more and more interested in this majesty they were talking about. Soon, all the members of the group entered one of the large rooms. The short demon declared that this was the newcomer he had been waiting to meet. In this huge room, 3 demonic creatures were sitting on several containers, and then the first of them declared that His Majesty was expecting the arrival of this demon. The entity, which resembled Anubis, asked if this was really a cat spirit, as it looked weak, and if it was really of rank A. The girl was delighted and noted that at last there was at least one decent spirit present. John continued to stay on guard and counted the monsters from 1 to 6. Immediately after that, he smiled and noticed that there were only 7 of them. Then he turned to the creature above and remarked that he could sense its murderous intent from where he stood, so there was no reason for it to hide there. The creature, which was a demonic grasshopper, noticed that he was thinking too much, and that there was a reason why he was there. It was that there was a good view of the situation from there, and if the demon failed the test, it would immediately finish it off. The cat food slammed down and declared that he was really starting to like this place more and more. The monster in the pink suit told the rat ear not to keep His Majesty waiting, and the other guy said he got it. The girl was delighted and said how lucky they were to have rat ear. Otherwise, they would rarely get to hear His Majesty's enchanting voice. The demonic bat declared that it could not hear any electronic devices within a kilometer, except for rats, and that there was no spiritual energy present. And then the yellow demon turned to His Majesty and declared that he could speak. Immediately after that, he threw off the cloth that had been covering the tray he had been holding all this time. John thought that these monsters were behaving so mysteriously, and now their boss would finally appear, and he was dying of anticipation. Finally, the cloth flew away in the other direction, and the creature noticed what was there and thought, "Is this some kind of joke?" But there sat a little green frog, from which the creature was speaking, and it noticed that it was nice to meet him. He apologized for his special status, which prevented him from being present in person. His name was Owen, and he hoped the guy would join them. John said that at first he was angry because the creature he was so interested in didn't even show up, and was talking to him through a children's transmitter. But now he is satisfied. The whole situation shows that his interlocutor is very cautious. The demon needs a place to live, and he also really likes how they work. His Majesty asked if it was true that he wanted to join their team. The cat spirit asked to be told what he needed to do to prove his worth. Owen asked him to allow him to introduce the director of their team, who is the creature to his right. His name is Dave, and by Polish standards, he falls into the highest rank, A. The interlocutor noted that if he understood correctly, the highest rank A was very strong, so he was interested in whether the boss wanted him to fight him. His Majesty stated that he understood correctly, and if he could kill the director, the place in the team would belong to him. But if he died, they would guarantee him a good funeral. The director of this team immediately rushed towards his opponent after hearing these words. He then remarked that they should start the battle, since His Majesty had already said everything. The demon said that he had heard that the creature before him had risen to rank A after reincarnation, so he was looking forward to their battle. The cat spirit made a very surprised expression and continued to look somewhere. Then he said that they should wait a second, as there were only 7 of them, and his interlocutor agreed, but said that something was bothering him. The boy pointed and remarked that in that case, what was that red thing right behind the yellow boy in the center? Dave wondered if someone had managed to get through to the rat's ear before the action, and if it could be the highest rank of the ghost company. So he immediately ordered the demonic bat to go and check everything out. Suddenly, his facial expression changed dramatically as his opponent pierced his body. The company director did not expect the attack at that moment, and therefore easily missed it. The girl said that slightly naive guys are cute, but their director is too trusting. The creature, which looked very much like Anubis, shouted at the cat spirit that he was a scoundrel. John said that you have to use your brain in a fight, and that he was just a dumb dog. The guy aimed for his heart so he could play with him longer. Suddenly, he became alert because he felt that something had happened, so he thought, could my hand be stuck? Dave then said that it seemed that calling it a fight was really flattery. You see, it can only happen if both opponents are equal in strength, but his opponent was definitely not worthy of fighting him. Then the creature touched his limb with its right hand, and began to use its power. The demon said that this cat spirit was definitely food. John's limb began to rot, and the flesh fell off it. The girl said that everything the director touched rotted and was sucked into him, and she thought they would have a new member on the team. What a pity. A few moments after the incident, the boy's limb broke off and flew off in the other direction. The director was a little surprised and asked if he had cut off his own arm. After that, using his power, he began to close his wound and absorb the limb. Soon, there were almost no traces left, and the demonic dog asked if he really thought he could escape. Dave was very aggressive at that moment, and immediately rushed to attack his opponent. The cat spirit was a little confused, and therefore retreated, allowing his opponent to grab his leg. John realized that he was in a really bad situation, while his opponent told him to turn into a pile of bones and become his food. The guy thought he could defeat his opponent because they were of the same rank. However, he did not know that there was also a higher rank, and it turned out that he was somewhere in the lower category. But the demon also couldn't believe that the difference between them was so great. At that moment, John's consciousness clouded over in the fight against Dave, and only one word broke through the tangle of thoughts, and that word was run. The demonic dog declared that it had heard he had 9 lives, but then it would simply crush his body, and then it would simply consume him completely. The cat spirit had only recently become a demon, and therefore lacked combat experience. But it was precisely on the brink of life and death that his instinct helped him remember something. The team captain struck his opponent very hard with his left hand, right in the head. The limb of the guy who was holding the monster at that moment was torn off, and he asked what it was, whether he had torn it off before swallowing it. John then said that the monster's imposing presence had frightened him, and even made him forget something, and to forget that he himself had acquired a couple of new abilities, so that if he played the situation right at that moment, his opponent would not be able to touch him. And immediately after these words, the body of the cat spirit flew apart in different directions. Small particles of the body instantly began to move away from the demonic creature. The demonic dog was surprised and asked if that was all he could do. If that was true, then he was very naive, because if they tried to escape at that moment, the game would have been over long ago. The demon, who had been sitting on the top floor all this time, told the minister that this job was just right for him. And just when the demon was ready to attack his opponent, he suddenly stopped and noticed something strange. John, using his new skills, turned his body into a tornado and asked who said he was going to run away. Then his torso began to take on the correct shape, and the cat spirit declared that he had never had so much fun. Jennifer's second personality wondered why he hadn't realized this before. After all, it was at the very moment when he was resurrected after being shot that he tried to crawl out from under the rubble, and that was when he was liquefied. The second time, the rat's ear cut off his head, and the guy wanted to reattach it, so he gained regeneration, and after the battle with these creatures, he died again. When he came back to life, he began to think about how to improve his effectiveness in battle, learned to turn his limbs into any weapon, but was struck by the possibility of liquefaction. The girl asked the rat ear if that was really how it was, and if so, it was indeed a cool ability. At first, the demon thought that they could use his potential and make him a second attacking force, but he underestimated the situation. This demonic creature was too cunning and competitive. If they accepted him, he would later become a threat. John said that as a result, every time he resurrects, he can acquire a new ability as long as it's not too tiring. And right now, he can test them on a strong opponent like a demonic dog, and that's great. His opponent immediately declared that there had been enough chatter, and asked what all this had to do with the battle. The demon smiled wildly, and remarked that it was particularly relevant, because didn't he think their fight would be more exciting? The director of their team was a little surprised by this, and just stared at the guy. The creature now looked more confident, and constructed a sharp weapon from its limb. John said that at the moment his strength was no match for his opponent, and his interlocutor asked if this was the weapon he had mentioned, and if he hoped to defeat him with it. The cat spirit smiled brightly again, and remarked that he was wondering what ability he would acquire next time he crossed paths with the cult. And a few moments after saying this, he used his limb to pierce his own head. His body immediately fell lifeless to the ground, for he was killed. The demonic dog was stunned by what was happening and shouted that this guy was crazy. The short guy shouted that he was pompous, and he wanted to flatten him with his hooves. Turning to the minister, he said that moral values and ethics should be forgotten, and that they should just eat him while he was still dead. The director said that such a low and desperate act was not his style at all. A few seconds after the creature's death, its soul began to escape through its open mouth. And soon, as it had been in the past, the soul that flew into the sky scattered in different directions. Dave was a little surprised by what was happening, and continued to stare intently at what would happen next. A few seconds after the incident, nothing happened, and everyone remained in their places. But literally, a moment later, the creature's body burst into flames and flew toward the demonic dog. The director said that the guy knew that if he touched it, the demon would be embodied, so his new ability was obvious. And it definitely belonged to Dave, only it had been slightly altered. Immediately after that, the creature began to gather its strength, and it was clear that its body had grown with the accumulation of muscles. Horns also grew, and the director said that the guy was still a Slovak, so he would show him how huge the gap between their ranks was. Shortly after that, a clearly enormous power appeared at the site of the battle. The director's body turned into a huge demonic dog that exuded the power of its body. After the transformation, Dave declared that his opponent was still no match for him. The liquefied body of the demonic creature continued to rush toward the dog in a huge wave. Then there was a collision of two enormous forces, and John seemed to twist his body into a tornado. Then a rather large lump appeared where the principal had been standing. Dave's body was then completely covered with the liquefied flesh of the demonic cat. Soon, a huge explosion occurred at the site of the battle, and a wall of dust rose up. The ball that formed there resembled fire, and pink cuts flew around it. Due to the considerable amount of force released as a result of the battle, gusts of wind hit the other demons. A toy in the form of a small frog, with which he communicated with his subordinates. His Majesty almost fell over, and Owen then turned to the rat's ear. The subordinate said that he had gained the ability to absorb, and was now trying to use it against the minister, while the minister was trying to absorb him. So the clash of spiritual energies created an energy dome. These very forces are too intertwined, and the demon cannot determine who is winning. The short man watched closely what was happening and was on guard at that moment. Therefore, he turned to His Majesty and wanted to say that the minister might lose. The man remarked to Christopher that he was too worried. Dave was his trusted subordinate, and how could he sacrifice his life? He should be given a little time, because after all, it was this creature that had exterminated millions of people. A few moments later, the power emitted by the opponents became even greater, causing the room to begin to collapse. The demonic grasshopper remained on the roof, fending off debris and watching what was happening. The dome of demonic energy finally disappeared, leaving a hole in its place. Then some force began to seep upward again, and it was clear that this force belonged to the minister. He was very angry at that moment, and called the guy he was fighting a rat. So he asked if he was now convinced that the demonic dog was stronger than him. At that moment, the monster was holding John's body in the form of a ball in his hands. This creature was the son of a demon mother, and at that moment, he had an average rank of A. Soon, a loud cough was heard in one of the workshops of the abandoned factory. It came from John, who was in great pain and was literally crawling on the ground. The director said that the opponent had exhausted his spiritual energy and would not be able to fight for some time, unless he used his rebirth ability again. The monster then turned to His Majesty the King and said that he only had to give the order and the creature would destroy this guy. Owen apologized for being the guinea pig, but the subordinate said that His Majesty had nothing to apologize for. The king then said that he had finally seen the young man's potential and ability to regenerate, which would be useful to him in the future, so he was worthy of joining them. The man guarantees that here he will be able to gain combat experience, and will also provide him with shelter. The demonic dog told the cat to get moving, and thanked His Majesty for allowing him to join. Immediately after that, John reluctantly told His Majesty that he understood everything. At the same time, he was actually very angry, and thought that on the day he gained enough strength, he would kill every one of them here. At the same time, it was clear that he had only 4 lives left, and he would become the strongest in this world. The main character continued to stay at home and pick his nose carefree. Then he turned to Anastasia, who was sitting in front of him, and realized that he needed to say something. So he asked if he was right in thinking that her wounds had almost healed. The girl replied that this was true, and that she was ready to go on any mission right now. But the hero noticed that she should forget about missions for a while, because they first needed to take care of one rather important matter. She still wants to join the ghost company, so she should go to bed early, because tomorrow he will teach her how to use spiritual energy. Sophia was delighted and said that she was lucky, because David had never taught anyone before, and her interlocutor asked if this was true. The hero was surprised and asked if he had ever lied to her at all. Then he turned away and said that he was going to bed, and that they should also go to bed after this round. He thought that if the master or sister found out what he had done yesterday, there would be nothing left of him, so it was better to lie low for now. If Anastasia could become a demon hunter, he would have a little less to worry about, hoping that no powerful demons would appear in the next few days. Otherwise, there would be problems, but that probably wouldn't happen. Henry was also at home on the top floor at that time, meditating. Shortly after his practice, he exhaled and cleansed his energy. Then he thought that David was truly amazing. His ability to perform alchemy had returned, but his internal organs would need another week to recover. The man hoped that no one would disturb him, because in any case, it was worth trying to use that very prediction. After doing so, he realized that he had received a prophecy called the Tiger in the Pit. This meant that in 5 days, it would be dangerous to be in the city, which was, of course, a very bad omen. However, it no longer matters, because he is in the city after all, so there should be no problems. 5 days starting from today, and so the man was already looking forward to it. John was told to bow down because now His Majesty would give an order. The demons knelt, and His Majesty said that their leader, the secret Taoist James, had been cornered, so they were moving on to the next phase. Now their new target would be his favorite subordinate, David, the highest-ranking officer in the Ghost Company. The king told the girl Jessica that today would be her turn. The demon was delighted and asked if she had finally been blessed with a mission, saying she was very happy. Then His Excellency told her to take this thing and opened the mouth of the frog through which he had been speaking all this time. Some kind of magical thing began to glow from inside, which looked like a ball with large patterns. Everyone looked closely at this thing, which radiated energy from within. The spirit of the demonic cat looked at it and did not understand what it was. But the girl took the ball and, without thinking, put it in her mouth. After that, she smiled sweetly and told the king that she would guard it like the apple of her eye. Owen said that was good and told her to deliver it to the designated coordinates, and he was grateful to her for her work. He told Christopher to find a new place for them to meet, and the rest to be on standby. That was all for today, and he was grateful for the work they had done. John stood up and asked them to wait, since he was now part of the team. Didn't he have a right to know what it was all about? His interlocutor remarked that he would like the director to tell him, but since he was so impatient, he would enlighten him himself. And so, the main reason they were doing all this was to exterminate all of humanity. The king asked Dave to take care of their new comrade and answer any questions he might have. Then the man said that was all, and all that could be heard was the sound of him passing out. Jessica happily shouted that they could finally move on to the next phase. She was happy, and wanted to shout about their perfect world. John turned to the demonic dog and noticed that the heir said he could ask him questions. So his interlocutor asked what specifically interested him. The guy said that His Majesty was surely stronger than him, but he wondered how strong he really was. The director said that he strongly advised against bringing up the subject of the king, especially since he himself did not know anything about it. Since the boss had approved of the young man, he would treat him as a comrade. But as long as he behaved himself, and he could promise that no one would cause him any trouble, John said that he really did have the abilities of a general. So it turns out he can see the whole picture, and the creature smiled slyly, already having a plan in mind. The demon then turned to the girl and asked if he understood correctly that her name was Jessica, and then said he had a couple of questions for her. He wondered what the ball in her stomach was for. Since they were on the same team, he thought he deserved to know about this next phase. Christopher shouted that he was just a newbie, so he shouldn't be told important information, but the girl said it was okay. After all, the king himself chose him as their comrade. The short guy remarked that he didn't want to be friends with a demon like him. She told the guy not to take it to heart. This demon is sharp-tongued, but he means no harm. John said he wouldn't take the short guy seriously, which made his conversation partner angry. Jessica noted that if they were to talk about what he had asked, the ball in her stomach was very valuable, and it was called the Songhu Bell. Their other branch, the first earthly one, took a long time to find it. The ball is designed to awaken an ancient demon that sleeps beneath the earth's crust. John said that if it was an ancient demon, then it was probably rank S. His interlocutor said that to be more precise, it was the highest rank S, which meant it was very powerful. The spirit of the demon cat asked if it was really that strong, but would it even listen to the boss when it awoke? Jessica said that they wanted to sow chaos in order to weaken the enemy's defenses or completely destroy them. The guy wondered if all this was for one person, but was he really that strong? She hesitated and remarked that, according to the rat's ear, it seemed that they would not be able to defeat him even if they combined all their forces. The demonic bat couldn't analyze his true potential, but he wasn't as good as his majesty. The guy said he understood everything. The girl then said that in any case, she needed to tell him something important. The demonic creature in front of her immediately became alert, because he was already expecting some secret information that would help him. John sensed something was wrong, so he didn't understand what had happened. His consciousness, like the situation in general, had changed, and he was in some strange place. The place where he was seemed to be like water, under which some huge, terrifying monster lived. Jennifer touched the boy's torso with her hand. The spirit of the demonic cat came to its senses after a while and was stunned, while the girl apologized to him for the bad memories. She also noticed that she had released her demonic energy without even realizing it, but what she told him was secret information. It cannot be disclosed under any circumstances, as His Majesty's ambitions are far more important than their lives. If anyone dared to stand in his way, the girl would devour that insolent person without a second thought. She definitely likes the fact that the guy is on their team, and she also hopes that he will not become that very insolent person. Well, now it's time to hit the road, because they definitely need to have some fun in the city. The king has given her a mission, and it must be accomplished. John realized that his appearance was unknown, his diet was unknown, and he even used a voice-changing program. The king's identity was too well hidden. Even if he knows that his name is Owen, it doesn't matter. All the powerful demons are definitely following him, and their plan is to exterminate the entire human race. The guy hadn't been this excited in a very long time. That's why, if he is now a demon, he swears to become the strongest of them all. John will step over their corpses and become the king of this world. The man in front of him said that the guy's demonic energy was weak, but he could sense a little of that energy along with a strong thirst for blood. He strongly advised him not to do anything stupid, because the king sees everything, and he is only keeping him here because he is more useful alive, so he should not get burned. The creature was very frightened, and he asked where this man came from and who he was. Jennifer said that it was a rat's ear, and that they were now disguised as humans, so that it would be much easier to move around the city. The demon noticed that they looked real, and it turned out that the others had also transformed. He looked at them, and the people asked the newcomer if he was coming or not, because it was unclear why he was taking so long. The first creature to be introduced in human form was Minister Dave. Next was the guy from the roof, but they were not formally acquainted with him, and his name was Luke. Next in line was Christopher, who had transformed into the form of a boy. After that stood a big man, and it was the guy with the tank on his back, and his name was Woldemar. The girls said that they had another form in reserve just in case, so he could take it. A human weapons company had made it. Demons needed to legally stay in the human world, and it took a lot of effort for the king to get it. It's called a spirit bag. If you put this thing on your chest, it will envelop your body, and then any demon who does so will look like a human. Only the spirit bag is female, but that's probably not a problem. The demonic cat transformed into the form of a woman, and he looked at himself carefully. He then declared that this was not a problem at all, as it was easier to get things as a woman. Jennifer said that was great, and now they should head to the city, where she would eat barbecue until she burst. The 8 demons of the 11th earthly branch set off, and Rat and Ear wondered what it was that felt like something was missing. They all walked together to get out of the large room, and the girl shouted about the barbecue. One of the creatures, which had been with them all this time but was unconscious, began to come to. It was a demon with a huge eye, who asked what it was and how long he had been asleep. It was unclear where everyone had gone. Had His Majesty already ended their meeting? This creature is the weakest here, and of course they forgot about him, even though he is still a member of the team. David yelled at Anastasia to hurry up, because what's the point of taking a shower in the morning anyway? She said she was on her way, and Sophia and the little demon wished them luck. The girl thought that the guy had finally allowed her to go upstairs for the first time, and she would finally see with her own eyes where he trained. And so, together they went up to the 2nd floor, and the hero opened the door. She looked surprised and wondered if there really was a training ground behind that door. A strange essence was visible from the room, as if the matter there was distorted. The guy went inside and asked his companion to go in too. Anastasia was surprised when she saw that he had disappeared, and cautiously began to enter as well. She had a strange feeling, as if she were passing through a stream of water, but not ordinary water, but ice-cold water. Although it was a little scary, of course, the girl still walked completely through it. She was stunned when she saw the huge space, and asked if this was really the door to another dimension. But why weren't they in the city? David said that it was an independent space, that it took a long time to beg the 5 seekers for permission, and in the end, they sent George to secretly create the space. He was indebted to them, so to repay his debt, he had prepared a house for them in the human world, which they could use at any time. The interlocutor noticed the door they came out of, and it began to disappear. The hero said that this place had an area of 5,358.7 square kilometers, which was about the size of a city, and only he and the people he brought could get there. Anastasia thought about how powerful Georg must be to create an independent space the size of an entire city with his own hands. David said that everything in her field of vision could be restored on its own. So he took off his slipper and said he would show her. Then he used the borrowed gold and a skill called Scattered Body and Spirit. That's why he covered his kidney stage with golden power and threw it straight into the ground. Because of this, the object literally flew into the ground instantly and began to split it. At the same time, it was such a powerful blow that the soil within a radius of several tens of meters flew apart. The girl was surprised at the effect of throwing a regular slipper, but this was David, and she had already accepted the fact that his abilities were limitless. And then the boulders that had broken off from the ground began to fly in the other direction. But Anastasia was stunned when she looked at them again. After all, she had just seen with her own eyes how the boulders that were flying in one direction had abruptly changed their trajectory. As the day began to come together and the ground was restored, the hero noticed that it was not bad because the sight was good, and asked what the girl thought. He then declared that right now he would teach her how to awaken her own spiritual energy. His companion was inspired and said that she was ready. Let him tell her where to start. David noted that first, they needed to come up with a teaching method, and Anastasia wondered why she had such a bad feeling about it. An hour later, the girl was lying on the ground, thinking that quite a lot of time had passed. Being so strong for the guy, because it's not a problem to teach her children to become an officer as soon as possible. She is in no way connected to David, and lives at his expense. She couldn't take it anymore, and said that until she became an officer of the company, the ghost would not take money for assignments, and would treat the finances as payment for lessons. She always gets in the way of our mission, and doesn't think she's good enough to complete her own mission, so by refusing money, she can't pay for clothes and food. No matter what, she has to become an officer so she can earn money and give it to her boyfriend, because she doesn't want to be indebted to him. And the woman she thinks about will regret leaving her and her father all this time. While Anastasia lay there thinking about the situation, the hero shouted that he understood everything. She got up and asked if he was going to start teaching her, and the guy replied that he wasn't, but he had figured out who could teach her. The interlocutor was stunned and thought, did he not even try to think about how he would teach? The hero said that he suddenly remembered that his master had not taught him as a child. In this, David learned to use spiritual energy himself after going to the bathroom. So he had no idea how to practice channeling energy, and the girl thought that this was definitely his style, but who knows what this man was thinking. Soon, the main character brought a new teacher for her, and the man came with a flower, held it out, and said his name was Henry, David's friend. He also heard that the girl wanted to learn how to use spiritual energy, so he was there to teach her. Anastasia thought that if he was a friend, he must be a good person too, so she told him her name, and thanked him for taking on the task. To her, this man looked like a gentleman. He was cultured and polite. However, it was completely unclear why the girl got goosebumps when she looked at him. The main character shouted that they had had enough of cooling off, that they should hurry up and start practicing. He also tells them to train while he plays a few rounds, adding that he is still counting on Henry. The girl got angry and thought that he had promised to teach her, but he was going to play games instead. But then the master noticed that she was sitting down and that they should start already. The atmosphere in this place was really quite peaceful, and only gusts of wind rocked the tree. The teacher sat down with his new student right under it. He asked the young lady to allow him to first explain spiritual energy in more detail, and she immediately agreed. The man said that, in short, it was a form of energy that flowed inside like blood, and was closely connected to the lives and health of ordinary people. Anastasia noted that David said that every person has spiritual energy, but it is sealed and can only be obtained through natural activation or training. Henry said he was right, but even if it was sealed, it wouldn't flow through the body in large quantities anyway, as energy is useless on its own and has no function. Of course, apart from sustaining life and health, it can be called useless spiritual energy, or, as it is commonly called, the soul. In the 18th century, a philosopher mentioned a theory called animism, which states that everything on Earth has a spiritual essence. Even a stone or a splinter has it, and this is a philosophical conjecture, but it can be applied to useless spiritual energy. He then asked the young lady to hand him a flower. She was surprised, but did so immediately. But when she did, you saw and felt something strange. Henry said that they would take this flower as an example, and that it could grow in the ground for a long time, but if its useless spiritual energy was absorbed, it would immediately wither. However, this only works on flowers and other plants. People cannot absorb each other's spiritual energy. The girl already knows that people can activate useful energy on their own without training, and all things on Earth work the same way. Even plants can activate it and eventually turn into spirits. Anastasia said that she already knows this, because David explained the different types of spirits, plants, and inanimate matter that become fairies. The strategist told the young lady that she was living up to his expectations because she was quick to grasp things, but the student noticed that he was making her feel uncomfortable. Henry noted that before teaching her how to activate useful energy, he would explain all the stages, which consisted of only 4 words. The girl was surprised and wondered what the stages were, but the man continued to say that they were activation, control, improvement, and creation. Activation is responsible for activating a person's useful spiritual energy. Control is the ability to control energy and cultivate it within oneself. The term improvement means the development of unique abilities through the cultivation of that same energy. And finally, creation is nothing more than improving one's abilities through training. Henry suggested starting with activation, as there is a shortcut to activating one's spiritual energy. The master sat down behind his student and noticed that by transferring a small portion of his energy, something might work. Since their energies differed in concentration, her useless energy would repel his useful energy. He then asked her to close her eyes and try not to think about anything, because that way her energy would flow much more easily. The girl felt like she was in a martial arts movie and didn't understand if it would really work. Henry told her to remember that she needed to try to clear her mind and feel the flow of spiritual energy, and she said she would try. The master continued, saying that he would now pass his energy through her body, and began to do so. A few seconds later, he was surprised because he felt something strange in his hand. It turned out that her energy was repelling the internal energy that was coming from within. Soon, the man's flow was completely interrupted, and a large amount of strange, incomprehensible energy began to flow out. This flow was so strong and enormous that it pushed Henry back several dozen meters. Anastasia sensed that something had happened and became alert. She looked back and was shocked, so she asked what he was doing there. The strategist thought that if he was not mistaken, it was her demonic energy, but she was just an ordinary person, so why was there such a strong demon inside her? His wounds had not yet fully healed, but her demonic energy had seriously affected him, so he should not take it lightly. The girl ran closer and asked why he was bleeding, if she had done it. Henry noticed that the young lady was not very concerned. Still, these were old wounds he had received in battle with David. She said that the guy was careless with his power, and that he shouldn't hold a grudge against him. His companion smiled and said that he also had a question. Could she explain why there was demonic energy inside him? Anastasia was embarrassed and thought, that fool David didn't even explain her situation to him. Sometime later, she told him everything that had happened and noted that that was the whole story. Henry said that it was about a mummy, and he had heard about such a thing, because it was an S-rank demon. She and David were destined to meet after all, and her interlocutor said that in principle it wasn't so bad, so it was good luck. The strategist thought that there was a mummy inside her, and if she activated her spiritual energy, she might have access to the demon's energy, which would be excellent. With the power of the mummy, David would become the king of this world. He told the young lady that it sounded like a hidden blessing, as she was both human and spirit, so it would be easier to activate spiritual energy. The girl noted that if this was true, how long would it take to activate the vegetable man? The man stated that ordinary people were not capable of this. She would need natural talent and a good teacher, and in that case, it would take 3 years. She asked if a person who was both human and spirit could do it in 6 months. But the strategist said that she could do it all in 3 days. The student was discouraged and wondered what he was talking about. Could she really do it? Henry noted that they should clarify something first. With a smile on his face, he asked why the mummy had awakened again. The girl understood that she and David had sealed the mummy, but in that battle in the mansion, he had taken her body again. What was surprising was the change in his behavior because he even thanked her, and the poor girl also said thank you, as if it were not the same mummy she had met the first time. After that, the girl thought that she also wanted to know what exactly was going on. She realized that since her interlocutor had asked, he must have a solution. The teacher said that this was indeed the case, but first he needed a drop of her blood for foresight. Anastasia said that if that was all, she would allow it. Henry said that she was biting her finger, and that the young lady knew how to get straight to the point. The girl understood that he was also a Taoist monk, but he seemed more reliable. Compared to him, David was a complete idiot, except for his fighting skills. After the man got a drop of blood, he immediately put it in his mouth and used his blood divination skill. After a while, Anastasia saw his face and asked what had happened. She didn't understand why he was crying, but tears welled up in the man's eyes. Henry soon noticed her and observed that there were 2 demons inside her. The student was disconcerted and asked if there were really several demons inside her. The master said that it seemed to be true, that he and David had sealed only 1, and 2 were still at large. To be more precise, they had only replaced the mummy's consciousness, but the child's original consciousness was still inside her. The girl thought that he was probably referring to the faceless boy who had appeared in her subconscious when they were on a mission in the mansion. The strategist said that through blood divination, he could see fragments of a person's memory, and that was how he learned of the child's presence. His name was Arnold, and he became a mummy after being betrayed by a close friend. Of course, the man was not entirely sure about what had happened, but his friend's name was Owen. The girl became sad because the child inside her body had been betrayed by a close friend. The interlocutor continued to say that in any case, what they really sealed was the guy's indignation, that is, the mummy. Somehow, they were able to separate his original consciousness from his second subconscious. This happened in that old mansion, which prompted him to take possession of the girl's body. The man apologizes for his unexpected reaction. He can feel flashes of human emotions, and when using the skill of bloody divination, his tears were involuntary. Anastasia asked if this meant that he would regain control of her body. Henry told her not to worry, because if he wanted that, she would have been possessed long ago. Based on his assumptions, he is currently hiding in her subconscious and has no desire to reveal himself. Although, of course, the man did not know the specific reason why this was happening. The girl thought that if he was revealing himself, it might be because he had seen David's power and was afraid of being attacked or sealed away. The master then said that there was no need to worry, because life and death are predestined, so sooner or later everything will be resolved. He was also able to see some fragments of memories particularly clearly. The older the memories, the more vivid the images. He could even see more, for example, that she had a happy life before her father fell seriously ill when she was still a child. Her mother couldn't bear the burden and left them for a rich man, leaving the girl all alone when her father died of illness. She had countless relatives, but they all literally turned their backs on her. In the end, her mother had to take her back, but when she saw what had happened to her, she became very angry and yelled at him to shut up. At that moment, the girl became very angry and shouted at him to shut up, while her body began to transform into a demonic form. Henry then apologized to the young lady for his rudeness, because he had said all this on purpose so that she would learn to activate quickly. The girl's face and eyes turned into a mummy when she completely took control of her body. But now Anastasia was fully conscious and did not understand why she had turned into a mummy. The teacher stated that if his guesses were correct, even using the power of the mummy, her consciousness should not be replaced. It seemed that the power of this creature was indeed based on anger. Henry smiled and thought that from this moment on, the lesson was officially considered to have begun. Jessica stood near a huge aquarium in which a large number of fish were swimming. As she watched them intently, someone began to slowly approach her. It was Dave, who said that Voldemar had just received a secret assignment from the king and wanted her to act tonight. The girl agreed, and her companion turned around and told her not to be late, as everyone else would be waiting for her outside. Before leaving, the creature stopped and looked at her. Jessica was a little nervous and thought that the guys should wait a little longer. After that, she changed her appearance and immediately headed along the huge aquarium. This space was in some kind of cage where the sea creatures were swimming. Anastasia and her new master continued to train at David's training ground. The girl asked if it had officially begun in the form of mummies. Henry said that this was not the case, that he had deliberately angered her to turn her into a mummy, so he asked if she had felt anything unusual during the transformation. The girl said that if we're talking about anything unusual, it was only rage and a thirst for blood. The man said that he meant physically, not emotionally. Anastasia thought that if it was physical, she wouldn't have noticed if he hadn't mentioned it. It turned out that she felt a hot stream passing through her body at the moment she took on the appearance of a mummy, as if boiling blood was flowing through her veins. The mentor said that if she was able to feel the hot stream, then it was demonic energy. The student noticed that this was true, because it felt as if her blood was boiling. The strategist wondered if it really was boiling, because he thought she would only be able to feel the flow. It seemed that her sensitivity was more acute than that of an ordinary person. It was probably due to the presence of the mummy, so he asked her to try to feel this energy and release it from her body, close her eyes, and begin her meditation. This may, of course, take some time, but he thinks there should be no problems with it. His interlocutor said that she understood everything and would try to do everything as instructed. Henry said that when he regains his human form, he will be able to activate the demonic energy at any moment using the same principle. Anastasia then closed her eyes and prepared to meditate. So she let go of all her worries and anxieties and focused only on relaxation. As a result, her sensitivity to her surroundings and the nearest sources began to fade. Soon, even the presence of her mentor and his spiritual powers began to fade. The heroine felt only her body, as well as the demonic and her own energy flowing through her veins. Her sensitivity reached such a level that she could literally feel the cells in her blood. Soon after, red demonic energy began to cover her body and rise upward. The mummy-like appearance that the girl had acquired just recently began to gradually disappear from her body. The strategist stood right in front of her and continued to watch the situation closely. He was soon discouraged by the fact that the girl was able to deactivate this form in less than 10 seconds. But she was also able to learn how to activate it in class. Anastasia was happy at the time and asked if it really worked. Henry kept smiling and thought that if he trained her well, she would definitely become an excellent fighter. So he said he congratulated her. Not only did she manage to learn how to borrow power from the mummy, but she also quickly applied deactivation and became human again. And more importantly, she passed the activation stage. The student asked if it was really true, because it was the first time she had felt so good after succeeding at something, and it was just great. The strategist then said that he would now teach her control, and of course, the girl agreed, and noted that she was already enthusiastic. At night, one of the demonic creatures was heading for the port of Lushan. It turned out to be Jessica, who took out the ball that the king had given her. The girl stood on the edge of the port and held the strange sphere up to the moon. Then she thought that she and his majesty would change this world after all. The next thing she did was to decisively jump into the water and dive deep down. Almost making her way through the folding demonic creature, she used her skills and therefore moved quite quickly through the water. She had a smile on her face at that moment, thinking that she was already on her way to the ancient S-rank demon to awaken him and ask him not to let them down. Somewhere not far from that place, the rest of the group was sitting in a local bar. They had all rented a VIP room, and one of them was shouting that it was time to drink. Christopher told the goat-eyed guy not to be such a bore, because they were so excited that they had even forgotten about him a little. After all, they should celebrate the beginning of the second phase and definitely drink to the bottom. John continued to remain in the guise of a girl, as he was used to it, and watched the situation unfold. Then he turned his attention to the minister and noticed that today was a wonderful day, so why did he look so gloomy? There is even a saying that shared difficulties bring people closer together, and that we should drink to that, but the demonic creature said he didn't drink. The guy said that was fine, and then asked to just talk, and his conversation partner remarked that if he still wanted to say something, he shouldn't hold back. John asked if they could really just show up at a human bar like that. Dave replied that his majesty ran this bar, and it was their meeting place. The demon cat was surprised to find such a place at this level, which meant that the king must be a very wealthy man. The minister noted that this was nothing compared to where Jessica was headed, which was also his majesty's domain. At the same time, the demon girl had indeed arrived at her destination. She surfaced and said she had arrived. This place turned out to be an oil rig, which was very far out in the water. The demon asked if he really had an oil rig, because to build something like that would cost at least several billion, so how much money did he have? He then said to wait a second. If an ancient creature was present in that place, wouldn't it destroy the rig? The demonic dog said that it was His Majesty's secret property, and their task was to inform people about the existence of the ancient demon. At the same time, when this happens, the ghost company will start an investigation and eventually accuse the people who are extracting oil. In that case, it would mean that the company would learn nothing about their plans. After John learned everything, he realized that Owen was definitely not stupid. She went on to say that since the king's plan was so flawless, her interlocutor should be happy, or else there was something else that was troubling him. Dave said that the ruler always thinks everything through carefully, not allowing even the slightest mistakes, but he still doesn't understand one thing, because in the beginning, there were only 3 Songohu bells. At the same time, the minister of the first earthly branch had to work hard to obtain these valuable artifacts. But they used the second one. The first one had been used long ago by someone from another branch on orders, and no one knows why this was done. All this caused a stir throughout the city, but the ghost company was unable to attribute it to them. Yet His Majesty's actions still disturbed this creature. Moreover, it was completely unclear why he had awakened the mummy demon. Sophia turned to David and asked if he was going to watch Anastasia's training session. After all, it turned out that she hadn't eaten anything since noon. The guy asked what she was talking about. Was it really that late? Then realized that it was his mistake, because without him, the others would not be able to get out of that secret room. The hero headed there and apologized for getting so caught up in the game that he completely forgot about them. But when he entered, he was a little surprised after looking around. They were sitting and meditating, and the guy asked if they were still practicing, how diligent they were. David was surprised and asked why the girl was so quiet. After a while, Henry opened his eyes and saw the guy, noticing that he had returned after all. The hero began to squeeze Anastasia and asked what had happened to her, because she did not even react to him or the deal. The strategist said that she had mastered activation and was now in a meditative state, cultivating control. The hero noticed that this had happened in just one day. He knew that calling this person was a really good idea, then used his eye and noticed that now they were going to check her homework. Her spiritual energy had taken on a yellow color instead of the usual blue, and she had also learned to accumulate energy in her body, so that it would not be wasted. The teacher said that even talented people need years of practice to achieve such results. Henry said that Miss is both human and demon, so her senses are heightened. It would only take a few days to master. The guy remarked that it was excellent. He didn't really know anything about cultivating spiritual energy, so what she was doing now. The man said that she had learned the breathing technique, and was now in a meditative state. Breathing by counting was the shortest path to cultivating energy in their cult. In this state, she had no sense of smell, touch, or taste. In short, she was in a void, and nothing outside could affect her. The hero was a little surprised, and said that he should just tell him when the girl was using her abilities. The strategist smiled and said that it would happen in 3 days. David said that it was still much faster than he had expected, and therefore his partner was definitely quite good. Henry said that with the window counting breathing technique, she could easily go days without food or water, so it was better not to bother her now. The guy then said that it turned out there was nothing to do at the moment, and that was just great. Then he hugged his companion and said that he had really helped him out, that he was glad to have met this person, and that they should go, and he would treat him to dinner. The strategist was a little surprised by this, and immediately sank into his thoughts. He then asked if, judging by the guy's mood, he could assume that they had become much closer. David didn't like these words very much, so he was embarrassed. He then headed out of the room and realized that if he wanted to remain on good terms, he would have to tone down his sentimentality. 3 whole minutes had passed since that moment, and Anastasia was still in a meditative state. The hero asked if this man's method worked, because why hadn't she woken up yet? He wondered if it was a Qigong shutdown. His interlocutor told him to hold his horses, and suddenly the girl opened her eyes. David immediately declared that she had finally woken up. Anastasia was surprised and gasped when the guy came in. Was it really time for dinner already? The guy shouted, "What dinner?" She hadn't eaten for 3 days. His companion asked what he meant. She thought she had only meditated for a short while. Then she got up enthusiastically and noticed that she had probably already learned how to improve herself. The strategist said he wasn't sure, because her abilities needed to be tested. Then he told the young lady to try to release all the spiritual energy that had accumulated in her body, as this would provide them with the answer. The girl agreed and said she would try, and then began to release her energy. Soon, the heroine raised her head and began to feel the energy flowing through her body. Soon, a large flow of this energy began to be released from her body, and it was more like some kind of flame erupting from her eyes and mouth. David noticed this and, delighted, declared that he had done the right thing after all. The guy was very curious about what abilities she would have, because he couldn't wait to find out. For quite a long time, Anastasia continued to release all the energy that had accumulated in her body. David said that just looking at it, it must be a very powerful ability. Henry noted that the young lady was not particularly talented, but that the power of energy lay in the psyche and strength. In short, she really did have an iron psyche, the hero said, adding that these words only fueled his interest. Finally, the huge streams of energy that were erupting from the heroine's body stopped flowing. And now she had completely regained her senses, and not quite realizing the situation, asked what had happened. The main character noticed that she had already tried out her new ability. Anastasia asked if she had really learned the improvement just like that, but she didn't feel any changes. The strategist said that everything was correct, because she had mastered the improvement, and would now be able to use it instinctively. The girl noted that she didn't feel anything, and that she should be given something to try, to which the hero replied that she should do it as soon as possible. The heroine closed her eyes and began to gradually try to perform some kind of technique. Soon after, she stood in a bird pose and noticed that she was flying, but nothing came of it. Then she changed to another pose and said she was getting bigger, but nothing happened either. The transformation that Anastasia tried to do next didn't work either. After that, in despair, she said that she felt as if she had been deceived. David said that he should be the one to say that, because she should stop playing around and show them. Her interlocutor noted that she really didn't feel anything, and that perhaps she just wasn't talented enough. Henry said that as soon as she learned the improvement, she gained the ability, and her strength was completely irrelevant. The girl had incredibly acute senses, so the fact that she had failed was out of the question. The only option was that she needed time to activate her ability. While the girl sat and listened to all this talk, her stomach began to growl. The master said that she seemed to be hungry, and that they should discuss it after they ate. The hero noticed how lame that was. Sometime after the incident, Henry stood by the huge window and looked at the city at night. Then he asked David how Miss Anastasia was doing, and the guy said that she was still annoying him about the smell, so she went to take a bath. But he was still grateful to the man for the work he had done, and his companion said that it was no problem, because they were partners, and it was his duty. The hero noted that they had only known each other for a few days, but he thought he was a good person, even though being an advisor to the Kwangsi group didn't seem like him. After all, he is not chasing money like Anastasia, and is he really doing all this for the person he mentioned earlier? So he asked who he was and what his goal was. His interlocutor apologized, but said that he couldn't tell him about this person yet, and would explain everything as soon as he had completely won the guy's trust. David said that it didn't matter as long as this person wasn't up to anything bad, so he will help him, because he hates being indebted to anyone. Anastasia continued to sit in the bathroom feeling sad. Sophia and Richard were also there in their demonic forms, and the girl noticed that her friend was worried, because her ability would soon be revealed. The heroine said that she probably did, but she needed to become stronger, because she didn't want to be a burden to David on their next mission. Richard approached the girl and said that he had a very good feeling about her and that she was incredibly strong because he could sense it. His companion lifted him up and remarked that he was silly, because what he was feeling was most likely the mummy inside her. The moment the girl said that, her perception began to change, and she felt something strange. Screams began to come from the bathroom where they were. The main character and his partner heard it and ran over, asking what had happened, wondering if her ability had been revealed. Sophia ran out of the room and noticed that Anastasia had disappeared somewhere. The girl said that she was just playing with the black cat and suddenly disappeared. Could this be her new ability? Although it was quite interesting what this ability was, because she was also without clothes. The main character noticed that he couldn't detect a single drop of her spiritual energy, even with his underworld eye, so perhaps she really had disappeared. Soon, David said that he understood for sure that Anastasia had the ability to teleport. She probably didn't use it. She felt her ability while taking a bath, and without knowing it, she had transported herself to another place. But that was just a wonderful and cool ability. Henry said that he thought it was really unlikely, because as soon as the ability awakens, its bearer unconsciously understands what it is. The girl was taking a bath and surely would not want to be in another place, regardless of the circumstances. Unless she was the same kind of person as David and didn't care about the details. The guy asked what it all meant. Did he really mean that he could run around naked? If so, then let him simply tell him where she might be. His interlocutor said that he was afraid that only Miss Anastasia knew the answer to that question. The hero began to panic and realized that if his sister Lucy found out that he had lost the girl, he would be in big trouble. A few seconds after the incident, the girl said that she was there. Everyone immediately became alert and turned their attention to the entrance door to the room. Indeed, the girl was there, but for some reason her body was translucent. They began to worry about the heroine, and then she felt her eyes closing and felt unwell. Sometime after she lost consciousness, she opened her eyes. The hero noticed that she had finally woken up, and it seemed that her new ability was invisibility, like the Black Boys. Sophia said she was very glad that the girl was okay. The guy asked what the problem was, why she was hiding and didn't say a word, because the demons were worried about her after all. Anastasia happily shouted that she had superpowers and invisibility, which was so cool. Her companion agreed, although he hated such abilities. Suddenly, Henry said that he still thought it definitely wasn't her. After that, he asked if the heroine could explain in more detail what she felt during the process. The student said she was very sorry and that she definitely didn't want to scare Sophia. Her interlocutor noted that it was okay. The main thing was that she was fine. The girl went on to say that when she was playing with the black cat, she suddenly felt dizzy and decided to go out for some fresh air, but lost consciousness on the way. When she woke up, she was invisible, so she wanted to change her form, but couldn't do it. However, she felt spiritual energy leaving her body, so she tried to control it, managed to reverse the process a little, and became half-transparent. But she still fainted when she saw her friends. The master listened carefully and then remarked that he thought he knew what her ability was. The girl was encouraged, and her interlocutor stated that her ability was borrowed. At about the same time, a demon was lurking under an oil derrick. She illuminated the area at the bottom with her sphere, and there lay the bones of a huge creature. Jessica picked up the sphere that Her Majesty had given her and began to manipulate it. The enormous energy inside was released, and the particles of the sphere broke apart. The girl looked at the creature beneath her and noticed that it was waking up. At the same time, nothing happened to the huge skeleton of the creature, which resembled a dragon. But at the same time, the stones around them were consecrated and cracked. Anastasia was a little surprised by the words she heard, and asked what else was borrowed. David said that this was why he couldn't see her presence even with his underworld eye, the same as with the black man, and said that the ability was transferred through touch. The demon said it was cool and that it amazed them, and the girl asked if she could really borrow other people's abilities. Henry asked David to give her his hand, and he wondered if she could borrow his ability too. After that, he touched the girl's hand, and she became quite embarrassed. The guy smiled and asked if she could feel anything. Anastasia was very embarrassed at that moment and said she didn't feel anything. David was surprised and asked what she meant, wondering if her borrowing was selective and if he had rejoiced too soon. The man then turned to Sophia and asked her to give her hand to the girl. The little girl was surprised and asked if she really had to do that, then touched her and asked if that was the case. Suddenly something strange began to happen to the heroine, and so the demon looked at her in surprise. She said that the girl could control her hair, just like her. The main character noticed that this ability only worked with demons. At the same time, Anastasia's hair began to twist in the same way as the ability of the little girl standing opposite her. Suddenly, the girl's face changed dramatically, and she began to lose consciousness. Her pupils dilated. The demon shouted that she had fainted again, but her companion said not to worry, as she was simply lacking spiritual energy. Soon Anastasia woke up and asked what had happened because her head was spinning. Henry said that he was right, because she could only take on the demon's ability, not just one, because she could borrow several abilities at once. It was transferred through touch, and the duration of use most likely depended on how much spiritual energy the girl had in reserve. The hero said that she only needed to touch it. The man said that she had lost consciousness due to exhaustion, but by practicing shallow breathing, she would be able to expand her reserves. To find out how many abilities she can use at once and how long it will take, she will need to train non-stop. He realized that the ability was based on the fact that at first, when using the technique, she would not fully master it, but over time, the ability would develop for attacks. Henry understood why it was necessary to cultivate the form, and the hero shouted that he had had enough and that not everyone understood that there was no need for long speeches. Richard said that he was really smart. While the strategist continued his long speech about this ability and how he came to this conclusion, the girl felt something strange. She didn't understand what was happening and asked herself what this strange feeling was. Soon she got up from the bed and started running quickly to the window. The main characters noticed this and asked Anastasia what had happened. She stopped at the window and looked out intently, then said that she felt something frightening. David's partner also became alert at the same time, because he felt something too. The heroine continued to say that she could sense a rather powerful demon that had appeared there from afar. The main character was simply stunned by what he had just heard, then shouted that this was really bad and why now. It turns out that he really wants to fight the powerful demon, but at the moment, he cannot do so. Because if he did, his sister Lucy would definitely find out, and his partner told him not to worry, because someone would surely neutralize it. She had just woken up, so she should rest. The man would go home, and they would see each other tomorrow. The student agreed to this and thanked him, wishing him a good rest. Henry remembered the prediction that the tiger had fallen right into the trap. There was a hexagram of great misfortune, so would it really happen today? Now he was eagerly awaiting to see what David would do in this situation. On the oil rig, they said that the waterproof doors and windows should be closed, as well as the communication valves, and that the crane should be lowered and everything on board secured. One of the workers wondered where the waves were coming from, as they weren't in the forecast for today. Suddenly, this man looked up and saw something terrifying that frightened him. That's why he suddenly backed away, because he felt that it would be very dangerous. A lump formed in the man's throat and he began to scream in fear. At about the same time, directly opposite the oil tanker tower, a huge boulder appeared from under the water. It turned out to be a huge creature that was conscious, and two glowing eyes were visible in front of it. The monster was turned away from the oil rig and was making strange noises. Soon, Jessica surfaced with it and awakened this ferocious creature. The demon looked at what was happening and said that she didn't even have to provoke it to direct it towards the city of Lushang. Of course, all this looks rather strange, but it is possible that it is just a coincidence. At the company's headquarters, messages about an imminent danger in the city appeared on the screen. The commander and his deputy immediately headed there. Lucy stated that there had been no leaks recently, and asked to borrow the threat level situation. The system reported that a huge demon had been detected about 90 kilometers off the coast of Lushan. According to preliminary estimates, drilling on the trail had awakened the object at the bottom of the ocean. It was impossible to assess the threat, as it exceeded the highest level of rank S. Katie said that if it was higher, then it was at least a medium-level S demon. The woman said to warn all commanders in coastal areas and regions, telling them that this was a warning of an approaching tsunami and to evacuate civilians immediately. Everyone on the coast must be evacuated within 2 hours. The deputy noted that she understood everything and began to run. At the same time, she thought that Lucy's revenge had been awake for 3 days in a row to prevent this from happening. That's why she mentally begged the woman to hold on in this situation. The commander ordered to calculate the speed of the target and how long it would take to reach the city and which route it would take to the area. The system reported that the target's speed was 45 kilometers per hour and that it would take 7 hours and 45 minutes to reach that point. Leichter knew that even if they used A-rank officers who were not capable of fighting on water, it would take 2 hours to reach the shore, but even 3 hours would not be enough to evacuate the residents. In short, it seemed they had no choice but to fight or neutralize it, so they would have to ask for help. The commander said to notify the Judicial Department of Hellish Punishment and have them contact the Hall of Defenders. Also, pass on the traces to all of them. Let them go there immediately. The enormous demonic creature continued its path toward the city, when suddenly a portal appeared high in the sky. It was located directly above the enormous creature, and the guards were ready to attack it. The defenders belong to one of the 4 halls of the demon city of Lanting, and they are responsible for protecting the city prison and dealing with emergencies involving demons in the human world. Most importantly, they possess a secret method of moving the heavenly seal. Each state has 12 boxes, which are divided into pairs, resulting in 6 teams. The teams are selected and named personally by the ruler of the state. Those who bear the title of defender have a unique status that is maintained when moving around the city. The defenders are required to wear a bronze mask, which is a symbol of their identity. In addition to their position in the state as advisors to the ruler, the defenders are known for something else. Namely, that they possess more power than anyone else in the city of Lantin. And then the teleportation mark that appeared high in the sky began to glow more dimly. Gradually, creatures began to emerge from it, and they were the defenders. There were many of them, and each had their own abilities and personal weapons. The leader of this team looked down and assessed the situation. The giant demonic creature also noticed them at the same time. The Guardian said that he wondered why they had been gathered together, and that it was all because of this big guy, who was probably an ancient demon that had been asleep for a long time. He wondered if it was worth testing its strength, but his companion said it was not worth angering it, as this could complicate the task. Number 9 was ordered to test him, but to be gentle. The guard immediately replied that he would do so and agreed. He was one of the defenders of the city of Lantin named Simon, and he rushed to carry out his mission. The defender flew at tremendous speed straight to the place where the monster was looking. Immediately after that, using his boundless strength, he stretched his children's bodies to enormous sizes. As a result, the man landed right in the water, and his size was enough to throw the whale up. Simon was the same size as the stone creature and said he didn't know who woke him up, but could he go back to sleep? The defender could promise that no one would disturb him again, but the demonic creature continued on its way and did not react to him in any way. The guard noticed that the creature seemed to lack self-awareness. He then used his defensive weapon, a shield, and noticing that, asked for forgiveness in advance. And then the huge stone demonic creature collided with its new opponent. Because of what was happening, the water around them began to scatter in different directions, creating huge waves. After the guard used his weapon, the creature also began to use its power. Because of this, the demonic creature slowed down and then, not understanding what was happening, made a strange sound. Simon noticed this, and literally a few seconds later, he felt a huge stone block hit him. The body of this huge guy flew straight into the sky at a fairly high speed. Therefore, one of the guards noticed that even the shield of number 9 could not hold him back, and the rest of the restraining attacks were simply useless. Another asked how long they would have to restrain him in order to seal him with the earthly branch of the divine stems, given his size. The one he asked said that if someone helped him, then in a minute, people would order them to calm him down or expel him. But at the same time, judging by the situation, the latter, that is knowledge, remains their only option. After number 9 flew far into the sky, it began to shrink in size until it was in its normal state. The girl flew up to him and asked how he was, and he replied that it could have been worse. Then she said that number 3 was going to assign tasks to them. That's why Simon went to the rest of the squad, which had gathered together. Guard number 3 asked to be allowed to explain their plan of action again. Number 11 should use her ability on the creature to buy them time, while number 10 should help and cover her. Number 5 was ordered to immobilize the creature's left arm, and number 4 was ordered to immobilize its right arm. Number 9 was told that as soon as number 11 finished her attack, he should immediately use his shield to keep the creature in place. Guardian 0 told his brother that he would need to redirect some of his demonic energy to him, as it would help, rather than strengthen the restraint. Ron, number 6, number 8, and number 12 were ordered to support number 7. They should also complete the seal of the 12 earthly branches together, and it will be the final step in their attack. They should hold the seal for at least a minute, and that way they would be able to expel it. Immediately after the plan was explained, the chief declared that they should go forward with the attack. That is why all the guards rushed forward, accumulating their demonic energy and enveloping their bodies. Only green silhouettes were visible in the airspace near the huge monster. The girl with the number 11 headed straight for the front of the monster, and was right next to its eyes. Then she used her Sue attack skill called Mist Veil. Number 11 is the defender of the demon city of Valentine, and her name is Katie. After using her power, the guard aimed a diamond-shaped technique at the monster, which was directed straight at the creature's head. The huge demonic creature, although it did not have its own intelligent consciousness, still defended itself and directed its hand straight at the girl. But soon his limbs stopped, because number 5 was standing on it and shouted at the monster not to touch the girl with its dirty paws. So the guard rushed over at great speed and tied her up with his huge green demonic thread. Of course, the huge lump with consciousness saw this attack, but since he was big, he couldn't react to it quickly. The number 5 defender of the demon city of Lantin was named Jonathan, and he used the Sue attack skill. Shortly after that, a huge metal ball appeared there, which spoke and was tied to the thread that enveloped the monster. This was one of Jonathan's attacks called Falling Stream. One of the defenders noticed that this monster was surprisingly strong, and that number 11 must be almost finished. The giant demonic monster used his right hand to get rid of these creatures' attacks. One of his comrades told number 4 to start neutralizing the right hand. It was precisely then that the guard who was supposed to do something about it landed on her. He was a defender of the demon city of Lantin, and his name was Frankie. This guy had a sword in his hands, which he took to the monster's limb and used Sue's attacks. The arm was enveloped by the power of a tree, which held it with its roots, and this skill was called Sprawling Hibiscus. At the same time, it turned out that for greater effect, the roots of this plant went straight deep into the water. Shortly thereafter, his right and left arms, as well as his head, were neutralized by 3 guards. One of the attackers shouted to number 4 and number 5 to hold on a little longer. Katie said that this demonic creature was too big, and she needed a little more time, but she had almost put it to sleep. At the same time, the girl noticed the strange behavior of the monster, which looked at her. Cracks formed on the creature's head, glowing green. It looked like it was accumulating energy there, and that was indeed the case, as blue energy accumulated in a ball in front of it. A few moments after this happened, there was an explosion, and it shot forward. This attack was aimed at girl number 11, who was supposed to hypnotize the creature. The situation looked quite dangerous, but soon a dark shadow appeared and enveloped the attack. It was defender number 10, whose name was Albert. He shouted to the girl not to worry because he would cover her. Jonathan said that it would have been easy for him to fly straight ahead, but he chose to circle around the beam, telling him to stop showing off, and that he would finish him off if a single hair on her head was harmed. Number 10 said he shouldn't make a fuss, because this stone weirdo's attacks were painfully slow. He then told the girl to ask him for help. Katie was surprised and asked the man to help her, and he said that it would not be a problem. This man was finally proud of himself, so he used his mace weapon and directed energy at him. It was Sue's defensive attack called Escape of the Misty Shadow, and the girl's body was enveloped in energy that was supposed to protect her. A few seconds after the incident, the monster's beam finally reached its target and pierced through it. Katie remained under the protection of her partner, so she was unharmed and thanked number 10. The seal was applied, and the demon would be unconscious for 10 seconds, he said. No problem. She did the dirty work. The huge stone demonic creature continued to stare ahead for a while longer. Then its huge mouth, from which several eyes were visible, closed and lowered. And then it was said that it was finally number 9's turn to attack. At the same time, Simon was already directly above the monster and ready to take part in the fight. He used his defensive weapon in the form of a shield, and told it that it was time to wake up. The man called his shield the Blue Ghost Tripod, and after these words, the object he was holding in his hands broke into many pieces. All these pieces became much larger and began to envelop the demonic creature in a circle. As a result, a structure resembling a dome was formed. All the pieces of guard number 9's weapon finally came together and formed a sarcophagus that concealed the monster. The drone, which the commander used to communicate with her subordinates, headed for the scene. It rushed there at incredible speed, cutting through the water beneath it. The woman was worried and bit her nails because of the situation that was unfolding. Lucy then asked how long it would take for the drone to reach its destination. The system calculated everything instantly and announced that the estimated time of arrival was about 3 minutes. The commander understood that if the guards couldn't handle this, the consequences would be irreversible. The city was too densely populated to evacuate everyone in 8 hours, and in addition to the deaths, people would learn about the existence of demons. And if all this really happened, the human world would simply sink into chaos. The deputy ran to the command post at incredible speed and immediately turned to Minister Lucy. The girl was quite out of breath and said she had good news. A voice came from the entrance door to the command post, asking the commander if she would allow him to enter. The woman recognized who it was and immediately gave him permission to do so. Georg immediately went inside and said that he had heard from Katie about what was happening, so he had an idea that might buy them a little time. His interlocutor asked if he was hinting that the spiritual reality project had been completed. The demon looked at her sadly and said that it wasn't finished yet, but it would be ready in 8 hours. He had already done his job, and now the weapons company just needed to tweak some details, taking into account the size of the monster. Even if the project was completed, it was close enough to the city to be noticed. He asked if Katie had said there was someone in the company who could create thick fog. This could help them, because if this thick fog was directed towards the demon, it could probably hide it from view. The commander noticed that this could actually work, and therefore thanked Master George. She told Katie that it was a high-ranking officer named Adam. She told him to contact him immediately, and tell him to drop everything and head to his position in Logwan. The deputy said she would do so, but she had one question. Why didn't she order the defenders to destroy this demon if he was such a big threat? The woman asked. Didn't she notice anything strange? According to the testimony of the people on that oil rig, this demon did not attack them. If that was the case, then they couldn't say for sure whether it was friend or foe. All life is sacred, and they had no right to decide who would survive and who would not. The company's task is to protect people from this ghost, but there is something else that should not be forgotten. In addition to all this, they are also responsible for maintaining peace between people and between demons. Katie understood all this and pointed it out to Miss Lucy. Georg, the spatial master, who was also in the room, was happy to hear all this. The girl then said that she would contact Adam immediately, as she felt better knowing that they had a plan B. The commander looked at her subordinate and thought that they just needed to finish the spiritual reality on time. They also had a plan C, and that was definitely their ace in the hole. After all, that schoolboy David would surely be delighted when he found out about it. But despite this, the woman still hopes that it won't come to that and that the defenders will be able to neutralize him. Meanwhile, the beggar continued to remain in the dome created by number 9. Guard number 3 told his friend that now it was their turn. His companion did not hesitate for a second and immediately rushed towards the monster. He also drew his sword, which had strange, ornate patterns on it and emanated demonic energy. After drawing his weapon, the guard pointed it downward, and a huge amount of energy enveloped his body. Then he ordered his creature named Heluo to appear here. A few moments later, a creature with several tentacles did indeed appear in the sky. With one of its dozens of tentacles, the monster touched the guard standing in front. After that, the body of number 3 began to fill with demonic energy transmitted by his brother. Next, the defender who had used this technique sheathed his sword and told Helo to return. After that, the demonic creature in the sky disappeared, but a huge flow of energy continued to envelop the bodies. Guard number 3 thanked his brother Ben and noticed that he could already feel his demonic energy increasing. It was not a simple increase, but an increase of several dozen times. Therefore, the man immediately used Sue's attack skill after that. Katie noticed this, and said that Benjamin was about to perform that cool move. He was really cool, and Albert was jealous, and said that if he were recharged, he would also perform all kinds of cool tricks. The two guards remained in the sky for a long time. Soon after, the sky began to glow green, and demonic energy emanated from it. Suddenly, something huge appeared that looked like either an asteroid or even a meteorite. And this stone block was heading straight for the demonic creature hidden in the sarcophagus. The swift attack reached its target in a few moments, causing a huge impact that sent waves several dozen meters high. Number 11 declared that number 3 was simply incredible, while her partner said that he was not joking, because he could also do the same thing if he had enough energy. The skill that was used on the demonic creature Black All was called Jade Tower. The leader of the support team, as well as all the other members, flew over and said that now it was their turn. They put their hands together to make a seal and performed a skill called the Seal of Earthly Branches, Heavenly Rods. Immediately after that, a huge dark ball appeared in the sky, which consisted of demonic energy and was completely saturated with it. But this sphere was not alone, as each member of the squad created a large sphere. Near the Jade Tower held by the demonic creature, a circle with various patterns appeared, which was to become the seal. The guard told number 3 to hurry up and get rid of this thing, because he couldn't wait to drink something strong. He went on to say that he doubted that after the triple protection had been used on it, the demonic creature would be able to move for the next 10 minutes. The huge demon was already conscious and opened its mouth, and as a result, its eyes also appeared. Benjamin sensed this and was stunned by what was happening. Then he shouted fearfully at number 7 to be more careful. The demonic creature, which had been sealed with several seals, used its power and directed a beam at the guard. The man noticed the attack only at the last moment, and still managed to react to it slightly. As a result, Bruce lost his right leg and part of his torso. After that, he began to fall like a stone because he could no longer stay in the air. These rays began to appear from the Jade Tower, which was supposed to hold the giant demonic creature. The guards realized that the situation was getting out of control and tried to dodge them. Benjamin then wondered if the monster had stopped attacking, then turned to number 9 and noticed that he was closest to number 7, so he asked him to catch him. Simon heard this order and, agreeing with it, began to fly rapidly. The leader of the group watched the events below closely and couldn't believe that their triple seal had failed. It seemed that their mission would most likely fail. The tower that held the monster remained in place, but cracks began to form and grow larger. Soon after, the building could no longer hold and began to fall apart. It was from there that the stone monster that had been hidden inside appeared. It also easily destroyed the shield skill of guard number 9. After seeing this, Benjamin assumed that as long as they did not attack him, he would not touch them either. However, it was unclear what was motivating him to go in that direction, and soon a general meeting was announced among all the members of the team. Everyone immediately headed to one point, while Simon carried Bruce, who was wounded, in his arms. The leader told number 7 that he should hold on a little longer, because number 6 would patch him up, but his companions said not to worry, because he had stopped the bleeding. So he was definitely not going to die. Wilson looked in his direction and immediately aimed his weapon. Threads of demonic energy began to stretch out of it, heading straight for his wounded comrade. Immediately after that, the limbs and torso that had been torn off began to regenerate with the help of technology. The guys noticed this and covered the girl's eyes, realizing that he was a pervert and telling him to cover himself up, adding that, by the way, number 11 was still there. The man stood naked and spoke, which they did not see, because they grew up together, and number 9 told him to cover up his revenge with his cloak, because he was also uncomfortable. The interlocutor went aside and did so, and then asked if they were satisfied, because this was some kind of childishness. After a while, the guards lined up and turned their attention to the side. A drone flew up to them, and the commander spoke from it, asking them to report on the situation. Benjamin said that they couldn't get him to surrender, and that the expulsion had already turned into a failure. His interlocutor noted that everything was clear, and the man continued to say that they were not sure they could neutralize him. But despite this, they could continue to attack him to buy some time for the people. Bruce told number 3 that he had realized something after his attack. The monster's defense and striking power clearly exceeded the highest rank A. If they kept fighting there for a long time, it wouldn't slow him down, because he was much stronger than they had imagined, so he was afraid that a master would be needed to even the odds. The commander thanked them for their work and said that they would come up with something so the guards could return. They said goodbye, and then a teleport appeared, through which he sent her back. Immediately after Lucy noticed all this and talked to them, she turned to the deputy and asked what was required of her. The boss said that it looked like they would have to use their ace after all. The main system screen showed that there were 7 hours, 13 minutes, and 27 seconds left before the monsters arrived. Lucy saw this and told Katie that the defenders had managed to delay them for a while, so she asked how the evacuation was going. The deputy said that she had just been informed that everything was going smoothly and the operation would be completed in about 2 hours. Fortunately, there are practically no people on the coast, mainly just docks and factories, so it was not difficult to evacuate them, but it is strange that they are not evacuating the urban areas. The commander said that the mummy incident had caused mass panic, and on top of that, hundreds of construction workers were missing, and half the population was in a state of shock for no apparent reason. The media, which creates fake news, could still control the situation, but if they evacuate the city and cause panic, they will definitely undermine people's trust in them. So now they had to stop this ancient demon at all costs before it reached the city. Katie said she understood, and would contact David immediately. Lucy said to wait for him, as his power was as destructive as that of the giant, and they needed to wait until all the coastal areas had been cleared. Her companion smiled and remarked that she was indeed right. Georg said that, unfortunately, according to the truce code, masters were not allowed to use their powers in the human world. Under other circumstances, he would have been able to help them with his manipulation of space. The commander noted that he had already helped them a lot, so let him leave the care of the world to them, as some points in the code were terribly unfair. But still, they ensure peace between humans and demons, and they do not try to defend themselves from demons, because humans also have no right to interfere in Lanton's affairs. Georg said that she was worrying too much, that none of them wanted to see the other side in a difficult situation, and that he was glad that the world had David. The woman noted that when it came to him, this guy only caused more problems. An hour passed after the incident, and a scream was heard in the house where the main character lived. At the same time, Anastasia was discouraged and turned to David, saying that perhaps he shouldn't change clothes right in front of her. The hero said that it was his house, and his clothes were there, and his interlocutor said that then he should at least warn her before flashing his underwear out of the blue. The guy said that women are so complicated, and asked why she was so upset about it. The girl asked if he was really so innocent that no one would ever scold him. Then Anastasia told him to wait, asking where he was going in the middle of the night. David smiled brightly, and remarked that Katie had said to expect a call from his sister Lucy, so it seemed that a really powerful demon had appeared. Immediately after he said all this, the phone actually started ringing. The guy picked it up and immediately noticed that the person on the other end ran up and asked what had happened, whether something serious had happened. The hero picked up the phone and asked if his sister had a job for him. The commander said that he understood correctly, and also wanted to ask if the mummy was still locked inside the girl. David said not to worry. Because she was inside, the girl had learned to control spiritual energy and even knew how to use her abilities. Lucy asked if she had mastered spiritual energy in such a short time. This was no joke. The guy said that everything was complicated and that she should relax, but he gave his word that the girl was completely safe. After all, he knows how risky it would be if the mummy escaped while he was on a mission. Last time, they almost lost half the population of Lushang, and he wouldn't joke about something like that. Anastasia thought she hadn't done anything wrong, but so many people were in danger because of her, and yet she was still a threat in the eyes of the ghost company. While the main character continued talking to his interlocutor, he noticed the girl. He saw that she was standing there looking sad, and understood that it was all because of the previous situation. So he asked his sister to wait, because he would do everything, but on one condition. He asked that Anastasia be allowed to participate in the state championship this year. The girl was surprised because she didn't understand what he meant. The commander was also surprised and said she would ask the higher-ups, and that it shouldn't be a problem. But they would have to wait until the end of this mission, and he would bring her to meet the committee at headquarters, where they would decide everything. David agreed and said he would do everything. Everything would be fine if she vouched for them. Then the guy said that he had done everything, and now he was going to go and say hello to that creature. Anastasia stopped him and asked why he had arranged all this. Her companion said that his teacher liked to repeat that one must be responsible for one's words, and he had promised her. If we had seized this chance now, Sister Lucy would hardly have agreed to everything later. The girl was amazed and thought he was a fool, but by keeping his promise, he showed that he could be relied upon. The huge stone demonic creature continued on its path straight to the city and was already on the ocean shore. Several deer grazing peacefully on the grass noticed the creature, and when it stepped onto the ground, it shook and threw the deer several meters into the air. The monster continued on its way, stopping for nothing, not even looking at its feet. Suddenly, the creature stopped, because it saw the danger in front of it. So the monster stretched out its left hand and began to create a ball with demonic energy. And from this ball, a beam of energy flew out, rapidly heading towards the period. Despite the fact that the distance to the main character was really far, the monster noticed him. David was surprised when he saw this attack, and noticed that this creature was not standing on ceremony. But if that was the case, then he would not hold back either. The guy used the borrowed gold and his skill, the mystical form and soul, and enveloped his hand with this technique, which was supposed to strike very hard. And without stopping in the face of danger, the main character rushed at the beam that was supposed to hit him. As a result, the demonic creature's attack was interrupted, and the beam was split into pieces. The hand of the stone boulder also began to crumble into small pieces. The main character did not recover and continued to attack the creature with his hand. In the end, he flew through it and destroyed most of the creature. So he was confused and thought, is this really the super powerful ancient demon? If that was the case, then everything went very smoothly, and the parts of the demonic creature that broke off from it began to fall to the ground like asteroids. The rest of the huge monster's body also began to fall to the ground, as it could not hold itself up. The hero was high in the sky and, looking at this creature, thought that he had been too hasty. At the same time, a drone appeared behind David, from which Lucy spoke and shouted his name very loudly. The woman was very annoyed, and asked if she hadn't told him to wait for her orders. The guy said that the creature had attacked first, and he had instinctively repelled its attack, so he hadn't hit it first. Lucy asked how they would explain this mess to people when they returned, and David suggested saying it was a meteorite. The commander noted that at this point, she even regretted calling him. And at that very moment, when the guy was distracted by the conversation, he sensed something strange coming from the monster. The creature, which had just been destroyed and was lying on the ground, got up and began to recover. The guy said he knew it, because an ancient demon couldn't be that weak. The commander added that he should follow it and not attack it without orders. Suddenly, the system reported that the information had been updated, the target had accelerated, and the object was currently moving at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. As a result, its estimated time of arrival in the city was about 43 minutes. The woman told Katie to ask them to release thick fog, and the girl immediately agreed. Lucy told her to contact the weapons company and have them report on the progress of the completion of the spiritual reality. If they did not finish within half an hour, they would have no other option but to call David. But if that happened, they would no longer be able to hide the existence of demons from people. After hearing this information, George became alarmed, because he understood that then everything would be bad. He stood there for a while, thinking about what could be done, and then he realized something. Then the demon ran off and said that he should be given only 10 minutes, and that he would be back soon. Lucy told the girl to keep an eye on him so that he wouldn't do anything stupid. If a master uses his power in the human world, he will be punished by heaven. Katie obeyed the order and said she would do everything. The commander thought that if Master Georg really used manipulation in space to deal with the demon, he would surely anger the heavens and perish. The wrath of heaven was the second defense that Alexander, the founder of the secret Taoists, had left as a legacy to the people. He had two types of transportation, the all-consuming flying reptile and the all-seeing Seiji. The flying reptile turned into a heavenly seal and sealed most of the demons inside itself. The Seiji, on the other hand, was reincarnated into the sphere of heavenly wrath and continues to protect all of humanity to this day. The sphere of wrath was created to watch over the 11 masters of the city of Lanting. They swore not to use spiritual energy in the Russian world, and in case of violation of the oath, to be punished by the wrath of heaven. Regardless of location, a master who breaks the oath will be immediately executed, and only the master will suffer, and only him alone. Katie continued to run after Master George and asked where he was going. The demon apologized to his interlocutor and noted that now was not the time for explanations. The girl understood that this direction led to only one room, and wondered if that was where he was going. Soon they ran to the armory. The master turned to his subordinates and told them to open the door, and Katie said she was right. The door swung open, and one of the subordinates began to run toward George. She rushed into his arms and said that she and her teacher had managed to cut the time of spiritual reality in half, so they asked him to praise her. Then she noticed the deputy commander and greeted her too, and Katie greeted Emma in response. The man said that the girl had indeed done an excellent job, but that the plans had changed slightly. After all, they needed to speed things up tenfold at this point. The little girl was inspired and said that since he was here, he surely knew how to do it, so she was sure that he would succeed, as she was the head of the supply department. After that, the girl turned to the teacher and he heard it. The demon told Quentin that they had an emergency and needed to reduce the time of reality by 10 times, and the commander's subordinate also greeted the master. Georg said that they had originally planned for reality to last up to an hour, but David had been assigned to this mission. They could try to reduce the spiritual reality to 5 minutes, and then the guy would be able to handle it without restriction. The old Minister of Armaments listened attentively to all this. He said that, however, at the moment, the spiritual reality was very unstable, and they were not sure they could control it. But if he was in charge, there should be no problems. His interlocutor said not to worry. He would be able to control it without using demonic energy, although he was not sufficiently familiar with human technology. So he needed help. He would monitor changes in spiritual reality, and all they needed to do was calibrate the settings. If the energy was stable, then let them change them. And in case of instability, reduce the energy level. The old man said it should work. Emma would adjust the supply, and he would take care of stabilization. Then he started talking about energy, and after that, he suddenly fell asleep. The girl came up and said that the old man had fallen asleep again. She then asked the master to wait a minute. Katie noticed that he was over 150 years old, and his condition was certainly understandable. After a while, the girl went to the control panel and gave commands to the system. Soon she announced that the energy flow was normal, and all levels were fine. Quentin told Master George that the temporary settings were ready, and his interlocutor replied that this was good, and that they should proceed. Then they began to add energy to the system, and the flows spread throughout the room. The deputy commander pointed out to the master that if they still couldn't manage it in 20 minutes, it would be very bad. The demon smiled and said that the lady had nothing to worry about. After all, if they failed, he would simply use his manipulation of space to complete the work, all the while smiling sweetly and acting relaxed. He went on to say that it would be his life in exchange for countless human lives, and even if he were to be executed by heaven, it would be worth it. His interlocutor cried out that his life was also very important, and that they would definitely complete the spiritual reality in time. Georg smiled and said that no matter what, they would overcome it all together. The girl smiled sweetly and said that was true, and the man said that the commander had spoken about Adam's warning and explained the situation. The deputy realized that she had indeed forgotten about this, and would now contact them. Almost on the outskirts of the city was one of the Ghost Company hunters. He returned to the girl and asked if they should start already. She immediately explained everything to him, and he said that he understood everything, as it was Adam, that is, a Ghost Company officer of rank B. After this man heard the instructions, he unbuttoned his jacket, revealing the drawings on his body. Then he began to use his powers and asked what was really going on here. And soon, because of his power, most of the city was covered in thick fog, through which almost nothing could be seen. At the same time, the huge demonic creature continued on its way, stopping at no obstacle. The main character did not waste any time and sat on its head, while the monster did not even pay attention to him. Of course, at that time, David was very upset and wondered what they were waiting for, because he was very bored. Our guy wondered if this monster even had a brain. If not, then it couldn't defeat the guy, which is why it ran away from him. If that's the case, then let it just go back to where it came from. It's unclear why it's heading for the city. If the hero does nothing, then it won't act either. But where is this huge creature heading anyway? While the main character was thinking about this, some time passed, and he turned his attention forward. At the same time, a city appeared on the horizon, almost completely hidden by fog. David said, "Sister Lucy, the city is already on the horizon, so he is waiting for her command." The woman immediately replied that he should wait a little longer. She then turned to her deputy and asked how much longer it would take. Her companion did not answer, so she repeated her request for Katie to respond. The girl was impressed by what she saw in front of her, and couldn't take her eyes off it. So he told his boss that they had succeeded. The commander said that was great, and then he sent the drone with the project to David. Katie turned to the master and asked why he hadn't done this before, but the man replied that it was because it was incredibly dangerous. In the end, if something had gone wrong, the entire Ghost Company would most likely have been destroyed. The girl noted that he was always so cautious, and probably had a backup plan in case of failure. He said he would have used a spatial technique to redirect the energy elsewhere. Katie shouted that she had told him that his life was also very important. After hearing her advice, David sat for a while, waiting for the object. At the same time, the drone was carrying the cube with spiritual reality at tremendous speed. Finally, it brought it to the main character and immediately dropped it into his hand. The guy caught it and asked what it was. He was told that it was spiritual reality. It was a demonic device that had just been created by a weapons company. It created a parallel space with an area of up to 4,000 kilometers. But to speed up the construction process, the space-time was reduced to 5 minutes, and the guy's task was to eliminate the object after that time had elapsed. This object can be activated by pressing a large button located there. The main character was excited and said that it was cool, like a portable training room. So, without thinking about anything else, he pressed the button and was ready to act. After that, the cube gradually began to expand, and the monster's head was already immersed in it. Soon, the space expanded even more, and the monster was completely submerged. But that wasn't all, because the parallel space continued to expand, even submerging the city. So some people were already affected by it, but they didn't feel it at all. After one of the guys slowly began to walk around it, his body became covered with cubes. Then, as if in a matrix, parts of his face began to disintegrate and be transported to another space. All this, of course, affected not only the people who came under its influence, but also the animals and other creatures that were there. That is why people continued to stay in their places, but at the same time, a parallel universe intersected with them. This space was even visible from space. That's how huge this cube was. After the expansion was complete, the hero lowered his guard and shouted that now there were only 2 of them. He immediately used his thunder technique and noticed that he was curious to see if he could destroy it with a single strike of 5-fold glacial lightning. But soon after, the giant demonic creature became still. Then the monster raised its head and looked up intently. At first, it made a rather quiet sound, which signaled something, but after that, it made a very loud sound. The main character, using his strength, jumped off its head and headed straight for its face. Then he shouted angrily that the creature was trapped, and therefore it was pointless to ask for help no matter how loud it was. Then the guy made a few seals and told it not to worry, because he would give it some Corvalol for its sore heart. After David used his technique, a large ball of thunder energy covered him and began to emit powerful energy. Of course, the demonic creature sensed the danger from this energy and turned its attention there. But it was too late, because this ball, inside which there were countless lightning bolts, had already attacked it and destroyed its body. The range of the attack was enormous, stretching for several tens of kilometers in each direction. It was a 5-fold glacial lightning storm heart pill. When the attack was over, David began to gradually reduce his power. Soon he smiled and said that now that he had crushed him into sand, let them see how he could restore his former form. The hero was in the air, looking at the place where his attack had landed, and there was a huge crater several kilometers wide. Then the guy felt something strange and turned his attention forward, wondering what it was. His attention was drawn to a red ball that was literally burning and floating in the air. It was clear that it contained a large amount of energy, and that energy was demonic. Dark matter began to gather from the huge pit left by the hero's attack. It was heading straight for the glowing object and forming a new sphere around it. David rushed over and said that the glowing sphere was most likely a core, but if that was the case, it was very interesting. There were no scratches, even after being struck by his 5-fold lightning, and the remains of the body began to surround the core. Perhaps the demon was still capable of regeneration. Dark matter was connecting into a ball, and it looked like some kind of snake. Soon after, a rather bright light began to emanate from it, and it already looked like neurons and electrons moving near an atom. David was outraged and said, like a show-off, "Is this some kind of magic trick?" A dark figure appeared inside the ball, and it was a creature sitting in the shape of an embryo. Its body soon began to fill with energy, and blue stripes could be seen spreading across its body. Flesh and particles of energy were already inherent in this creature, and it also had large horns. After a few seconds, movement began inside the sphere, and the monster's eyes lit up. It stretched to the side and began to emit an even greater stream of light around it. A considerable amount of energy was also released, causing the wind around it to swell. Because of this, some trees were uprooted, and all of this flew after the hero. David remained in place and noticed that he was simply transforming. But didn't he think that this was already too much? Soon, a creature named Nicholas, surpassing the highest rank of S, appeared in the light. At the moment when the demon appeared, his eyes were completely empty and his consciousness was not yet in his body. Then several fools appeared, running chaotically around the entire orbit. But soon after that, consciousness appeared, and eventually the eyes became normal. The demonic creature in the air turned its attention to the main character. The guy also looked at it with a smile on his face, and noticed that he liked to stall for time, but at least he didn't look like a complete weakling. The high-class demon said nothing and simply stretched out his hand, making a strange gesture. Immediately after his manipulation, a huge boulder that was in the ground began to move. Then the rather large stone block headed straight up. David noticed this, and realized that an attack was being prepared against him. He smiled and said that it was cool because he could control the earth, but the creature didn't stop for a second and attacked the guy. Nicholas took advantage of his opponent's distraction and attacked him with a direct punch to the stomach. Precisely because David did not expect this swift attack, he missed it and crashed into the boulder that the creature had summoned earlier. As it turned out, the attack was so swift that the guy's body broke through the huge stone block and crashed back into the ground. Shortly after that, only stone debris began to land at the crash site. The hero remained in a huge crater below in an angelic pose. At the same time, he was fully conscious and already smiling madly, using the 4-fold ice bolt, a technique called the Shadow God of Thunder. Then David began to rise and said that he had waited so long, and finally had a worthy opponent. The guy was very excited about this, and as he prepared for his next attack, he noticed that he should check out his opponent. The demonic creature didn't waste any time either, and soon landed right next to him. The hero paid attention to it and noticed that it seemed to be very excited about everything that had happened. The monster did not answer him, but only stared intently into his eyes. David, using his dark lightning, noticed that it was on the alert, waiting to see if he could chase after it. Literally a few seconds later, the guy moved from his place, and only a wall of dust rose from there. Nicholas, in turn, remained calm and continued to stand coolly in place, waiting for the attack. A few meters away from his opponent, the main character continued to fly in one direction. But a few moments later, he was already attacking his opponent from 6 positions, making it quite difficult to escape this attack. Despite this, the monster's eyes also changed shape, and he now had 8 pupils in each eye. So the crazy demonic creature managed to fend off all the guys that he had just made. David was stunned and asked if he had really blocked all the blows, which meant that next time he would hit him even harder. Using his next attack, the hero headed straight for the demon's face and was ready to strike. Although the creature noticed his attack at the last moment, it was so swift that it didn't have time to dodge, and so the guy hit it. The blow was so powerful and swift that it seemed as if the monster's head, which was in front, literally shattered into pieces. Of course, the hero was alarmed and asked if he had gone too far. Although right behind him, a mass that resembled the body of a creature appeared from their land. Then the entire body of the creature emerged from it and hung directly behind him. Nicholas, without stopping his attacks, aimed a blow at his opponent's back and struck him. The attack was so powerful that the main character flew very far away, and a cloud of dust rose from the impact. David cut through the rocky ground with his body, leaving a trench behind. Due to the attack he had missed, the guy continued to fly for quite a long distance. Many magical creatures did not want to stop their attacks, and therefore continued to move rapidly after him. David said that it was an impressive transformation, his speed keeping up with his 4-fold bolt, and he could also transform underground. But his understanding of combat surpassed all knowledge about this guy, who pushed himself off the tree and said that he was stronger than all his previous opponents. So the main character will still get to enjoy these moments of struggle. The creature was a little surprised that the guy was conscious and used his technique. So after that, the stone fist that appeared from the ground went to attack the guy from behind. David noticed this sneaky attack and said that it was trying to sneak up on him again. Then he used his 4 ice bolts technique and easily destroyed that arm. The demonic creature used the same technique of attraction and then attacked with its main body. Therefore, it caught David with this trick again and attacked him quite strongly with its leg. Then the demon landed on the ground and began to use his power, releasing a large flow of energy. So huge tentacles appeared from the ground, and they were stone like octopus tentacles. David was in the sky and noticed this attack, so he asked when it would finally calm down, because he didn't want it to happen again. All the tentacles were moving upward and had already reached him, so the guy noticed them. He was a little surprised by what was happening and wondered what would happen next. This energy gathered together into a rather large ball and enveloped the boy's body. The energy that had previously emanated from the main character's body stopped doing so, and the creature flew back the greatest distance and stared intently at the ball. Nicholas continued to control the rock with his hand and clenched it into a fist, telling it to clench as well. The same ball that David was in then exploded, and a pointed polygonal star appeared. Soon, the hero asked if this was all to make their battle more intense, and asked him to warn him. It turns out that he now has a golden mantra, so his attacks are like tickling, which is why the main character asks him to show him some more serious moves. The demonic creature was a little surprised at first, but then began to prepare a blow with his hand, accumulating a considerable amount of energy there. Then Nicholas's body began to return to its axis, accelerating the pace of the radical energy. The main character used a triple ice bolt to get out of the pointed star. Because of this, the rock that enveloped his body shattered into small particles. The guy smiled and said that there was no way that was all he was capable of, so he should stop holding back and attack him seriously. After he said that, you looked ahead and were a little surprised. But then he smiled again, because he saw a powerful attack coming at him and realized that it was much cooler than that cobblestone. The tornado, which consists of fire and wind, is quite creative, and they will see what this attack is good for. So, without even dodging this attack, the hero literally embraced it when it reached him. The guy's body soon began to burn because of the fire that was there. But the worst thing about this situation was that his golden mantra began to crack. And shortly after the onslaught of this unimaginable force, it completely collapsed. David realized that he was in a difficult situation, and it seemed that the golden mantra had broken. Also, because of this attack, he not only lost his protection, but also his clothes, so he was completely naked. Soon the tornado changed its direction and hit the ground with tremendous force. But when this attack hit the ground, it did not cease to exist, and literally pierced through mountains, water, and all the rest of the soil. Sometime after that, the natural disaster, along with the guy at its end, reached the city. And when it transformed, the hero flew onto the roof of one of the buildings at tremendous speed. The demonic creature did not stop pursuing him and therefore hung over the city. But when it discovered that the guy was still moving, it was stunned. David got up and said that the attack was not bad, and now there was no golden mantra on him. But despite this, the golden mantra was only a shell. His skin and bones were made of golden runes, so it was a pity that the creature had not managed to harm him. By the way, these runes are 3 times stronger than the golden mantra, and he has no idea how it can recognize human speech. However, if that's all he has in his arsenal, then the guys will have to wrap things up now. Nicholas became quite angry when he heard all these words. That's why he was preparing for his next attack, and a large amount of energy was forming on his chest, where his core was located. It accumulated into dark demonic energy that seemed ready to erupt. And indeed, behind all this was a massive attack, a beam that looked like fire. The main character noticed the massive nature of this attack, and realized that it looked quite powerful. At the same time, he did not even intend to dodge it, and the attack reached its target, then destroyed half the city as if it were a nuclear explosion. There was even a bright flash, and there were several circles in the sky that resembled mushrooms. The buildings really did start to collapse instantly, and it was like a nuclear bombing. The soil that was subjected to this attack literally turned to dust, being erased to atoms. After a few moments, it was all over, and a huge crater formed in that spot. The creature remained in the same place in the sky, and it was clear that steam was coming from it. Nicholas also began to breathe heavily, which was not characteristic of him before he attacked. The main character emerged from the crater and said that the creature had used up almost all of its demonic energy, so he had gotten what he wanted and would put an end to it. The demon was literally discouraged by what was happening, as he did not expect the guy to survive. David said that he couldn't destroy it with a quadruple bolt, but he would destroy this unfinished building if he swung a 6-fold or 7-fold bolt. When the creature shrank, it became stronger and more cunning, able to cope with a 4-fold bolt, and he wasn't even sure if he could defeat it in 5 minutes. But soon he had the idea to pretend that he was on equal footing with it, forcing the monster to use up all its demonic energy. All this was done so that it would be easier than ever to eliminate it in the end. Even though fighting him naked is pretty weird, he's worried that the monster has a trick up his sleeve, so he decides to transform too. Then the guy stretched his arms out in different directions and literally snapped them, uttering the name of a spell borrowed from gold. Huge streams of spiritual energy, stretching from different directions, headed straight for the guy's body. The creature felt this power, which even passed through it. It also became alert and surprised by what was happening right in front of it. Nicholas understood perfectly well that he should not let the guy complete his transformation, because then he would definitely be in danger. That is why he immediately began to accumulate the remaining demonic energy and prepare for an attack. David noticed it and said how rude it was, because he had waited patiently during his transformation. First, gold appeared on his fingers, and now they looked like claws. So the main character clenched his fist and aimed it at the demon's limb. Because of this, their limbs clashed in a duel with each other, but the monster's hand was blown to pieces as a result. The demonic creature was shocked by this, for it saw that its hand had been torn into small pieces of flesh. Of course, David's body did not stop its transformation at the same time, and he was covered with golden armor. The transformation began to accelerate over time, and by the time it reached his neck, his body had been completely transformed. Finally, his head completed its transformation, and the perfect form was ready. It was a technique called seal suppression, borrowed from the gold in the form of the golden rune armor, the guy said, as he waited with a sigh of admiration. Nicholas remained in the same place and watched what was happening with surprise. At the same time, his expression showed that he was discouraged, and perhaps a little frightened. So, realizing the danger posed by the main character, he rushed to flee the battlefield. The hero noticed this with surprise and stated that, apparently in human form, his body parts do not regenerate as quickly as in stone form. Earth is his safe zone, so it's a very smart decision for this creature. Yes, but they don't have much time for these games, so it's time to end all this carnage. The demonic creature began to run away from him at tremendous speed, and the hero was catching up with him. Nicholas tried to reach the ground as quickly as possible in order to replenish his strength. And soon after that, the creature flew over the ground and touched it with just the tips of its fingers. David noticed this and asked what it had just drawn on the ground. The creature's severed limb began to heal. Shortly after that, regeneration actually occurred and the limb reappeared on its own. The hero was surprised and thought that his arm was back in place, but was it really just from touching the ground? If so, then this was actually a huge problem. At the traffic light on the road, the sign lit up, indicating that pedestrians could cross the road, but the demon and the guy, who were blatant lawbreakers, rushed across. Soon, Nicholas pushed himself off the ground and turned his back to face the guy. David noticed him and asked why he had stopped. The body of the demonic creature began to glow differently than before, and he also began to transform. His pupils, as well as the rest of his flesh, were also transformed, and he seemed to have turned to stone. The moment the creature touched the ground, it accumulated energy and was ready to attack. The hero knew that he was using the accumulated energy of the core in his body, and it was clear that this was his final form. So at that moment, the creature goes all out and attacks its opponent with incredible force. He easily dodged the head-on attack that the demon guy offered. Then he saw his opponent fly down and asked what the hell was going on. Was he running away after missing? Nicholas, meanwhile, was heading straight for his attack and literally dove into the ground as if into water. David was surprised when he saw this and asked if he was burrowing into the ground. However, the creature simply emerged from the building on the right. The monster then decided to take advantage of the element of surprise and rushed into the attack. The main character used his turn, managing to dodge it at the last moment. The creature disappeared again, and the hero became angry and asked if it wasn't enough for it yet. Shortly after that, the demon appeared from below and again tried to take advantage of the element of surprise in its attack. David dodged the attack but received a fairly strong blow to the head. The two enormous forces emanating from both opponents soon clashed in the sky above the city. The hero said that the demon had already used up most of its demonic energy and was therefore not as fast. Using his abilities to pass through buildings and the ground to make it difficult to determine his location was a very clever idea. But it seemed that he had overestimated his final form, and his attacks were useless, and his actions were so easy to predict that David then used the Eye of the Underworld. There he saw the creature moving along the walls in a strange trajectory. The next attack was sure to be from the right, so the hero recognized it. The moment the demon got closer, the hero reached out his hand to attack. After that, there was a collision between them, and the creature felt a pretty strong blow. Because of this, part of the monster flew off, and its body shot upward. All this was done because the hero understood that the demon could not be allowed to touch the ground, or it would recover. The creature flew in the sky for a long time and suddenly noticed that the guy had suddenly appeared near him. David wasted no time because he had limited time, so he rushed towards the creature and attacked it. Nicholas put up a block in hopes of defending himself from this swift attack. But his body couldn't withstand the pressure and flew down at a fairly high speed. The main characters said that he put all his strength into that blow, but only broke one rib, and he, in turn, took it very well. Apparently the monster's final form is really quite good, but unfortunately the guy doesn't have time to continue their fight. Immediately after that, David began to fold seals or use the skill borrowed gold, which he wrapped around his body. This skill was called the Fists of Initial Armor, and 2 huge fists appeared in the sky. David told the demon that he was good, because it was the first time he had had so much fun since leaving the mountains. But despite this, the clock was ticking, and whether the creatures would live or die depended solely on fate. Nicholas noticed one of the huge limbs moving towards him at great speed. Immediately after that, the attack quickly pinned the creature's body to the ground, and a huge explosion occurred. But despite everything, they stopped, and its fists simply began to continue striking the ground. The attack was quite massive and prolonged, and the creature's chances of survival were dwindling. The ground within a radius of several kilometers began to collapse due to the constant blows. As time passed, the dome created by the spatial technology began to gradually disappear. The commander noticed this on the screen and said that the time of spiritual reality had come to an end, so David's coordinates should be determined. The company's drone immediately set out to search for this man. The main characters approached their opponent and noticed that he was still breathing. Could he have used the remnants of demonic energy to stay alive? But even if he used the earth, he would not be able to return to his original form. The demonic creature's hand continued to tremble, and it crawled forward, but soon it dropped down. The creature fell to the ground and lay there for a few seconds, but soon began to move again. David noticed this strange behavior, and asked if it was crawling toward the city despite its condition, but why was it rushing there? After a while, the company's drone reported that a suspicious life form had been detected. The commander shouted for David to answer where he got the armor and why he had long hair, and whether he was the ancient demon. If so, then let him keep an eye on him until he disappeared, and she would immediately call the defenders, and he would be banished to the third world. The guy didn't answer, so the woman yelled at him and asked if he could hear her. The monster continued moving and making a strange sound. The hero turned to his sister Lucy and told her not to call the defenders yet. He was in no condition to fight, so now was the perfect moment. Right now, he needed to clarify something, so David sat down next to him and stamped the seal. He used a skill called following someone else's path. David wanted to know what secrets this guy was hiding, so he entered his consciousness. So he turned to the demon and noticed that he was talking about why he wanted to get into the city. The creature stood before him and remained silent, so the guy told him to pick up his jaw from the floor, because it was in his mind. Even if he didn't know how to talk, he could communicate with him through his thoughts. If it wasn't something bad, it was possible that he could help him. But if it had evil intentions or didn't want to talk to him, then he would have to apologize, because the guy couldn't do anything about it. Very soon, the creature will be transported to another world, and he will never be able to return. After that, Nicholas immersed himself in memories of ancient times when a group of people migrated in search of a good place to settle. They all crossed mountains and swam across rivers again and again. All this happened until they unexpectedly stumbled upon something interesting. This place was an oasis hidden behind a huge desert. In addition to an inexhaustible supply of water, they had fruit and animals at their disposal. It was truly an ideal place for people. That is why they settled there. After some time, they realized that the closer they were to the high mountains in the middle of the oasis, the juicier the fruits and vegetables were. A little later, they discovered something even more extraordinary. One ordinary night, the mountains suddenly began to glow with a reddish light, so the people believed that the harvest was so fruitful because of the mountains and their protection. Named Nicholas, these mountains became an object of worship for all these people. It is still unknown whether it was due to worship or their own transformation that the mountains shrank and shrank. It also turned out that their shape changed quite significantly, and they became thin like the body of a monster. And then one day, thunder rumbled across the sky, and the earth began to shake, so the frightened people ran for cover. Amidst all the commotion that ensued, the clan chief remembered Nicholas. Understanding the situation, he immediately directed everyone toward the mountains to pray for protection. However, he was simply shocked by what he saw at the foot of the mountains. It turned out that they had not disappeared, but instead some other energy had appeared in their place. It was a life form that resembled a human being, and also possessed demonic energy. And so, in a panic, all the people immediately bowed down before this creature, and called it the deity of the mountains. Nicholas was a little surprised when he saw what was happening and decided to approach the people. The tribal chief was also alarmed, because the situation looked strange. The humanized mountain deity fell as soon as it landed, and did not even know how to walk. When the man saw this, he immediately got up and headed toward the creature. Nicholas noticed something as the man headed straight for him. At that very moment, the demon learned how to use his legs properly, but the chief ran up to him, bowed, and held out his staff. But the other life form paid no attention to him, and simply used its limbs to walk past. This deity had learned to walk, and it continued to walk and walk. So, wandering aimlessly around the neighborhood, it left the oasis and was met by vast deserts. Looking back, it felt the dissipating aura from its birthplace, and if it left the oasis, it would soon become a desert too. Instinctively, Nicholas knew that he had to stay and protect the oasis. Shortly after the deity's return, people continued to worship it. The newborn had no feelings or desires, but it was extremely curious about everything around it. One day, the demonic creature saw people sitting around a fire and roasting meat to eat. So, trying to imitate them, he tried to eat like humans. But soon, Nicholas realized that he had no mouth, and therefore had no need for food. He also tried to sleep like the others, but that was not a necessity for him either. Soon he even began to imitate and copy the behavior of other animals. For example, he could behave like a bird or a saber-toothed tiger trying to attack its prey. After exploring the entire oasis, the creature thought deeply, because whether it was people, animals, or plants, there was much it did not understand about them. So, it relaxed and tried to feel the oasis, and this place seemed to be a part of its body, and if something was wrong, it could sense it. It turns out that people hunt for food, just like other animals. Plants not only process water from the ground, but also the remains of animals buried in it. As a result, everything goes through the stages of birth, maturation, and death. But despite this, there is also reproduction, as in animals, various creatures, and even those very plants. A year after all this, the mountain deity finally realized the main rule that governs the entire oasis, and his body also grew from a child god into an adult. Even after it learned the law of nature and the life cycle, there was one thing that the demonic creature did not understand. In addition to various instincts, there was something else that made creatures and plants live and reproduce tirelessly. What constantly connected them all was feelings. These feelings had no physical form, but they were present in all living organisms, and the mountain deity could not project the same thing. In complete solitude, unknown feelings began to grow within it, and it could not know what this feeling was. It was what they call loneliness. Nicholas continued to wander around the oasis incessantly, trying to understand himself. Having experienced loneliness for himself, the mountain deity realized that all creatures around him had relatives, but there was no one of the same species as himself, so he was alone in this world, and the demon gathered some of the energy from his body in his tail. After the creature did this, it immediately tore it off and threw it aside. Due to the demonic energy contained in this limb, the tail did not disintegrate, but a new form of life began to emerge. So the mountain deity created another creature of its kind, and people called it the mountain spirit Yui. The mountain deity did not possess human emotions when it saw another creature of its kind, and the loneliness in its heart still did not disappear. The female specimen, which had literally just been created, tried to stand up but fell, just like her kin before her. Seeing that this creature could not yet walk, Nicholas immediately approached her. Then he tried to help her get to her feet. Yui saw this, and reached out her hand so that the creature could help her. From that day on, different feelings began to develop between him and the mountain spirit. So, in the days that followed, the mountain deity taught the new creature how to walk. He also taught her all the skills he had acquired up to that point. He showed her all 10,000 different creatures that lived in the vicinity of the oasis. As a result, they began to observe the people who lived there together. One day, the female creature saw a man and a girl running hand in hand and having fun. That is why she paid attention to her relative's hand and thought about it. She reached out, trying to imitate the people who were enjoying spending time together. But Nicholas did not let her do this and simply turned away. The mountain spirit was, of course, surprised by this, but she continued to follow her relative. In the end, the mountain spirit Yui got to know the whole world after all. One day, she sat down in a meadow and picked a flower from its stem. At that moment, the mountain deity understood everything and finally taught the creature to use energy to protect this oasis. Together, these creatures spent their days admiring the sunsets and sunrises. From that day on, the mountain spirit Yui allowed her to gradually begin to understand. Nicholas then began to understand what true feelings were, because the female creature finally took him by the hand. They remained together and lived for over 100 years, but the happy times did not last long. Due to climate change, the desert became even hotter, and this gradually affected the situation in the oasis. The riverbed dried up, the plants withered, and it became impossible for the 10,000 living creatures of the oasis to survive. In order to protect it, the mountain deity used all its energy, and the withered plants turned green again as before. But this could not last long, because the oasis's water source had long since dried up. The mountain spirit Yu realized this. She felt how difficult it was for the mountain deity, and thought about how they had protected the living creatures of the oasis for more than 100 years. That's how the female spirit made her decision. Although the creature could speak, at that moment, the mountain deity could, of course, feel it. It was the very moment when the mountain spirit said goodbye to him. Nicholas's feelings flared up at that moment more strongly than they had before, and he rushed towards his beloved. But despite this, the process was already irreversible, and a large amount of energy began to emanate from Yui's body. As a result, she gave all the energy of her body to this place without reserve. The energy then rushed into the clouds and transformed them into a black cloud. Immediately, heavy rain poured down, containing energy, and the downpour lasted for almost 3 days and 3 nights. Not only did all the plants in the oasis regain their vitality, but the springs also returned, which was enough to overcome the drought. Unfortunately, the mountain deity had been cultivating for more than 10,000 years, and was able to take human form, while the mountain spirit was only his transformed tail. In the end, spending so much energy was tantamount to killing herself, but she did not regret it, because in the end she protected this oasis, which was the joy of the city, the rose of life. And in the last moments of her existence, he howled beside her. Death was part of the natural and inevitable order of things for the mountain deity, who had witnessed many deaths of living creatures in the oasis during his lifetime. The creature did not know why, but the way the mountain spirit turned her into stone before his eyes had a special meaning for him. Even if she did not truly die, and there was still a last drop of energy left in her body. But it was all this that made the mountain deity experience a feeling that was previously unknown to him. It was a strong, heart-wrenching pain, as if a huge insect was gnawing its way out of his body and squeezing his throat, preventing him from breathing. Because the mountain spirit Yui had turned to stone, the deity felt lonely, but only now did he finally understand the true meaning of feelings. It meant not demanding anything and just being there, just as he demanded nothing in return from this oasis, silently protecting it and cherishing it more than life itself. Although the mountain deity knew that the mountain spirit still had a last drop of energy left, it could no longer take on its former appearance. And even so, he still made his decision, and the core in his chest began to rise. In order to continue protecting the oasis and prolong the life of the mountain spirit, he sacrificed his own body. Nicholas surrounded his beloved Yui with his own body. As a result, he turned into a huge mountain, a rather large mass of rock, which began to form molten rock. The result was a rather large demonic creature, which David saw when he fought it. The demon adhered to the rule that he protects the oasis, and also protects the mountain spirit. As a result, 2 large mountains were formed, which were joined together. The people living in the oasis recorded this story and passed it down from generation to generation. Their descendants invented writing, and to immortalize their memory, they erected a stele at the foot of the mountain and wrote Mount Nicholas on it. Times changed, humanity began to develop very quickly, and now their contemporaries have long forgotten about them. People discovered that there were deposits of minerals in the Nicholas dialects and began industrial mining. And the heart of the mountain deity, mistaken for a useless stone, was thrown deep into the sea. And then all this happened, and the main character stood there, discouraged. David then realized that he was essentially a monster and did not know why he had awakened. But that meant that his goal was not the city at all, but rather he was looking for his kin, although he should wait, because there was still a huge mountain in the oasis. If the guy remembers correctly, there is a fairly large mountain east of the city. His goal is east of the city, and he was just passing through the city on his way there. So if the creature could talk and had explained right away, he wouldn't have beaten it half to death. And doesn't it know how to become small? He is incredibly fast and would have flown right there. The guy assumes that he didn't stop being small to conserve energy. David now knows that it is a good spirit, and that he was wrong to beat it up. Now everything is clear, and words cannot fix it. But why not do something? He will take him to a huge mountain and make sure that from now on, no one will bother him anymore. The drone, using its metal limb, tried to reach out to him. Lucy did the same, and asked David why he had passed out. Soon the guy finally came to his senses from the demon's consciousness. The commander saw the serious expression on her subordinate's face and asked what he was up to. The main character lifted the demonic creature and helped him walk. He then said that his goal was Belus, not the city, and his interlocutor asked what he meant. The guy didn't answer and jumped up, telling the creature to hold on because he was taking it with him. The drone command communicated with them and asked the guy where he was going. David told his sister that the demon wouldn't last long enough to explain, and he could only tell her on the way that his goal was not the city, and he was looking for his kin. The city just happened to be in his way, and he posed no threat to humanity. The commander told him to simply tell them what he had found out. David talked about it for a full 5 minutes, and noted that this was what the whole thing had come down to. The commander said that based on this information, many questions had been resolved. It turned out that he would not have harmed the workers on the drilling platform, and would not have attacked if the night watchman had not attacked him. She then ordered David to first go to his destination, and if his relative was indeed found there, not to cordon off the area. Katie was worried and hoped that this ancient spirit would be able to see his kin, because she felt sorry for him. Then she turned her attention to the master and George, who was crying and saying that he had sacrificed his body to protect another. He had slept for more than 10,000 years, and when he woke up, the first thing he did was go looking for him. He had such pure feelings, and how much he had to go through. The girl asked the master not to tell the veteran to pay too. They should pray that he could meet his kin, and that would be fine. The main character soon said that it should be, but not already about profit. He moved straight above the clouds for a while, and then he dove down. Nicholas looked ahead carefully, and was surprised by what he saw there. As a result, only half of the mountain remained, and in the other half there was a huge gorge that had been made by people. David was confused and asked how the mountain had become like that. Lucy just remembered that minerals had been found in this mountain, and that the High Corporation had bought the rights to extract them. They had mined half of the mountain, and there were very few minerals left, so they stopped working. The girl hoped that when the ancient spirit saw how it looked now, he would not be angry and decide to take revenge on people. Together with the demonic creature, the main character found himself in such a state. He went on to say that although they had dug up half the mountain, he could surely feel whether his kin was still alive. The guy noticed the demon, looked down, and then, sensing something, raised his hand and began to use his power. Because of this, a rather large rock began to rise straight out of the ground. From the crack that appeared there, the silhouette of a female figure could be seen. After a while, her body was completely freed from the stone. However, despite this, the structure had already been destroyed, and so small pieces of stone began to crumble. The commander noticed this and realized that everything was bad, and she thought that the spirit was already dead. The deputy was saddened and thought about how difficult it had been for them to be together again. David and Nicholas also noticed her and were amazed. The core inside the demon emerged, and the body fell apart. The main character was stunned when he saw what had happened, and did not understand what would happen next. Looking at the scene unfolding before him, David was perplexed. It turned out that there were such pure feelings between them, and in the end, what were they? Blood ties, friendship, or love? The commander asked the guy what the ball was, because he didn't think he would become a huge monster to take revenge on people. The hero said not to worry, because that wasn't the case at all, even though his kin's bodies had been torn to pieces. But the energy already existed in the mountain, so the guy thinks it merged with the mountain itself a long time ago. David then used his eye of the underworld and looked at the ball and saw huge streams of energy. He thought that the creature was indeed a worthy opponent, and from then on, no one would bother them. Immediately after these thoughts, the guy felt that the rock beneath his feet began to move, so he jumped up to avoid the danger. As a result, it was clear that rock was beginning to form near the mountain that remained and near the core that hovered in the sky. The core initially contained a large amount of energy, which merged with the rock. The spirit of Mount Yue remained alone for a long and very long time. It sat in a fetal position, and suddenly plants began to appear near its feet and blossom. Soon there were quite a lot of these flowers, and the creature was literally sitting on a lawn. When she opened her eyes and looked ahead, she was stunned by what had happened. Nicholas was already standing next to her at that very moment. She got up carefully, looking into the eyes of her partner, who was standing in front of her. Now the male reached out to touch the girl's hand. Sometime after the incident, they were together on the flowery lawn, holding hands. In the human world, it was as if two mountains had merged and were now together. Plants also began to grow near these mountains, which were now overflowing with spiritual energy. The entire landscape, as well as the beautiful picture, now resembled the oasis that existed in ancient times. The main character and the command drone hovered in the sky and watched what was happening. David told his sister Lucy that he wanted to ask her something because he wanted to buy this piece of land, even if it meant spending all the money he had. If that wasn't enough, he would take it out of his commission on orders. He needed to fence off the place and turn it into a nature reserve so that people couldn't set foot there. The woman told him not to worry, because she had the same plans. They still hadn't fully investigated the unauthorized energy experiments conducted by Hayes Air, so they would not dare to object to transferring the land for the creation of a nature reserve, and besides, people should show extreme respect for the mountain deities. David said that he hoped it would be so, and told Sister Lucy that he was leaving the rest to her and returning himself. The woman told the deputy that she would contact the Guangxi Corporation as soon as possible. The girl did not answer her because of this, and she tried to get through to her when suddenly Keith regained consciousness. The commander asked if she was okay, and the woman apologized and said that she had just been thinking for a moment, because the place she was protecting had been destroyed by people. Her relative had been killed, and he would have willingly and without anger sacrificed his freedom to continue protecting this place. After sleeping for 10,000 years, he was finally able to see his kinsman, but even his body had long since disappeared. For the girl, such an outcome would have been too cruel. The deity and the mountain spirit sought neither glory nor disadvantage, but people used that place for their own needs and knew no bounds. Because of this, Katie was very ashamed that she was born human. Georg approached and addressed Miss Katie, saying that people distinguish between good and evil, and so do demons. They also expend their energy to maintain the balance between humans and demons. In his opinion, this result was not cruel at all, and it did not matter whether he had the freedom to take human form if this place continued to prosper as before. For them, being together in life and after death is already true happiness, especially since they both still have some energy left. He then quietly said that he wanted them to cherish each other and live long and happily. The girl told the master that she had not heard his last sentence. He apologized and remarked that she was speaking for herself, then turned to Commander Lucy. He said that the spiritual reality would soon end, and that the arms company had been able to develop it on its own, and that their humble servant had one request. Lucy said to speak freely. Georg said he wanted to stay here for another day and go outside for a walk. His companion said that was no problem, as she would just need to report it to management. The man smiled and said he was very grateful. David left the mission at a fairly rapid pace and in good shape. A human-shaped goat's eye looked at him and told the minister to forget about harming this man. Moreover, he was able to catch up and damage the ancient spirit twice. And even if he could seal it, how long would he be able to hold it? This man named David was actually too abnormally strong. The minister said that for starters, he should report on the situation and not cause confusion among the fighters. He said that, according to his information, this ancient spirit that had been awakened was enormous. Its combat power is also very great. All 12 defenders worked together but were unable to catch it. However, David used all his strength and was able to defeat it. Then, for some unknown reason, they stopped fighting before they reached the city. The ghost company sent a drone with a package. They flew away for a while, but did not disappear, and reappeared after 5 minutes. This man, as well as the ancient demon, changed their form into human appearance, and they were both handsome. The creature was beaten half to death and left without an arm and a leg, and then they went to a huge mountain, where, before dying, it turned into the second half of the mountain. But the most important thing is that they disappeared for only 5 minutes, and then the ancient spirit was already defeated. But the most frightening thing about this whole situation is that this man named David was not hurt at all. All the members of the organization listened carefully to what they were told. The minister also considered the words he had heard, and announced that they were retreating. It seemed that they needed to report to His Majesty that they were moving on to Plan B. Quite a large number of people gathered near one of the hotels and cafeterias nearby. One guy remarked to another that the girl in the white coat was cute, and his companion asked why he thought she was a guy. They were talking about George, who noticed how wonderful it was there, because the world of people becomes more diverse and brighter the further you go. Although he was sad and sulky, he didn't know if anyone else could see this picture. As he thought, people now do not appreciate such old-fashioned, simple places in the backwoods. Although, of course, this is even better, because it is much calmer and quieter there. The surrounding buildings had changed, but whenever he came here, everything seemed familiar and close to him. After all, it was here that he met someone, got to know each other, and became friends. But something happened after those happy days together. After that, Georg cried and said that they had to part ways after all. The trees near this place began to shed their petals, and this man smelled a light, pleasant aroma. They were pink plum blossoms, just like when they were together. Because of this image and memories of times past, George began to reminisce. He remembered how, on one such day in spring, the person he was thinking about ran up to him and said that he deserved to die because he was late again. He had just been reading a collection of poems, and had completely forgotten about the time, which is why he was late. His companion did not answer him, so he asked if he was angry with him. But the man smiled and said, how could he be angry when the time when the plum blossoms fall is so short that he simply cannot take his eyes off this process. At that moment, they were standing together on a bridge connecting the two banks across the river. Georg said that if he had stayed any longer, he was afraid he would have missed this beautiful sight. But his companion said that it was not a problem, because what could be more beautiful than this? The guy was embarrassed, and said that he shouldn't say such embarrassing words in a crowded place. But the man said that he shouldn't care too much about other people's opinions. It turns out that flowers bloom not to be picked and admired. By the way, today he read a poem and really wants to share it. Georg asked what the poem was about, and he said that he wanted them to know and cherish each other. They lived happily ever after, because only when the mountains are leveled with the sea, the rivers dry up, thunderstorms occur in winter, snow falls in summer, and the sky falls to the ground will they be separated. Then he asked if his companion really didn't understand anything. After all, these words clearly describe them, because in this life they will always be together and share each other's feelings. After a while, the man said that he was leaving now, but would be at the old place in the evening. The master watched him leave and smiled faintly at that moment. Now, he was standing on the same bridge in the same place, remembering the whole situation that had happened in the past. He felt very sad, because the old days could never return to them. So he gathered his willpower and began to look far into the sky. Almost on one of the slopes, but only in the inverted world, stood a man in a demon's uniform. One of the demonic creatures approached him and noticed that the leader of the squad was here. This creature's name was Ronald, and he was the leader of the Ujian squad, which was the personal guard of His Majesty Owen. The man said that if there was any business, they should report it. In the end, the demon said that they had recently received a message. It turns out that the plan to secretly block David's fighting power with pills has failed completely, so now they will have to resort to their backup plan. The leader listened carefully to this report and said that he understood everything. The creature continued, saying that he had started working in the unit quite late, and when something happens, he prefers to double-check, because it makes him feel more at ease. He understood the difference in the passage of time between the third world and the human world. Ronald said that for them as demons, time in the human world flows 120 times slower than here. Simply put, one day here is equal to about 120 days in the human world. His interlocutor noted that he understood everything, and the gentleman said to leave in 3 days, which means that a whole year will have passed in the human world. The short man said that a year was enough time to get the legendary Paradise Seal, the most powerful secret treasure of the secret workshop. He hoped that the servants outside would not make any more mistakes in their actions. Otherwise, His Majesty the King's plan could go awry. The squad leader was very angry about this and, looking at him maliciously, shouted at him to open his mouth. Then he used the power of his eyes, and they took on a strange sword-like shape. Next, the demonic creature used the fox's pupil and a skill called blade creation. And then this creature, with whom he had just been communicating, felt something strange, and his head was soon cut in half. But soon it turned out that he was not cut in half, but into several dozen pieces that fell to the ground. Ronald did all this with his immense strength and the power of his eyes. At the same time, he was very angry and declared that no one could question His Majesty's plan. And the creature he struck with his attack must simply obey his will, and if it did not, it would be destroyed. After a while, a strange energy appeared in the same place where the monster had been killed. That demon, Adrian, was reborn, and realized that he was already old, and did not understand what a rash idea it was. So he asked the leader of the squad to calm his anger. Ronald said that there was still something on him that could be used for magic, but not with His Majesty. The old man said he understood and immediately announced that he was leaving. Anastasia saw that a strange man had gone into their apartment and wondered who he was and what he was doing there. But suddenly she took a closer look at the man in front of her. He had white hair, just like David's, and a mole near his eye. The guy said he was innocent, a star of misfortune who had been drawn into evil deeds. The girl said that this was definitely the same impenetrable naivety that David had when he first started working with spirits. Although at that moment he was so handsome that the girl was embarrassed, and thought that in this form he was a real macho. After that, she said that Sophia and Richard went to bed so early. Immediately after that, the guy shed his appearance and found himself completely naked, also stating that he would also wash up and go to sleep. Anastasia was discouraged. She went on to say that even though it was his house, while she was there, he could at least not flash his naked butt. Her companion asked what the problem was, saying that he had simply forgotten that he was naked from the waist down, and would be more careful next time. Although the girl was very embarrassed at that moment, she thought that it was good that he was all right, because last time, when he saved the fox cub, he had scratches on his face. But this time, he had dealt with such a powerful demon and had not been hurt at all, so it seemed that she had worried about him for nothing. She decided that now she could go and sleep peacefully. Suddenly, a notification from the deputy of the ghost company popped up on her phone. It said that she couldn't get in touch with David, and that Miss Lucy was inviting them both to come to her office tomorrow, because she had something to discuss. The next day was beautiful and sunny, and Sophia finally woke up. She turned to her brother and asked when he had managed to return, and where they were going so early in the morning. But Anastasia answered the question, happily announcing that they were going to the ghost company. The little girl said that was great, and since she wanted to work there, maybe they would agree. Her friend said she hoped so. Sophia said that since her brother was nearby, she was sure to return victorious. After that, the characters left the apartment together, and the girl said goodbye to her friend. The main character looked to the side and was surprised when he saw something there. Henry was standing there with a sign that said luck. The guy asked him how he got there, whether he had been waiting for them at the door the whole time, and his partner said that today it was easy to set off on a journey. First, he wanted to congratulate David on yesterday's victory over the ancient spirit, and Ms. Anastasia also had good news waiting for her today. The guy noticed that he knew all this about them and wondered if he had hidden some cameras near the house. The man smiled and said that he had simply guessed. And if the lady was accepted into the company by the ghost, he would remind her that it would be possible to form a team of 3 people. The hero did not understand why he wanted to assemble a team so badly, and if he wanted him to help him, he should just say so. The girl asked about assembling a team. David noticed her and grabbed her hand, starting to run away, realizing that they should hurry up because if they talked to him for too long, he would eat all their brains. Henry said goodbye to them. Soon, they were both near the main office building of the ghost company. The girl said that it seemed to her that the company was located on a mountain, or in an even more pretentious place. The headquarters was located in such a luxurious place right in the center of the city, and so she asked if it wasn't too ostentatious. The guy said that she would soon understand everything herself. Then they went inside, and the girl said she had heard that you couldn't enter this bank if you had less than 10 million in your account. There were quite a lot of people inside, and the guy told the girl to keep quiet and follow him. Soon they approached the terminal, and the system asked them to select the transaction they wanted to perform. They had to leave their ID and receive a number, which the heroes did. Then the person with the number 0013 was told to proceed to VIP room number 15 for the operation. David said that every time he came here, it was always a pain in the ass. But the system reported that the iris authentication was successful. After that, they entered the room together, followed by another man. He smiled and said that he was congratulating the gentleman on his return, as someone had been waiting for him for a long time, and that must be Ms. Anastasia. He then asked the girl to hand over her phone, saying he would return it later, as it was forbidden to carry phones inside the headquarters, and he thanked her for her understanding. The girl agreed, and the gentleman asked her to sit there and not wander around aimlessly. Immediately after that, they sat down together on the sofa and waited. Meanwhile, the man who had been talking to them took his cane and headed for the designated place. He inserted it directly into a hole in the floor, which was there on purpose, and turned the head of the cane. Anastasia became alert when she saw that something was happening to their room. The room began to move to some other area. Then the man who had accompanied them turned to the young lady and, with a smile on his face, wished her a pleasant time in the company of the ghost. It turned out that this room was an elevator that was supposed to transport them. The girl approached the transparent window and looked closely at the creatures below. There were quite a few different demons, ranging from small to impressive in size. At the checkpoint, one of the girls handed the demon his belongings and said that this was his sole storage and ID card. Someone asked the creature not to eat their equipment. She could see that he had registered to resolve the issue of changing jobs and should proceed to counter 5. A man told the gentleman that he had not paid his taxes for the previous year, and that he should pay as soon as possible so that he could return to his previous job. The interlocutor asked what a tax was, and the man said that everything was written in detail in the tax return in his hands. The demon picked up the document to look at it, but did not understand anything. All this made him very angry, and he threw the papers aside, saying that pretending to be human was quite tiresome. He had to work hard and earn money all the time. Only then would there be food on the table, and if he did a bad job, people would scold him and stay up all night. But even after work, he has to pretend to be cheerful in order to get along well with his colleagues. He has a lot of debts and no money for taxes. After that, the creature began to cry, because he had once dreamed of leaving this world behind. Then it got angry and shouted that it wanted to be a monster, that it wanted world domination for itself. So all these despicable little humans would simply become his food. Shortly after that, the demon was beaten up by bodyguards, one of whom said that the creature was only a Class C demon. So what kind of rebellion was this? He asked if everyone returned to living by the law of the jungle, how many days he thought he would last, while another said that the hooligan had already been neutralized, and the danger had passed. The creature stated that the boss was indeed right, and he decided to reject his old freedoms and become a new demon. The man asked the lady if it amused her. Such minor frictions sometimes arise, but there is no need to be afraid, because they constantly keep a number of high-class hunters. Anastasia asked why all these demons had gathered. The interlocutor said that this floor was the reception office for demon affairs, and they did roughly the same thing here as they did in the reception office for humans. If a demon wants to do something in the human world, it must pretend to be human and live by the laws. If it doesn't like the human world, it can go live in the city of Lanting. Of course, if a demon from there wants to live here, that's no problem either. If they have no criminal record, they can obtain an identity card from the company. As long as everything is done according to the agreement, humans and demons can coexist in peace and harmony. After all, no one wants a return to the days when humans and demons fought and exterminated each other. Soon, they all arrived at the 3rd floor by elevator, and the man noticed that they were walking straight down the corridor to the commander's office at the end. Anastasia thanked him for showing her around, and the guy thought to himself that it was not surprising that the demon's presence was completely unnoticeable. After all, the spirit of a demon and the spirit of a human were together in one body, so perhaps she would really be able to pass the test this time. However, he would be the judge in the body-merging competition. He turned his head in the opposite direction and waited impatiently to see how she would perform. Inside this girl, strangely enough, lives a mummy, which is an S-class demon. Anastasia noticed that it was interesting to be in the company of a ghost, and her companion said that this was how they lived. Soon they came to the commander, and David told his sister that he had brought a girl here. So he asked what the instructions would be. His companion thought that this fool, who feared neither God nor the devil, seemed to be afraid of his sister. Lucy said that because of the ghost company's mistake, the girl had to end up in the world behind Fan Tian's seal, and she apologized. She would not beat around the bush any longer, and she called them for 2 reasons. The girl said she understood everything. The commander said that the first reason was the matter with the Fantian seal, and she asked how long they had spent inside, at least approximately. The girl said that she couldn't tell for sure because she had been unconscious for some time inside, but the boy said that he knew, and it was about 10 minutes. The interlocutor was shocked when she heard this figure. To make sure, she asked if he was certain that only 10 minutes had passed, and he said he was absolutely sure. After all, he was having fun, fitting in exactly on time, although he didn't push Anastasia away at the last minute, and inside the pig's head, he said something. The demon said that the passage through Fantian's seal usually closes in 10 minutes, but Lucy thought that this did not match the previous intelligence. After that, she immediately thought about the master, as well as the leader of all the secret Taoists. When she was little, she came to him and said that the majestic leader of the secret Taoists was suddenly cooling off here, catching fish wherever he wanted. She wanted him to wake up quickly and go upstairs with her because she wanted to ask him about something. James smiled and asked if it was little Lucy, as they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and if she missed her teacher. She got angry and shouted that she would not call him a little girl again, and her interlocutor said that she was just as lively as ever, and that her teacher was glad to see her. Then he casually dodged her attack, and she headed straight for the water. But despite everything, she didn't fall and was surprised by this. The teacher held her with his strength and noted that it would be good for her to curb her temper, because it turns out that in the company of ghosts, she has made a lot of enemies. After that, she felt a gust of wind carry her back, and the man caught her and noticed how she had grown so tall without him noticing. He remembered when she first climbed the mountain. She was only knee-high to him, and she loved it most when he lifted her higher. The girl, angry, hit him in the head with her knee and realized that she was no longer a child. But this only made the blow more painful for her. James said that she had even forgotten that the teacher possessed a golden mantra, and it seemed that she had indeed distanced herself from him completely. He then asked if the lively, cute little girl who used to follow him around all day was now just a memory. Lucy said that if they continued to fool around, it would only get worse, and her interlocutor agreed, and suggested that they talk about business after all. She had come from so far away to check how many people had left their sect this year. For the past few years, the company's management had been peaceful. The girl said that the calmer things were, the more vigilant they had to be. In fact, there was another matter she needed to discuss with him personally. The man said that he already knew what she wanted to tell him, because it turned out that she wanted to ask about Fantian's seal. After all, for several years, the ghost company had often used it to banish demons. It was important to name the guilty parties, and he understood why, because otherwise, these hidden demons would not behave properly. But the ghost company's management must be concerned that they rely too much on Fantian's seal. As for the seal itself, the only thing he can tell her is that for demons, 1 day inside is equivalent to 120 days in the human world. But he knows nothing more about this place. After that, the man got up from his seat and remarked that if they were going to explore the Fantian seal, they'd better give up on the idea. After all, it was the most powerful secret treasure of their sect's founder. James told her to come back and that there would be time, and that the guests should come to the mountain more often to see the teacher. He hoped that the next time they met, it would not be for work. But the girl said that his disciple did not understand. After all, if the patriarch was so powerful, why didn't he just destroy all the demons that were dangerous to humans and lock them behind the Fantian seal? The teacher turned to her and asked if she had ever thought that of all the living beings born in this world, why should only humans determine who is good and who is evil? The little girl was surprised when she heard this, but her interlocutor continued, saying that the patriarch had his reasons for doing so. Moreover, no one can harm someone who knows the future, and if celestial beings once truly existed, then he was definitely one of them. And now, remembering this whole conversation, the commander was amazed. David saw her discouraged face and asked what had happened. In response, she said that nothing had happened. She just wanted to make sure of something. Then she wondered if it was true that time flows differently in the human world and inside the seal. Could the patriarch have done this on purpose? And if so, for what purpose? The guy noticed that, in the end, Fantian used the seal to lock demons inside, so when he got inside, he immediately realized that he would be able to get out. Of course, there was a risk, but a person had gotten inside, and he couldn't just watch her die in there and not save her. Anastasia was angry about this. She thought that this person had gone inside to play around. The commander told her to stop talking, because she had called them, and she thought they had already guessed why. She could give the girl the right to participate in the state championship, especially since the guy guaranteed that the mummy was safe now, and she believed him. She also asked the teacher, and he agreed to recommend the girl to participate in the competition. If the head of the sect vouched for her, then the higher authorities would not dare to object. David also took the exam for newcomers and knows the rules of the competition. He noticed that he understood that the participant must complete a specific task alone. Lucy said that she had heard that the girl had quickly learned how to use demonic breathing and could also control mummies. And now, there was an order. She had to find a person and bring him to the headquarters unharmed. The girl was delighted and said that she would do her best to complete the task. The boss noticed that the missing person was the best employee of the ghost company in the previous generation, Jim. Anastasia's enthusiasm waned after she heard who this person was. After that, she asked Lucy if she had heard correctly, because she needed to find and bring here the best employee of the previous generation of ghosts. He was probably as powerful as David, and if this man had run away of his own accord, how could she possibly bring him to the headquarters apartment? Therefore, could the woman tell her why he had disappeared after all? The commander said that he had disappeared from the nursing home, and the people there had concluded that he had run away on his own. Everyone had already decided that he was dead, but then the body disappeared. I need to panic, even though he was once the best in the ghost company, but now he's just an old man with Alzheimer's. Anastasia was not happy with this prospect in any case, because she understood that he had run away anyway. So it turns out that, unlike in movies and anime, the older you are, the stronger you are. After that, the woman noticed that she wanted to add something else to this. She was given 3 days to complete the task, and during that time she was not to live at David's house, but had to find her own accommodation. She also cannot ask anyone for help, not even demons, but she can ask Katie for information about the object of her search. If the girl violates any of these conditions, the task will be considered a failure for her. She is prompt and confident in her words, stating that she understands everything. The commander said that she could then leave the same way they had come. Kyle escorted her, and she asked David to stay because they had something to discuss. The girl soon left the apartment and thought that, although the sister looked stern, she gave the impression of being a straightforward and responsible person. She could definitely be relied upon, and would certainly not deliberately complicate her life. Anastasia felt encouraged, and thought that everything was fine, because this time she would definitely manage. But right now, where should she start? Although, come to think of it, she would first ask Katie to fill her in on the situation. 2 days earlier, a certain situation had occurred at the Jobu nursing home. At that time, the elderly residents had gathered in the dining room, as it was lunchtime. An old man with the number 12 on his neck was sitting alone at one of the tables. He tried to eat the food on his plate, but his hand was shaking quite badly. Unable to hold it, he dropped it, and the food fell onto the table. This old man was once the best in the company, a ghostly man named Jim. One of the girls who looked after the elderly noticed the gentleman and said that it would be better if she fed him. The man asked who she was, and the girl said her name was Monica, but he forgot her name again. He had his favorite grapes there, and when he finished eating, she would give them to him. The man then said that he didn't want food, he wanted grapes. But despite this, the worker continued to say that when he had eaten everything, he would get the grapes. Then, with a smile on her face, she tried to feed the patient and noted that they would eat quickly, and then there would be dessert. This made the old man quite angry, and he shouted that he wanted his treat right now. And even though he was already very weak, he hit her quite hard. Monica turned to the gentleman in surprise, and he shouted angrily that he wanted his reward right now. Soon his plans changed, and when his companion asked where he was going, the old man said he wanted to sleep, so he would go to bed. The employee said she would take him to his room. They walked down the hallway together, and Jim asked who she was and why he had not seen her before, and the girl replied that she was Monica. She then thought that it seemed that the gentleman's Alzheimer's disease was progressing. Who would have thought that the once best person in the company would now reach such a state? Without a wife or children, he devoted his entire life to people. Without a doubt, this man is a hero. But why is heaven so unfair to him? And so, together, they walked down the corridor past the open door of one of the old men who was watching television. The screen showed a war movie, and soldiers were shooting at their opponents. The footage was quite gruesome, and explosions and people's screams could be heard. When Jim heard all this, he froze, and memories subconsciously came to mind. Monica then asked the gentleman why he had stopped so abruptly. She was stunned when she saw that the old man began to behave strangely and looked like a madman. Soon he broke free from the girl and pushed her aside. After that, the madness he had been fighting a few seconds ago ceased, and his body fell to the ground as if dead. The old man remained conscious, but a terrible image appeared before his eyes. It was a dead man lying right in front of him, staring intently into his eyes. Next was a scene from the battlefield, where a large number of people had been killed or wounded. Sometime after the incident, Jim was in one of the rooms, lying on the bed. A device that glowed blue appeared on his head. Finally, he came to his senses and began to move his limbs. The next thing that happened was that he opened his eyes and did not understand where he was or what had happened to him. Judging by the medical equipment in the room, it was probably a hospital. The man blamed himself for being an old fool, because he couldn't remember anything, not even who he was, where he was from, or how he got there. But after a while, he remembered that he was the commander of the Mountain Tiger 12 Special Forces Unit of the Lucian Military District, Joe State. He was also the best fighter in the Ghost Company, and his name was Jim, but the old man had no idea why he was in the hospital at that moment. Then he remembered standing in front of his superiors and asking if they were joking, because these were such turbulent times, and they wanted to remove him from his post and leave him out of action. He was told that, according to the results of a medical examination, he had early-stage Alzheimer's disease, and that it would be safer for him and those around him. If he was temporarily removed and sent for treatment, it would be better. It was a pity, but now he had no right to return, and it was for his own good. He had worked hard all his life, and now it was time for him to retire. Jim recalled this with horror and realized that he had been forced into early retirement because of senile dementia. If he understood correctly, he was now just a useless old man to others, and what's more, he even needed constant help from others. Suddenly, he became alert, feeling a strange sensation in his body, so he immediately jumped out of bed, pulled off the sheet, and looked carefully. There was a puddle where he had been sitting, and he realized that he had not been able to control his urination. The man did not understand what was happening to his body. Could it really be happening? Never in his life could he have imagined that he would see himself wetting his own bed. He began to laugh hysterically and say that even the dead would find it funny. After all, he was an outsider who had fought in hundreds of battles, and was once the best employee of the Ghost Company, and suddenly, he wet the bed. An old man like him really should have died long ago. He apologized to his comrades in arms, because he no longer had the strength to defend anyone. Suddenly, a voice said that Jim was not old yet, that he could still fight. The man did not understand who it was and asked who was there and who was speaking. In response, the interlocutor said that sooner or later he would find out who he was, and then asked if he wanted to be a hero again. The old man looked down and realized what kind of hero he was. After all, he only wanted to help other people, and when he talked about it, a great deal of spiritual energy emerged. The voice said that this was excellent, that his spiritual energy had been reawakened. and that if he followed his plan, he would be able to return to the ghost company. This was the nursing home branch of the company, and there was surely a lot of security here. There was only one way to get out quickly without resorting to force: to fake his death. The old man said he knew there was a huge safe door in the morgue, and it was not far from the back slope of the mountain, so there was probably no security there. He went on to say that whoever he was now, he was an old man, but his mind had cleared a little, and if he tried to trick anyone, it would end badly. But his interlocutor said that when he came out, they would meet, and he didn't need to explain anything further, because he must know what to do himself. Using his power, Jim applied it to the lamp in the room, then exhaled iron into his body, and it wrapped around him. There were many layers of the heart. Even with the help of resuscitation equipment, they would not be able to detect a heartbeat, as some of the metal had spread through the blood vessels. This was done so that the pulse could not be felt, so they would never find it, and then something else needed to be done. So the old man applied his conducting power to the life support equipment and made it send a signal. The sound from the device began to signal that the patient was dying, or had already died. An alarm went off, and they said that the man in room 23 showed no signs of life, so they had to quickly tell the doctor to prepare for resuscitation. The man's body was taken to the emergency room, where they reported that all data indicated that there were no signs of life. Mr. Jim can control any electrical device, even if they use old methods. Using a stethoscope and checking his pulse, there were still no signs of life, and Monica begged the man to hold on to life. A very knowledgeable person began to perform indirect heart massage in order to save the old man. Soon, the employee told the manager to stop, because he had done everything he could, as it turned out that there were no signs of life in the room. He was over 90 years old at the time and died peacefully. The doctor took off his hat and said sadly that the hero of an entire generation had passed away. Then they bowed before him and said that he should rest in peace in heaven as a hero. Near the morgue, the girls said that these were the remains of Mr. Jim, once the best fighter in the ghost company. The interlocutor heard that he had no relatives, which was a pity. By the way, the ghost company should be informed, and they think they will arrange an impressive funeral for him. At that moment, the huge safe door was locked and no one could get out from the inside. But now it swung open and someone began to enter. It was Anastasia, who had come on assignment. She asked if the man's body had been kept here initially, and the doctor said yes. He had been here for only one night. She had been here for 2 days, and in the morning a man from the company had arrived, but he was not there. In the end, they left the body on this metal table in front of her. The man from the company, a ghost, had already examined everything here. The initial conclusion was that Mr. Jim had not died, but had simply run away, but as for the reason for his escape, no one knew. After all, there is a safe door here, but the gentleman managed to open it, and all the surveillance camera recordings from that day have also disappeared without a trace. The doctor advises the girl not to even try to look for clues here, because in his youth, the man was an elite military man, and although he is now old, he still has the skills of a counterintelligence agent. Moreover, everything indicates that he is no longer an old man who has forgotten how to use spiritual energy, and poses no threat to those around him. Even if the girl finds him, she won't be able to catch him, because he was once the best fighter, and that's no joke. The girl said that she did not come here to look for clues. She just wanted to get to know the gentleman a little better, as she had never been to a nursing home before. On this mission, she first needed to find a motive for running away, and she managed to figure that out a little. She reviewed his personal file and then examined the house, so she understood something. The interlocutor asked if this was really true, and Anastasia replied that she had found out from personal experience that he was a very proud man. He used to be so strong, defending the country, saving the lives of countless people, and he has outstanding military merits. But now he has grown old and can no longer take care of himself. He also needs constant help. If he has indeed regained his mental clarity, she thinks that the nursing home has become simply unbearable for him. The girls remembered their past, when their father was also unable to take care of himself and needed help, and their mother left them. At that time, her father did not shed a tear or beg his ex-wife to stay with them. So Anastasia said that sometimes male pride is stronger than even the desire to live. She then thanked them for their help and said she would go and look for clues elsewhere. The doctor called the commander and noted that the new candidate had already left, and the woman asked if he liked her. The interlocutor said that she had talent, empathy, and observation skills, and that she clearly had excellent potential to become part of the ghost company. Digressing from the topic, isn't it too much to trust such an important mission to a nice new girl? After all, she will have to deal with Jim, and what if there is a battle? Lucy said not to worry, because there was someone to protect her, and her interlocutor replied that in that case, it was fine. Anastasia went outside and thought that before disappearing, he had taken a shower and taken all his personal belongings, his ability to control metal and electrical devices. Katie sent her new materials again, and it was a detailed story of this man's life, which was great. At about the same time, the main character was in the hall, watching the girl closely. When David stayed with the commander, he noticed that the girl had been given an assignment, and she asked him to stay so that he could be given a job too, probably. The commander said that she was still holding him on Anastasia's case, and besides, there were no missions at the moment that would interest him. The guy said that if it was about the girl, he had brought her in, she was definitely reliable, and there was no need to worry. His interlocutor said that she believed him, but she was responsible to headquarters, so he also had a mission to carry out, which was to secretly monitor Anastasia. This time, the mission is not as simple as she said. According to the information received, the target has completely regained his sanity and his former strength. Given the old man's character, even if the girl finds him, he can only be brought to headquarters by force. If they start fighting, Anastasia may not be able to control the mummy, so it is necessary to ensure that she is not in danger. Whatever method she uses, if she manages to bring the old man to headquarters, the mission will be accomplished, and if she finds herself in danger, he can intervene and save her. Of course, if he interferes, Anastasia will permanently lose her right to participate in the competition. From the top and from the beginning, they were against her taking the exam. The woman can only give her tasks and then depend on her to take advantage of this opportunity. The hero thought that she should have no problems with this task. But at the same time, he was worried about her and watched her closely anyway. After the girl received new information about the deputy commander, she carefully examined it. The old man himself was in the bathroom washing himself. After his shower, the man went to the personal belongings storage room, where he found locker number A192 with the name Jim on it. Soon, the old man changed into his usual old uniform, in which he had been hunting demons all this time. Now he no longer looked like a frail old man, but was ready to fight. At the same time, he decided that he would simply go and kill 100 demons, and then they would know that the precious blade did not age. Immediately after that, he headed for one of the abandoned factories on the outskirts of the city. There, on the floor, was a man who had recently been killed by demons. Several of these demonic creatures were on the floor, feeding on this man. They did not hear the friend's voice, for they were blind to the light, and these pitiful creatures still preferred to hide in dark corners and lead a miserable existence. The creatures became alert when they heard a human voice and turned their attention to the side. But a few moments later, one of their heads flew off to the side. The blade pierced the wall, and his partner looked at the creature's head in surprise. He became quite angry and asked the man who had come to them what he wanted. There was an old man with a smile on his face who said he was Jim from the ghost company. The creature, of course, knew who he was and was quite alarmed, but at that moment he was killed. After that, the hunter noticed that he was indeed old, as he moved a little and was already quite out of breath. The demonic creature was behind him and had been pierced with iron rods. The old man said he would not give up as long as there was still gunpowder in the powder flasks. Suddenly he heard a voice from above saying that his strength was no worse than before. Alerted, Jim asked who was up there. Suddenly, a person came down from above, and it turned out to be a boy wearing clothes that were too big for him. The old man was surprised and wondered where the child had come from. Could it be a demon in disguise? The boy said nothing, but the old man heard his voice saying that he was not a demon. It turned out that he was just a child who admired this man. The man asked if he could read his thoughts and communicate telepathically, and it turned out that he was the one who had suggested that he escape from the hospital. The boy smiled and nodded his head, confirming that this was true. The old man was a little discouraged and remarked that who would have thought that a child had persuaded him to escape. The boy then smiled and, gathering momentum, jumped towards the old man, saying that he was a hero and an idol. But he couldn't get close to the man because the man used his power to put up a barrier. Jim said that he didn't understand where this brat had come from, who he was, why he was trying to get close to him, and also, if he wasn't his, he should stop talking telepathically. The interlocutor mentally said that he was just an ordinary child who admired the hero. The man was angry and thought that this kid was really not his, or was deliberately teasing him. Then he used his power to control iron and wrapped the boy in front of him in iron bars. He declared that he had placed a little spiritual energy in these iron strips, and after a while, it would release him. He didn't have time to play with him now, and told him to hurry home to his mommy and daddy. The boy said he didn't have parents. The old man was shocked by this, and it touched his soul, but he decided not to take it so close to heart. So he said that the boy could go wherever he wanted, but he should not follow him. After he said that, you looked away and saw that the boy had escaped from his trap and was following him. The old man was stunned and did not ask how he had gotten out or what his abilities were. The man asked why he was so eager to follow him, and the boy replied that it was a secret. But before disappearing, he wanted to become his assistant. He also wanted to experience what it felt like to be a hero at least once, which is why he asked to be allowed to defeat the evil demons with him. Then he would leave immediately, but Jim asked what he meant by disappearing, whether he was sick. The boy continued to smile and said that it was a secret, which only made the old man even angrier. Therefore, it seemed to him that this child had no one to discipline him in his childhood. Suddenly, the man sensed a demonic presence and told the boy not to come forward and to hide behind him. Something appeared in front of the rather large hangar where they were. It was one of the demonic creatures that had entered its lair. The creature was holding its prey in its hands and also noticed the people. Inside, there were also the bodies of demons that had been mercilessly killed. The demonic creature realized that it was time to fight and threw its victim to the ground. The old man smiled and said that it was amazing, because these bugs had learned to gather in gangs. To appear even more frightening, the demon began to scream very loudly. Then, getting down on all fours, it sped up and headed to attack Jim. But the man was ready for battle and had already begun to use his iron technique. That's why he soon had a weapon in his hands, which he had to fight with. The creature continued moving straight toward him and he swung his arm. He then said that it seemed that the demon's demonic energy would be more powerful than the previous two Class C demons, so he would play with it a little longer. The boy told the best one to hide far away if he didn't want to get hurt. But when he looked in the direction where the boy should have been standing, he was already gone. The boy was almost on the roof and told the hero to attack. The man was surprised and asked when the kid had managed to climb up there. Then he smiled and noticed that the whole well-stretched figure could fight freely below. Finally, the demon was ready to fight his opponent and jumped, trying to strike with his hand. The old man also did not intend to remain on the defensive, and therefore attempted to strike the demon's arm directly. Therefore, his blade struck the limb and seemed to fall out of his hands, but the iron itself moved forward, even without using any support. So the demonic creature's arm was cut and moved higher and higher toward the forearm. Soon, the regime began to strike the opponent's entire body, and did so at a fairly high speed for an old man. Finally, he reached his opponent's head and tried to deliver the final blow right there. Because of this, the defensive creature received a fairly large flow of energy and flew upward. The demon did not feel the minor wounds when his opponent attacked him. but when he landed straight up, he felt the cuts on himself. The old man looked closely at what was happening to the body of the demonic creature in front of him. Then she saw the huge carcass fall straight down onto the concrete. There were wounds on its body, so the man said that it seemed that ordinary weapons could not seriously injure it. The monster also realized that it couldn't win in a normal head-on battle, so it used its power. The round balls filled with liquid behind its back began to grow. Then the creature began to spew some kind of liquid from its mouth, and it looked like poison. Jim used his iron technique and put up a big wall in front of him to protect himself from the attack. It was also clear that the creature used this liquid on itself to heal its wounds. The man smiled and noticed that it was really cool, because he could heal himself. The demonic creature radiated completely, and it was already clear that its mood had changed. The old man, using his power, created 3-kilogram combat machetes that were convenient for cutting up carcasses. He said that, spinning at high speed, they would cut through its body, and he did not know if it could withstand such a blow. After that, he pointed his weapon at his opponent, who prepared to defend himself. The demon bent down, and it looked as if he was curling up to withstand the attacks. Jim was surprised, and wondered what this feeling was. Could it be that this creature's strength had also increased? On top of that, it was so smooth that everything bounced off it, and it turned out that the spit-out slime not only healed wounds, but also had this effect. After the monster repelled all the attacks, it rushed forward to attack itself. The old man said that it had become slippery, and its speed had doubled, and its saliva was not bad, so he told it to attack and show what it was capable of. Suddenly something strange began to happen to his subconscious. The man lowered his head and did nothing, so his facial expressions also changed. Then he began to ask who he was, and simply said that he wanted to eat. The demon continued its attack, and it seemed that something irreparable was about to happen. Jim raised his head and saw a rather large monster standing right in front of him, so he was quite surprised and stumbled backward, slipping on the slime. Then he fell to the ground and shouted that there was a demon here, so he begged not to be eaten. The demonic creature paid no attention to his cries and attacked him quite fiercely. Immediately after that, the man lost consciousness, because it was so strong that he couldn't even move. The demon leaned over him, grabbed him by the throat, and lifted him up in front of him. Then it decided not to stand on ceremony and opened its mouth wide to bite his head. The boy, who had been upstairs the whole time watching the situation, telepathically shouted for Jim to wake up. The creature was stunned when, after a few seconds, it felt fear. The old man came to his senses and noticed that it was a demon that had reduced him to such a pitiful state, and as a result, there was even a slight smell of burning. And then, sensing the danger emanating from the demonic creature, it began to run away quickly, using its slime. The old man wondered where its ferocity had gone, because it was too late to try to escape. Then the belt, which was not a monopoly, split into 2 parts. Since it was made of iron, the old man could control it and directed it forward. The pieces of metal increased several times in size and caught up with the demonic creature that was trying to escape. Then, quite abruptly, the man tried to grab the demon. Soon after, he succeeded and trapped the creature in a metal ball. This attack was called the Meteorite Iron Prison, and the creature used its only strength to try to escape. The old man saw this and asked if it really wanted to get out of there, but if so, it would be better to simply save its strength. It turns out that his buckle is made of meteorite iron, and only an S-rank demon can break it. Then the man used his technique and lifted the victim up, saying that he needed to send him to the nearest hospital. He also grabbed the boy who was upstairs and told him that no matter how strong he was, he'd better not get involved and wait for him outside. After all, the old man in this room was not joking around. After saying this, the man used his energy and technique to create a dark ball right in front of his hand. The boy smiled, knowing what it was. Forming balls of meteorite iron using high frequencies and accelerating them to the speed of sound, then sending them at the enemy, was his most deadly technique. This ferocious technique is called a supersonic meteorite iron bullet. The man finally finished making it, and using his enormous strength, aimed it directly at his opponent. Because of this, the ball, which was formed from meteorite iron, shot forward and created a beam of fire. The demonic creature was freed from the iron prison. She looked back and saw something terrible rushing towards him. Since this attack was truly instantaneous, his body was pierced, and he did not have time to do anything. And then only its flesh scattered throughout the hangar, splattering in all directions. This attack was so powerful that the nearby rooms were also destroyed in an instant. So it turned out that soon, there were only debris and ruins ahead. The man came out and realized that he just wanted to test his strength, and that he had truly grown old, because if his strength had been the same as before, there would have been nothing but ruins left here. Immediately after that, he turned his attention to the side to see if the boy had survived. And he was running happily and telling the hero that this deadly move had just been simply explosive. He didn't think he would be able to see this technique with his royal eyes. So he loved his idol to death, and when he tried to run up to him again and hug him, the old man put up an iron wall. He then said that the boy could follow him, but it would be better if he kept quiet, because he disliked talkative hangers-on more than anything. But after the next demon, he would have to leave. The child said that if this was true, he promised to be obedient and not talk too much. Jim realized that the illness had just returned, but he had managed to wake him up. Even if it was a coincidence, there was no harm in staying with him. The old man did not expect the illness to return so quickly, and it seemed that he did not have much time left. He would rather die in battle than become a useless half-wit. The boy said to go right now, and the man noticed that, as practice had shown, he still had strength, so he should go visit his old friends and reminisce about the past. If he couldn't even handle a Class B demon, how could he show his face to them? At the same time, he touched his neck and began to scratch it. Then he found some small, strange balls that looked like what was on the demon's back. Anastasia finally read all the information that the deputy commander had sent her. Then she felt sad because of what this man had to go through in his life. The information was about a deadly battle at sea, A 12-person Special Forces unit called Mountain Tiger 12 from the Lucian Military District was assigned a mission called Breakthrough. 11 people died on this mission, and the commander of the unit, Jim, miraculously survived and had to take part in it. Then the man shouted to the 7th, "Everything, or how come they are already going to fight, not to play games?" The subordinate told the boss that he was already on his way. Then he sat down near everyone and told the people that he didn't see any smiles, so he asked what their boss's name was. Everyone began to say his name, and at the last syllable they smiled. Shortly after all these people set out on their mission, they set up a tent camp. The commander told the 7th that he always took a group photo before each mission, but asked if he was tired of it. The guy replied that photos were a must, and that he should think about it himself, because they would grow old and show their grandchildren not only words, but also memories of the squad. James said that battle is no game. If something goes wrong, this photo will be the last one taken in his lifetime. This time, the mission is extremely important for the whole country. They need to scout, stop, and take control of the enemy's high-tech equipment. To increase secrecy, no one will be guarding this building. They also cannot use electronic devices. The 12 fighters will have to face a group of enemies head-on. This time, the chance of returning alive is only 1 in 10. The entire squad burst out laughing when they heard these words. After a while, the commander ordered the Special Mountain Unit Tiger to line up. Everyone lined up, and he told them to stand at attention. The man noticed that they had to say their motto. The subordinates said that their motto was without fear, knowing no obstacles to victory, that their lives did not belong to the country, but only to the commander. Jim smiled at this and was proud of himself, thinking how foolish they were. Then she shouted for everyone to check their equipment, and they took only the most necessary items, and prepared to leave. His subordinates obeyed him. It was announced that, according to intelligence, an important military command center and secret weapons were located there. Their mission was to destroy the secret weapon, and capture the enemy's troop deployment plans. Finally, the squad set out on their mission, and there were only footsteps leading into the water. A fairly large number of people under Jim's command swam through the water toward the enemy. One of the men in the forest said that he had heard about the operation that night, and his companion told him to be quiet and not to reveal any secret information. But if the authorities found out, he would be court-martialed, as so many people had been transferred to the North Shore, and they weren't blind either. The man told him to be quieter, because he was not on duty, and if the enemy heard him, he would be the first to be shot. The other man asked if he was drunk, because he couldn't make out his voice unless he was close by. So he didn't believe that anyone could cross this area, and when he said that, he got a knife in the head. The man's body fell lifeless to the ground, and the others were shocked. The officer who was sitting to the side was also killed just a few moments later. The last man who remained at the scene noticed the attack, but he didn't even have time to think or scream, because the man who had killed his comrades had already killed him too. After that, a member of the secret squad made the sound of a bird's usual plaintive cries from the bushes. Commander Jim then gave his signal, and they connected in this way. Soon after, the entire unit was in the water and began to immediately move toward the shore. They moved slowly and cautiously through the bushes ahead. The commander then told the 7th member to report on the situation, and the subordinate said that he had already cleared all the bushes around them. The boss had just missed the opportunity to kill all 3 of them in 5 seconds. If he hadn't thrown the knife, he would have finished them off immediately, but it might have been quicker. The man was a little annoyed by the situation that had occurred. Then, he hit the guy, and said how many times he had told him not to use assignments to practice knife skills. The other man said he was sorry and joked that he just wanted to lighten the mood a little. Then she raised her head, and noticed that she had learned today that the enemy was going to attack their camp. When the man heard this, he was a little surprised, because he did not expect it to happen so quickly. One of the squad members looked away, and sniffing, noticed something. After learning some information, he approached the commander. He told him that he could smell a strong odor of gasoline 2 kilometers away, and that it must be coming from the engines of motor vehicles. Jim then said that they should go and check it out. In fact, there was a large number of vehicles moving along the forest road below. The squad, led by the commander, climbed a hill and watched what was happening there. Jane said that they were already lined up and ready to go, and it looked like they were going to attack them tonight. The heavy trucks must be carrying secret weapons. He himself understood perfectly well that this whole situation was a huge pain in the ass for them. A crane was operating at the enemy base, lifting cargo, and the crane operator was told to be careful, as they needed to load a little more slowly. And while this was happening, the cable holding the huge container accidentally broke. Because of this, the large box fell to the ground and nearly buried several guards beneath it. Jim made it fall, then turned to the girl from the soybean squad and asked her to do something. She realized what he meant and, using her eye technique, looked over there. The container that had fallen to the ground had cracked open, revealing its contents. It was there that she saw the secret weapon, which even had its own serial number. She went on to say that she saw huge combat robots inside, and that NP Future 001 was written on their arms. There shouldn't be 10 robots in the same boxes on the other heavy trucks. The commander was shocked when he heard the name and thought that, according to intelligence reports, the enemy needed at least another 10 years to release these robots into production. It is unclear why they appeared on the battlefield so quickly. Made of high-strength alloy, they are capable of withstanding even artillery fire. Inside, there is an ammunition supply of 10,000 armor-piercing rounds, and, in addition, a system of radio-controlled shells. If they have 10 robots, their army will not be able to resist them. If the coastal military forces are destroyed, it is frightening to imagine the consequences. All the efforts of recent years in their country could go down the drain. One of the soldiers was reprimanded and told that he was a scoundrel. How could he work like that? Did he even know how much the contents were worth? The commander yelled that he was dead, that he would have shot him, and the subordinate apologized to the sergeant and said that next time he would definitely be more careful. Suddenly, both of them felt a terrible energy approaching them. The commander turned around to see what else was going on, and was amazed. There stood the admiral, who had arrived to assess the situation. The man said that he had made a mistake and was now checking the damage to the robot, and that he was ready to accept any punishment. The chief said that it was not a big deal, as the equipment was not that expensive, and the main thing was that no one was hurt. The last few days had been very busy. They had worked hard, and first they should rest. When you have energy to spare, any job is easy. The soldier said he understood everything. Immediately after that, he turned to leave, and the sergeant breathed a sigh of relief. But immediately after that, he looked ahead and saw a weapon pointed in his direction. Then a shot rang out, and the man who had committed the offense was instantly killed. The other people who were working nearby were stunned and became a little tense. The admiral then told his subordinate that such mistakes should not happen again, and the subordinate tensed up and immediately agreed. The senior officer said that this was good, and that a support ship would arrive in an hour, so they should hurry up. Then the man noticed the mountainside, and thought that he had been feeling strange all day. He was looking at the very place where the secret group was. The commander turned to Rebecca and asked if she was sure it was Donald. She replied that there could be no mistake, because she would recognize him even after death. Jim said he didn't expect this reckless guy to be here too. Someone asked if they also had a spy in their intelligence department, but the man said that wasn't the case. This reckless man is extremely cunning, and thinks that most of the enemy forces are unaware of his presence. If they knew, the guards would not have allowed themselves so many liberties. This man, whatever his name is, does not kill himself within the framework of ordinary people's expectations. As soon as danger appears, he can always sense it in time. That is why he has never lost a battle, but his subordinates asked their commander what they should do next. She let out her belief, and immediately apologized to her comrades in arms. He went on to say that he was afraid they would have to sacrifice their lives to buy time for their base to retreat. So he shouted from the mountain tiger line that there would be a general assembly right away, and after these words, everyone lined up in a row. The man said that the next task was to steal the enemy's military plans and maps, and they would choose someone to deliver them to their own side, while the rest would stay behind to delay the enemy and fight to the death. He went on to say that Crisis would be responsible for neutralizing the guard post on the tower. Lincoln, Leo, 7th, and Rebecca would have to take advantage of the chaos to sneak into the headquarters building and steal the maps and plans. Joseph is the best swimmer and will be able to return to their camp much faster than any of them, so when the others steal the documents, he will deliver the papers to the base. Everyone else will join him in attacking the enemy in the square and then causing chaos. Immediately after the plan was announced, the commander ordered the others to move out. At the same time, the admiral was in his office near the window, busy with his work. Suddenly, the glass behind him shattered and flew into his back. This was caused by an explosion and attack that had just occurred, but the man managed to dodge it. A subordinate ran to the senior officer's office and shouted that they were in trouble because the enemy was attacking. His interlocutor calmly continued drinking his beverage and asked how many people were in the enemy's ranks. The guy said that they had just reported more than 10 people, among whom there seemed to be a well-known fighter named Jim. The admiral smiled slyly when he heard that this man was there. The soldier noted that, incidentally, he wanted to talk about their military plans and maps, because he had come to report that everyone downstairs had just been destroyed. Donald ordered them not to rush. If they wanted to steal their papers, let them steal them. He would stay here and no orders would be given. With his wounded face, he smiled broadly and remarked that he had wanted to meet Jim for a very long time. The commander told the assault troops to line up in order, and they stood in a row. Shortly thereafter, several grenades flew directly toward them in order to kill them. Then there were explosions, and only the bodies of these people flew apart. The officer shouted to the rest of his subordinates that the enemy was attacking, so they should repel them quickly. But those who came out to suppress the enemy forces were immediately shot and killed. Jim and his other subordinates made their way forward, and he shouted for everyone to spread out and quickly find cover. A man from the squad was quite far away, literally in the forest, and threw a smoke grenade from there. His throw was so powerful that the smoke grenades flew several dozen meters to the base. The soldier told the commander that the enemy had used a powerful smoke grenade and was waging a guerrilla war, that there were too many of them, and it was impossible to tell who was the enemy and who was on their side. That is precisely why they cannot fire back. Someone asked when the enemy had managed to sneak up to attack, and why the watchtower had not raised the alarm. But from that very tower, where the alarm should have been raised, a bullet flew at the commander. As a result of this attack, the commander of the group stationed in the vicinity was killed. A man from the detachment named Chris happened to be on the hill, and he took possession of a sniper rifle and hit his target from the hill. He said that he had just shot several commanders and decapitated the enemy forces. After clearing out a large number of soldiers below, the squad under the commander's command advanced. The 7th man, knife in hand, warned them to be careful and let him go first. There was a large concentration of troops around the corner in the building, and the leader said that the enemy was most likely trying to break through the staircase, so everyone had to stand their ground. But while they were all sitting and waiting for the enemy, a light grenade flew in. Several people noticed this and reported that they should cover it quickly, but it was too late. The 7th, who threw it, used his weapon and then suddenly killed a large number of people. After what happened, he stopped and said that 12 heads had been killed in 6 seconds, and once again he had broken his record, although unfortunately the boss hadn't seen it again. Rebecca said that this guy was practicing knife skills to get the commander's recognition, but Leo said that wasn't the case, even though the commander rarely used a knife. But he was even faster than the 7th, and several soldiers in the neighboring building stopped. The one in front told the others to be vigilant, because the enemy had already broken through. A man appeared in front of them, and they asked who was there to slowly come out of the shadows. Then they saw that it was the sergeant, and said how good it was that he was okay. The man asked why they had rushed over, as they had already dealt with the enemies. They should hurry outside to help the others. The guy told the commander to allow them to provide support here in case the enemy broke through again. The senior officer hit him and said, "You bastard, didn't you hear what he said? Tell him that no one else ever comes with you and that their most important task is to protect the combat vehicles. He should do that and tell the others to guard the robots outside." While he was saying this, his subordinates ran away, and the man behind the wall was killed. At the same time, when everyone else left, the man began to remove his mask. When he took it off, it turned out to be Lincoln, and he thought that they would be dealt with quickly. At the same time, somewhere outside, Jim opened fire with suppressive fire. He was quite good at shooting, and after he emptied his magazine, several people were killed. Suddenly, he heard whistling sounds, which were signals from his subordinates. The man smiled, realizing that the cards and plans were in place, and that these guys had quickly taken care of business. Suddenly, Jim heard a buzzing sound coming from the sky and turned his attention to it. There he saw an enemy helicopter circling directly above the military base, and in the passenger seat of the cockpit sat Admiral Donald, looking down. A subordinate asked his boss if they were really going to use the sunken ship for the operation, but the man replied that his orders were not up for discussion. The junior officer wanted to say something, but the admiral interrupted him and told him not to worry, because the route had already been changed. He did this so that you could dodge those automated weapons. After the plan was carried out, the sunken ship would switch to autopilot. Even if the gods don't come, they still won't be able to save those rats. The guy said he just wanted to remind them that their soldiers were still on the island. Donald said that dying in the field was their direct duty, even if a small surprise affected their great cause. But even so, destroying other people's hopes with your own hands is quite interesting. Jim thought that the base had been attacked, which meant that whoever had escaped in the helicopter was probably a big shot. Their secret weapon was here, and there were more than 1,000 soldiers, so it was necessary to flee. Suddenly, he realized what had really happened and immediately told his subordinates, giving them a sign. The seventh one wondered what had happened, because the boss had suddenly ordered them all to retreat. At about the same time, a large number of missiles were approaching this location. There were so many of them that they were literally colliding with each other at a distance of a few centimeters. The subordinates looked up and saw bright flashes but could not react to them in any way. As a result, the bombs landed on the base, and there were numerous explosions. The bombing of the island where they were located lasted several minutes. There were quite a few explosions and exploding shells which caused a fire. Jim was lying on the ground, but he was still conscious. Then, a subordinate ran up to him and noticed that the commander was not wounded, which was excellent. The man got up and asked how the others were doing. His subordinate replied that everyone was near the command post. But then something happened, and after that he couldn't say anything and fell silent. The commander was shocked and asked what was going on, ordering them to go there immediately. A few seconds later, they arrived there, and Jim shouted to the seventh. Then he saw that the guy was under a pile of rubble and a huge pile of rocks. When he saw him, he told the commander that he hadn't been fast enough, and that if he could have been like the boss, he wouldn't have gotten into such trouble. The man turned to his subordinate Rebecca, and she waved her hand, saying that nothing would work. The seventh smiled and apologized to the boss that he would not be able to fight alongside him until the end, although he would have liked to see victory together with everyone else. A few seconds after he spoke, his eyes closed and it was clear that he had died. The girl said that the guy, saving them all, was crushed by the rubble. She then turned to the commander and asked what they should do next. But she was interrupted by return fire, which was directed straight at their squad. They turned their attention there, and Jim shouted that they were enemy robots, and that everyone should spread out and take cover. The members of the squad immediately hid behind large pieces of debris and thought about what to do next. Leo told the commander to take the box, which contained plans and enemy maps, and so he was told to deliver it to their troops, so that the seventh's death would not be in vain. Joseph was wounded in the leg and unable to swim, and the captain was the most enduring and fastest. They would all distract the robots, and he should leave as soon as possible. Jim asked what kind of nonsense it was to leave altogether. The guy said that if he didn't leave now, they would all die here, and if the papers didn't reach their troops, everyone at the base would also perish. The others also shouted at the commanders to leave and make sure to deliver the documents. He was very sad to hear all this, but soon he rushed to run away from there, and the members of the detachment shouted that they should cover their commander. After that, the robots began to fire even more intensely at their targets. The man continued to run away, and then several rocket salvos were fired at the squad. Immediately after that, dozens of explosions rang out, leaving people no chance of survival. A man who was several hundred meters away saw Rebecca's head fly past him. He realized that everyone else had already died, and tears welled up in his eyes. Of course, at that moment, he wanted to turn around and try to save at least someone, but he realized that it was pointless, and cried out in despair. After a while, Jim managed to escape from the island and was swimming in the water. The man thought that he was still halfway to the shore, and that he would definitely deliver those documents. Let his brothers wait a little longer, and they would surely win this unequal battle. Suddenly, he turned his attention forward, because there he saw something rising from under the water. It turned out to be an enemy submarine that had appeared right in his path. In despair, the commander of the detachment realized who they were, and began to shout at this man that he was a son of a bitch. The admiral came out on deck, and noticed that this man had encountered all kinds of storms and waves. But now it was completely unclear to him why he was losing his temper like this. He was completely devoted to him, and even though he had brought all his comrades in arms with him, some of them had suffered too much damage, and he was unable to collect them. All 11 comrades who had died on the battlefield were hung from the deck by hooks. Donald asked if the man still thought it was so important to deliver the intelligence. There would be no harm in telling him now that they had already launched more than 100 combat robots, and that their attack was now directed at targets on the east and west coasts. There were several dozen robots on the boats ahead, and then the man asked if the man knew what all this meant. The admiral broke into a bright smile and remarked that the commander's sacrifice of his precious fighters was completely pointless. The difference in combat power was too great, and the outcome of their battle was a foregone conclusion. Let Jim look back, and he will learn what it means to lose all hope. Immediately after that, the man looked back to see what was already there behind him. And there were indeed quite a few naval ships with combat robots and weapons on board. Donald said that it was a pity about this man's comrades, each of whom had unique abilities. But in his hands, it would be like giving wings to a tiger. Although they could no longer be used, he would send them to headquarters to be distributed for experiments. And perhaps then it would be possible to make some discoveries. After hearing all these words, Jim immediately remembered his comrades in arms when they were just before the mission, and now they were all dead and hanging from the deck. The admiral fired his pistol and asked if the man knew why they were losing. This was a battlefield, and the strong did not need sympathy. The victor became king. He shot the seventh in the head and said that the weak are just tools for battle, and a tool has value only as long as it can be used. He liked the look on the man's face. The proud, undefeated commander of the Mountain Tigers had lost only a few subordinates, and with such a ridiculous expression. Jim felt the flow of energy and how they addressed him. His comrades still had a part of their lives left in their bodies, and they directed it to their commander so that he would fight for them. They said that your boss didn't let that Hague freak get what he wanted, so don't grieve too much and they will surely win. So hang in there and don't give up. He must take care of his health and eat on time, and in the next life, they would be brothers again. In the future, he should protect the peace of their country, and most importantly, they should be able to sacrifice themselves for their country, because this is an honor for them. Who said that in this life his best choice was to go to the battlefield with him to defend their homeland, and they asked him to continue fighting for them. In fact, they know that although he is still alive, he is in more pain than if he were dead, and even though they are already dead, their faith will always accompany him. Jim felt all these words and the energy they conveyed to him, and crying, he said how foolish they all were. After that, a fairly large flow of energy which went straight into the commander's body began to pour out. The admiral, who had been standing on the deck all this time and was proud of himself, watched closely to see what was happening. The commander was in the water and used his power to pull the iron toward him. Spiritual energy really did flow out of his body in large streams, causing waves to rise up. It was also visible how the meteorite iron on his belt sharpened his body. The man soon looked ahead and noticed that the rabid dog had to be killed. The admiral realized that this guy knew how to limit himself, but was this some kind of secret weapon? He then shouted to his subordinates, who were not expecting this, to open fire and not let this man get away under any circumstances. The soldiers immediately began firing with the automatic weapons they were holding. The bullets were aimed at Jim, but he stretched out his hand and stopped them with his action. Then, using his own strength, he turned them in the other direction and killed those who had fired. Donald was stunned by what had happened, and when he turned around, he saw that the man was already in front of him. The bodies of the members of the squad, commanded by the man, were in metal boxes and hovered behind him. Jim told the admiral to bow before his comrades in arms, and maybe then he would allow him to say a few more words before they defeated him and buried him with the rest. Donald said it was hellish, and didn't understand how he managed to do it, thinking that if he let this man survive, it would end in disaster. They turned to the admiral and asked if everything was all right, because for some reason the submarine hatches would not open. He shouted that they should contact the ship commanders. Let them direct their fire in their direction, but his subordinates said that they had just lost contact with all the ships. They tried to reach the fleet command center, but they did not respond, so the captain was told that they could not contact the command. He asked what was going on, whether someone had allowed them to launch the missile system. He was told that the system had suddenly gone out of control, and the captain asked what it was and where the target was. A subordinate said that their weapons were aimed at their own ships. Moments after these words were spoken, the guns of two allied ships attacked each other and explosions rang out. The same thing happened on the other ships, so they were all soon out of commission. Jim told his interlocutor that he had long since sunk his entire fleet. He then told the admiral to get down on his knees before it was too late. Donald asked if such miracles really existed in this world, but even if they did, one person certainly couldn't save the whole world. He called the man a bastard and said they would meet in hell, and also shouted glory to the Vita Empire. Jim got angry and remarked that this man was certainly not lacking in determination. Then, using his power, he directed metal rods that enveloped his opponent's body. As a result of this action, he forcibly brought the admiral to his knees. Then he sent his body straight down at such a speed that he hit his head very hard against the submarine. It turned out that this man bowed and hit his head until it shattered into pieces. After a while, the sun rose, illuminating the water, and the man headed for the shore. He took with him all his comrades in arms, who were in metal boxes lying on the sand. Jim stood in front of them and thought that dawn would surely come, but some people would remain in darkness forever. Thoughts crept into his head about whether to leave this ray of hope as a deep mark in the memory of the people of this world. The man stood in front of his comrades, giving them his last piece. Anastasia read the smallest details of the story, and because of this, tears rolled down her screen. The whole situation seemed very tragic, and she promised her grandfather that she would definitely find him, begging him not to get into trouble under any circumstances. A message came to her phone saying that today there had been an explosion at an abandoned factory on the southern border of the city of Lushan, but no one had been injured. Experts investigating the site of the explosion ruled out human error as the cause of the explosion, suggesting that chemical reagents had exploded, but it was unclear which ones. The girl thought that as soon as her grandfather disappeared at the abandoned chemical plant, there was an explosion, and it might not be a coincidence, so she would go and see what had happened there. There was still a fire there, and several fire trucks were parked near the entrance. Anastasia arrived on her motorcycle and thought that there were a lot of firefighters there, so it must have been a very big explosion. She needed to figure out how to sneak through the cordon. Suddenly, she felt something and realized that there was spiritual energy at this factory. Of course, the traces were faint, but judging by the source, it was quite strong. So it was possible that the person she was looking for was still inside. An ordinary person would certainly not be allowed to enter, and it is unclear what he did to avoid being detected by the crowd of firefighters. It seems that the chemical plant is very large, and surely the mummy has an ability similar to David's golden eye of the underworld, which can help track spiritual energy. The creature is inside her, and her power lies in borrowing the abilities of others, so all of this should definitely work. And so, concentrating, Anastasia began to use her power, accumulating spiritual energy in her body. Soon she managed to do everything, using her fourth eye skill, so she was delighted, thinking that she had succeeded. Without wasting any time, she began to look around for traces of the spiritual energy that had been here. Finally, she saw a trace, and thought that this golden trace might be from her grandfather's spiritual energy. But if that was the case, then it was unclear whose second trace it was, since it was red. At the same time, the old man and the boy who accompanied him were in the cemetery. Jim apologized to his brothers for not visiting them for so many years, saying he didn't think he would survive his old age, but now he was convinced that he could still fight. He would use the powers they had given him in the best possible way, in case of a threat to their country, whether it be demons or courage. But he would not have long to use them, for soon he would be able to reunite with them. The boy said that these people were once heroes like him, but he thought they would not want him to die in battle. The old man turned to him and asked what this little thing could possibly understand. The child said that after that battle, he retired, and then a company of ghosts found him, and he became the best fighter in it. He saved a huge number of people, never knowing a moment's peace in his life, and then told the hero that he had changed his mind, and that it was not worth looking for demons and fighting them. After all, that wasn't what his friends wanted for him. Jim said that you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but it would be interesting to hear what he thought they wanted. The boy said that he had always known the answer to that question, and had simply been avoiding it, because he was the only survivor, and had received the strength of the entire squad. So he only knew that he had to fight continuously without respite in order not to feel guilty, and then he asked if he was right. But the members of his squad simply hoped that he could continue to live without feeling a heavy burden on his shoulders. They also hoped that his eyes would see this world, and admire the mountains and rivers of his native country. Then the little interlocutor said that the hero should live for himself at least once. The old man noted that he was alive because he had not paid for it with his blood, so how could he live for himself? It turns out that from the very day when all this happened, Jim no longer existed. Then he told the kid, whoever he was and wherever he was from, that he knew so much, but he should stop following him. After the old man had walked a short distance ahead, a man appeared in front of him. He saw a guy in a raincoat and asked if he was a ghost, and that he'd better leave because he wasn't in the mood for that right now. The stranger did not answer him, and immediately took off the hood that was on his head. When the old man saw who was hiding there, he was stunned, and asked if it was really the seventh. He said that it simply couldn't be, because this man had died long ago, and he must have gone mad, so it was surely an illusion. The guy smiled and called the man in front of him commander. The old man was quite shocked by this, so he rushed towards his opponent. Then, using his strength, he made himself a weapon in the form of a knife, and cut the man's head off. So after this swift attack, the body simply collapsed to the ground. Jim called him a bastard and asked who he was, because the seventh had always called him boss. The body of the stranger in front began to rise even after this deadly attack. When the old man saw this, he was amazed, because he was wearing the uniform of the enemy troops he had once fought against. Then a familiar voice appeared, asking if Jim had forgotten him so quickly. After that, a rather strange entity began to emerge from the neck of this body. It turned out to be a demonic creature that noticed that he had been waiting for him for a long time. It was the admiral whom the old man had once killed. He then tore off the seventh's head, and said that he should consider it a welcome gift. The head rolled onto the ground and the man looked at it. Donald asked if he missed his precious comrades in arms. The old man remembered his subordinate, and his memories flooded back to him, making him very angry. Immediately after that, a massive amount of spiritual energy was released from his body, and a wind rose. The old man had no intention of stopping for a second, so he rushed into the attack and used his technique. Large fists appeared from the metal parts he had created. His opponent noticed this, and said that the blow was slightly disappointing. Immediately after that, using his new power, he tried to fight off these blows, but threads of energy appeared, and he thought, could it really be happening now? The creature could not fight back, as its arms and legs were completely bound. Jim was already nearby and asked if he was looking for a quick death, but he wouldn't let him get away so easily. Then he struck quite hard and said that his filthy blood would defile the souls of all the dead here. So for some time he continued to deliver quite strong blows directly to his opponent's body. It was after these manipulations that the admiral's body continued to fly higher and higher. Then, using his fist, Jim delivered a fairly strong blow to the hull, sending it flying. Father, not far from this place. Anastasia was rushing along the road on her tongue. At the same time, she continued to use the skill of the four-eyed mummy with which she could track spiritual energy. Suddenly, in her anger, she saw several opponents fighting, and a thread of spiritual energy was going to one of them. The old man continued to rush after the creature that appeared before him and struck it with great force, sending it to the ground, after which there was a loud explosion there. A few moments after the dust settled a little, the man saw Donald's body lying in front of him. His opponent remained conscious and said that he had gained all the power of his comrades and that he was now an old man. Jim was enraged by these words and shouted that this creature had no right to mention them. Therefore, due to anger and aggression that had accumulated in his body, spiritual energy was released in even greater quantities. After that, the old man used his new technique called the meteorite iron armored fist and covered his fists with it. Immediately after that, he began to deliver quite fierce blows in late summer, where his opponent's body was located. With each blow, he asked why all this had happened. He couldn't understand why the people who were supposed to survive had died, while he, the villain, was still alive. Due to the crushing attack, which was concentrated almost at a single point, the ground began to crack on all sides. The girl continued to rush toward that very spot, but she was still quite far from it. Suddenly, she thought that everything had gone quiet, but it was unclear what her grandfather was doing there. Soon, she slowed down and stopped her motorcycle, looking to the side. And then she saw that there was no road further on, and it looked like she would have to run on foot. The ground where there had once been a flat surface was now cracked, and there was a huge hole inside. Sometime after the incident, the old man finally got out of there. Due to this series of attacks, he was quite out of breath and did not expect this guy to still be alive. What's more, it turned out that he hadn't aged a bit, so it was safe to say that he was involved with demons. Immediately after that, Jim felt quite ill and began coughing up blood. When he looked at his own hand, he realized that he had used a lot of spiritual power today, and that he was probably too old for that. Suddenly, a voice came from the hole that had formed after the attack, saying that Jim was the man who was supposed to die. After that, some strange monster limbs that looked like tentacles appeared from the pit. The old man also began to use his energy and pulled pieces of iron out of the ground. He used them to create a large weapon that resembled a shuriken. The demonic creature tried to attack him with its limbs, but he cut them off with his weapon. This flesh was quite difficult to cut, as it liquefied and scattered to the sides. After it enveloped the man from all sides, it headed straight for him. Of course, at the last moment, Jim noticed the attack and managed to jump up. The phonic entity did not stop its attacks and continued to rush after him. It had many mouths and eyes, and the demon kept saying that he was the one who had to die. When the man found himself high in the sky above Togo, he used another technique. It was the same huge metal sarcophagus in which he had sealed the demon. Immediately after that, he landed and began to manipulate this technique. Because of what had happened, he compressed the huge metal ball into a rather small one. Soon, the old man thought that he had compressed the ball and must have already destroyed the demon, but it would be safer to wait until he regained his strength and compress it even more. At the same time, he felt something strange appear in green. The demon began to climb out of the pit and said that during the war between the two countries, the winner was right, that they were birds of a feather, their hands stained with blood. There are always casualties in war, there is no doubt about that, but the deaths of his comrades, one might say, have nothing to do with him. After all, in a situation where the enemy's forces are completely unknown, whoever gave the order to advance immediately needlessly sacrificed 11 comrades, while he himself is still alive, and the one who should have died in that situation was him. If we are to say anything about the Admiral, then now his body is completely immortal. Jim shouted that he didn't care, he wanted his damn immortal body, and as long as he was alive, he would fight him to the death. The moment he saw his opponent, he rushed at him to attack, but suddenly he felt very ill and began coughing up blood, then fell down. Donald said that he shouldn't pretend to be strong anymore, because he knew that his body was already on the verge of collapse, so he should just admit it. After all, as an old man, he is no longer able to defend himself, and as he tried to get to his feet, the man told the scoundrel to cover his mouth. Even despite everything, he could still fight back, and he still had the strength to protect anyone. The demonic creature told him to look back and look at the round thing, because it was his second gift, so he was sure to like it. The old man turned his attention there and saw some kind of creature emerge from the ball, but he was even more stunned when he looked up and saw what was there, so he immediately fell to his knees. There was a large monster with many arms, and above it were the bodies of his comrades in arms. They all looked him straight in the eye and addressed him as their commander. The old man was simply stunned by what was happening and couldn't even utter a word. Donald appeared behind him and said that all these comrades were real, and his guilt towards them was real, and that he stumbled even when he was just walking. Now he was a permanent burden to everyone, and he had to admit that he was already old. After all, it was he who had caused the death of his comrades in arms. He went on to say that Jim should get up, that it would be better to die at the hands of his comrades in arms here, his best refuge, than to die at his hands. The man then got up with tears in his eyes and said that he had sent them to their certain death. So he had already come to terms with what would happen in the future, and walked forward obediently. He was ready for this demonic creature to simply kill him. It was also ready to do so and opened its huge mouth, which contained a large number of fangs. Shortly after that, the old man stopped and looked straight into the eyes of this huge monster. At that very moment, the boy ran up to the spot at full speed. He shouted for Jim to come back. The old man turned his attention to him and saw that the boy was out of breath from running. The man said sadly and desperately in his voice that the boy should leave quickly. After all, an old man like him no longer had the strength to protect anyone. The boy cried bitterly when he heard these words, but there was nothing he could do. One magical creature continued to strain its mouth toward its victim, and after a few moments, blood spurted out. Suddenly, Anastasia appeared and stopped the old man's blade, which was cutting into his flesh. She turned to him and shouted at her grandfather to come to his senses. After all, everything he saw before his eyes was only false, and there was no need to harm himself. Jim finally came to his senses and immediately threw the blade away. Immediately after that, he pushed the girl's hand away and asked who she was and how she got there. The heroine said her name was Anastasia, and that she wanted to participate in the state championship for newcomers to the Ghost Company, but she needed to do something to be allowed to participate. She had to bring this man to headquarters. She had just seen him fighting in the sky, but she didn't understand who he was fighting, and could only assume that he was inside an illusion. So she rushed here as quickly as possible, and the old man noticed that he never thought that a yellow-haired girl would save him. His body was covered with wounds and cuts, bleeding profusely. The girl told her grandfather that he should be taken to the hospital first because he had lost so much blood. Immediately after that, the man got up and looked around, literally searching for someone there. And at that very moment, he looked to the side and saw a boy who had been following him. Then he barely got to his feet, and the girl told him not to do that. But the old man told her not to follow him, that he needed to check something first, and then he would go with her to the ghost company. Anastasia agreed. Jim slowly approached the boy standing in the field and asked if he was real. The boy smiled and said that of course he was real, because he was not a whole person. He was his true self, and when the man heard this, he was amazed. He then asked if he meant to say that everything that had happened after his escape from the nursing home was just a figment of his imagination. In other words, not only had he lost his mind, but he was also suffering from various calcifications. It seems that he really is incurable. The old man wanted to be a hero one last time before he died, but that's not going to happen. At least he's not causing any trouble for those around him, and that's good. The kid said that this was not the case, but he appeared because he felt better just thinking that there were such strong ghosts of the past in his soul. At the same time, he no longer needs to blame himself, otherwise his illness will worsen. Let him not remember himself as a child, but the clothes on his shoulders should remind him of those times. He immediately noticed what the boy was wearing, because the clothes really didn't fit him. So he remembered how, as a child, soldiers had found him and taken him with them. One of them told little Jim that if he decided to become a soldier in the future, he would have to stop being such a crybaby. He should be a real man, steadfast and strong, because a soldier may shed blood, but he must not shed tears. Even when dying on the battlefield, he must not cry. Dying while fighting for one's country is the greatest reward for a soldier. If they repel the invaders on the battlefield, whether they live or die, it is a glorious deed. Even if the mission is impossible, even if the difference in weaponry is too great, and even if it's like trying to jump higher than you can, the soldier embodies the honor of his homeland. Even if there are 100,000 devils ahead, they must still answer the call of duty and fight back. Death is not scary, but it is scary to tarnish one's honor. They sacrifice their flesh and blood to become an unshakable shield of honor. When the boy grows up and becomes a real soldier, he will understand everything himself. Only when they put their lives on the line and become an unshakable shield, selflessly and fearlessly facing the invader head-on, will they understand. Only then will the entire nation be able to prosper. The boy said that now the old man remembered everything. He did everything right since they defended the people with honor, even if they had to die on the battlefield. For them, it was a great source of pride and glory. The boy noticed that it was time for him to leave too, and hoped that they would not see each other again from now on. He believed that from now on he would become the true Jim. After that, the old man felt their energies begin to merge together. Immediately after that, the boy who had been standing in front of him all this time simply disappeared. The man felt intense pain and immediately dropped to one knee, thinking that even though his illness had receded a little, what good was it that he had found his true self? After all, he was already close to death, and his body was getting weaker every day, so he was useless. Anastasia tried to run up to her grandfather, but he told her not to come near him, because he could get up on his own. He didn't know what she'd been doing before, but it seemed strange to send a novice girl to look for him. Did the company really think he had become an ordinary old man? It was his personal business, and the girl had probably read about it, and when she agreed to the assignment, she was probably concerned that he had once been the best fighter in the ghost company. But after seeing him, she is no longer afraid of him. She just feels sorry for him. Now, even if he goes with her, he is only good for being sent back to the nursing home. But she just saved his life, so consider it paid back if he goes with her to complete the mission. Anastasia lowered her gaze and told her grandfather that it would be better if he didn't go with her, but just pretended that she hadn't seen him. After all, no one has the right to decide whether he should live or not, and no one should determine his future. Now, however, he was of sound mind, and only he could decide how to live the rest of his life. The girl did not feel pity for him at all, only deep respect. On the contrary, she even thought that she herself was ridiculous. She used to think that life was unfair to her, and that her only goal was to earn money, so that the woman who had abandoned her and her father would regret it. Now she thinks how ridiculous that is compared to what he has gone through in his life. She used to complain constantly about her life because she didn't have what others had. Before she got this assignment, she seems to have overlooked something very important and meaningful. She can eat whatever she wants at any time, even if she works alone. But in the evening she can drive around the city and enjoy the sights. And on weekends she can sleep without being disturbed. She doesn't have to worry about starving to death because she can work in peace. And all this is not only because it has been peaceful for a long time. It was a long time ago that important things were almost completely forgotten, such as gratitude. Because if it weren't for heroes like him, peaceful times might never have come. That's why she tells her grandfather that she simply has no right to take him with her to headquarters. Besides, in her eyes, he is a very strong man, and she can feel his spiritual strength and his great power. When Anastasia first came to this abandoned factory and saw the significant destruction there, she immediately understood how strong he was. Let him look around, because moreover, his whole body is wounded, and he can still stand on his feet, and an ordinary employee of the ghost company would not be able to do that. The girl apologized for talking so much, and if he didn't want to return to the ghost company, at least let her take him to the hospital. She also asked him to trust her, because she definitely wouldn't tell the company where he was. Anastasia was embarrassed and thought that she had accidentally blabbed about everything she had done, because she was much younger. But she had given the older hero a whole lecture, and now she had disgraced herself. Suddenly she heard a strange sound and looked ahead. There she saw an old man smiling brightly, and saying that he never thought that after living his whole life, he would suddenly hear words of encouragement from a young girl. While he was doing this and laughing, the wound on his body reopened and blood gushed out. The heroine ran up and asked if he was all right, saying she would take him to the hospital right away. The man said she shouldn't be afraid, because they were just minor injuries. Immediately after that, he wanted to say something else, but lost his trace, and seemed to have acquired the spiritual energy of a demon. After Anastasia noticed all this, she instinctively jumped back several meters. At the same time, she couldn't understand why she had suddenly jumped back such a distance. Moreover, it was unclear why her tail suddenly appeared, since it was supposed to protect her. Something strange began to happen to the man's body, and it seemed as if a hump had grown on him. Then it became clear that his body had been taken over by a demonic parasite, which resembled the creature with balls on its back that he had recently fought. The demon took over the man's body and mind and said that it had been waiting for this moment, and had finally found the perfect vessel. Anastasia thought that this was a familiar feeling, that this was the one whose spiritual energy had left a red mark. But why was he hiding in her grandfather's body? The demon said that although he was old, he had easily destroyed his body, so he was quite strong, and if the old man hadn't lost his mind, it would not have been possible to parasitize this body. Immediately after that, he used his power and spat out a large amount of some kind of mucus from his mouth. The girl instinctively jumped away from me, sensing danger, and realized that this demon was a parasite. It is quite possible that the old man really did encounter a demon in the abandoned chemical plant, and was infected during the battle due to carelessness. The creature said that although that carcass was weak, its self-healing ability was quite remarkable, but a little disgusting. All the bodies it had parasitized before had dull abilities, and it was complete garbage. It wasn't easy to hide in corners in order to survive until today, and this body has the power to control all iron and electronics. In the world of humans, someone with such an ability can live as if they were a deity. Those who know its secret must disappear, and at the same time he trains on her, then uses the power of iron and directs a large number of machetes. And soon, all these weapons really attacked the girl. The bone tail from the mummy that appeared behind her began to fight back against all of this. Anastasia rejoiced and thought that she had almost forgotten that this tail could defend itself, and it deflected all the daggers. It seemed that she wasn't so bad after all, but suddenly she lost her concentration and a blade pierced her leg. She cried out in pain, then realized that the daggers were already in the ground. Realizing the danger of the situation she was in, she immediately jumped up and thought how naive she was to even consider fighting such an opponent. After all, he was parasitizing the body of what was once the company's best fighter, Ghost, but it was unclear how she could win. A novice with no combat experience like her would never be able to win, and besides, David was not around, and she had no confidence to engage in combat. And now, in this place and at this moment, she has only one option. And that option, which she found in this situation, was to start running. The demon thought this was a foolish human reaction, because everything he had said to her was intended to scare her away. He did not know her strength, and he had only just taken over this body. And until he learned how to control it properly, it was better for her to run. Otherwise, he would waste his strength fighting her, and reinforcements might arrive from the Ghost Company, and then he would be finished. The creature had worked so hard to take possession of such a suitable body, so where would he find the time to play with her? Anastasia thought that first she needed to run away quickly, and then, once she was safe, immediately contact the people from the Ghost Company. But on second thought, this creature would not sit still, and by the time help arrived, it would have already escaped, which meant that the old man was truly in danger. So she quickly recovered and took her phone, then informed the deputy commander that she had found the old man. But there was a small problem, and she sent her the coordinates so that she could send help quickly. In the meantime, she would use her powers to try to delay it. The demonic creature saw her and realized that he had let the fool go alive, so it was unclear why she had returned. As a result, he would have to spend his time killing her after all. So he used the power of iron and aimed sharp blades directly at his opponent. The girl jumped back a short distance and watched his attack, then smiled and used her tail. She then said that she had just come to her senses, and realized that it was strange, because while she was falling, he could obviously have hit the ground. In that case, who knows, she might not have been able to escape, but he didn't do that, and then just watched her leave, and now the attack is also strange. His attack with spikes from under the ground was quite normal, but he attacked from a distance, and pushed her away. Therefore, the girl can assume that although he has obtained her grandfather's body, he does not yet know how to use it properly. And at such a distance, he simply cannot control the metal. So the demon can't get to her, so he was just bluffing. Immediately after that, she used her four eyes skill, and noticed that he was about to get his answer. The creature thought that this girl had figured him out, and he had no idea what her abilities were. It would be difficult to deal with her from now on, but even so, she probably wouldn't dare to approach him. So he decided to test her first, and again used his power to create a large number of machetes. Anastasia easily dealt with all these attacks. She thought that the closer she was to him, the easier it was for him to control his daggers, and that this couldn't go on. So, first, she needed to find a way to separate this guy from Grandpa Jim's body. Using her mummy skill to track energy flows, she focused on him, and noticed a huge tumor on his back in the body of a parasite. It feeds on Grandpa's spiritual energy, and with her current strength, if she gets close to it, her chances of winning are slim, so it's unclear how to get rid of this thing. After a moment's thought, she realized what to do and attacked with her tail. The demon put up an iron shield and noticed that he thought she had other powers, but all she could do was swing her tail around. He didn't know if she was smart or stupid, but he wondered if she had even thought about it when she fell, probably wanting to attack him with her tail from such a long distance. So it turns out that he was actually underestimating this creature. Suddenly, the demon noticed her, and didn't understand where she had gone. So, in a panic, he began to search for her so as not to be caught off guard by a sudden attack. The creature thought that she had just been in the air and then vanished without a trace. A few seconds later, he missed an instant attack on himself. Still not understanding what had happened, he thought that something had just hit him in the forehead. The creature looked to the side and saw a stone, so it thought that it had been thrown right between its eyebrows, but it couldn't be sure, as it hadn't seen the stone flying at all. Then, turning its attention to the side, the demonic creature saw something move on the left. It was clear that the stone had literally appeared out of thin air. The parasite wondered if the stones were invisible and only appeared when they were near it. Could it be that this girl had the ability not only to be invisible, but also to temporarily render other things invisible? Anastasia said from the side that it had finally dawned on him, but it was too late. After that, the opponent noticed how invisible threads began to bind his body, preventing him from moving. After that, it was clear how these threads were being pulled tight, and the girl's tail appeared from under the ground. She was sitting right on his back, trying to tear off the hump. The girl shouted for him to get off Grandpa Jim's body quickly. Little by little, the demonic entity that was a parasite began to recede, but it was quite difficult.